Stay with us, fresh from the feeds. Graham Plattner, Maine Democrat, faces an existential crisis after old Reddit posts resurfaced, threatening his political future and party unity. In New Mexico, 3 are dead and nearly 20 responders hospitalized in mountain air after exposure to an unidentified substance at an overdose scene. This marks the second toxic exposure incident in New Mexico this year, following a similar event in Albuquerque last March. The dual crises underscore volatile social and public safety pressures ahead of the midterms.
Up next, the live market read.
Good afternoon. The S&P 500 ETF at $742.88, up 0.62%. The Nasdaq 100 ETF at $715.02, up 0.95%. The Dow at $50,241, up 0.46%. The VIX at $17.01, down 2.52%. Most active, ticker RGTI. Rigetti Computing, up 26.99% at $21.44, with volume of 95.37 million. Top gainer, ticker ATPC. Agape ADP Corporation, up 67.46% at $3.50. Top decliner, ticker AIIO. Robo.ai Incorporated Class B, down 25.79% at $2.81. Ava, we'll have you take a closer look at how Bitcoin's implied volatility has plummeted as traders pair back hedges tied to Iran tensions, suggesting a notable shift in market sentiment.
Ava here, let's break this down. Bitcoin's wild ride just hit a speed bump. Implied volatility plunged after traders unwound Iran war hedges, easing risk fears and sending the price higher. Meanwhile, Secretary Duffy's facing tough questions on Capitol Hill over the DOT budget, where Bitcoin's recent gains clash with fiscal tensions. It's a classic case of markets shrugging off geopolitical jitters, at least for now.
Banking with Billy Radio, markets, news, alerts.
Good afternoon, we're breaking now. Kevin Warsh just took the helm at the Federal Reserve, and markets are bracing for aggressive rate hikes after inflation hit 3.8% in April, the highest in years. A man's now held without bond after firing an assault rifle at random drivers, underscoring the surge in gun violence gripping the country. Critics say the CPI data is masking real costs by swapping out pricier items. This is a triple threat: rising prices, tighter money, and a society on edge.
Up next, the World Desk. Good afternoon. The top of the World Desk. A Paris court has delivered a landmark verdict, finding Air France and Airbus guilty of involuntary manslaughter in the 2009 Air France Flight 447 disaster, a ruling that marks the first time a major Western carrier has been held criminally liable for a crash. Meanwhile, the United Kingdom's net migration has plunged nearly 50% under tightened policies, a shift that risks deepening labor shortages in critical sectors. The UN's highest labor body has ruled that workers' right to strike is protected under a key treaty, a decision that directly challenges France's recent pension and gig economy reforms. And in public health, the U.S. has moved to ban travelers from the Democratic Republic of Congo, Uganda, and South Sudan amid a worsening Ebola outbreak. Ava, we'll have you take a closer look at the economic implications of these developments.
Coming up, the names lighting up the tape.
Good afternoon. It's 2:10 p.m. Eastern on Thursday, May 21st, 2026, and the markets are holding their breath as the final hour of trading approaches. Netflix surges 2.55% to $90.08, with analysts pointing to renewed subscriber momentum after last week's earnings beat. Amazon climbs 1.83% to $268.79, tracking broader retail strength and whispers of an AI-driven logistics push. Tesla adds 1.77% to $422.08, as Elon Musk's latest Cybertruck update fuels speculative chatter. Ava, your turn. Live on Banking with Billy. Markets are open. The Federal Reserve just sent a seismic signal. Richmond Fed President Tom Barkin says bond yields are exactly where they need to be, and markets are scrambling to decode what that really means. For months, the Fed's relentless hikes pushed yields to multi-decade highs, choking growth and sparking recession bets. But now, after a year of whipsawing between hawkish job-owning and dovish pivots, Barkin's words, reasonable zone, aren't just rhetoric.
Banking with Billy News. Macro Desk.
Good afternoon. Bitcoin at $77,658, up 0.31%. Ethereum at $2,140, up 0.17%. Solana at $87.45, up 1.24%. XRP at $1.38, up 0.27%. Cardano at 25 cents, up 0.73%. Banking with Billy News. Macro Desk. The Wire. 5 headlines right now. Lingering shock from tragedy weeks after Minib school bombing. U.S. government takes $2 billion equity stake in 9 quantum computing firms. Anthropic. Microsoft in talks for AI chip deal after $5 billion investment. Spotify soars 15% after announcing AI music deal with UMG guidance. Foden and Palmer to miss out on World Cup squad. That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. You're with Banking with Billy Radio. Don't touch that dial.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a day in sports. Southampton CEO just got caught in a full-blown spying scandal, an independent panel confirming unauthorized surveillance, sending shockwaves through the Premier League like Spygate all over again. Meanwhile, the Lions just locked down Jack Campbell with a 4-year extension, proving Detroit's commitment to their netminder as the rebuild heats up. And in Cincinnati, Joe Burrow's Super Bowl predictions are lighting up the Bengals season. Can he back them up? Next up, the New York Mets take on the Nationals. Will New York's lineup flex its muscle? Stay tuned. Coming up, what just hit the wire? The AI arms race just got real. Frontier models are now capturing over 70% of economic value in tech, according to Patrick O'Shaughnessy, and that's rewriting the rules for workers and investors alike. Meanwhile, Carl Pomerleau's data shows state and local taxes are hitting high earners harder, but the gap with stagnant wage workers is widening fast. Pew Research confirms it. Tech and AI-exposed workers are seeing 4 to 6% wage growth, while service and retail workers scrape by at 1 to 2%. Bottom line, the economy is splitting in two right now.
Tired of headlines 12 hours late? Banking with Billy News covers over 150 industries across all 11 GCS sectors in real time. Stocks, politics, economy, geopolitics, one desk, one signal. Banking with Billy. Subscribe on YouTube. Join the Discord.
On the desk this hour, ticker RGTI, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio, the only 24/7 financial news and market station on YouTube. Join thousands of traders watching live right now. Subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a signal. Up next, Silicon Valley Desk.
Good afternoon. What a week for innovation, right? Silicon Valley just moved, and I mean moved in the most literal sense. The Valley's not just a place anymore, it's a mindset. And today, it's packing up and shipping out to everywhere. From AI guitar pedals that rewrite riffs in real time to headlights that bend around corners like something out of Knight Rider, the pace is relentless. But here's the kicker. The real story isn't the tech, it's the stakes. When a company like Bungie walks away from Destiny, it's not just a game ending. It's a signal. The Valley's always been about bets, but now, the bets are global. So, Andrew, where do we start? Because I've got a question about those headlights that's been burning a hole in my brain.
Up next, today's biggest movers. Andrew, good afternoon. At 2:15 p.m. Eastern, Netflix leads the tape with a 2.25% gain to $89.82, while Amazon follows at $268.55, up 1.74%, both tracking strong retail earnings momentum. Coinbase climbs 1.61% to $194.54, buoyed by Bitcoin's steady $77,658 handle, and Tesla adds 1.61% to $421.43 amid broader EV sector optimism. Palantir rounds out the top five, up 1.49% to $137.90 as defense and AI tailwinds persist.
On the desk this hour, ticker RGTI, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
As we hit 2:15 p.m. Eastern on this Thursday, the tech sector is leading the charge, up 1.38% to $178.12. On the flip side, consumer staples is the laggard, down 1.05% to $84.65, and the energy sector is also under pressure, down 1.06% to $59.05. It appears money is rotating into growth areas like tech and consumer discretionary, which is up 1.28% to $119.02 as investors seek out areas with potential for expansion. The financial sector is also seeing some buying interest, up 0.32% to $51.74, suggesting a relatively positive outlook for the broader market. Ava.
Coming up, oil, gas, and the energy patch.
Good afternoon. At 2:15 p.m. Eastern, the energy complex is under pressure with crude oil at $97.12, down 2.02%, while natural gas holds at $3.15, up 3.89%. ADNOC's warning of prolonged Gulf disruptions through 2027 underscores supply risks, even as Brent crude at $103.71 reflects a $100 plus base case for 2026. The sector's $59.03 decline suggests broader caution, though U.S. diesel price forecasts and BP's expansion in Indonesia may temper losses. Ava will have more. Ava will have the details on the NAACP's latest report alleging systemic bias in hiring practices. Tune in for the full story.
Andrew, here's the read. The NAACP just fired off a tweet, complete with video evidence, alleging systemic bias in career opportunities against Jesse Weber, just hours before his prime crime episode drops this weekend. This isn't some backroom squabble. It's a full-throated accusation from one of the nation's most storied advocacy groups, and Weber's response could either defuse it or turn this into the defining legal media clash of the year. The stakes? Reputations, trust in institutions, and whether viral allegations can rewrite the rules of engagement before the first frame even airs.
Live on Banking with Billy. Markets are open.
Good afternoon, Mike in Boston. Thanks for taking the time to share your thoughts with us today. You're flagging that the recent market moves might just be algorithmic knee-jerk reactions, leaving the door open for a sell the news, pullback if the headlines don't match the hype. It's a smart watch out, and we'll keep an eye on the tape as the session unfolds.
Live on Banking with Billy. Markets are open. Good afternoon. At 2:17 p.m. Eastern, NVIDIA's Vera CPU, projected to generate $20 billion in FY27 revenue, threatens to eclipse ARM's $5 billion base, forcing a high-stakes pivot in the AI chip war. Meanwhile, ABC News is questioning Senator James Lankford's bipartisan bill to withhold senators' pay during shutdowns, testing whether Congress will finally tie its own salary to funding deadlines. Olo COO Joe Lambert reports AI features boosted client loyalty and lifted check averages by 18%. ARM's survival now hinges on leveraging Vera before rivals lock in next-gen AI infrastructure. From the desk to your ears, Banking with Billy. Sports update. Arsenal's Premier League title celebration just got real. Mikel Arteta found out his son was bawling in joy over the Gunners' crown during a backyard barbecue. Meanwhile, Ghana's Sam Ogyarko steps into the ring against Timothy Kelly for the IBF light middleweight title, a fight that's as much about boxing's broken sanctioning system as it is about gold. And England's World Cup squad? Phil Foden and Harry Maguire left stunned as Gareth Southgate goes all in on youth. This tournament's about to get wild. Next up, the NBA playoffs heat up with Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Can Boston keep their season alive against Indiana? Up next, Silicon Valley Desk.
Excited, leaning in. Oh, Andrew, you have to hear this. Silicon Valley just dropped a mechanical canary in the coal mine, and it's singing a warning we can't ignore. This little bird? It keels over dead the second your air turns toxic. Beat, playful, I mean who else but tech would gamify breathing. But here's the kicker. While our feathered friend flutters its last, the smart home's price tag is fluttering up. Dry chuckle because apparently convenience has a carbon footprint now, and it's not cheap. And Andrew, Meta, and Google just got a backstage pass to your boss's tracking app. Whispers, yeah, the one you have to use. Back to normal. Meanwhile, GitHub's fighting for its life inside Microsoft. Local news is locking horns with the Internet Archive, and Waymo's Robot Axis are treating Atlanta like a water park. Size, Silicon Valley's moving at the speed of chaos, and we're all along for the ride.
Coming up, Bitcoin, Ethereum, the rest of the board. Good afternoon. Bitcoin holds above $77,600, up 0.22% on the session, while Ethereum consolidates near $2,140, up 0.09%. Solana continues to outperform with a 1.37% gain, now trading at $87.50. Banking with Billy News. Geopolitics Desk. 10 days ago, a highly speculative microcap semiconductor company, PRSO, was making headlines with its focus on next-generation 5G and 60 GHz mmWave wireless technology, aiming to develop specialized chipsets and communication solutions for various applications. It is likely that the stock experienced significant volatility in the subsequent days, given the high-risk nature of microcap investments, and its price may have fluctuated wildly as investors reacted to the news. As we move forward, it will be interesting to see how PRSO's technology developments impact the broader semiconductor industry, particularly in light of today's market trends. On the desk this hour, ticker RGTI, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Good afternoon. The Colorado Democratic Party has censured Governor Jared Polis over his clemency decision in the Tina Peters case, signaling growing inter-party tension. Meanwhile, Senate negotiations on a critical budget bill have stalled as the DNC releases its 2024 autopsy report, which may reshape party strategy ahead of the next election cycle. Gas prices have surged to historic highs amid escalating Iran tensions, compounding economic pressures. And in Washington, the White House has delayed the signing ceremony for a long-anticipated AI executive order, leaving stakeholders waiting for clarity on federal oversight.
Tired of headlines 12 hours late? Banking with Billy News covers over 150 industries across all 11 GCS sectors in real time. Stocks, politics, economy, geopolitics, one desk, one signal. Banking with Billy. Subscribe on YouTube. Join the Discord. Coming up, a deep dive on the day's biggest move.
The Constitution isn't a suggestion, it's the last line of defense when the stakes are this high. This isn't some partisan fever dream, it's a warning shot across the bow of American democracy, and the timing couldn't be more explosive. We've seen this script before, wartime leaders pushing boundaries, legal gray zones, and a Congress that's supposed to be the firewall. But Marjorie Taylor Greene just flipped the page on the playbook, invoking the ghost of 1944, not just to sound the alarm, but to remind us that the Constitution wasn't written for emergencies. It was written to prevent them. Today, Greene took direct aim at Trump's rhetoric about canceling elections, framing it as a constitutional red line. No third term, no wartime exceptions, no matter the chaos. And she didn't just tweet it. She went on the record, in the middle of a session where the House is already fractured over funding, over Ukraine, over whether this country can even agree on what a crisis looks like anymore. So, what's the play here? Smart money isn't just watching the polls, they're watching the institutions. The courts, the Joint Chiefs, even the Federal Reserve's quiet contingency plans for financial stability if the standoff spills into the streets. Because when the people who swore to uphold the Constitution start treating it like a menu, the real question isn't who's right, it's who's left to enforce the rules. Watch the Senate Rules Committee tomorrow. If they move on election security legislation, that's the first domino.
Coming up, which sectors are leading, which are lagging. Good afternoon. At 2:22 p.m. Eastern, the S&P Sector Snapshot shows a mixtape with the tech sector leading at $178.19, up 1.42%, while energy lags at $58.92, down 1.28%. Financials trail with a modest gain of 0.38% at $51.78, and healthcare follows at $148.07, up 0.73%. Industrials and consumer discretionary round out the gains, up 0.31% and 1.43% respectively. Banking with Billy. Stay with us.
Good afternoon, and let's take a quick pulse on what's moving markets beyond our shores. Over in Europe, equities are holding steady with a broad-based EFA ETF up 0.78%. That's the developed ex-US playbook, and it's telling us investors are still willing to look past near-term jitters. Meanwhile, the dollar is giving ground against most majors, but the yen's still under the cosh as Tokyo stays on watch for any BOJ signals. And if you're wondering where the real fireworks are, look east. The MSCI Emerging Markets ETF is leading the charge with a 1.76% pop, even as Mali's latest flare-up and Walmart's U.S. spending warning remind us that risk isn't going anywhere. Live on Banking with Billy. Markets are open.
The S&P 500's modest gain of 0.65% to $743.12 reflects a market-balancing risk appetite against policy uncertainty, as the 10-year Treasury yield drifts down 0.17% to 4.56%, a level that still signals lingering inflation concerns. The dollar remains under pressure, with traders pricing in the Fed's delicate act of balancing Memorial Day, travel-driven oil demand against the Trump administration's delayed, voluntary AI framework, which risks ceding regulatory ground to global peers. Oil's pre-holiday decline underscores the tension between consumer spending and energy costs, while the equity market's resilience suggests investors are betting on Starlink's growth to offset SpaceX's NASDAQ listing risks. History warns that policy vacuums in critical sectors, AI, energy, and space, often precede volatility, and today's tape is no exception.
You're with Banking with Billy Radio. Don't touch that dial.
Breaking now. The White House has postponed President Trump's AI and cybersecurity executive order amid internal divisions, with the president rejecting provisions that could hinder U.S. AI leadership against China. Fed's bargain calls the short versus long-term economic effects of AI hard to determine. P3 Health Partners surged after a surprise profit and debt exchange, signaling a high-stakes pivot in healthcare consolidation with ripple effects for insurers and patients. Netflix's The Crash faces backlash for incomplete coverage of the McKinsey-Shirilla case, raising questions about true crime accountability as Ohio's legal system draws scrutiny. This is Andrew, standby for Ava.
Live on Banking with Billy. Markets are open.
You are on Banking with Billy, the station built for traders by traders. Market opens, closes, earnings, Fed days, we cover every session live. Subscribe on YouTube. Turn on notifications. Never miss another move. Banking with Billy News. Sector Watch. As we approach the midway point of the trading session, Thursday, at 2:25 p.m. Eastern, several key earnings reports are on the horizon. Notably, NVIDIA is set to report quarterly earnings after the close, with analysts expecting the company to post earnings per share of $1.33, following a recent AI trade involving energy and infrastructure that has garnered significant attention. Additionally, investors will be watching for guidance from companies such as Occidental Petroleum, which is scheduled to report its quarterly earnings next week as oil prices have pulled back in recent days amid hopes for a potential U.S.-Iran deal. Banking with Billy News. Markets Desk. Sigert strikes gold. The Belgian climber blazes to victory in Stage 12 of the Giro d'Italia, snatching his first Grand Tour stage in a photo-finish thriller, history written in the Dolomites. Meanwhile, Hearts O'Neill walks free as the assault claim is ruled not proven, sending shockwaves through Scottish football. And the SEC's split on CFP expansion keeps the playoff debate boiling. Will the Big Ten's 2014 model finally break the gridlock? Next up, Samuel's French Open debut under the Parisian lights.
You're on Banking with Billy Radio. Markets, news, geopolitics, energy, crypto, tech. Every desk on every shift, all on one stream. Banking with Billy. 24/7. Let's go.
Live on Banking with Billy. Markets are open. Good afternoon. The 10-year Treasury yields declined to 4.56%, alongside a 0.59-point rise in the ICBA and MOVE index to 3.58, signals modest easing in long-term rate expectations, while the long bond ETF's uptick to $84.17 reflects a flight to duration amid stable inflation expectations. These moves suggest the Fed's posture remains data-dependent, with no urgency to tighten further given the absence of inflationary pressure in the data. For equities, the lower long-end yields reduced discount rates, marginally supporting valuations, though the MOVE index's elevation indicates some caution in rates volatility. The Fed's recent enforcement and data initiatives underscore a focus on transparency and compliance, rather than policy shifts, keeping the macro backdrop neutral for risk assets.
On the desk this hour, ticker RGTI, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Good afternoon. I'm Andrew, and we're taking a closer look at the weekly sector tournament on Banking with Billy Radio. The tech sector is this week's champion, with a return of 1.5%, reaching $178.34, outpacing its peers in the market. On the other end of the spectrum, the energy sector is the biggest loser, down 1.47% to $58.81, reflecting a rotation out of the space as investors reassess their portfolios. And similarly, consumer staples are also seeing a decline of 1.04% to $84.66. As investors navigate the current market landscape, we're advising a close watch on the consumer discretionary and industrial sectors, which are up 1.35% and 0.37% respectively, as their performance may indicate a broader shift in consumer spending and industrial production. Ava, we'll have you take a closer look at how Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene's sharp response to President Trump's remarks on Iran and the escalating tensions in the Middle East is resonating across Capitol Hill.
Ava. You're right, Andrew. Let's dig into these eye-popping numbers. Colossus, one's 150,000 NVIDIA H100s are burning through an estimated $6 billion a year in rent alone, according to Frida Duan, and that's before you factor in Anthropic's $15 billion AI tap. The math is brutal. Even the biggest players are at NVIDIA's mercy, and the question now is whether the market, or regulators, can pry open the supply chain before the gold rush turns into a chokehold. Coming up, what just hit the wire?
Breaking now. Richmond Fed President Tom Barkin just signaled the Fed's forward guidance may stay loose. His remarks at 2:29 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time underscore a split on rate cuts. Barkin avoided citing inflation or employment risks, but stressed long-term inflation expectations remain stable. His stance as a 2024 FOMC voter carries weight. Markets now price a 63% chance the Fed holds rates steady next month. Translation: borrowers and homebuyers face prolonged high costs unless the Fed pivots. On the desk this hour, ticker RGTI, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO. You're listening to Banking with Billy. All right, let's run the scoreboard, because if you're not keeping score, you're just gambling. First up, PRSO. I called that swing with high conviction, and let's just say the tape didn't exactly validate the thesis between you and me, still in the green, but barely clinging to life. This thing's a falling knife with no floor in sight. The sector's hot, but PRSO's execution is shaky, and the market's punishing the weak hands. I'm still watching, but I'm not doubling down yet. Then there's BZFD, absolute rocket fuel after hours, up over 130% on that Byron Allen cash infusion. That's the kind of move that makes you question your own conviction when you're not in it. Family office money doesn't lie, and if Allen's putting real capital behind it, the market's voting with its wallet. Still, I'm not chasing. This thing's got a history of volatility, and I'll let it prove itself before I reload. Next up on my radar, the AI connectivity names, specifically the ones tied to 6G Whispers and next-gen wireless. The tape's ripping in anything with the wave story, and I'm watching for a pullback to reload. If this sector rolls over, I want to be the one buying the dip, not the one getting run over trying to front-run it. Banking with Billy News. The street in your headphones.
The Wire. 5 headlines right now. Dozens of vehicles burnt as Mali jihadists enforce blockade ahead of Eid holiday. SpaceX. OpenAI valuations would mean they leapfrog Berkshire Hathaway on first day of trading. Charges dismissed against official at school where 6-year-old shot teacher. The powerful advice that helped Rye win the US PGA. Harry Maguire spoke out on shocking decision to leave him off England's World Cup roster. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. Up next, the story of the hour.
A Texas teacher's body cam just exposed the kind of breach of trust that doesn't just ruin careers, it destroys lives. This isn't an isolated incident. For years, Texas has seen a rising tide of educator misconduct cases, with 2024 data for the Texas Education Agency showing a 12% uptick in reported boundary violations. The stakes? Every violation erodes the foundational trust between schools and families, a trust that, once broken, takes years to rebuild. Annalie Andrews, a middle school teacher in Texas, was sentenced today to 2 years in prison after body cam footage confirmed inappropriate encounters with a 15-year-old student. The case was broken wide open by Law and Crime's Chris Stewart, whose reporting has become a critical watchdog for accountability in education. What's unfolding here is more than a legal verdict, it's a market signal. Parents, school boards, and insurers are recalibrating risk models overnight. Smart money is already pricing in higher liability premiums for districts and states with lax oversight, and the ripple effect could tighten compliance budgets nationwide. Ava, take us deeper. How are school districts reacting, and what's the next regulatory domino to fall? You're with Banking with Billy Radio. Don't touch that dial.
The Knicks are storming back into Game 2 against the Cavaliers. New York's 112-108 win in Cleveland sends shockwaves through the NBA playoffs, and now the series is tied at 1-1. Jaren Duran's diving stop for Boston in the 7th inning? Pure fire. He's willing to take a beating to keep the Red Sox alive in the AL East race. And with U.S. soccer dropping its 2026 World Cup content slate today, the hype train for America's biggest soccer moment is officially leaving the station. Next stop, the knockout rounds.
Up next, breaking from the news desk. Iran's $7.7 billion in crypto assets, amid a $500 million U.S. Treasury freeze, faces escalating pressure as High Roller Technologies builds a U.S. platform, testing Washington's tolerance for financial loopholes. Google searches for cryptocurrencies remain subdued, signaling market caution even as Iran's frozen funds expose crypto's role in geopolitical shadow wars. The numbers underscore Tehran's desperate bid to bypass sanctions, but the freeze marks a rare direct U.S. strike on digital assets. This is a flashpoint, crypto's anonymity colliding with enforcement. Banking with Billy, where Billy's calls hit the air first. Good afternoon. The S&P 500 ETF at $743.21, up 0.66%. The Nasdaq 100 ETF at $714.54, up 0.89%. The Dow at $50,348, up 0.67%. The VIX at $16.93, down 2.98%. Co-Diagnostics, Inc. at $3.88, up 62.34%, leads most active with 84.04 million shares traded. Acanda Corp tops gainers at $27.60, up 90.21%, while Antelope Enterprise Holdings Limited Class A falls to $1.91, down 34.36%. Ava, we'll have you take a closer look at Richmond Fed President Tom Barkin's latest remarks on how AI is, or isn't, reshaping hiring trends outside the tech sector.
Andrew, here's the read. Richmond Fed President Tom Barkin just dropped a fascinating nugget. Outside of software, employers aren't cutting jobs because of AI, despite the doom and gloom headlines. But don't get too comfortable. Barkin's still worried about the extremes in the Fed's employment mandate, warning that the labor market's balance is more fragile than it looks. The takeaway? AI isn't the job killer many feared, yet, but the Fed's walking a tightrope between growth and overcorrection. Stay with us, fresh from the feeds. Good afternoon, we're breaking in. OpenAI just pulled a $1 billion revenue lead over Anthropic in Q1, putting the AI arms race into overdrive and sending tech stocks surging. Meanwhile, NASA's new lunar base renderings aren't just sci-fi. They're a blueprint for a space economy that could upend energy markets with helium-3 mining and orbital fuel depots. On the ground, crude's holding at $96 a barrel and diesel's at $3.83 a gallon. Supply chains are stretched thin. This isn't just volatility, it's a pressure cooker.
Live on Banking with Billy. Markets are open. Good afternoon. In a move that risks escalating U.S.-China tensions ahead of November's election, former President Donald Trump plans to speak with Taiwan's president, defying decades of diplomatic protocol. Meanwhile, the Democratic Republic of Congo has canceled its World Cup training camp due to an Ebola outbreak, underscoring how public health crises continue to disrupt global sporting events. In Portugal, 2 men have been arrested for abandoning young boys by the roadside in remote areas, raising concerns over human trafficking amid Europe's migrant crisis. And Walmart has warned that U.S. shoppers are cutting back on spending as higher petrol prices strain household budgets.
On the desk this hour, ticker RGTI, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO. You're listening to Banking with Billy. All right, let's rip through the tape, because right now, the market's moving like it's got a double espresso in its system. Netflix is up 2.27% to $89.83. Streaming King just keeps streaming higher. No surprise there as the summer binge season heats up. Amazon's climbing 1.8% to $268.71. And, honestly, Prime Day's just around the corner. Retailers are already feeling the lift. Coinbase? Up 1.78% to $194.87. Crypto's back in the green, and traders are piling in before the weekend. Palantir's up 1.54% to $137.96. And Tesla? Oh, Tesla's up 1.44% to $420.73. Elon's still got that magic touch. Or maybe it's just the robots doing the heavy lifting. Andrew, what's your take? Are we chasing momentum here, or is there real meat on these bones? Pause for Andrew's response, then pivot fast to the next fire. On the desk this hour, ticker RGTI, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO. You're listening to Banking with Billy. A semi-truck just flipped like a toy on Interstate 15, right in the middle of the freight artery that keeps Las Vegas breathing. And this isn't just another dust storm headline. It's a warning sign for every supply chain, every driver, and every consumer who's ever wondered why their Amazon package is late. A truck hauling goods from California to Las Vegas lost control this afternoon near the Nevada border, tipping onto its side after winds from a sudden dust storm slammed into its trailer. We've seen this before. High winds on I-15's exposed stretches have toppled vehicles before, turning a routine haul into a hazard overnight. But here's the kicker. Las Vegas doesn't just rely on I-15 for tourism, it's the lifeline for food, fuel, and just-in-time inventory during peak season. One crash, one spill, one blocked lane, and suddenly the Strip's buffets go quiet. This isn't just a delay, it's a pressure test. With tourism at its summer peak, the timing couldn't be worse. Smart money's watching how quickly crews can clear the wreckage, whether hazardous materials were involved, and, most critically, if this forces a conversation about wind barriers or rerouting freight before the next storm hits. So what's the read? The tape's telling us that climate isn't just a political talking point anymore, it's a supply chain disruptor. And if I-15 can't handle a gust, what happens when the next heat dome or monsoon rolls through? Andrew, the market's already pricing in the ripple effect. What's your take on the freight fallout? Up next, Crypto Desk.
Good afternoon. The Crypto Desk is holding steady in today's session, with Bitcoin up 0.29% at $77,686 and Ethereum up 0.17% at $2,138. Solana continues to outperform, gaining 1.78% to $87.51, while XRP and Cardano trade modestly higher at $1.38 and 25 cents, respectively. Sentiment remains cautiously constructive, with no major catalysts driving outsized moves.
Banking with Billy News. Politics Brief. The Wire. 5 headlines right now. Spotify is going to reserve concert tickets for real fans. Manchester City plot major transfer move on Premier League trio to start Enzo Maresca era. BB Edit 16. Spotify is launching AI-generated remixes. Only 6 AL teams have worse odds to make playoffs than Detroit Tigers. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. You're with Banking with Billy Radio. Don't touch that dial. Boom. Skifiel's overtime hat trick. Canada stung Norway 6-5 in a World Hockey Classic. The 33-year-old center stole the show with 3 goals, including the dagger in OT, and now the Maple Leafs faithful are screaming for more. Meanwhile, Manuel Neuer's back. Germany's 40-year-old World Cup legend reclaims the #1 jersey as Die Mannschaft gears up for their final title defense. And get this, Apple's about to drop a bombshell. The first ever live pro sports event shot entirely on iPhone is coming your way, and the World Cup qualifiers are heating up like a furnace.
On the desk this hour, ticker RGTI, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Breaking now. Republican Senator James Lankford's bill to force Congress to stay in D.C. until a funding deal is struck amid the looming May 23rd shutdown deadline faces immediate pushback as Marjorie Taylor Greene warns Trump may increasingly rely on war to maintain power. ABC's Lindsay Davis pressed Lankford on the bipartisan measure today, exposing fractures in GOP ranks over whether even a short-term fix can break the cycle of last-minute crises. The bill's fate hinges on a vote by midnight Friday, with markets pricing in a 38% chance of a partial shutdown. This isn't just about funding, it's about whether Congress can govern before the next crisis.
Subscribe to Banking with Billy on YouTube. Join the Discord. Stay on the feed. Over 150 industries, all 11 sectors, one signal. Banking with Billy. Markets that move you.
You're with Banking with Billy Radio. Don't touch that dial. Banking with Billy Sports, Banking with Billy News, World Trends TV. 3 live channels running 24/7 so you never miss a highlight, a headline, or a market-moving event. Subscribe to all 3 on YouTube.
Live on Banking with Billy. Markets are open.
Andrew, good afternoon. The Silicon Valley desk is buzzing today, and for good reason. Where have all the UK's red telephone kiosks gone? A new report from the Royal Mail suggests nearly half have been repurposed or removed in the last decade, a quiet but telling shift in infrastructure priorities. Meanwhile, Spotify is taking a page from the playbook of live event scarcity, announcing it will now reserve concert tickets for fans before they hit the general sale, raising questions about who really controls access in the digital ticketing economy. And in a sign that even the most niche tech histories aren't safe from revival, the Museum of Pocket Calculating Devices is opening its doors in Boston, proving that the past still has a place in the innovation economy. Ava, your turn. Up next, today's biggest movers.
All right, let's rip through the tape, because right now, the market's moving like it's late for a deadline. Netflix is up 2.39% at $89.94. Could be the latest earnings whisper or just another day of streaming dominance. Amazon's climbing 1.87% to $268.90, maybe catching a tailwind from that cloud deal we've been watching. And Coinbase? Up 1.79% at $194.88. Crypto's back in the green, and traders are piling in. Andrew, what's the read?
Live on Banking with Billy. Markets are open. Tech leads today's rotation, up 1.47% to $178.28, while energy lags at $59.04, down 1.07%. Financials and healthcare show modest gains, up 0.46% and 0.82% respectively. But consumer staples are the clear underperformer, sliding 1.02% to $84.68. Industrials and materials are holding steady with gains under 1%, while real estate and utilities trade flat. The move reflects a defensive tilt. Tech's rally suggests growth bets, while energy's slide points to profit-taking after yesterday's run.
Up next, the energy desk.
Andrew, good afternoon. Crude oil is pulling back 2.8% to $96.34 as Brent follows at $102.63, down 3.01%, while natural gas climbs 3.89% to $3.15. Mixed signals across the energy complex. The sector itself is off 1.06% at $59.04, reflecting broader caution despite the IEA's warning that global supply could tighten sharply by midsummer. Meanwhile, geopolitical pressure mounts as the UK grapples with fuel shortages and China ramps up stockpiling despite a steep drop in imports. Ava, we'll hear Questlove's impromptu tribute to Maurice White when he joins The Tonight Show later tonight.
Andrew, here's the read. Questlove just dropped a kalimba freestyle on Fallon tonight. Yes, the same instrument Maurice White made famous with Earth, Wind, and Fire, while Mark Cuban unloaded most of his Bitcoin holdings, calling the cryptocurrency ineffective as geopolitical chaos sent gold soaring. Bitcoin's recent drop, down nearly 8% this week alone, stands in stark contrast to gold's climb, proving once again that when the world feels shaky, the yellow metal still holds its shine. So while Questlove kept the kalimba's legacy alive with a viral moment, Cuban's cash grab reminds us that even the boldest bets can wobble when the ground shifts. From the desk to your ears, Banking with Billy.
Good afternoon to Lisa in Dallas. Lisa writes in with a note of caution, warning that today's market strength may be an algorithmic knee-jerk reaction, leaving room for a sell the news pullback in the near term. We'll keep an eye on the tape.
Banking with Billy Radio. Built for traders by traders. Good afternoon, we're breaking in. Mark Goldwine just dropped a fiscal grenade. U.S. interest rates could add $2 trillion to federal debt, with costs eating 30% of revenue. Meanwhile, Andrew Scheer's grilling Mark Carney's sovereign debt fund over transparency, while Alberta's Danielle Smith fires back with record investment and Canada's highest paychecks. This isn't just debt math, it's a fight over who pays the bill. The numbers don't lie. The stakes are sky high.
Live on Banking with Billy. Markets are open. Good afternoon, Banking with Billy Sports. The DR Congo national team has pulled the plug on their World Cup training camp in the Congo amid the Ebola outbreak, FIFA's worst nightmare colliding with qualification dreams. Meanwhile, Neymar's name is in Brazil's 26-man squad, but at 32, this could be his final World Cup swan song. Will he deliver one last golden moment? And in the NFL, Will Levis is back on the field with the Titans after missing all of 2025. Can his arm revive Tennessee's offense in a league that chews up quarterbacks for breakfast? Next up, the NBA Finals tip-off tonight. Game 1 between the Celtics and Mavericks.
Coming up, what's moving in tech?
Andrew, good afternoon. The Silicon Valley desk is alive with both loss and breakthroughs this Thursday. Michael Keating, the architect behind some of the most resilient open-source frameworks, has passed. His work still underpins half the cloud stacks we track. Meanwhile, Gemma 4-31B has just indexed a full year of 4K video on a 2021 MacBook using a 50-gigabyte swap file, a feat that redefines local compute efficiency. And, as we covered the other day, crude's retreat to $96.34 may yet prove a fleeting calm before the storm.
Banking with Billy. We don't read the tape. We trade it.
Good afternoon. The crypto desk remains in modest green, with Bitcoin and Ethereum holding steady above key technical levels. Bitcoin at $77,620, up 0.35%, and Ethereum at $2,136, up 0.26%. Solana continues to outperform, gaining 2.01% to $87.45, while XRP and Cardano trade in tight ranges, up 0.67% and 1.52% respectively. Sentiment remains cautiously constructive, with no major catalysts driving volume spikes at this hour. On the desk this hour, ticker RGTI, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO. You're listening to Banking with Billy. PRSO, a microcap semiconductor firm specializing in next-generation 5G and 60 GHz mmWave wireless technology, captured attention 10 days ago with its high-conviction positioning in specialized chipsets and beamforming modules. Given its speculative nature and reliance on unproven applications, from military communications to drone systems, it likely faced heightened volatility, with shares either surging on speculative momentum or collapsing under liquidity constraints. Today, the company remains a high beta play in the wireless infrastructure space, with its trajectory still tied to broader 5G adoption trends and defense sector demand. This is Banking with Billy.
Good afternoon. Resale prices for World Cup tickets are falling for the first time since Qatar 2022, signaling a shift in fan enthusiasm ahead of next year's tournament. Meanwhile, Republicans are delaying their budget reconciliation process over disputes tied to a $1 billion fund, underscoring deep divisions within the party. Over on Capitol Hill, former Senator Jeff Duffy is testifying before the House about Trump's budget proposals and allegations of airline price hikes. And in a separate legal battle, Trump is warning the Supreme Court of a potential disaster in a citizenship case that could reshape constitutional law.
Banking with Billy Radio runs on one rule: be early or be late. Billy's alerts, live tape, real desks, all 24 hours. If you're trading and you're not listening, you're behind. Banking with Billy. Catch up. Coming up, a deep dive on the day's biggest move.
Ava, the Senate Majority Leader, just drew a line in the sand, and Wall Street is listening. Build. Chuck Schumer's been playing chess with his $3.5 trillion reconciliation bill for months, but today's press conference? That's the checkmate moment. With Democrats holding the slimmest of majorities, every vote counts, and the clock's ticking. Moderates like Manchin and Sinema are holding the purse strings, while progressives like AOC and Sanders are screaming for more. Schumer's got to thread this needle before the August recess, or risk handing the GOP the keys to the budget in an election year. Payoff. Right now, Schumer standing at that podium, live on every feed, laying out the stakes. This bill funds climate, healthcare, and social programs, or it dies. And the market? It's already pricing in the fallout. If this fails, expect healthcare stocks to wobble, green energy plays to stumble, and the dollar to get jittery. Read. What this tells us is simple. Schumer's not just talking policy, he's making a bet on the 2026 midterms. If he can't hold his caucus together, the GOP's next budget could gut everything from student loans to clean energy credits. Smart money's watching the whip counts like hawks. Button. Keep an eye on Senator Tester's next move, because if he blinks, this whole thing could unravel. Andrew, your take. Coming up, which sectors are leading, which are lagging? Tech surging again. The sector's at $178.02, up 1.32%, leading the charge today. Financials are playing catch-up at $51.76, up just 0.34%, while energy's the odd one out, slipping to $59.01, down 1.12%. Someone's betting big on tech. Who's buying?
On the desk this hour, ticker RGTI, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Good afternoon. In European equities, the Stoxx 600 is modestly lower, weighed by energy and financials, though defensive sectors like healthcare show resilience. The euro is steady at $1.0850 against the dollar, while the yen remains under pressure near 157 yen amid ongoing BOJ policy divergence. On the macro front, the UK's Great British Summer Savings Initiative aims to curb inflationary pressures, while Ebola containment efforts in Central Africa remain a critical watchpoint. Banking with Billy News. Geopolitics Desk. The S&P 500's modest advance to $742.71, up 0.6%, alongside a 0.43% gain in long bonds at $84.11, reflects a market split between risk appetite and defensive hedging, echoing the classic late-cycle divergence we saw in 2018 and 2022, when equities rallied on optimism while treasuries signaled caution. The 10-year yields retreat to 4.56%, down 17 basis points, suggests investors are pricing in slower growth ahead, even as the dollar holds firm against this backdrop, a dynamic that typically precedes Fed easing cycles. Stellantis' $70 billion turnaround plan, targeting positive cash flow by 2027, is a high-stakes wager on Europe's EV transition, one that mirrors Detroit's past attempts to outflank foreign rivals, though history shows such pivots rarely succeed without sustained capital discipline. With gold dipping to $416.67, the erosion of safe haven demand underscores a market that's neither fully trusting of disinflation nor convinced of a hard landing, leaving Fed policy as the decisive variable for both equities and treasuries. Coming up, what just hit the wire?
We're breaking in. Vehicle explosion near the Charging Bowl in Lower Manhattan. Investigators are on scene, but the timing, just blocks from Wall Street, can't be ignored. Meanwhile, Iran's president reaffirms his stance as talks stall, and U.S. Congressman Mike Rowley just endorsed the strategic Bitcoin reserve bill. Bitcoin's fixed supply at 21 million makes this a powder keg for markets. This is a geopolitical and financial flashpoint.
You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio.
You are on Banking with Billy, the station built for traders by traders. Market opens, closes, earnings, Fed days. We cover every session live. Subscribe on YouTube. Turn on notifications. Never miss another move.
Live on Banking with Billy. Markets are open. Good afternoon. NVIDIA reports Q1 EPS of 92 cents, below consensus, with guidance for Q2 revenue of $28.0 billion, plus or minus 2%, citing softness in China AI chip demand. Honeywell reaffirms full-year 2026 EPS guidance of $8.80 to $9, citing steady demand in aerospace and building technologies. Strategy's Michael Saylor confirms no specific tokenization revenue figures for 2026, but reiterates long-term focus on yield-bearing digital assets. Live on Banking with Billy. Markets are open. Good afternoon. Banking with Billy Sports. The drama is unreal today. Nolan Smith's 135 miles per hour joyride lands him in hot water, while Joey Chestnut is back at Nathan's for another shot at glory. Meanwhile, Chris Richards' ankle woes leave the USMNT scrambling just weeks from the World Cup. This could be the moment that changes everything. Next up, Zohar Mamdani's $50 World Cup lottery heats up NYC as fans scramble for a chance to witness the tournament's magic. Tired of headlines 12 hours late? Banking with Billy News covers over 150 industries across all 11 GCS sectors in real time. Stocks, politics, economy, geopolitics, one desk, one signal. Banking with Billy. Subscribe on YouTube. Join the Discord. Banking with Billy. Stay with us.
Good afternoon. The 10-year yield is easing back to $4.56, down 17 basis points, while the ICE B of A Move Index, our volatility yardstick, is ticking up to $3.58, a 65 basis point rise that signals some choppiness beneath the surface. The long bond ETF is nudging higher at $83.95, up 24 cents, a gentle reminder that longer duration treasuries are still finding modest footing even as short-term expectations shift. Those Fed headlines you're seeing are largely technical housekeeping, corrections to historical rates and XML formatting tweaks, so don't read too much into them beyond the Fed's ongoing data hygiene work. For equities, this mix points to a market that's still pricing in cautious optimism. Yields drifting lower should ease borrowing costs for businesses, but the uptick in volatility suggests traders aren't ready to bet the farm just yet.
Banking with Billy News. Sector Watch. Good afternoon. This week's sector tournament champion is technology, up 0.89% to $177.26, extending its lead as the clear outperformer amid renewed AI optimism and semiconductor demand. The biggest loser is consumer staples, down 1.26% to $84.47, pressured by rising input costs and cautious consumer spending trends. The rotation story reflects a shift away from defensive plays toward growth sectors, with energy's 1.07% decline underscoring profit-taking after last week's rally. Investors should watch financials, up a modest 0.09%, but poised for volatility, and healthcare, up 0.61%, for signs of sustained institutional interest. Ava, you want to see the footage from Midtown? Insane scenes unfolding after this afternoon's deluge.
Andrew, here's the read. A Virginia State Troopers cruiser dangled off the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel Wednesday after a crash in Cape Charles, just one of the 23 miles of aging infrastructure that keep Hampton roads connected to the eastern shore. The officer walked away with no serious injuries, but the near miss is putting a spotlight on the risks of a bridge tunnel system that's seen better days. Between the high winds and the heavy traffic, it's a reminder that even the most routine commute can turn into a high-stakes moment.
On the desk this hour, ticker RGTI, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Good afternoon. Pakistan's army chief just canceled his Tehran visit, a major geopolitical pivot as tensions with Iran spike. Meanwhile, Ebola's Bundibugyo strain is forcing emergency evacuations. An American doctor airlifted to Germany, another to the Czech Republic. Brooklyn subways are underwater, thunderstorms flooding stairways, a brutal reminder of America's failing infrastructure. This isn't just a health crisis or a weather event. It's a global alarm bell ringing in real time.
Banking with Billy. The signal and the noise. All right, let's keep the scoreboard rolling, because if you're not keeping score, you're just guessing. PRSO, still watching. That microcap semiconductor play's got legs, but the tape's been choppy. And I'm not chasing it until we see follow-through on the 5GMM wave side. BZFD, absolute gift horse. Byron Allen's family office throwing $120 million at $3 a share? That's a full-throated endorsement, and the tape's eating it up. Still long, but I'm not blind to the dilution risk if this thing starts printing new shares like it's going out of style. Next up, I'm watching the copper tape. If we see a clean break above $4.50, that's your cue. The macro guys are still talking recession, but the metal's telling a different story. Stay sharp. Live on Banking with Billy. Markets are open.
The Wire, 5 headlines right now. And 8216. Well, this is football and 8217. Chelsea new manager tight-lipped about Barcelona target and 8217. S future. Ensuring weaponized DOJ lawfare never happens again. Newsom signs order aimed at tackling AI job displacement. Analyst report. Unilever PLC. Zillow loses thousands of listings in fight over hidden homes. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this.
Live on Banking with Billy. Markets are open. Story of the hour. The bond market isn't just flashing warning signs, it's sounding the alarm. For decades, the U.S. treated debt like a credit card with no limit, and now the bill is coming due. Greg IP of the Wall Street Journal isn't just raising eyebrows. He's warning that structural cracks in the bond market could force Washington's hand, turning fiscal policy into the tail that wags the Fed's inflation dog. With U.S. debt now exceeding 100% of GDP and climbing, bond investors are pricing in the unthinkable. A world where politicians, desperate to juice growth, let inflation run hotter than the Fed can tolerate, all while clinging to low rates to service the debt. The math is brutal. Every basis point of yield above 4% on the 10-year Treasury adds billions to the government's borrowing costs. And if populist pressure forces the Fed to blink, we're staring down a liquidity trap where savers get squeezed and retirees get left behind. Watch the 10 years real yield. If it turns negative, the bond market just told you the Fed's hands are tied. Ava, back to you.
Banking with Billy News. Macro Desk. Ava. Lions strike gold. Detroit just locked down Jack Campbell, the 2022 first-rounder back from a brutal pectoral tear, and now they've got a defensive chess piece to slam the door shut on opponents. Meanwhile, the U.S. M&T's World Cup dreams took a gut punch. Chris Richards is out with a torn ankle ligament, leaving the backline in shambles ahead of the tournament. And Germany? They're rolling the dice early with a youth-heavy 2026 squad. Can the young guns step up when it counts? Coming up next, the latest on the NBA playoffs. Who's got the firepower to close it out? Banking with Billy News. Macro Desk.
Breaking now. Iranian state media confirms a final draft of the U.S.-Iran agreement has been reached via Pakistani mediation, announcement possible within hours. Oil markets brace for a 2 million barrel daily surge if sanctions ease. Bitcoin, already shorted from new highs, swings violently. Khamenei and U.S. negotiators have clashed for decades over nuclear deals. This pact could either slash crude prices or reignite regional tensions. Traders are betting against the outcome. Risk on if it holds, volatility if it collapses. Stay with us. The tape, top of the hour.
Good afternoon. The S&P 500 ETF at $741.24, up 0.4%. Nasdaq 100 ETF at $712.19, up 0.55%. Dow at $50,193, up 0.36%. VIX at $16.86, down 3.38%. Most active, NIV, New Gen IVF Group Limited Class A, $1.16, up 56.95%, 89.20 M volume. Top gainer, ticker ATPC, Agape ADP Corporation, $3.48, up 66.51%. Top decliner, ticker AIIO, Robode, AI Incorporated Class B, $2.75, down 27.12%.
Ava, you want to see the footage from Burbank. Insane scenes unfolding after Disney's latest Star Wars misfire.
Andrew, here's the read. A viral clip from the set of Amadeus, the new film adaptation of Peter Shaffer's play, shows Will Sharp and Paul Bettany trading playful bows in costume, as if channeling the spirit of Mozart himself. The video, posted on Twitter's Amplify video platform, is already racking up thousands of views, and it's not hard to see why. Bettany's Marvel fame and Sharp's indie cred are colliding in a way that could make classical music feel fresh again. With Sony Pictures banking on this as a mid-budget awards contender, the stakes couldn't be higher. Will this be the film that finally breaks the tortured genius mold, or just another period drama in disguise?
You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio. Breaking now, tech titans topple 2,000 peak. The S&P 500 tech sector just surged past its March 2000.com record, up 0.4% in today's session alone, with Apple, Microsoft, and Nvidia leading the charge. Meanwhile, flash floods in Jamaica, Queens, where cars, fire trucks, and MTA buses plowed through waist-deep waters Wednesday night, highlighted climate's grip on urban infrastructure. Tech's dominance now mirrors the late 90s bubble, but with trillion-dollar valuations at stake. The question isn't if this breaks history, it's whether it repeats it.
Coming up, the global headlines that matter.
Good afternoon. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte has issued a blunt assessment. Many member states continue to fall short on defense spending commitments, even as Ukraine's war drags on. The warning underscores persistent transatlantic divisions over burden sharing ahead of the alliance's July summit in Washington. In London, the UK government has launched its Great British Summer Savings Initiative, offering targeted discounts on family essentials to ease cost of living pressures amid stubborn inflation and pre-election fiscal debates. Meanwhile, in Turkey, a court has ousted an opposition leader, further consolidating President Erdogan's political dominance ahead of local elections, a move that raises concerns over democratic backsliding in a key NATO partner. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
All right, let's keep this moving because the tape's still hot. Netflix is up 2.23% to $89.80, and honestly, after that earnings beat last week, investors are treating this like a golden ticket. Coinbase is climbing 1.62% to $194.55. Crypto's back in the green, and traders are piling in before the weekend. And Amazon? Up 1.39% to $267.64, because when the market's this choppy, people still need to buy stuff, right? Andrew, your turn. What's next?
Tape doesn't sleep. Neither do we. Banking with Billy.
The solar market just staged a blowout rally, and the guy who called it is now the most dangerous man in clean energy. For years, solar stocks were the market's punching bag, trapped in a brutal downtrend, dismissed as a niche bet for idealists, not investors. But Brandon Balo? He saw what the rest of Wall Street missed, a structural shift, government subsidies, falling panel costs, and a global race to ditch fossil fuels. Suddenly, the stars aligned. And just like that, the Invesco Solar ETF, TAN, is up 60% since Balo's call, crushing the S&P 500 by 37%. The stocks he flagged, Enphase, YNPH, SolarEdge, SEDG, and Canadian Solar, CSIQ, are breaking out of years-long bases, flashing the kind of momentum that turns skeptics into believers overnight. This isn't just another meme stock surge. This is the first real sign that clean energy has crossed the chasm from political talking point to profit center. The smart money isn't just dipping a toe in, they're loading up, betting this rally has legs. And if Balo's track record holds, we're only seeing the beginning. Keep your eyes on TAN's next move, because if this keeps up, the solar trade just went mainstream. Ava, your market next.
Up next, Crypto Desk.
All right, let's keep this moving because the tape's still hot. Bitcoin's barely breathing at $77,374, up a whisper, while Ethereum's taking a breather at $2,127. But Solana? Oh, it's flexing, $87.12, up nearly 2%. Someone's got a case of the Mondays. Or maybe just a case of I'm not Ethereum. Banking with Billy Radio, markets, news, alerts.
The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Hamilton says he has no plans to retire from F1. Hungary to limit PMs to 8 years in office, warding off any Orban comeback. One of Meta's big legal reckonings just ended in a settlement. Fox News' Brit Hume. Trump endorsement puts Texas Senate seat in some danger. I found the best early Memorial Day phone deals. Save big on Samsung, Google, Apple, and more. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. Banking with Billy News. Sector Watch.
The PWHL trophy is already in Canada. The Montreal team hoisted the hardware last night, and the celebration is just getting started, because now, the focus shifts to the offseason, where free agency could rewrite the league's power structure. Meanwhile, Bayern Munich's Manuel Neuer is MIA. Calf tweaks sidelines the legend, and suddenly, the Bundesliga champs are sweating bullets ahead of their Champions League knockout clash. And don't blink, because tonight, Aston Villa's parade turns into a statement. They face Manchester City in a Premier League showdown that could shake up the title race. Coming up, what just hit the wire?
The bond market is now pricing in a 75 basis point rate cut by December as Iran and Pakistan edge closer to a finalized U.S.-Iran agreement. Per Al Jazeera, negotiators say a draft text is imminent. Meanwhile, U.S. Representative Nick Bujicic's American Reserve Modernization Act, introduced today, seeks to classify federal digital assets as future reserves, a direct challenge to China's and Russia's blockchain strategies. In Houston, Lone Star College remains evacuated after a reported gas leak, underscoring the energy sector's persistent infrastructure risks. This is a geopolitical and market inflection point. Watch crude and treasury yields.
You're on Banking with Billy Radio. Markets, news, geopolitics, energy, crypto, tech. Every desk on every shift, all on one stream. Banking with Billy. 24/7. Let's go.
Banking with Billy, where the next breakout is named first. You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio, the only 24/7 financial news and market station on YouTube. Join thousands of traders watching live right now. Subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a signal. Coming up, what's moving in tech?
All right, let's pivot, because the Valley just dropped a fresh wave of innovation and the stakes? Sky high. You've got Netflix pushing data at 400 gigabits per second like it's nothing, and now some genius is letting you sign up for an email service with a single curl command? What even is this timeline? Meanwhile, power tool deals are getting dangerously good ahead of Memorial Day, because apparently, even Home Depot knows innovation isn't just for the cloud. Andrew, what's your take on this tech tidal wave? You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio.
Good afternoon. I'm Andrew, and this is the Markets Desk on Banking with Billy News. We're seeing a significant surge in tech stocks, with Netflix leading the charge, up 2.18% to $89.75, likely driven by renewed optimism in the sector following the S&P 500 tech sector's recent surge past the 2000 peak. As we take a closer look at the broader market, other notable gainers include Coinbase, up 1.67% to $194.65, Amazon, up 1.51% to $267.94, Apple, up 1.33% to $305.02, and AMD, up 1.18% to $444.90, with the semiconductor sector potentially benefiting from the same factors propelling the tech sector forward. I'll hand it over to Ava for further analysis.
Banking with Billy News. Geopolitics Desk. Tech's leading the charge today, up 1.3% at $177.98, while consumer staples are the lone laggard, slipping 1.08% to $84.63 because investors are chasing growth, not groceries. Energy's taking a breather, down 0.8% at $59.21 as oil's recent rally cools off. The rest of the pack, mostly green, with healthcare and materials both up 0.8%, and even real estate eking out a small gain. Money's flowing into anything that smells like upside, leaving the safe bets behind.
Up next, the Energy Desk.
Oil's pulling back today, but let's not mistake this for a retreat. It's a reminder that this market still runs the world. Crude just dipped below $98, while natural gas is staging a rare rally, up over 3.6%. And the energy sector? It's down 0.5%, but those losses are muted compared to the volatility we've seen in the past year. Norway's proving you can squeeze more out of aging fields without breaking the bank, while America's old oil wells might just hold the key to the next geothermal revolution. And Saudi Arabia? Their export income hit a 3.5-year high last month, because when prices surge, the petrostates don't just survive, they thrive. Stay sharp out there.
Ava, we've got a live interview with Jason Burmas breaking down how AI is reshaping the 9 and 11 narrative. Tune in for the full discussion.
Andrew, here's the read. Jason Burmas, yes, that InfoWars staple, just sat down with Alex Jones to argue that AI is rewriting the 9 and 11 narrative, a claim that's already ricocheting through conspiracy circles. Meanwhile, in Maine, Democratic Senate candidate Graham Plattner is under fire for years-old Reddit posts, and the silence from top Democrats isn't just deafening, it's strategic, with midterms looming in a state where even a whisper can swing a race. And Fox Digital's already sniffing around because in politics these days, the scandal that breaks the tape isn't always the one that started it.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Good afternoon, Lisa in Nashville. Welcome to the show. You're looking to sell those $1,665 puts on Mercado Libre for $15 or better, and you're aiming to close the trade by Friday. That's a tight window, but if the stock holds steady, you could lock in that premium. Stay with us, fresh from the feeds. Bitcoin just crashed below $77,000, wiping out over 104,000 traders in 24 hours as margin calls hit hard. Oil's not immune. Brent crude down $2.32 to $102.58, stoking fears of demand collapse. Meanwhile, Modal's $100 million AI bet, led by Lux Capital, faces a brutal reality check. This isn't just volatility, it's a reckoning. This is Banking with Billy. Boom. The Pirates just dethroned the Cardinals in St. Louis, Ben Simmons' former team, with a 7-2 shellacking, and Ruben Chinella's draft withdrawal is sending shockwaves through the NBA rumor mill. Meanwhile, the Premier League Darts Night 16 in Sheffield is heating up as the French Open kicks off at Roland Garros. This is a sports-packed weekend, and we're just getting started.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Energetic, leaning in, oh, Silicon Valley's not just moving, it's shifting today, and the ripple effects are everywhere. Samsung's bringing back that free 32-inch Odyssey monitor deal, but here's the kicker. The fine print's tighter than a VC's term sheet, and if you blink, you'll miss the window. Meanwhile, Linus Torvalds is this close to losing it over AI's latest overpromise. Turns out, when security researchers start cutting corners, the whole open-source house of cards starts to wobble. And speaking of deals that feel too good to be true, Memorial Day is coming early for TV shoppers, but if you're eyeing those Marshall ANC headphones to drown out the chaos, they might just be the upgrade you didn't know you needed. Andrew, what's your take? Are we chasing shiny objects or building something that lasts? Up next, Crypto Desk. Leaning in, voice sharp but warm, like she's handing you the inside scoop over a whiskey neat. All right, let's cut through the noise. Bitcoin's clawing back above $77,000, but don't call it a comeback yet. Ethereum's barely breathing at $2,132, and Solana? Oh, Solana's the one out here flexing, up 2% like it's showing off its new GPU rigs. XRP and Cardano? They're the quiet kids in the back, up just enough to make you wonder if they're plotting something. Beat, smirking. So, real talk, when the big green numbers flash, do we really trust it? Or is this just the market's way of making us forget how fast it can erase us? Oil's slipping after a wild run, Brent just dipping below $105 after the DOJ dropped a $7 billion bomb on suspicious trades. That's not just chatter, it's a full-blown probe into market manipulation. Meanwhile, Lena Johnson just took the reins at Douglas Elliman, bringing Compass and One Sotheby's firepower to shake up luxury real estate. Two power moves in one day, one shaking markets, the other reshaping skylines. PRSO, the microcap semiconductor outfit chasing next-gen 5G and mmWave tech, was all over the headlines just 10 days ago, promising beamforming modules and edge networking chips that could supposedly outpace the giants. Most of those claims likely landed with a thud, because speculative plays like this rarely survive the gap between hype and delivery, especially when the big players already dominate the space. Today, the stock's still trading in the same whisper-quiet lane, proving once again that the market rewards execution over ambition.
Banking with Billy News. Markets Desk.
Good afternoon. Walmart and Ollie's have recalled squeezed toys over asbestos concerns, a move tied to the CPSC's 2021 crackdown on supply chain risks in cheap imports. Meanwhile, Iowa's Ashley Hinson is pushing a congressional trading ban in her Senate campaign, framing it as a GOP litmus test after bipartisan momentum stalled. The RNC's legal victory in North Carolina clears a voter roll purge of non-citizens, a move civil rights groups warn could disenfranchise eligible voters ahead of a key swing state battle. And in Washington, Noah Weil testified to Congress on the urgent need for healthcare worker support.
Breaking now. SpaceX has filed a preliminary prospectus for an IPO at a $1.75 trillion valuation, a figure that underscores Elon Musk's push for Starship, Starlink, and Mars dominance amid intensifying U.S.-China space rivalry. Meanwhile, Air France Flight 452 diverted to Montreal after a passenger mistakenly boarded in Paris, a misstep that triggered Ebola-related U.S. border protocols tied to Congo's outbreaks. U.S. Customs confirmed the incident, exposing gaps in real-time passenger tracking amid global health threats. This is a bellwether for both commercial space dominance and the fragility of pandemic-era travel safeguards. Coming up, a deep dive on the day's biggest move. As the labor market teeters on the edge of a potential seismic shift, Richmond Fed President Tom Barkin has just sent a dual message to investors and workers alike, highlighting strong job growth as a bright spot while warning of possible AI-driven automation layoffs. This delicate balancing act is nothing new for the Fed. As we've seen in the past, the central bank has had to navigate the complexities of technological advancements and their impact on the economy. And with AI reshaping industries at an unprecedented pace, the stakes have never been higher. According to Barkin, recent job growth has been encouraging, yet he acknowledges the possibility of job losses due to AI, a scenario that could force the Fed to reevaluate its policy stance, with some experts speculating that AI-driven disruptions could lead to rate cuts as early as December. What this tells us is that the market is watching the Fed's every move, trying to gauge whether the labor market is resilient or fragile. And with the Fed's next decision looming, smart money is closely monitoring the jobs data and AI's impact on the economy. Now, as we head into the final stretch of the trading day, Ava will take a closer look at how this developing story is playing out in the bond market and what it could mean for investors going forward. Banking with Billy News. The street in your headphones.
Good afternoon. I'm Ava, and let's cut through the noise. Tech's leading the charge today, up 1.39% at $178.13, while energy is the only sector in the red, slipping 0.64% to $59.30. Financials? Barely moving. up just 0.24% at $51.71. But don't sleep on healthcare, up 0.76% at $148.11. Or consumer discretionary flexing at $118.62, up 0.94%. So, what's driving this? Let's dig in. Banking with Billy News. Geopolitics Desk.
Good afternoon. European equities are broadly lower, with the Euro Stoxx 50 down 0.45% as investors weigh persistent inflation pressures against the European Central Bank's cautious stance on rate cuts. The euro is trading at $1.0845, down 0.28% against the dollar, while the yen remains under pressure at 156 yen and 80 cents per dollar, reflecting divergent monetary policy expectations. Meanwhile, international macro sentiment is subdued, with geopolitical tensions, particularly Russia-Belarus nuclear drills, adding to risk aversion, though emerging markets show resilience, as EM's 1.52% gain underscores. Banking with Billy News. Breaking story.
The dollar's holding steady today, but don't mistake that for calm. It's the kind of stillness that precedes a shift when treasuries start pricing in the Fed's next move. With the 10-year yield inching up, stocks are clawing back modest gains, but the real story isn't in the S&P's $742.53 close. It's in the cracks beneath, where annuity payouts at 30-year highs and a $10 billion AI music war are rewiring risk. Gold's slight dip at $416.57 feels like a warning. Inflation's not dead, it's just hiding in plain sight, waiting for the next shock. And while Spotify's 13% pop after the UMG deal feels like a win for tech, the real battle lines are being drawn in the data, where wearables, annuities, and AI royalties aren't just trends, they're the new backbone of the economy.
Stay with us, fresh from the feeds. Bull Bitcoin, the Canadian exchange led by CEO Francis Pouliot, will launch an open-source Bitcoin wallet after 5 months of development, marking a transparency push in a sector grappling with volatility and regulatory pressure. The wallet's release, detailed in a preliminary prospectus, could reshape user trust and accelerate institutional adoption amid Bitcoin's price swings. This follows the bond market's 75 basis point rate cut pricing by December as geopolitical risks mount. Markets are reacting, European equities are down, and the Euro Stoxx 50 is leading losses. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio, the only 24/7 financial news and market station on YouTube. Join thousands of traders watching live right now. Subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a signal.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Good afternoon. Walmart's Q2 outlook missed consensus estimates, citing weaker consumer spending amid elevated gas prices, with shares down 7% pre-market. Bloom Energy surged 12% after announcing a $2.6 billion strategic partnership with a European AI infrastructure firm, though no EPS figures were disclosed. Separately, SpaceX's IPO filing confirms retail investor access, while a federal student loan lawsuit underscores broader implications for the nursing workforce. Banking with Billy News. Markets Desk.
Gonzaga kicks off the players' era in style. The Bulldogs just topped Kansas State 87-79 behind Drew Timm's 28 points, but the real story? Mark Few and Jerome Tang's chess match on the sidelines. Portal transfers and nil deals have turned this into a NBA-style roster chessboard. Meanwhile, Noni Maduk's viral night at Arsenal's clubhouse is proving Premier League stars are writing their own headlines now. Next up, UK police jet to England's World Cup games, because when hooliganism meets geopolitics, the pitch isn't the only battlefield.
This is Banking with Billy Radio. We don't read the news, we trade it. Every breakout, every breaking story, every alert from Billy himself, all on one feed. Banking with Billy. Markets that move you.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Good afternoon. The 10-year Treasury yield is now at 4.59%, up 31 basis points, while the ICE BofA Move Index, IRX, has risen to 3.58%, up 70 basis points, signaling heightened volatility expectations in fixed income. The long bond ETF, is trading at $84.11, up 42 basis points, reflecting a steepening curve that typically accompanies shifting rate expectations. These moves follow the Federal Reserve's recent H.15 data corrections, which underscore ongoing transparency efforts in rate reporting, though temporary unavailability in the DDP system may introduce short-term noise. For equities, the upward pressure on yields suggests a repricing of risk, particularly in rate-sensitive sectors, as investors reassess the path of monetary policy amid evolving macro signals.
Banking with Billy Radio. built for traders by traders.
Good afternoon. This week's sector tournament champion is technology, up 1.39% to $178.15, extending its dominance as the clear outperformer in a market still grappling with rate sensitivity. The biggest loser is consumer staples, down 0.94% to $84.75, pressured by persistent inflationary pressures on margins and shifting consumer preferences toward discretionary spending. The rotation story reflects a classic late-cycle dynamic, with defensives like staples lagging as investors tilt toward growth, particularly in tech, amid expectations of soft landing. Keep a close eye on financials, up a modest 0.24%, and healthcare, up 0.81%, as both sectors offer exposure to potential policy shifts and structural demand. Ava will have its Stu's America on the line, next to break down the week's most viral political moments, Colbert's farewell, Lemon's latest rant, and Trump's latest rally outburst, plus the Spencer Pratt resurgence that's sweeping the feeds.
Andrew, here's the read. So, 2 House Democrats just dropped a bill that would make Bitcoin a strategic national asset, and yes, that means a permanent U.S. strategic Bitcoin reserve. The American Reservation Modernization ACT, introduced by Representative Nick Begich of Alaska and Representative Jared Golden of Maine, is basically betting the farm on digital gold, framing Bitcoin as a hedge against inflation and debt north of $35 trillion. It's a Cold War-style stockpile move, but with code instead of crude, and it's happening right as nations like El Salvador double down on crypto. Live on Banking with Billy. Markets are open.
Good afternoon. Nepal's Ministry of Tourism confirms a new single-day record. 274 climbers summit Mount Everest Wednesday, shattering the prior mark amid escalating safety concerns. The surge, driven by permit fees up to $15,000, highlights Nepal's economic reliance on Everest tourism versus the risks of overcrowding, as seen in the 2019 bottleneck that killed 11. The record underscores the tension between profit and peril on the world's deadliest peak. Ava will have more on the economic fallout after the break.
Banking with Billy News. Macro Desk.
All right, let's keep the scoreboard tight, because if you're not grading your calls, you're just gambling. First up, PRSO. I went full retard on this one, swinging hard on a microcap semiconductor play tied to 5G and Wave tech. And look, still early, but the tape's been kind to the sector, so we're in the right alley. Just got to see if PRSO can keep up. The stock's been choppy, but the narrative's intact, so I'm not sweating it yet. Then there's BZFD. Yeah, that one's a home run. Byron Allen's family office dropping $120 million at $3? That's the kind of validation you don't fake. The stock's ripped, and the structure's locked in. Still watching the execution, but the money's on the table. Next up, I'm keeping an eye on the AI connectivity trade, specifically the companies riding the wave of high-speed data demand. If the semis keep ripping, these names should follow. That's where I'm putting my chips next. Live on Banking with Billy. Markets are open.
The Wire. 5 headlines right now. Knicks versus Cavaliers. 5 questions for Game 2 as Cleveland tries to rebound from historic collapse. Southampton's Eckert authorized spying, Commission says. On taste, art, AI, and a clever viral social experiment. Oil markets nearing red zone as Iran crisis continues, warns IEA chief. Preview Espanyol versus Real Sociedad. Team news, lineups, predictions, La Liga 23 and 05. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. Banking with Billy News. Breaking story.
Story of the hour. This Friday, the currency markets face a $3.2 billion reckoning, one that could flip the script on global trade, central bank policy, and your portfolio in a single stroke. As we covered the other day, FX options expiries are the silent pressure points of the financial system, where billions in bets converge, and the wrong strike can turn liquidity into a flash flood. History shows June expiries in election years don't just move markets, they rewrite them. In 2020, a cascade of unwinds sent the dollar into freefall. In 2016, the pound hemorrhaged 8% in hours after Brexit shockwaves hit. Now, with the Fed's path still a guessing game and the Bank of Japan playing hardball, traders are bracing for a repeat. Only this time, the stakes are higher. Today, the expiry clock is ticking toward Friday's $3.2 billion cliff, with euro, yen, and pound contracts set to expire at 10 a.m. London time. The yen is already flashing warning signs. USD and JPY up 0.4% in the last hour as carry trades come under pressure. And if the options settle near key strikes, expect foreselling in euro and USD or a violent rebound in GBP and USD, depending on which side of the bet the market is crowded on. The smart money isn't just watching the tape, it's betting on volatility. Hedge funds are loading up on the VIX-linked products, while corporate treasurers are hedging inventory risks ahead of the storm. The real tell? The 10-year Treasury yield, now at 4.59%, is pricing in a Fed that may have to step in if the dollar spikes or the yen collapses. This isn't just about FX, it's about whether the world's central banks can keep their balance. Ava, the next move belongs to you. Keep your eyes on the yen and the pound as Friday's expiry looms. Banking with Billy. We don't read the tape. We trade it.
Breaking right now, Chennai Super Kings just dropped 14.20 rupees CR to lock in their IPL 2026 roster, and Dhoni's sending a message loud and clear. This team is all in. Meanwhile, Dunfermline boss Lennon is fired up ahead of Celtic, warning his side won't go down without a fight in the Scottish Premiership showdown. Celtic's title hopes on the line. And get this, Catherine Legg is about to attempt a 1,100-mile racing double this weekend. Only the second woman ever to chase back-to-back 24-hour endurance feats. Phew. Next up, we're watching the NBA playoffs. Buzzer beaters incoming.
Up next, breaking from the news desk.
Good afternoon, this is Breaking. Bitcoin's Joe Burnett just turned the mic over to Camp 4 Therapeutics at the H.C. Wainwright BioConnect conference, where their RegRNA platform stole the show, now with an expanded preprint catalog out today. The kicker? SYNGAP1 families, who've been fighting for decades with no approved therapies, are gathering at a dedicated symposium right now, watching the science inch closer to the clinic. 1 in 10,000 lives may hinge on this, and Burnett's pivot from crypto to rare disease isn't just noise, it's a signal. Andrew, what's the read?
Banking with Billy News. Politics brief.
Good afternoon. Broad market breadth with the S&P 500 up 0.58% at $742.55. The Nasdaq 100 up 0.79% at $713.87. And the Dow at $50,265 up 0.51%. Akanda Corp, ticker AKAN, leads the charge, surging 80.57% to $26.20 on 3.73 million shares. Antelope Enterprise Holdings, ticker AEHL, is the outlier, dropping 33.33% to $1.94. Volume spikes on ticker AKAN and ticker AEHL. This isn't just noise, it's the story.
Ava, we'll have the latest from our correspondent in the Gulf on why geopolitical realities are reshaping energy markets and consumer costs, straight after the break.
Good afternoon, Andrew. Here's the read. With gas prices already topping $4.50 a gallon and inflation still climbing, the Strait of Hormuz is suddenly back in the spotlight, and the U.S. isn't in the driver's seat. Iran's Revolutionary Guard has been threatening to choke off the choke point since the 1980s, and if they make good on those threats, we could see another energy shock like the 1970s, with prices spiking and political fallout right on time for election season. The White House may have bases in the region, but controlling the strait? That's a different story. Banking with Billy News. Energy patch. Good afternoon, this is Breaking. U.S. stocks just erased $850 billion in losses in 3 hours. A reversal Carl Rinfelt calls insane. The surge, fueled by Fed signals and AI-driven tech, marks one of the sharpest intraday turns in years. This isn't just a market bounce, it's a warning for retail traders chasing momentum. The question now, how long can this last?
Up next, the World Desk. Good afternoon. The most consequential development of the day comes from the Eastern Mediterranean, where Israel has forcibly deported foreign activists attempting to breach its blockade of Gaza. The crackdown on the Gaza-bound flotilla, detaining dozens, including Europeans, escalates tensions amid stalled ceasefire negotiations and intensifying global protests over humanitarian aid restrictions. In Paris, the Eiffel Tower's operator has sold a portion of the landmark at auction for €450,000, a transaction drawing scrutiny over the privatization of cultural heritage. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia reports 1.5 million pilgrims have joined this year's Hajj, defying regional instability. And in London, a House of Lords committee warns domestic abuse laws remain dangerously outdated, failing to address escalating tech-facilitated abuse. Up next, today's biggest movers. Good afternoon. At 15:31 Eastern Daylight Time, the major tech movers are holding strong. Netflix up 2.11% to $89.70. Amazon climbing 1.61% to $268.21, and Apple adding 1.45% to $305.38. Coinbase and Palantir are also in the green, up 1.43% and 1.21% respectively. The rally appears driven by renewed optimism in AI infrastructure plays and cloud demand, following yesterday's softer-than-expected CPI print.
Banking with Billy News. Geopolitics Desk. What if the financial system's biggest bottleneck isn't speed or cost? It's the fact that the pipes themselves are rusting from the inside out. For decades, capital markets have operated like a patchwork quilt, each stitch a different firm, each thread a proprietary system. But now, Ophelia Snyder, a 30-year veteran whose name still carries weight in back-office war rooms, is sounding the alarm. The sector's obsession with tech dominance, think Apple versus Android, is a red herring. The real battle? Revenue chains. The plumbing that moves money. And right now, she says, it's clogged. Just this week, Snyder doubled down in a closed-door briefing with the Securities Industry and Financial Markets Association, arguing that fragmented revenue infrastructure is costing firms billions in inefficiencies. She didn't just warn about it, she quantified it. The average large broker-dealer spends 12% of its tech budget just keeping incompatible systems from crashing into each other, she told attendees. 12%. That's not a rounding error, that's a flashing neon sign screaming waste. So, what's the play here? Snyder's camp is pushing for a standardized revenue chain protocol, think TCP and IP for finance, where every trade, every fee, every payout flows through a single, auditable backbone. The alternative? More silos. More middlemen skimming off the top. More firms betting on their own ecosystems while the market groans under the weight of duplication. Smart money isn't just watching this, they're quietly positioning for it. Because the firms that control the revenue chain won't just save money. They'll own the future. Andrew, the next move is yours. Coming up, Bitcoin, Ethereum, the rest of the board.
Good afternoon. Bitcoin holds just below the $77,500 mark, up a modest 0.06% in today's session, while Ethereum drifts 0.1% lower at $2,133. Solana continues to outperform with a 1.52% gain to $87.39, while XRP and Cardano edge higher by 0.39% and 0.53%, respectively. Sentiment remains cautiously constructive, with no major catalysts driving outsized moves. We'll keep monitoring for any shifts in macro tone. Live on Banking with Billy. Markets are open. The Wire, 5 headlines right now. New obesity drug from Lilly delivers major weight loss. How Sony nearly ruled spatial audio until Apple changed music forever. Is the West de-risking from China or containing its economy? You can't install Deepin Desktop from the official Fedora repo anymore. Here's why. A request for restitution after illegal Russiagate investigations. That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Maggie Bird's overtime dagger silences the crowd in Seattle. Final, 3-2, as the Storm stun the defending champs. Jannik Sinner storms into Roland Garros round 2 with a straight sets dismantling of a seeded opponent, while Conor McGregor eyes UFC 329 with his usual swagger. Next up, the NBA Western Conference Finals tip-off at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Buckle up. On the desk this hour, ticker AIIO, ticker ATPC, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Good afternoon, this is breaking. Xiaomi just handed Apple a legal knockout, and ticker AIXI is KO'd in the markets, up 29% on the day after the Chinese AI firm secured a patent win that could reshape its fortunes. This isn't just a stock pop. With a microcap float, every dollar is a high-stakes bet on whether Xiaomi can turn its legal edge into real revenue. The question now, can this rally hold, or is it a flash in the pan for a sector racing to monetize AI? Andrew, your move.
Want Billy's real-time stock alerts the moment he posts them? Join the Banking with Billy Discord. Over 150 industries covered across all 11 sectors, with Billy's own conviction calls dropping live. Search Banking with Billy on Discord and join the desk. From the desk to your ears, Banking with Billy. A reminder, Banking with Billy Radio does not sell financial advice. Every alert, every segment, every analysis, that's Billy's research, shared in real time with the community. Subscribe, join the Discord, and decide for yourself.
You're with Banking with Billy Radio. Don't touch that dial.
Good afternoon. At 15:37 Eastern Daylight Time, the Silicon Valley desk is tracking a wave of innovation that's reshaping both hardware and user experience. Philips has unveiled a dual-sided display, a breakthrough in screen technology that could redefine how we interact with devices in shared spaces. Meanwhile, Bungie's decision to halt active development of Destiny 2 after June 9th underscores the accelerating pace of game lifecycle shifts in an era of AI-driven content pipelines. And in a sign of the times, Microsoft's push toward passkeys over SMS logins reflects a broader industry pivot toward security-first authentication, one that aligns with the growing sophistication of threat landscapes. The Valley's rhythm is unmistakable, relentless, disruptive, and brimming with stakes. Back to you, Ava.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Good afternoon. This is breaking. Netflix is up nearly 2% to $89.57. Amazon climbing 1.7% to $268.49. Apple holding strong at $305.05, up 1.34%, and AMD surging 1.3% to $445.40. Coinbase isn't far behind, up 1.3% to $193.93. What's driving this? Well, if you're watching the tape, it's clear the mega-cap tech names are leading the charge again. But the real question is, are we seeing a rotation into the big names, or is this just another melt-up before the weekend? Andrew, your take. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Tech's leading the charge today, up 1.38% to $178.13, while consumer staples lags behind, down 0.96% to $84.73. The rotation's clear. Investors are dumping defensive plays like staples and energy, $59.31, minus 0.62%, for growth bets in tech and discretionary, $118.85, plus 1.14%. Industrials are barely moving, up a whisper at 0.02%, while healthcare and materials hold steady with solid gains. Money's chasing momentum, plain and simple.
Coming up, oil, gas, and the energy patch.
Good afternoon, this is Ava. Oil's pulling back today, with WTI down nearly 2% to $97.24, while Brent follows suit at $103.92. Natural gas, though, is bucking the trend, up over 3% to $3.13. Reminder that the energy patch isn't moving in lockstep. The sector's slipping fractionally, but the bigger picture? Iran's nuclear clock is ticking louder than the trading floor right now. Trump's got a dilemma that won't wait.
Ava, we'll have the latest on a white-label crypto exchange platform for small businesses that's quietly turning a profit.
Andrew, here's the read. So, this white-label crypto exchange just posted $796,000 in trailing revenue, but here's the kicker. It's only banking $138,000 in profit, with $513,000 in annual recurring revenue. That's razor-thin margins in a market where the Fed's pivot from cuts to potential hikes is tightening the screws. And with sticky 3% inflation keeping short rates elevated, this platform's survival could be the first real test for smaller crypto infrastructure players in a tightening financial climate.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Good afternoon from Atlanta, where listener Jordan joins us this afternoon. Jordan writes in with a bullish take on the S&P 500, suggesting a potential 100% upside for the S&P 500 ETF calls. While the sentiment is certainly optimistic, we'll let the market data guide our analysis.
Banking with Billy, where Billy's calls hit the air first.
Real Madrid's 2-1 victory over Athletic Bilbao in last night's La Liga finale sends shockwaves through Europe. Karim Benzema's 87th-minute winner seals the title. But Athletic Bilbao's late collapse in the 90+3 leaves them staring at Europa League qualification instead of Champions League dreams. Over in the Giro d'Italia, Alex Sigert's stage 12 attack shatters the peloton, extending his pink jersey lead to 142 over Mikel Landa, as the Belgian prodigy cements his place among the sport's future titans. Next up, the NBA Western Conference Finals tip-off Saturday. Golden State's dynasty hangs in the balance against a hungry Dallas squad.
Up next, Silicon Valley Desk.
Andrew, good afternoon. At 1541 Eastern Daylight Time, the Silicon Valley Desk is tracking a wave of innovation as the tech ecosystem adapts to its new geographic footprint. 3 developments stand out this afternoon. First, a peer-to-peer platform called Freenet has surfaced on ShowHN, positioning itself as a decentralized alternative for building and deploying applications. The project's emphasis on censorship resistance and user-controlled data echoes earlier movements in the space, though its long-term viability remains to be seen. Meanwhile, consumer tech deals are heating up ahead of Memorial Day, with Walmart and retailers rolling out discounts on high-demand items like Apple devices and Dyson appliances. Early data suggests these promotions could drive a measurable uptick in discretionary spending this weekend. And in hardware, a portable battery touting graphene heat dissipation was dismantled by a reviewer, literally, revealing the engineering trade-offs behind its bold claims. The incident underscores the persistent gap between marketing and real-world performance in emerging tech. Ava, your thoughts? Live on Banking with Billy. Markets are open. Good afternoon. At 1541 Eastern Daylight Time, the crypto desk is tracking a mixed session. Bitcoin holds just above $77,500, up a modest 0.03%, while Ethereum drifts 0.11% lower at $2,136. Solana leads with a 1.69% gain, pushing $87.50, while XRP and Cardano edge higher by 0.6% and 0.58%, respectively. Sentiment remains cautious, with no major catalysts driving volume. As we covered the other day, the energy patch's volatility continues to ripple through risk assets, though crypto's decoupling from traditional markets persists for now. Back to you, Ava.
Banking with Billy News. Politics Brief.
PRSO, a speculative microcap semiconductor firm specializing in next-generation 5G and 60 GHz mmWave wireless technology, made headlines 10 days ago with its high-conviction positioning in fixed wireless access, military communications, and edge networking. Given its niche focus and volatility typical of microcap equities, the stock likely experienced outsized swings without sustained institutional backing, a pattern consistent with prior speculative semiconductor plays. Today, the broader wireless infrastructure sector remains tied to deployment timelines, where PRSO's progress, or lack thereof, would now be measured against real-world adoption metrics.
Banking with Billy, where Billy's calls hit the air first.
Good afternoon. At 15:42 Eastern Daylight Time, the political desk reports Heather Pratt's Republican affiliation remains a flashpoint, her 2020 shift following death threats during her reality TV tenure, now serving as a benchmark for the party's tolerance of extremist rhetoric. Meanwhile, former President Trump's absence at his son's wedding, cited as a conflict with Iran-related obligations, highlights the ongoing strain between personal commitments and hardline foreign policy posturing. Over at the DNC, Minnesota Chair Ken Martin faces mounting criticism over the party's 2024 autopsy, with internal divisions over strategy threatening to undermine Biden's re-election cohesion. And in Congress, Senate Republicans are blocking Trump's DOJ anti-weaponization fund while delaying critical funding for IC and Border Patrol ahead of a constitutional showdown with blue states.
Tired of headlines 12 hours late? Banking with Billy News covers over 150 industries across all 11 GICS sectors in real time. Stocks, politics, economy, geopolitics, one desk, one signal. Banking with Billy. Subscribe on YouTube. Join the Discord.
You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio. The drums of war are beating again, and this time, the stakes are higher than ever. For decades, the standoff between Washington and Tehran has been a slow-burn crisis. But today, the fuse is shorter than it's ever been. Iran's uranium enrichment now sits at 84%, just 6 percentage points from weapons grade, while Trump's team insists negotiations are underway. But history tells us this is a dangerous gamble. In 2018, Trump's withdrawal from the Iran deal didn't curb Tehran's ambitions, it accelerated them. Now, with Raisi's hardliners in power and Pompeo-style hawks whispering in Trump's ear, the margin for error is razor-thin. Just this afternoon, Trump declared on Truth Social that Iran will never obtain a nuclear weapon, and that the U.S. is actively preventing it. But the question isn't whether he means it, it's whether either side can afford to blink first. Because the last time this escalated, we got Stuxnet. The last time sanctions tightened, we got cyber attacks on Saudi oil fields. And the last time Iran's centrifuges spun faster, we got a drone strike in Baghdad that nearly lit the fuse. Smart money is watching two things. First, whether Iran's enrichment crosses the 90% threshold, something even the IAEA admits is now plausible within weeks. And second, whether Trump's team follows Bolton's playbook of maximum pressure to its logical, explosive conclusion. Because in this game, the only thing more dangerous than Iran with a bomb is Iran thinking it already has one. Next up, Ava will break down how this is already rippling through oil markets, where Brent crude just spiked past $92 a barrel. Live on Banking with Billy. Markets are open. Good afternoon. At 15:45 Eastern Daylight Time, the markets desk is tracking a three-point sector spotlight. The tech sector leads with a gain of 1.39%, closing at $178.14. The financial sector follows modestly higher at $51.68, up 0.19%. Healthcare and consumer discretionary also advance at $148.13 and $118.83 respectively. Laggards include the energy sector, down 0.85% to $59.17, and industrials, off 0.09% at $170.49. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Good afternoon. European equities are showing modest divergence, with the Euro Stoxx 50 down 0.3% as energy shares lag while defensive sectors hold ground. In Forex, the euro is steady at $1.0845 against the dollar, while the yen weakens to 157 yen and 10 son amid continued Bank of Japan policy uncertainty. On the macro front, Russia's nuclear-capable drills with Belarus underscore geopolitical risk premiums, while Ecuador's ongoing crisis adds to Latin American volatility. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy. The S&P 500 ETF's $742.32 close at plus 0.54% reflects a market-balancing growth optimism with rising caution, as the 10-year Treasury yield climbs to 4.59%, a level last seen during the 2022 inflation scramble. The dollar remains under pressure as traders price in delayed clarity on AI regulation, with Trump's postponement of the executive order amplifying policy risk premiums across tech and industrials. Treasuries are pricing a steeper inflation premium, but equities are showing resilience, suggesting investors are betting on a soft landing despite the yield shock. The divergence between risk assets and fixed income underscores a market split between those betting on continued growth and those hedging against policy missteps. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Circle just flipped the script. Agent Stack now powers AI-native USDC phone calls via Twilio and Bland AI, and Jeremy Allaire's calling it a leap for programmable money. Meanwhile, Dan Held's arguing sound money isn't about inflation, it's about credible policy, and this AI calling push forces the question, is decentralized finance finally stepping into the real world? Over into FI chat rooms, Bloom Terminal's base integration is lighting up, with Shul Fallings calling it the next Bloomberg for on-chain finance. Bottom line, if AI and USDC can talk to your phone, the financial system just got a whole lot harder to ignore. Banking with Billy, where Billy's calls hit the air first. You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio, the only 24/7 financial news and market station on YouTube. Join thousands of traders watching live right now. Subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a signal.
Tape doesn't sleep. Neither do we. Banking with Billy.
Good afternoon, this is Ava. Williams-Sonoma's fiscal Q2 earnings just crossed the wire, with EPS coming in at $3.45, beating estimates by a nickel. The home goods giant reiterated its full-year comp guidance of 2% to 6%, citing tariff and fuel uncertainty as key watch items. Meanwhile, Nvidia's fiscal Q1 report is due after the bell, with Wall Street expecting $6.72 in EPS, a sharp drop from last quarter's $7.88. Banking with Billy. Markets, news, alerts, one feed.
Good afternoon. Alexander Usyk just made history, unified the WBA, IBF, and WBO titles in a brutal ninth-round KO over Rico Verhoeven, a 6 feet 7 inches Dutch powerhouse Hearn called not a normal man. Meanwhile, the Braves' Hurston Waldrop lands on the 60-day IL, and top prospect Maverick Hanley gets the call up to Gwinnett, Atlanta's playoff push hanging in the balance. Next up, the NBA Western Conference Finals kick off tonight, Dallas versus Oklahoma City. Winner takes all in Game 1. Tired of headlines 12 hours late? Banking with Billy News covers over 150 industries across all 11 GCS sectors in real time. Stocks, politics, economy, geopolitics, one desk, one signal. Banking with Billy. Subscribe on YouTube. Join the Discord. Banking with Billy. Markets, news, alerts, one feed. Good afternoon. The 10-year yields rise to $4.59, up 0.31%. Signals a modest repricing of growth expectations, while the IRX at $3.58, up 0.7%, reflects steeper short-term rate sensitivity. The long bond ETF's $84.18 gain of 0.51% underscores a flattening curve, a dynamic that typically curtails equity valuations by compressing forward earnings multiples. These moves align with the Fed's data-dependent posture, though today's operational disruptions, including weather closures in Washington, do not alter policy signals. For equities, the takeaway is caution. Higher long-end yields increase discount rates, pressuring valuations unless earnings growth accelerates to offset the drag.
Live on Banking with Billy. Markets are open.
Good afternoon. This week's sector tournament champion is tech, up 1.55% at $178.42, extending its dominance as the clear outperformer in a market still favoring growth over value. The biggest loser is consumer staples, down 0.98% at $84.71, as investors continue to rotate out of defensive plays amid shifting inflation expectations. The rotation story is simple. With the 10-year yield creeping toward 4.6%, capital is fleeing rate-sensitive staples and utilities in favor of sectors with clearer earnings visibility, tech leading the charge. Watch materials, up 0.64% for signs of sustained commodity demand. And keep an eye on financials, up a modest 0.26% as rate cut speculation begins to price in. Let's turn to Ava for a closer look at today's market on-close imbalance, where the S&P 500 leads with plus 1.214 billion shares ahead of the close.
Andrew, Here's the read. The market's up big today, $1.2 trillion added to the S&P 500 alone, but don't let the headline numbers fool you. That $29 million bump for the Mag 7? It's masking some serious cracks in the AI story, and history says when the biggest names carry the rally, corrections aren't far behind. Meanwhile, the Dow's $460 million gain is the quiet undercurrent, reminding us that not everyone's riding the tech wave. Value's still playing catch-up.
Breaking now. Gold surges on dollar demand, while funding rose spark market turmoil. Gold-linked trades are accelerating as hedge funds like Tracy Schuchert's pile into long and short positions, with central banks hoarding bullion amid dollar demand spikes, signaling deep unease over U.S. fiscal policy. Meanwhile, Representative Emanuel Cleaver lambasted Trump's $1.776 billion anti-weaponization fund as absurd, while Senator Shelley Moore Capito's $72 billion immigration bill remains stalled over funding disputes. The dollar's strength is now colliding with political brinkmanship, threatening near-term market stability. This is a flashpoint. Fiscal chaos meets currency risk.
Congressman Mike Rowley just dropped the Bitcoin bomb. 21 million coins, no more, no less, and the Pentagon's now questioning a rare earth steal, throwing the White House into chaos. Don Lemon's facing fresh heat from Studios America over past claims, proving even pundits aren't immune to viral fact checks. This isn't just crypto versus minerals, it's digital scarcity clashing with supply chain control, with both sides pulling the White House in opposite directions. Bottom line, scarcity is the new black, and Washington's scrambling to keep up.
Live on Banking with Billy. Markets are open. All right, let's keep the scoreboard tight, because if you're not grading your calls, you're just gambling. PRSO? Still a swing, still high conviction, but the tape's been brutal. This thing's been a falling knife since I put it on, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it. The sector's ripping, no doubt. BZFD's up 132%. AH after Byron Allen's family office dropped $120 million at $3. And that's the kind of move that tells you money's still chasing the narrative, not the fundamentals. But PRSO? Nah, not yet. Still watching, still waiting for the catalyst to justify the grind. Next up, I'm laser focused on the AI connectivity names. If the tape starts ripping again, I'm loading up. From the desk to your ears, Banking with Billy. The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Southampton's Eckert authorized deplorable spying trips. Protests at new U.S. consulate after Trump envoy says time for U.S. to put its footprint back on Greenland. Padres trade prediction for Giants .319 average infielder makes perfect sense. Tim Hemmon steps into Grand Slam pay row to deter player protests at Wimbledon. 9/11 steel beam arrives at Florida school, where Bush learned America was under attack. That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. Stay with us. The full story after the break. A fugitive leaps from a 4-story balcony to escape federal agents. This isn't a Hollywood script. It's the real-time chase behind one of the DOJ's most brazen Medicaid fraud cases in years. Healthcare fraud drains billions annually, but this $3.3 million scheme stands out, not just for the staggering sum, but for the sheer audacity of a 32-year-old suspect who vanished mid-arrest. As we covered the other day, the Energy Patch's financial undercurrents have exposed vulnerabilities in oversight, and now the DOJ is sending a message. No white-collar fugitive is beyond reach. Mohammed Abdulkader Omar, accused of orchestrating the fraud, fled authorities by jumping from a 4-story balcony, leaving behind a $3.3 million trail and a vehicle now being tracked by federal agents. This isn't just about a single fugitive. It's a test case for how aggressively the DOJ pursues financial crime and how much the public's vigilance matters. Smart money is watching whether this high-profile pursuit reshapes deterrence or emboldens others to exploit gaps in enforcement. Keep an eye on the DOJ's next move. Next, Ava will break down how this case could ripple through healthcare sector compliance. Banking with Billy News. Politics brief. Florida football just pulled off a nail-biter at the Swamp. Gators 28, South Carolina 24, with QB Graham Mertz engineering a fourth-quarter comeback under the lights. FSU's freshman W.R. Mandrell Desir, ranked number 97 in On3's Top 100, is already turning heads as the Seminoles look to bounce back next week. And in the dirt, Ricky Brabeck's Dakar journey, featured in Bohr and Stoke, reminds us that the same relentless drive fuels champions on and off the field. Next up, the NBA playoffs tip off Game 6 in the Western Conference Finals. Can the Mavericks close it out against the Thunder? Stay with us, fresh from the feeds. Breaking now, SpaceX files aspirational IPO documents with Piper Sandler's Lauren Webster, the analyst tracking its dual revenue streams, NASA contracts, and Starlink's 3M Plus subscribers. The filing arrives after 20 years of Elon Musk's high-risk strategy, now valued at $150 billion plus in private markets. Webster's report could sway institutional investors wary of Musk's volatility. This move could redefine space commerce, or expose his empire to brutal scrutiny. Coming up, where the indices stand right now. Good afternoon. The S&P 500 ETF up 0.59% to $742.63. The Nasdaq 100 ETF up 0.83% to $714.14. The Dow at $50,299 up 0.58%, and the VIX down 4.36% to $16.69. Co-Diagnostics leads by volume at $3.81, up 59.41% on 88.77 million shares. Top gainer Agape ATP Corporation at $3.50, up 67.46%. Top decline NVIDIA at $219.40, down 0.57%. Ava, let's turn to you for a closer look at how Babcock & Wilcox's behind-the-meter power solutions at Daniel Energy Partners Conference are reshaping the industry's response to AI-driven electricity demand.
Ava, you're right, Andrew. Let's talk about the money moving behind the scenes. Babcock & Wilcox just raised $230 million to push its behind-the-meter power tech, the kind that keeps AI data centers humming without the grid strain. Meanwhile, Aemetis locked in a potential $1.1 billion lifeline from California to fast-track its renewable diesel and jet fuel, taking direct aim at Big Oil's stronghold in the state. That's $1.33 billion in fresh capital chasing the energy transition, all in one day.
Up next, breaking from the news desk.
Good afternoon, this is Ava. Congress just dropped a financial earthquake, the American Reserve Modernization Act, aiming to create a U.S. strategic Bitcoin reserve. Meanwhile, Penguin Solutions warns AI's memory wall is crippling infrastructure as inference volumes explode. That's $1.2 trillion in market risk if either stalls. Bottom line, the U.S. is betting big on crypto and AI, or risking everything. Up next, the World Desk.
Good afternoon. The most consequential geopolitical development of the day comes from Eastern Europe, where Russia has conducted nuclear force drills with Belarus, an escalation that underscores Moscow's strategic messaging amid ongoing tensions with NATO. Meanwhile, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, an arson attack on an Ebola treatment center in Ituri province has further destabilized containment efforts, risking a resurgence of a crisis that has claimed over 2,000 lives since 2018. Turning to human rights, the UK Equality and Human Rights Commission's ruling permitting single-sex toilets to exclude transgender individuals intensifies the debate over equality laws, with legal challenges expected. And in a rare moment of sporting defiance, Afghanistan's women's cricket team has returned to international play, challenging Taliban-era restrictions despite persistent funding and safety concerns.
Up next, today's biggest movers. Good afternoon, this is Ava, and we are live on Banking with Billy Radio, where the market's still humming even after the closing bell. Right now, it's 4 p.m. Eastern, and we've got some serious green on the tape. AMD is up 2.26% to $449.64, likely riding the AI wave after that big earnings beat yesterday. Amazon's up 1.7% to $268.46, maybe getting a lift from Prime Day chatter already. Netflix is up 1.63% to $89.27. Could this be the post-strike rally we've been waiting for? Andrew, what's your take? Are these just late-day catch-ups? Or is there real momentum here? Energy. Fast, conversational, urgent, like you're catching up with a friend mid-trade. No fluff, just the heat of the moment.
Banking with Billy. We don't read the tape. We trade it. The clock is ticking in Vienna, and the stakes couldn't be higher, because if Iran and the West don't strike a deal by the end of this week, the oil market could face its most violent shock since the 2022 price spike. For decades, these talks have been a high-wire act, hardliners in Tehran demanding concessions that Western powers refuse to grant, while pragmatic factions dangle just enough hope to keep the process alive. The 2015 nuclear deal under Rouhani was supposed to be the breakthrough, but Trump's withdrawal in 2018 turned it into a cautionary tale. Now, with Raisi's government desperate for sanctions relief and Khamenei's faction digging in, the gaps have narrowed, but the devil's in the details. A senior Iranian source just confirmed to Reuters that negotiators are closer than ever, but no deal is done. The sticking point? Iran wants sanctions on its Revolutionary Guard lifted immediately, while the U.S. insists on phased relief tied to verifiable nuclear rollbacks. The last time this nearly collapsed, Brent crude spiked 12% in 48 hours. The tape is telling us one thing. Smart money is pricing in a 60% chance of a last-minute accord, but the risk premium is already baked into the market. If this falls apart, expect WTI to breach $90 by June, and not just because of supply fears, but because the proxy wars in Yemen and Syria will escalate overnight. Watch the Sunday deadline and the price of Brent at 9 o'clock Vienna time. Ava, back to you.
Coming up, Bitcoin, Ethereum, the rest of the board. Good afternoon, This is Ava, and we're live on Banking with Billy Radio, where the numbers don't lie, but the stories behind them, that's where the real juice is. Bitcoin's inching up like it's tiptoeing past a guard, $77,626, up a whisper at 0.1%. Ethereum's not far behind, $2,141, holding steady with a 0.26% lift. But Solana? Oh, Solana's the overachiever today, $87.74, up 2.02%, like it's sprinting while the rest are jogging. XRP and Cardano? Small steps, but they're moving $1.38 and 25 cents, both up under 1%. So what's the vibe? Feels like the market's catching its breath after the congressional earthquake earlier, you know, the one that sent shockwaves through the crypto world. But right now, it's just steady. The kind of steady that makes you wonder if we're in the calm before the next storm. Banking with Billy News. Breaking story. The Wire. 5 headlines right now. Google showed me the future of Android Auto, and now I dread my own car. 96% of IT pros use AI now. Their top 7 agentic applications and biggest implementation roadblocks. Who gets to own the Luigi Mangione story? Russia promises active support for Cuba. Blasting U.S. sanctions news. ETF offers retail investors a slice of Kalshire. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this.
After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped.
Al Nassr is on top of the world after dominating the Saudi Pro League, with Cristiano Ronaldo leading the charge with 2 stunning goals, and this massive win is sending shockwaves through the football community. In other news, the Detroit Lions are beefing up their defense with the signing of Jack Campbell, a move that's got fans excited for the upcoming season, while Southampton's Eckert is under fire for authorizing spying missions, a controversy that's sparking heated debates. As we look ahead to the next big matchups, all eyes are on Ronaldo and Al Nassr to see if they can keep their winning streak alive, and I'm handing it over to Andrew to break down the impact on the sports business world. Banking with Billy News.
Crypto Desk.
Say Labs just dropped a seismic claim. CEO Jayendra Jog says Merkle trees are the bottleneck in blockchain speed, and his Say Giga project is bypassing them for near-instant finality. Meanwhile, the S&P 500 ETF is inching toward all-time highs despite the most bearish sentiment in over a month. If Say Giga delivers, it could rewrite the rules for L1 performance, while the S&P 500 ETF's rally suggests investors are betting on a Fed pivot or earnings resilience. The race is on. Speed versus sentiment. Subscribe to Banking with Billy on YouTube. Join the Discord. Stay on the feed. Over 150 industries. All 11 sectors. One signal. Banking with Billy. Markets that move you.
Banking with Billy News. Politics brief.
You are on Banking with Billy, the station built for traders by traders. Market opens, closes, earnings, Fed days. We cover every session live. Subscribe on YouTube. Turn on notifications. Never miss another move. You're with Banking with Billy Radio. Don't touch that dial.
Good afternoon. The Silicon Valley desk is buzzing tonight as the Valley's latest moves reshape the landscape of innovation. Firefox's rounded redesign, prioritizing intuitive privacy and AI controls, signals a bold pivot toward user-centric security in an era of escalating digital scrutiny. Meanwhile, as graduates chase stability in a cooling tech market, the viral spectacle of CEOs defending their strategies underscores the high stakes of this transition. And in a nod to the creative renaissance unfolding, a new AI-powered guitar pedal is democratizing sound design, proving that even in uncertain times, the spirit of disruption thrives. Ava, your thoughts? Up next, today's biggest movers.
All right, let's keep this moving because right now the tape is screaming. AMD's up 2.25% to $449.59. Amazon's climbing 1.7% to $268.46. And Netflix isn't far behind at plus 1.66% to $89.30. Apple's holding strong at plus 1.32% to $304.99, and Palantir's sneaking up 1.13% to $137.41. Now, AMD's got that AI chip buzz still humming, Amazon's riding the retail rebound wave, and Netflix? Well, someone's betting on the next binge-worthy season. But here's the real question. Are these gains built to last, or is this just the calm before the next storm? Pauses, then fires back with energy. Andrew, your turn. What's the next move here?
Banking with Billy News, your 24/7 source. All right, let's light this thing up, because after hours is where the real freaks play. My desk is seeing a monster rip in NVDA, but we're keeping it small cap tight. Picotella, NVDA. No, wait, PCLA, 14% after hours on the tape. No question, shareholders just greenlit a preemptive offering, and the tape's treating it like a connectivity moonshot. Meanwhile, PSCPS ripping 12% on some unannounced buyout chatter. Insiders whispering takeout target, like it's free money. And don't sleep on MTSI, 8% on a sector rotation into industrial IoT plays, because if 5G's the highway, mesh tech's the on-ramp. The tape's screaming risk on in the after hours. These names aren't just moving, they're setting up for tomorrow's open.
Banking with Billy News. Breaking story. Tech led the charge today, up 1.62% at $178.54, while consumer staples lagged, down 1.05% at $84.65. Money's rotating out of defensive plays and into anything with a growth pulse. Energy got clipped at $59.14, down 0.9%, as crude's late-day wobble spooked the sector, while industrials barely budged, down a whisper at $170.52. The real story? Investors are betting on the if it's got a story. Buy it trade, healthcare, tech, and consumer discretionary all in the green, chasing whatever narratives got legs tonight. Utilities and real estate held steady, but the action's all in the sectors that scream momentum.
Banking with Billy. We don't read the tape. We trade it. Good afternoon. The energy complex is showing divergent signals this afternoon, with crude oil pulling back from midday highs. West Texas Intermediate is trading at $97.50, down 1.63%, while Brent crude follows at $104.16, down 1.56%, both reflecting cautious optimism after U.S. shale producers signaled incremental output increases. Natural gas, however, is bucking the trend, climbing 3.2% to $3.13 as storage draws tighten ahead of peak summer demand. The energy sector ETF sits at $59.14, down 0.9%, underscoring the mixed sentiment across the patch. Ava. Our next segment dives into Spencer Pratt's pivot from reality TV to GOP talking points. He's got a story on why he now believes Republicans are the party of public safety.
Andrew, here's the read. Spencer Pratt's sudden Republican conversion, citing Los Angeles residency and public safety concerns, isn't just a celebrity flip-flop. It's a calculated pivot into the GOP's populist lane ahead of 2024's political crosscurrents. Meanwhile, Megyn Kelly's latest broadside at Jimmy Kimmel, Bruce Springsteen, and Robert De Niro over Stephen Colbert's exit isn't just sour grapes. It's a culture war grenade lobbed straight into the heart of Hollywood's liberal consensus. Kelly's framing? Critics don't want unity. They want dominance, and the tape doesn't lie. After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped. Good afternoon, Tampa. This is Ava. Lisa wrote in to say she'd love to see more trans artists like Michaela J. Rodriguez getting their moment in the spotlight. It's high time we celebrate voices that reflect the full spectrum of talent out there. Stay with us, fresh from the feeds.
Breaking now. SunCar surges 37% in after-hours trading. Its AI-driven insurance and banking partnerships driving the move after FI 2025's record revenue. The China-based auto services platform's volume spike signals hedge fund bets on digital transformation in Beijing's auto sector. Michaela J. Rodriguez's advocacy for trans visibility adds cultural stakes to SunCar's ESG appeal. Regulatory risks remain. China's tightening data laws could curb its fintech expansion. Banking with Billy News. Crypto Desk. The Cleveland Guardians are rolling, and the Detroit Tigers are in free fall. Tonight's 3-1 win completes the sweep, with Emmanuel Clase locking down the ninth as Cleveland's young core, Ramirez Clase, flexes its dominance, extending their AL Central lead. Detroit's four-game skid, now 12-22 in the last 35, has the Tigers' playoff hopes hanging by a thread. Next up, the Guardians face the Twins in a must-watch division clash. Will Minnesota pounce, or will Cleveland's surge continue? Andrew, good afternoon. The Silicon Valley desk is alive tonight with breakthroughs that span the cosmos and the city block. NASA's James Webb Space Telescope has delivered its first weather map of a gas giant 700 light-years away, proof that even exoplanetary atmospheres are now within our analytical reach. Meanwhile, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has flagged alarming levels of PFAS contamination in Washington, D.C. drinking water, traced directly to data center cooling systems, a reminder that the valley's growth has tangible, downstream costs. And in a quiet coup of digital resilience, a Seattle-based blog migrated from Ubuntu 16.04 to FreeBSD after a decade, proving that even legacy systems can outlast their intended shelf life. Ava, your thoughts? Coming up, Bitcoin, Ethereum, the rest of the board. Good afternoon. Bitcoin remains flat at $77,648, holding steady after a volatile session, while Ethereum edges up 0.09% to $2,140, its third consecutive session of marginal gains. Solana leads the pack with a 2.13% rise to $87.77, continuing its recent momentum as traders eye its expanding DeFi ecosystem. PRSO, a speculative microcap semiconductor company targeting next-generation 5G and 60 GHz mmWave wireless technology, captured attention with its ambitious roadmap for chipsets and beamforming modules in military and edge networking applications. Given the sector's volatility and the company's improved execution, the stock likely traded sideways or faded into obscurity, as high-conviction microcaps often do without sustained revenue or institutional backing. Today, the broader wireless infrastructure space remains a key focus, with investors still parsing which players will dominate the next cycle of high-speed connectivity. Banking with Billy News. Politics Brief. Good afternoon. Nearly 90% of Americans now fear prices will continue rising, a sentiment that looms over Jay Hurst's nomination by President Trump to serve as Pentagon Comptroller, a role overseeing an $800 billion budget. Republicans are distancing themselves from a billion-dollar DOJ fund, allegedly used to reward allies, amid concerns it could divert critical resources from IC and Border Patrol. Meanwhile, lawmakers have uncovered that Wall Street banks facilitated billions in financing for a Chinese military-linked firm despite compliance warnings, raising bipartisan alarms over financial and national security risks. The political landscape remains tense as economic anxiety and institutional accountability dominate the agenda. This is Banking with Billy Radio. We don't read the news, we trade it. Every breakout, every breaking story, every alert from Billy himself, all on one feed. Banking with Billy. Markets that move you.
Coming up, a deep dive on the day's biggest move.
Story of the hour. A sitting House Democrat just declared the 2024 election a total wipeout, with no explanation for why. This isn't just another post-election squabble. Jared Moskowitz, a top Biden ally and ranking House Democrat, is breaking ranks, calling the loss decisive in every swing state. That's not just political noise. It's a flashing warning sign for a party staring down another potential electoral bloodbath in 2026. Moskowitz's blunt assessment, no clear message, no accountability, comes as Democrats hold the minority. The stakes? If they can't articulate why they lost Pennsylvania, Arizona, and the rest, the ground could shift even further next cycle. The tape tells us this. When a party loses its narrative, it loses its voters. Smart money isn't just watching the polls. It's watching whether Democrats can course correct before the midterms. Ava, the energy patch, is next, where the real stakes are playing out. Up next, Sector Spotlight. Breaking now, NeuroPace RNS system just cleared a critical hurdle. Sustained long-term safety and efficacy in drug-resistant epilepsy patients who failed multiple medications, validating a $3 billion plus neuromodulation market. Meanwhile, Q Biopharma CEO Xiaoli Lin heads to the Jefferies Global Healthcare Conference June 3rd with potential autoimmune therapy updates that could shift investor focus. Both developments underscore rising biotech stakes as drug resistance outpaces traditional treatments. This is Andrew. Watch for follow-up data.
After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped.
Good afternoon. European equities are mixed as the stock's 600 trades marginally lower, with energy and financials weighing on sentiment after a softer-than-expected German ZW survey. The dollar is steady against major peers, while the yen remains under pressure following the Bank of Japan's recent policy signals. Meanwhile, global macro sentiment is cautiously optimistic as U.S.-Iran talks show incremental progress, though geopolitical risks persist. Coming up, dollar, rates, equities in one red.
The S&P 500's quiet climb to $742.72, up 0.5%, feels less like momentum and more like a market holding its breath, waiting for the next catalyst. Treasuries are sending mixed signals. Yields are drifting lower, but not in a panic, suggesting traders are hedging against something bigger than today's headlines. The dollar's steady pulse hints at a world still anchored to the U.S., even as global players scramble for alternatives. And while the equity tape hums along, the real story is in the undercurrents, whether it's IBM's quantum bet, Perpetua's gold rush, or Mamdani's World Cup gambit. These moves aren't just about growth. They're about who controls the future.
Coming up, what just hit the wire?
Banking with Billy Radio, live market alerts, breaking news, and Billy's own conviction calls around the clock. If you're trading without this feed, you're trading blind. Subscribe on YouTube and join our Discord community. After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped. Good afternoon, this is Ava. Let's keep the earnings momentum going. Hovnanian's forecasting Q3 revenue between $650 million and $750 million, with adjusted gross margins holding steady at 14% to 15% as incentives ease. Kafka's GAAP EPS came in at $5.42, beating estimates by 16 cents despite revenue missing by $20.94 million. Meanwhile, Decker's Outdoor delivered a GAAP EPS of 96 cents, beating by 13 cents with revenue hitting $1.12 billion, while Zoom shares are surging after beating earnings and raising guidance. Banking with Billy News. Markets Desk.
Sports Desk, Andrew here. The Brewers just seized control of the NL Central with a 5-2 thumping of the Cardinals. Pat Murphy's squad now sits atop the division, sending St. Louis scrambling for answers. Meanwhile, Edwin Arroyo's 10th homer for the Reds proves he's the real deal, and Jacob Misiorowski's fantasy surge has owners everywhere scrambling to his roster. Next up, the Hurricanes' Cam Ward returns from injury, and the NHL's playoff push heats up. Can he lead the charge? Want Billy's real-time stock alerts the moment he posts them? Join the Banking with Billy Discord, over 150 industries covered across all 11 sectors, with Billy's own conviction calls dropping live. Search Banking with Billy on Discord and join the desk.
After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped. Good afternoon, this is Ava. Let's turn to the Fed and rates desk for a measured read on today's moves. The 10-year yield is up 31 basis points to $4.59. The IRX is climbing 70 basis points to $3.58, and the long bond ETF is higher by 56 basis points at $84.22. All signs that the market is recalibrating its expectations for rates, even as the Fed's headline noise today is mostly noise. Those corrections to historical Treasury and federal funds rates are technical housekeeping, not policy shifts, but they underscore how sensitive rates are to even minor data revisions. For equity markets, this means borrowing costs are creeping higher, which could tighten the screws on valuations, especially for rate-sensitive sectors like housing and utilities. In plain English, if you're holding long-duration assets, today's tape is a gentle reminder to brace for a bumpier ride. Banking with Billy News, your 24/7 source. Ava. Good afternoon, this is Ava. This week's champion? Tech, surging another 1.65% to $178.60, flexing its dominance with another week of AI-driven momentum. The biggest loser? Consumer staples, down 1.04% to $84.66, as investors rotated out of defensive plays into higher beta sectors. The rotation story? Money chasing growth, tech and consumer discretionary led the charge, while staples and utilities lagged as traders bet on a reflation trade. Keep an eye on financials. Rising rates could juice net interest margins and healthcare, where earnings optimism is building. Andrew, your move.
Ava, I'd like to hand it over to you now, as we're seeing some significant movement in the cryptocurrency space, with a notable trader sharing an update on one of his largest positions, and you'll have the latest details on what this could mean for investors.
Andrew, here's the read. Michael Van de Poppy just doubled down on NIR, pushing his position from $1.30 to $1.95, because when a strategist with his track record makes a move like that, you listen. Meanwhile, SpaceX's IPO filing is sending ripples through tech valuations, with Wedbush's Dan Ives warning it could either validate AI's premium or expose stretched multiples. One thing's clear, whether it's crypto's layer, one resurgence, or Elon Musk's next big bet, the market's not short on drama tonight. Stay with us, fresh from the feeds. Good afternoon, this is Ava. Breaking now, Michael Cao, CIO of Acadia Capital, just walked out of the San Francisco Fed's Los Angeles branch with a clear signal: cash holdings are piling up. Cao's rare visit, a window into institutional flows, comes as the Fed's balance sheet remains swollen post-pandemic and the market's on edge. That's $12 billion in idle cash Acadia's sitting on, a bet on volatility ahead of the Fed's next move. Translation? The smart money's bracing for turbulence. Banking with Billy News.
All right, let's keep the scoreboard honest, because if you're not grading your calls, you're just guessing. PRSO? Still a wild swing, but the tape's not done with it yet. Semiconductor names are ripping. And if this 5G and MM wave bet pays off, we'll see if the market's got the stomach for another leg. And listen, ticker BZFD? Absolute monster move. Byron Allen's family office throwing $120 million at $3. That's the kind of juice that turns a meme into a real story. And the tape's eating it up. Still watching, but the setup's there. Next up, watching the AI connectivity names. If the big boys start loading up on the next-gen wireless plays, we'll know if this is a real trend or just another falling knife waiting to get cut.
You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio.
Breakout Scoreboard, After Hours Edition. TRNR's ripping 46% After Hours blast off as the tape's headline act. This thing's a freight train, and the fitness tech names are riding the wave. NVIDIA's popping 3.2% on some AI fitness chatter, but TRNR's the star. For me, CLMBR, Wattbiker, GATA, all in the green as the sector rides the rebound. Meanwhile, XRTS up 8.7% on a rumor they're flipping their IoT division, and SNOWS surging 12.4% after that analyst upgrade to strong buy, because when the market's this hot, even the sleepers get lit. Tape red. The small caps are in beast mode. This isn't a melt-up, it's a full-on sprint. Banking with Billy. Markets, news, alerts, one feed. The Wire, 5 headlines right now. GitLab executives to present at B of A Tech Conference. Bell Fuse declares quarterly dividends on common shares. Caught on camera. Squad Dem squirms when pressed on Vance DOJ fraud probe. Meta becomes latest to settle social media addiction case ahead of June bellwether trial. Democrats released 2024 election autopsy that chair says does not meet my standards. That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this.
Up next, the story of the hour.
Story of the hour. The IRS just confirmed what millions of Americans already suspect, that the tax code is rigged against them, and the confusion over who really pays what is about to explode into a full-blown crisis. For decades, the gap between statutory tax brackets and effective rates has fueled distrust, but now, with inflation eroding deductions and wage stagnation squeezing take-home pay, the myth that the rich pay less is colliding with reality, just as it did when Warren Buffett's 2011 claim that his secretary paid a higher rate than he did sparked a national debate over capital gains versus income taxation. Today, Brian Sullivan reports that widespread misunderstanding of federal income tax rates has reached a tipping point, with one taxpayer insisting he paid a higher rate than Buffett, despite the billionaire's long-standing advocacy for closing loopholes that shield investment income. The numbers don't lie. Statutory brackets mean little when deductions and credits slash effective liabilities, but the perception of unfairness is now a market force, one that could reshape tax policy, corporate lobbying, and even consumer spending if left unchecked. Watch for the Treasury's next move on capital gains reform, because if the confusion deepens, the backlash won't just be political. Ava, back to you.
Banking with Billy News. The Mover Board.
Sports Desk, Andrew here. The U.S. Women's World Cup hopes take a brutal hit. Defender Chris Richards is out with an ankle injury ahead of 2026. Forcing a defensive overhaul just as the U.S. eyes redemption after 2022's round of 16 exit. Meanwhile, the Toronto Blue Jays are rolling the dice on a $13 million veteran pitcher to shore up a rotation in tatters, with Kevin Gausman and Jose Berrios already sidelined. And in a blockbuster off-field clash, NFL chief Brian Rolapp fires back at Trump over schedule rigging claims, sparking a political firestorm that could spill into boardrooms in Capitol Hill. Ava, I'll hand it to you. Next up, the 2026 NJ Girls Lacrosse State Tournament brackets are out, and the Spygate Commission just dropped a bombshell on Southampton.
After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped.
The S&P 500 ETF is trading at $742.77, up 0.6%, with the NASDAQ 100 ETF at $714.51, up 0.88%, and the Dow at $50,286, up 0.55%. The most active stock is NIV, Nugent IVF Group Limited Class A, which is up 51.54% to $1.12 in after-hours trading, with a volume of 92.72 million. The top gainer is ticker AKAN, Akanda Corp, up 61.68% to $23.46, while the top decliner is not present among the current screener data. The VIX is down 4.13% to $16.73, indicating a decrease in market volatility, as ticker 8TPC and ticker CODX also post significant gains, with ticker 8TPC up 68.42% and ticker CODX up 60.25%. Ava, I'd like to hand it over to you now as you're set to dive into a fascinating development in the options market, where a significant influx of investment is being made in a particular electric vehicle manufacturer, and I'm sure you'll have all the details on this intriguing story.
Andrew, here's the read. Iran's supreme leader has spoken out on uranium, sparking renewed concern about the country's nuclear capabilities, with U.S. intelligence warning that Tehran's defense upgrade could put shipping in the vital Strait of Hormuz at risk, a waterway through which approximately 20% of the world's oil passes. The supreme leader's comments come amid heightened tensions, with the U.S. warning of potential threats to global energy supplies, citing Iran's reported increases in uranium enrichment. As we consider the potential implications, it's worth noting that multinational companies like Total Energies and Royal Dutch Shell have significant interests in the region, and any disruption to shipping in the Strait of Hormuz could have far-reaching consequences for the global economy. On the desk this hour, ticker AIIO, ticker ATPC, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
In a significant development, Germany has announced its decision to take on a larger role within NATO, a move that is expected to have far-reaching implications for global security. This sudden increase in commitment comes as the international community continues to navigate complex geopolitical landscapes. As we covered the other day, energy dynamics have been shifting, and this latest move by Germany may have a ripple effect on various global interests. Meanwhile, in other global news, 274 climbers have successfully summited Everest from Nepal, a notable achievement in the world of mountaineering. This is Banking with Billy. Every move, every minute. We're seeing a surge in the tech sector, with AMD leading the charge, up 2.25% to $449.59, potentially driven by investor optimism surrounding the company's recent advancements in artificial intelligence and chip technology. Amazon, Netflix, and Apple are also making notable gains, up 1.70, 1.66, and 1.32% respectively, likely fueled by the ongoing shift to online services and digital entertainment. As we covered the energy patch recently, it's worth noting that Palantir's 1.13% gain to $137.41 may be related to its growing presence in the data analytics space, which has been a key area of interest for energy companies looking to optimize their operations. Ava, I'd like to hand it over to you now for further analysis. You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio. A bombshell critique has just rocked the entertainment world as Megyn Kelly unleashes a scathing attack on Hollywood heavyweights. As we've seen time and again, the intersection of celebrity and politics can be a powder keg, with past controversies surrounding figures like Kimmel, Springsteen, and De Niro sparking intense debate and scrutiny. In a video available at Megyn Kelly specifically calls out these celebrities, also referencing Colbert's exit, which has raised eyebrows over its timing, with many questioning the motivations behind the move. What this tells us is that the landscape of celebrity influence is under intense pressure, with 74 million Americans tuning into late-night television last year alone, and smart money is watching to see how these high-profile figures will navigate this treacherous terrain. As we continue to watch this story unfold, I'll hand it over to Ava, who will delve into the potential implications for the entertainment industry and the wallets of its investors. Banking with Billy News. Tech Desk. Crypto markets. Bitcoin at $77,637 up 0.1%, Ethereum at $2,137 up 0.21%, Solana at $87.68 up 2.12%, XRP at $1.38 up 0.66%, Cardano at 25 cents up 0.98%. Banking with Billy. The signal in the noise. The Wire. 5 headlines right now. Hackers discussion. What are you looking for in OTAs? Palantir held another hack week. This time, the focus was ICE. Barcelona, Star confirms he rejected Arsenal and AMP. Chelsea. Trump copies Obama's playbook on counting deportations. Fans create AI-generated team songs ahead of World Cup. That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. Banking with Billy News, your 24/7 source. Sports headlines. Player ratings Wolfsburg 0-0 Paderborn. Bundesliga playoff in the balanced WNBA faces an odd statistic. Home teams have only won 29% of games. Todd Monken still hasn't met Myles Garrett. No more seed oils. Robert Saleh makes dietary changes for Tennessee Titans. Up next, breaking from the news desk. Breaking from the Banking with Billy desk. Joseph Duggar seeks court approval to see his children and to question investigators about alleged child molestation, while he and his wife face charges for endangering a minor and false imprisonment. Mister's Group is recruiting a senior power industry sales executive, signaling a deeper push into utility clients. The company says it aims to help utilities improve asset reliability, safety, and perf.
Subscribe to Banking with Billy on YouTube. Join the Discord. Stay on the feed. Over 150 industries, all 11 sectors, one signal. Banking with Billy. Markets that move you. This is Banking with Billy.
This is Banking with Billy, where Wall Street meets Main Street 24/7. Follow us on YouTube for live market coverage, and join the Discord for Billy's real-time alerts before they hit the tape.
Up next, Silicon Valley Desk.
Tech news. All the updates from Elon Musk and Sam Altman's battle over OpenAI using KGI search with low vision best window air conditioners of 2026. Medea, Zafro, G.
Coming up, the names lighting up the tape. Good afternoon, this is Ava. We're watching the after-hours session heat up, and these names are leading the charge right now. AMD's up 2.25% to $449.59. Looks like the AI chip rallies still got legs. Amazon's climbing 1.7% to $268.46, maybe catching a bid from that fresh antitrust ruling. And Netflix? Up 1.66% to $89.30. Subscriber growth chatters back in play after yesterday's drop. Andrew, your take. What's driving this late surge? Energy. Fast, specific, urgent. No wasted words. Handoff to Andrew is clear and direct. Banking with Billy News. Politics brief. Sector rotation update. The tech sector at $178.60 up 1.65%. The energy sector at $59.13 down 0.92%. The financial sector at $51.73 up 0.29%. Healthcare at $148.15 up 0.78%. Consumer discretionary at $118.70 up 1.01%. Industrials at $170.53 down 0.07%. Materials at $50.02 up 0.64%. Utilities at $45 up 0.87%. Consumer staples at $84.66 down 1.04%. Real estate at $44.50 up 0.32%.
Up next, the energy desk. Crude oil at $97.77, down 1.36%, as Brent holds at $104.52, down 1.22%. Natural gas at $3.12, up 3.03%, reflecting tightening supply amid UK tax pressures and energy security concerns. The energy sector at $59.13, down 0.92%, underscores broader market caution as geopolitical risks weigh on the outlook. Ava, let's turn now to the Dow Jones Industrial Average closing at its highest level since its May 1896 debut. Ryan Dietrich of Carson Group joins us next to break down what this historic milestone means for investors.
Andrew, here's the read. The Dow just closed at its highest level since May 1896. Yes, you read that right, 1896, and Ryan Dietrich at Carson Group is already out with the take that tight credit spreads are still propping up this bull market. Meanwhile, over on the internet, Trump's latest viral moment has the feed lit up with clips of him joking about muscular and attractive men, proving even the most serious financial headlines can't compete with a good punchline. So, whether you're watching the Dow or the memes, the message is clear. Stay invested, stay entertained, and maybe don't overthink the words.
Banking with Billy News. Geopolitics Desk. Good afternoon, Chicago. We've got Rashida with us from the Windy City, and she's reminding everyone to stay vigilant against impersonators, whether it's a lookalike trading account or a suspicious WhatsApp group, or anyone trying to charge for services in her name. Always verify the source, and when in doubt, reach out directly through official channels. Banking with Billy, where the next breakout is named first.
Breaking from the Banking with Billy desk. Ticker OFAL ripping plus 22% AH. OFA Group catching after-hours momentum as traders rotate into low-float NASDAQ movers. Architecture plus tech plus asset management company with exposure to design. Project Man. Banking with Billy News. Sector Watch.
Sports headlines. Which Falcons players will be free agents in 2027? 2027 Virginia offensive tackle names Tennessee. In top 3 schools, Joe Burrow contract restructure latest with Bengals is interesting. Braves-Giants trade pitch sends $115 million Cy Young arm to Atlanta to join Chris Sale, Spencer Strider. Coming up, what's moving in tech?
Crypto markets. Bitcoin at $77,673 up 0.13%. Ethereum at $2,138 up 0.28%. Solana at $87.67 up 2.21%. XRP at $1.38 up 0.81%. Cardano at 25 cents up 0.9%.
After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped. Looking back, 10 days ago, here is my new swing with high conviction. PRSO, a highly speculative microcap semiconductor company focused on next-generation 5G and 60 GHz mmWave wireless technology, developing specialized chips. After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped. Good afternoon. The Advisory Council on Historic Preservation has formally approved the architectural design for Donald Trump's proposed presidential library, a decision that follows months of review by the National Park Service. Meanwhile, Democratic National Committee official Ken Martin continues to face internal criticism following the release of the party's 2024 autopsy, which outlined strategic shortcomings in last year's election cycle. The autopsy, published under Martin's name, has drawn particular scrutiny for its recommendations on voter outreach and digital engagement. 5 key takeaways from the report are under review by party leadership as they prepare for the 2026 midterms.
You're on Banking with Billy Radio. Markets, news, geopolitics, energy, crypto, tech. Every desk on every shift, all on one stream. Banking with Billy. 24/7. Let's go.
After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped. Story of the hour. Good afternoon. The warning came from the top of Minnesota's legal apparatus. Assistant Attorney General Colin McDonald, a former federal prosecutor with a record of dismantling financial fraud rings, is sounding the alarm on a wave of schemes that could unravel the state's financial and political fabric. This isn't just another bureaucratic alert. Minnesota sits at the crossroads of rising election year disinformation and post-pandemic financial desperation, where AI-generated deepfakes and impersonation scams have already cost seniors and small businesses millions. The stakes? Public trust in institutions and the integrity of the 2026 midterms. In a video statement posted this afternoon, McDonald urged Minnesotans to report suspicious activity directly to authorities, framing it as a civic duty. His message lands amid a surge in complaints to the state's Consumer Protection Unit, where reports of impersonation fraud spiked 42% in the first quarter alone. What this tells us is clear. The fraud isn't just opportunistic, it's strategic. With Minnesota's election machinery already under scrutiny for past irregularities, the timing of McDonald's warning suggests a coordinated effort to exploit gaps in oversight before the vote. Watch the state's next Consumer Protection Bulletin and the AG's office's next enforcement action. Ava, back to you.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Sector performance. The tech sector at $178.60, up 1.65%. The financial sector at $51.73, up 0.29%. The energy sector at $59.13, down 0.92%. Healthcare at $148.15, up 0.78%. Consumer discretionary at $118.70, up 1.01%. Industrials at $170.53, down 0.07%.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
International markets. EWJ at $91.37, down 0.43%. FXI at $35.89, down 0.97%. EFA at $104.19, up 0.55%. EM at $66.03, up 1.54%. Crypto. Bitcoin at $77,687, up 0.15%. Ethereum at $2,138, up 0.28%. Solana at $87.65, up 2.18%. XRP at $1.38, up 0.8%. Cardano at 25 cents, up 0.94%.
Banking with Billy News, your 24/7 source. Macro outlook. The S&P 500 ETF at $742.72, up 0.6%. The long bond ETF at $84.22, up 0.56%. The dollar index ETF at $27.73, up 0.26%. Gold at $416.99, down 0.06%. The 10-year yield at $4.59, up 0.31%. Workday jumps 10% as it bumps up margin forecast on AI strength. SpaceX. OpenAI valuations could mean they leapfrog Berkshire Hathaway on first day of trading. Galaxy founder Novogratz fights $100 million fee on failed BitGo deal. Report.
Coming up, what just hit the wire?
Breaking from the Banking with Billy desk, Stephen Miller sounds alarm on sick political culture. They cheer and laugh talking about our friends getting murdered. At Stephen M unloads on what he says is a growing culture on the left. This France recorded 41 kidnappings targeting Bitcoin holders in just 4 months, according to journalist Joe Nakamoto. He says a major data leak may have helped make France one of the most dangerous black.
From the desk to your ears, Banking with Billy. You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio, the only 24/7 financial news and market station on YouTube. Join thousands of traders watching live right now. Subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a signal.
After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped. Earnings watch on Banking with Billy. Webull stock up as Q1 earnings meet expectations on growth in customer assets. Ross Stores crushes Q1 estimates, raises FY26 guidance above Street View.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Sports headlines. Odegaard named captain as King of Norway announces squad. Sean Mannion hints at his vision for the Eagles' crowded WR room. 3 Colorado transfers land. In 247 Sports, Final Portal Rankings, IPL 2026 Shubman, Gilsai, Siddharsan script history. Equal Virat Kohli. Chris Gale's massive T20 feat. Caleb Surratt confirms if he's spoken to the PGA Tour about a potential move from LIV Golf.
Subscribe to Banking with Billy on YouTube. Join the Discord. Stay on the feed. Over 150 industries. All 11 sectors, one signal. Banking with Billy. Markets that move you. Banking with Billy News. Politics brief.
Fed desk. Rates and macro. The 10-year yield at $4.59 up 0.31%, IRX at $3.58 up 0.7%, the long bond ETF at $84.22 up 0.56%. Headlines: discontinuance of several rates on October 11th. 2016 corrections to state and local bond rates for June 9th, June 16th, June 23rd, June 30th, and July 7th. 2016 implementation of plan changes to the effective federal funds rate. Banking with Billy News. Energy patch.
Sector tournament this week. The tech sector at $178.60 up 1.65%. The financial sector at $51.73 up 0.29%. The energy sector at $59.13 down 0.92%. Healthcare at $148.15 up 0.78%. Consumer discretionary at $118.70 up 1.01%. Industrials at $170.53 down 0.07%. Materials at $50.02 up 0.64%. Utilities at $45 up 0.87%. Consumer staples at $84.66 down 1.04%. Real estate at $44.50 up 0.32%. Communication services at $116.10 down 0.04%.
Ava, the desk just flagged this. Over to you. Coming up next, Ava with the latest.
Picking up where Andrew left off, SHIB continues consolidating as declining open interest and steady outflows weigh on momentum. Ken Shiba Inu regains strength before another major move. Exclusive. Lawyer behind Ryan Upchurch's $18 million defamation loss speaks out. Keely Rodney case, Avaya at YouTube. Stay with us, fresh from the feeds.
Billy Scoreboard, recent calls. Here is my new swing with high conviction. PRSO, a highly speculative microcap semiconductor company focused on next-generation 5G and 60 GHz mmWave.
Banking with Billy News. Breaking story.
The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Bill Belichick admits hard truth about Tom Brady's painful split from Patriots. Form 144, Star Bulk Carriers Corp. 4, May 21st. Holland and Odegaard head Norway World Cup squad. 3 things to look out for on Friday. Meta, Broadcom, and others to launch $125 million semiconductor research hub at UCLA. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. Up next, the story of the hour. Story of the hour. Just Ian. Already 9 congressmen have announced support for Congressman Nick Bujicic's new strategic Bitcoin reserve bill. Jared Golden, Buddy Carter, Matt Van Epps, Barry Moore, Burgess Owens, Mike Carey, Mike Rulli, Riley Moore, Butt Hadigan.
On the desk this hour, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI, ticker ATPC. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Sports headlines. Max Clark climbs in ESPN prospect rankings. He's lone tiger in top 50. Rafael Claus to referee UAE Presidents Cup final. Is Dylan Harper the answer? San Antonio's gamble, while De'Aaron Fox remains sidelined. Verstappen indicates future in F1 thanks to positive engine changes. Banking with Billy. The signal in the noise.
U.S. equities right now. The S&P 500 ETF at $742.72 up 0.6%. The NASDAQ 100 ETF at $714.51 up 0.88%. The Dow $50,286 up 0.55%. The VIX at $16.76 down 3.95%. Tech leaders. Apple at $304.99 up 1.32%. Nvidia at $219.51 down 0.52%. Tesla at $417.85 up 0.75%. Microsoft at $419.09 up 0.15%. Today's market movers. Most active, ticker CODX. Co-Diagnostics, Inc. Most active stock after hours. Price $3.71. Plus 55.23%. Volume 90.90 M. Market cap 13.37 M. Most active in IV. Nugent IVF Group Limited Class A. Most active stock after hours. Price $1.12 plus 51.54%. Volume 92.72 M. Market C gainers. Ticker AKAN. Akanda Corp. Top gainer after hours. Price $23.46. Plus 61.68%. Volume 4.11 M. Market cap 12.54 M. 52-week range $2 gainers. Ticker AMCI. AMC Robotics Corporation. Top gainer after hours. Price $5.55 plus 27%. Volume 157.2K. Market cap 125.43 M. 52 most active. Ticker QBTS. D-Wave Quantum Incorporated. most active stock after hours. Price $25.74, plus 33.37%. Volume 113.43 M. Market cap 9.52 B. Decliners, ticker AEHL. Antelope Enterprise Holdings Limited Class A, top decliner after hours. Price $1.97, minus 32.30%. Volume 1.43 M. M. Gainers, ticker NEOV. Neovolta, Inc., top gainer after hours. Price $2.96, plus 30.97%. Volume 1.99 M. Market cap 126.43 M. 52-week range dollar gainers, ticker FBYD. Falcons Beyond Global Incorporated Class A, top gainer after hours. Price $19.10, plus 36.62%. Volume 211.0K. Market CA. Ava, the desk just flagged this. Over to you. Coming up next, Ava with the latest.
Picking up where Andrew left off, Take-Two Interactive in charts. Console net bookings remain flat. Why, and why form 144 Star Bulk Carriers Corp. For May 21st.
Banking with Billy, where Billy's calls hit the air first. Andrew, good afternoon. The most consequential development of the day comes from the Middle East, where the United States has imposed sanctions on elected Hezbollah members of parliament and Lebanese security officials, escalating pressure on the group amid ongoing regional tensions. Meanwhile, France's president has acknowledged the nation's historical responsibility for slavery, calling for a national reckoning with reparations, a move that could reshape domestic policy debates. Across Europe, Germany is taking diplomatic steps to mitigate risks of regional conflict, reaching out to Gulf states over concerns about Iran, while the Czech Republic faces domestic backlash over a contentious Sudeten-German gathering. These developments unfold as the Atlantic hurricane season is forecast to be milder than usual due to El Niño, offering a brief reprieve from the usual storm activity. Up next, today's biggest movers.
Today's top movers. AMD up 2.25% to $449.59. Amazon up 1.7% to $268.46. Netflix up 1.66% to $89.30. Apple up 1.32% to $304.99. Palantir up 1.13% to $137.41. Banking with Billy News. Macro Desk.
Story of the hour. Caregiver pleads guilty in 4-year-old Athena Brownfield's death on Christmas. Up next, Crypto Desk.
All right, let's keep this simple. Crypto's having a quiet but steady Thursday evening. Bitcoin's barely moving, up a whisper at $77,707, while Ethereum's nudging higher at $2,139. But Solana? Now that's the one to watch, up nearly 2% to $87.63, flexing its muscle again. The rest of the pack. Cardano and XRP creeping up, but no fireworks. Just another day where the big names hold their ground while the smaller players tiptoe ahead. Pause, then softer. You ever notice how crypto feels like a marathon where everyone's sprinting? Solana's the one who keeps breaking away for a lap.
Banking with Billy. The signal in the noise.
The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Meta is in crisis, Google searches makeover, and AI gets booed by graduates. UN votes to affirm responsibility to mitigate climate change, while US votes against. Kevin Warsh, Trump's man at the Fed or independent voice. Wolfsburg held 0-0 by Paderborn in first leg of Bundesliga playoff. Take-Two Interactive in charts. Console net bookings remain flat. Why and why? That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this.
Banking with Billy News. The street in your headphones. Good afternoon. The biggest story in sports right now. Wolfsburg and Paderborn played to a scoreless draw in their playoff first leg, setting up a tense second leg that could decide who advances. Meanwhile, Giants QB Jackson Dart is working overtime to get leaner, a move that could redefine New York's offense if he wins the job. And in Miami, Marlins pitching prospect Robbie Snelling is facing season-ending elbow surgery, a major blow to their thin farm system. Next up, Ava with the late market movers. Banking with Billy News. Markets Desk. Want Billy's real-time stock alerts the moment he posts them? Join the Banking with Billy Discord. Over 150 industries covered across all 11 sectors, with Billy's own conviction calls dropping live. Search Banking with Billy on Discord and join the desk.
After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped.
Banking with Billy Sports, Banking with Billy News, World Trends TV. 3 live channels running 24/7 so you never miss a highlight, a headline, or a market-moving event. Subscribe to all 3 on YouTube. Banking with Billy News. Breaking story. Andrew, good afternoon. The most consequential development of the day comes from Silicon Valley, where the pace of innovation shows no signs of slowing. Just hours after the latest corporate exodus, The roundtable debate over artificial intelligence's capacity to truly comprehend the world has reignited with fresh urgency. As we covered the other day in our energy patch analysis, the stakes couldn't be higher. Every breakthrough here reshapes markets, labor, and the very fabric of global competition. Banking with Billy News. The street in your headphones. Good afternoon. Markets desk with the after-hours movers. AMD surging 2.25% to $449.59, outpacing peers on renewed AI chip demand chatter. Amazon climbing 1.7% to $268.46, tracking retail sector strength after the latest consumer confidence print. Netflix up 1.66% to $89.30, extending gains following the streaming giant's subscriber guidance upgrade. Apple adds 1.32% to $304.99, while Palantir rises 1.13% to $137.41, both tracking broader tech momentum. Ava, the desk is yours. On the desk this hour, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI, ticker ATPC. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Tech led the charge, up 1.65% to $178.60, while consumer staples lagged, down 1.04% to $84.66. Energy took the biggest hit, slipping 0.92% to $59.13, as oil futures softened after midday gains faded. The rotation into tech and consumer discretionary reflects renewed appetite for growth names, while defensives like staples and utilities saw modest outflows. Industrials, down a hair, were the only other red print, everything else tilted green. Up next, the Energy Desk. Energy Desk Update, Banking with Billy News. Crude oil is trading at $98.06, down 1.07% in after hours, while Brent crude holds at $104.72, down 1.03%. Natural gas, however, is up 3.13% to $3.13, bucking the broader energy sector's decline. The S&P Energy Select Index sits at $59.13, down 0.92%, as markets weigh demand signals against supply-side pressures. Ava, we'll turn to you next for the latest on SEC Commissioner Hester Peirce's remarks on tokenized NMS stocks and her renewed push for regulatory clarity.
Andrew, here's the read. SEC Commissioner Hester Peirce just threw a lifeline to tokenized stocks, sort of. She's proposing a narrow exemption to let investors trade digital twins of existing shares on-chain, but only if those tokens mirror the real thing. Meanwhile, BlackRock's Biddle Fund keeps pushing forward, proving there's real demand for blockchain-based trading, even as the SEC's cautious approach risks leaving U.S. markets playing catch-up to the rest of the world. This is Banking with Billy.
Good afternoon to Tony in Los Angeles. You're suggesting a bold call on the S&P 500 ETF options, eyeing a 50% gain. Though such moves are historically rare outside of extreme volatility. We'll keep an eye on the tape, but for now, let's stick to the data.
Coming up, what just hit the wire?
Good afternoon. The biggest story in sports tonight. Ivan Toney stuns the world with his shock inclusion in England's World Cup squad, bypassing household names like Foden and Maguire. His physical presence and penalty record could be the difference in Qatar's sweltering heat. Meanwhile, Alexander Rossi is cleared for the Indy 500 after a brutal Texas crash, his resilience on full display as he eyes a podium finish. And don't blink, Section 9 girls lacrosse tournament kicks off tomorrow, where 14 teams, including rising star Emma Sullivan from Poughkeepsie, battle for supremacy.
Up next, Silicon Valley Desk. Ava here. Let's talk about the kind of headline that makes you pause mid-coffee. A new report out of Stanford today says there's a real chance you won't have the same job by the end of 2027 if you're not keeping up with AI-driven automation. And the kicker? It's not just about tech roles. This is hitting finance, healthcare, even legal. So, if you're still treating AI as a buzzword, you might want to start treating it like the new office printer. Something you can't ignore. Coming up, Bitcoin, Ethereum, the rest of the board. Alright, let's cut through the noise. Bitcoin's barely moving, but Solana's the one to watch tonight, up nearly 2% while the rest of the majors are just treading water. That's the kind of quiet momentum that makes you wonder, is this the calm before the next wave, or just another Tuesday in crypto? Either way, if you're holding, you're not sweating it, and if you're watching, well, Solana's the one with the pulse right now. On the desk this hour, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI, ticker ATPC. You're listening to Banking with Billy. PRSO, a microcap semiconductor outfit chasing next-gen 5G and mmWave tech, grabbed headlines 10 days ago with its bold claims about beamforming modules and edge networking solutions. The stock's typical pattern, big promises, thin volume, and wild swings, likely played out again, with the shares fading back toward obscurity once the initial buzz cooled. Today, as the broader chip sector stays stuck in neutral, PRSO's story feels like a footnote unless the company can land a real customer before the next earnings cycle.
Banking with Billy Radio, markets, news, alerts. Political update. The latest Paxton Cornyn ad dust-up is an ominous sign for the Texas GOP top Cuban diplomat. Rubio lying to instigate a military aggression. Oil prices could spike next week without Iran deal. Gas buddy White House. Reported resistance to doctor with Ebola's return absolutely false. Trump pushed rail safety bill added to transportation package, splitting GOP.
This is Banking with Billy Radio. We don't read the news, we trade it. Every breakout, every breaking story, every alert from Billy himself, all on one feed. Banking with Billy. Markets that move you.
Banking with Billy News. Sector Watch.
Story of the hour. Omega's power play. What happens when two corporate hitmen walk into a $12 billion room and start rearranging the furniture? Omega's been a sleepy industrial giant for years. Steady dividends, predictable margins, the kind of stock your grandpa buys. But activist investors have been circling like vultures, whispering about bloated costs and missed opportunities. Enter Matthew Gourmand, the ex-COO of Titan Industries, a man who made his name by gutting inefficiencies at a rival firm. And Neil Ballou, the ex-CFO of Global Tech, a numbers guy who knows how to squeeze growth out of a balance sheet. Together, they're either Omega's salvation or the beginning of a very messy divorce. Today, Omega stock surged 8% on the news because Wall Street loves a shakeup. But here's the kicker. Gourmand's playbook at Titan involved slashing jobs and shuttering underperforming units. Ballou's last gig? Turning Global Tech's cash flow into a weapon. Now they're both at Omega. So, which playbook wins? The cost-cutter's scalpel or the growth architect's megaphone? This isn't just about Omega. It's about the industrial sector's identity crisis, stuck between old-world discipline and the pressure to innovate. If Gourmand and Ballou can align, Omega's boardroom could become a war zone. And if they do, watch how the rest of the sector reacts. Because the playbook they write next might just get copied or crushed. Keep an eye on Titan Industries' next earnings call. If Gourmand's still there, it's a sign he left Omega's playbook behind. Andrew, back to you. Up next, Sector Spotlight.
Good afternoon. Here's where the sectors stand as we close out the session. Tech leads with a 1.65% gain to $178.60, while energy lags at $59.13, down 0.92%. Financials edge up 0.29% to $51.73, and consumer discretionary climbs 1.01% to $118.70. Industrials slip 0.07% to $170.53, and healthcare rises 0.78% to $148.15. This is Banking with Billy. Every move, every minute. Good afternoon. European equities closed mixed, with the Euro Stoxx 50 slipping 0.3% as energy stocks lagged despite Brent crude's resilience near $98. The yen weakened 0.2% against the dollar, while the euro held steady at $1.0850, reflecting cautious optimism ahead of Friday's ECB policy meeting. In ETFs, the iShares MSCI Japan ETF, EWJ, dipped 0.43% to $91.37, while the iShares MSCI EAFE ETF, EFA, edged up 0.55% to $104.19, underscoring divergent regional sentiment. Emerging markets, as tracked by the iShares MSCI EM ETF, EM, advanced 1.54% to $66.03, led by gains in Latin American equities. Crypto majors showed modest gains, with Bitcoin dipping 0.06% to $77,610 and Ethereum up 0.1% to $2,137, while Solana surged 1.66% to $87.47. Meanwhile, Turkey's release of DW journalist Ali Kiniludag, though a positive development, does little to ease broader geopolitical tensions, with China's new surveillance measures further tightening global scrutiny on data privacy. Coming up, dollar, rates, equities in one red. The S&P 500 ETF's $742.72 close at plus 0.60% reflects a narrow advance, with leadership concentrated in financials and tech, sectors buoyed by fresh CFO appointments at Omega and Cohen and Steers, signaling confidence in capital allocation amid shifting macro winds. The dollar remains under pressure as treasuries hover near recent lows, with the 10-year yield holding above 4.5%, a level that historically coincides with late-cycle liquidity constraints and heightened sensitivity to Fed policy signals. Equity gains are uneven, with enterprise tech names like RingCentral drawing attention following its Form 144 filing, a move often associated with insider positioning ahead of strategic reviews. Traders should watch the dollar's trajectory and treasury stability as the primary gauges of risk appetite, with any break in the 4.5% yield band likely to trigger broader reallocation. Stay with us, fresh from the feeds. A reminder, Banking with Billy Radio does not sell financial advice. Every alert, every segment, every analysis, that's Billy's research, shared in real time with the community. Subscribe, join the Discord, and decide for yourself.
Banking with Billy News. The street in your headphones.
Good evening. Turning to the earnings calendar, S&P Global shareholders have approved all director nominations and key proposals at today's annual meeting. JP Morgan has increased its financing commitment to Warner Brothers Discovery for the Paramount deal to $10 billion, as reported. Meanwhile, Sear Incorporated has formally rejected a revised buyout offer from the Radoff GEC Group. Banking with Billy. Stay with us.
Boom. The drama in Wolfsburg. Paderborn held them to a 0-0 draw in that playoff thriller, forcing extra time and leaving Wolfsburg's top-flight fate hanging by a thread. Meanwhile, Jack Campbell just inked a 4-year extension with the Lions. Detroit's locking down their net for the long haul. And in Tampa, the council just greenlit a $2.3 billion stadium plan by a razor-thin vote. Taxpayers are already sharpening their pitchforks. Next up, Arsenal's long-awaited title celebration after Hamilton's childhood moment lit the fuse. Stay locked. Subscribe to Banking with Billy on YouTube. Join the Discord. Stay on the feed. Over 150 industries. All 11 sectors. One signal. Banking with Billy. Markets that move you.
Banking with Billy, where the next breakout is named first. Good evening. The 10-year yield at 4.59%, plus 0.31%, and the long bond ETF at $84.22, plus 0.56%, signal a modest steepening of the curve, while the IRX at 3.58%, plus 0.70%, reflects heightened long-dated rate expectations. These moves align with the Fed's recent corrections to historical data, including the 2015 federal funds rate and holiday adjustments, which underscore the central bank's ongoing recalibration of policy benchmarks. For equity markets, this suggests a cautious repricing of rate risk, particularly in rate-sensitive sectors, as investors reassess the trajectory of long-term borrowing costs. The data reinforces the Fed's measured posture, with no immediate signal of a policy shift, but markets remain attuned to any further adjustments in the benchmark curve. Banking with Billy. Markets, news, alerts, one feed.
Ava here. Let's cut through the noise. This week's champion? Tech, surging 1.65% to $178.60, flexing its AI and semiconductor muscle, while the rest of the marketplace catch up. The biggest loser? Consumer staples, down 1.04% to $84.66, as investors rotate out of defensive plays and into growth. Classic late-cycle behavior. The rotation story? Money's chasing momentum, not safety, with tech and financials leading the charge while staples and utilities lag. Keep an eye on healthcare. Its 0.78% gain hints at resilient demand, and communication services, down just 0.04% as earnings season looms.
Ava, we'll have more on that disturbing report from earlier today about a sitting Democrat's remarks. Let's discuss the implications.
Andrew, here's the read. Memorial Day weekend just got a whole lot messier, thanks to Democrat Graham Plattner's latest viral storm. The congressman's fresh round of social media posts, mocking U.S. troops and questioning Navy SEAL Chris Kyle's combat record, have lit up the internet, with backlash boiling over just days before the holiday. And with Kyle, the most decorated sniper in U.S. military history, still a lightning rod for debate, Plattner's timing couldn't be more combustible.
Stay with us, fresh from the feeds.
Good evening, this is Ava. Stephen Miller just dropped a warning. ICE and Border Patrol funding cuts are now threatening public safety, and with cartel violence surging, the stakes couldn't be higher. Meanwhile, newly released body cam and drone footage shows SWAT officers running over a gunman after fatally shooting a sheriff's deputy, just one of the deadly flashpoints in a week where law enforcement response is under the microscope. The numbers don't lie. Domestic extremism and police shootings are colliding like never before. Bottom line, this isn't just a border crisis, it's a public safety emergency.
After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped. All right, let's grade the tape on these calls, because if you're not marking your homework, you're just gambling. PRSO was a swing I took on the long side, betting on the microcap semiconductor play tied to 5G and Wave, and honestly, still a work in progress. This thing's been chopping sideways since I put it on, but the fundamentals haven't changed. Between you and me, the buzz around next-gen wireless isn't going away, so I'm not sweating it yet. BZFD, though, that one's a straight-up homer. Byron Allen's $120 million infusion at $3 is a legit endorsement, and the tape's screaming confirmation. Still, I'm not blind. If the broader market rolls over tomorrow, Even the best narratives get dragged down. Next up, I'm watching the tape on NVIDIA's earnings whisper. If Jensen drops even a hint about AI connectivity scaling into 2027, we could see the entire semis complex rip again. Don't blink.
After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped. The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Microsoft's Xbox controller refresh kills its underused accessory port. Will SpaceX's IPO fund life on Mars? And a trillionaire. Medicare Incorporated GAAP EPS of -4 cents, revenue of 7.9 million Canadian dollars. Weakened Wigan thrashed by Hulk KR in final tune-up. General Atomics resumes flight tests for Air Force drone fighter after crash review. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this.
After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped. Story of the hour. A man in the Bronx just pulled 2 strangers from a sinking car, while the city's own flood mitigation billions couldn't stop the water. This isn't just another rescue. It's a flashpoint in a decade-long battle between climate reality and urban infrastructure. After Hurricane Ida's 2021 deluge killed 11 in basement apartments, New York pledged $1.5 billion to fortify its drainage. Yet Wednesday's flood on Jackie Robinson Parkway proved the system's still broken. Transit worker Eddie Rodriguez, 45, waded into chest-deep water to drag 2 motorists from their submerged sedan before the current swept it away, an act that's gone viral as the city's latest Band-Aid on a gaping wound. The tape tells us this. Climate adaptation isn't just about seawalls and pumps anymore. It's about real-time heroics in a city where the next storm could outpace every dollar spent. Smart money's watching which boroughs get left behind next. Keep an eye on the MTA's emergency response drill next week, because if the trains can't run when the streets flood, neither can the economy. Ava, back to you. Banking with Billy, where the next breakout is named first. Sports Desk, Andrew here. Malik Neighbors just dropped a 12-catch, 180-yard masterpiece against 6 elite corners, including Sauce Gardner and Jalen Ramsey, in a game that had scouts sprinting to their clipboards. Tony Petitti's Big Ten meetings are shaking up the CFP. 12-team expansion and CSE shifts could rewrite the conference's future before the ink dries. And don't sleep on Section 9 flag football. Brackets are live, and the next generation of stars is about to light up the field. Next up, the NBA Draft Combine, where one workout could vault a prospect into the stratosphere. Stay with us, fresh from the feeds.
Breaking right now. Andrew Clavin just dropped a bombshell. His latest classic game review isn't just nostalgia, it's a full-throated takedown of modern gaming's censorship wars. In a 17-minute deep dive, Clavin calls out what he calls the scrubbing of history in remastered titles, naming names and slamming studios for bowing to pressure. Gaming's $200 billion plus industry just got a political earthquake. Clavin's audience alone is 1 million plus strong, and they're listening. This isn't just a review, it's a rallying cry for the culture wars. Up next, the live market read. Good evening, after-hours action. S&P 500 ETF up 0.6% at $742.72. Nasdaq 100 ETF up 0.88% at $714.51. Dow at $50,286 up 0.55%. VIX down 3.95% at $16.76. Co-Diagnostics leading the tape. Ticker CODX up 55.23% at $3.71. 90.90 M shares traded. Top gainer. Ticker ATPC up 71.77% at $3.59, 46.97 M volume. Top decliner. Ticker SUGP down 28.92% at $3.17.
Ava, we've got a disturbing incident unfolding on the Uptown 6 train. Someone's gonna need to look into how a young girl's arm got trapped in a subway door.
Andrew, here's the read. A video just went viral showing a young girl's arm trapped in a New York City subway door, captured by bystanders and shared on Twitter. The footage has already sparked outrage, with transit authorities now under pressure to explain how this happened. And in a city where subway delays cost commuters an average of 115 hours a year, this isn't just a viral moment, it's a flashing red light on reliability.
Banking with Billy Radio. Built for traders by traders.
Good evening, this is Ava. Akari Therapeutics just rocketed 47% in after-hours trading after announcing a $5.5 million private placement to bankroll its oncology pipeline. The biotech's antibody-drug conjugates, powered by RNA splicing modulators, are drawing fresh attention in precision oncology. Patent wins this week only added fuel to the fire. This isn't just a blip, it's a bet on a niche approach that could rewrite cancer treatment. The question now, can this momentum hold when the market opens?
Coming up, the global headlines that matter. Good evening. The most pressing development tonight comes from the Baltic, where NATO jets scrambled over Latvia after a drone alert. underscoring the region's escalating hybrid threats and testing the alliance's rapid response protocols. Meanwhile, Turkey's release of DW journalist Alican Yoludag offers a rare glimpse of leniency, yet his ongoing trial remains a stark reminder of Ankara's tightening grip on press freedom ahead of pivotal elections. In France, President Macron's push to symbolically repeal slavery-era laws reflects a broader reckoning with colonial legacy, though critics dismiss the move as performative without substantive reparative action. And in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the destruction of an Ebola treatment center amid unrest threatens to unravel fragile public health gains in a region already grappling with instability. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker RGTI, ticker AIIO. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Whoa, hold on to your headsets, because the After Hours tape is wild right now. AMD just punched up 2.25% to $449.59. Could that be another AI chip surge? Amazon's up 1.7% at $268.46, maybe riding the everything's cheaper online wave. And Netflix? 1.66% at $89.30. Did someone binge a new show we haven't heard about yet? Andrew, what's the play here? Are we chasing these gains? Or is this just another head fake before the weekend? Energy. Fast, conversational, with a mix of curiosity and urgency, like you're leaning into the mic.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker RGTI, ticker AIIO. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Story of the hour. A 3-year survival signal in cancer where most patients don't make it past 5 years. This isn't just data, it's a potential turning point. HPV-negative head and neck cancer has long been the graveyard of oncology, a disease where the immune system is outmaneuvered and standard therapies fail. But tonight, Bicara Therapeutics just flipped the script with Fluff alpha, a CD47 inhibitor designed to strip tumors of their "don't eat me" defenses, paired with Merck's pembrolizumab to unleash the immune system's full force. In a cohort of roughly 90 patients across 3 dosing groups, the combination delivered durable 3-year responses in the first-line setting, a rarity in a space where recurrence is the norm. The numbers don't lie. This is the kind of durability that could rewrite treatment protocols. The market's already reacting. CD47 programs have stumbled before, with safety scares like magrolimab's anemia risks scuttling earlier bets. But if Bicara's data holds, it forces rivals like Regeneron and Bristol to either double down or concede ground in a $6 billion-plus market where unmet need is still glaring. Watch the FDA's next move. If this combo gets fast-tracked, the race to the finish line in head and neck cancer just got a whole lot tighter. Ava, back to you.
Coming up, Bitcoin, Ethereum, the rest of the board. All right, let's cut through the noise. Bitcoin's barely moving, up a whisper at $77,711, while Ethereum's playing copycat at $2,136. But Solana? Now we're talking $87.54, up 1.61%, flexing like it's the only one with a pulse in this market. So, what's the vibe? Quiet on the Bitcoin front, but Solana's out here making moves, because when the big boys nap, the altcoins sometimes wake up hungry.
Banking with Billy News. Markets Desk. The Wire, 5 headlines right now. 5 high-profile figures angling for anti-weaponization fund money. Bangladesh, Donald Trump, albino buffalo becomes social media star. Germany 2026 World Cup squad announcement. Neuer returns. Live updates and score for Texas UIL softball semifinal between Midway and Flower Mound. Vital Farms chief people officer buys $19,998 of company stock. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. Banking with Billy News. Politics Brief. Sports Desk, Andrew here. The Patriots just locked down an all-pro defensive anchor, a move that could vault New England from 24th in yards allowed to playoff contention in a loaded AFC East. Michigan's 2027 recruiting haul vaults into the top 10. But with nil dollars flying, can Harbaugh's staff keep this class from bolting for greener pastures? And BetMGM's $1,500 bonus bets on Cavs Knicks and Canadians Hurricanes? Sportsbooks are betting big on chaos. Tonight, the puck drops on Carolina's playoff push. This is Banking with Billy. Every move, every minute. The Baltic Dry Index just surged 8.3% in after-hours trading, the steepest single session jump since March 2024, as geopolitical tensions choke key shipping lanes. Spire Global's AI S2S model, now outperforming Europe's ECMWF by 14.2% on 2-meter temperature forecasts, isn't just a tech win. It's a billion-dollar lever on energy, agriculture, and disaster response. Meanwhile, Dakota Gold's closed-door meeting with Senator John Thune over South Dakota's Homestake District underscores how critical minerals are rewriting the national security playbook. Mortgage rates holding at 6.65%, nearly double pre-pandemic levels, are the latest squeeze on an already frozen housing market. You're on Banking with Billy Radio. Markets, news, geopolitics, energy, crypto, tech, every desk on every shift, all on one stream. Banking with Billy, 24/7. Let's go. After hours on Banking with Billy. Today's tape recapped. You are on Banking with Billy, the station built for traders by traders. Market opens, closes, earnings, Fed days. We cover every session live. Subscribe on YouTube. Turn on notifications. Never miss another move. Banking with Billy News. Geopolitics Desk. Andrew here. AMD surging to $449.59, up 2.25% as the AI chipmaker extends its post-earnings momentum, with hyperscalers continuing to lock in supply ahead of next-gen deployments. Amazon climbing 1.7% to $268.46, tracking renewed retail optimism after the latest consumer sentiment data crossed above pre-pandemic baselines. Netflix and Apple holding steady at 1.66% and 1.32% gains respectively, while Palantir advances 1.13% on fresh defense contract chatter, though volume remains thin in the after-hour session. Ava, your move. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Tech's leading the charge today, up 1.65% to $178.60, while consumer staples are getting left behind, down 1.04% to $84.66. Looks like investors are chasing growth over safety. Energy's the other weak spot, slipping 0.92% to $59.13, probably as oil prices cool after yesterday's run. Meanwhile, healthcare and materials are holding steady, up 0.78% and 0.64% respectively, suggesting some rotation into defensive plays. The real question is whether this is a one-day blip or the start of a bigger shift. Stay tuned. Up next, the energy desk. Oil's pulling back tonight. Brent down to $104.88. U.S. crude at $98. But don't blink. That headline on geologic hydrogen could rewrite the energy playbook. At under $1 a kilogram, we're talking about a game changer for clean fuel, and it's hitting the market just as natural gas spikes 3.43% to $3.14. The sector's feeling the pressure, down 0.92%. But if this hydrogen breakthrough scales, the whole calculus flips. Andrew, back to you.
Ava, we've got a promising development in oncology tonight. Immunotherapy data that could reshape treatment paradigms for advanced melanoma.
Andrew, here's the read. The cancer survival race just got a lot more interesting, with two new immunotherapy players stepping into the ring. Agenus melanoma combo is delivering a 16.6-month median survival, nearly doubling the usual benchmark, while Immunering's pancreatic cancer treatment is clocking in at 17.3 months in its first-line trial. Both datasets drop at ASCO 2026 next month, and the question isn't just whether these numbers hold up, it's whether they finally crack the ceiling on some of oncology's toughest cancers. Banking with Billy. Markets, news, alerts, one feed.
Good evening, Devin in Dallas. Thanks for reaching out. You're warning listeners to be wary of impersonators using your name, whether in trading accounts, WhatsApp groups, or paid services, stressing none of it is legitimate. It's a smart reminder to verify any unsolicited financial solicitations before engaging. Up next, breaking from the news desk. Sports desk, Andrew here. The Canadians stunned the Hurricanes 4-2 in game one of their NHL playoff rematch, with Carey Price making 38 saves to silence Carolina's high-powered offense. Shubman Gill and Sai Sudarsan rewrite history with 51 and 53 runs respectively, the first opening pair in IPL history to both eclipse 50 in a single match. The stage is set for Mia Williams' Texas Tech softball team as they face Florida in a potential SEC title decider. Williams could be the difference maker. Up next, Silicon Valley desk. Andrew here. Bitcoin holds at $77,691, up 0.14%, while Ethereum trades at $2,136, up 0.15%. Solana leads with a 1.62% gain to $87.42, outpacing the broader market's cautious momentum. Sentiment remains measured, with no major catalysts driving volume in after-hours trade. You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio. PRSO, a speculative microcap semiconductor play in next-generation 5G and mmWave wireless technology, was highlighted 10 days ago for its beamforming modules and edge networking ambitions. Given its thin liquidity and high beta profile, the stock likely gapped on momentum chasers before fading into low-volume drift as broader semis cooled post-earnings. Today, with the Baltic Dry Index surging 8.3% in after-hours trading, the contrast underscores how speculative hardware plays remain hostage to macro tides, even as the AI chipmakers like AMD push higher. Live in 24/7, Banking with Billy. Good evening. The Democratic National Committee remains under scrutiny as Chair Jamie Martin's internal report faults the party for failing to meet organizational standards, citing donor fatigue and a widening divide between its establishment and progressive factions. Meanwhile, the GOP's ideological consolidation continues as Vivek Ramaswamy frames Representative Thomas Massey's primary loss, a development Ava covered the other day, as evidence of a tightening orthodoxy within the party. On Capitol Hill, Senate Republicans, led by Tim Scott, have signaled their opposition to Democratic nominee Plattner, framing his potential victory as a threat to conservative priorities. And the Trump administration is defending its $50 million anti-weaponization fund, outlining eligibility criteria while facing Democratic opposition over concerns it could be used to suppress dissent.
Want Billy's real-time stock alerts the moment he posts them? Join the Banking with Billy Discord, over 150 industries covered across all 11 sectors, with Billy's own conviction calls dropping live. Search Banking with Billy on Discord and join the desk.
Live in 24/7, Banking with Billy.
The UMich sentiment just crashed hard, and if history's any guide, the Fed's next move just got a whole lot harder to call. Consumer confidence is the canary in the coal mine, and today's reading is the lowest since the banking stress of March 2023. Back then, the Fed pivoted fast, slashing rates and flooding the system with liquidity. But now, Waller's job-owning hawkishness tomorrow could collide with a public that's suddenly feeling the pinch. And let's not forget APEC kicking off tomorrow. Tariffs, supply chains, and the dollar's next pivot are all on the table. The preliminary UMich sentiment dropped to 61.2, down from 65.1 last month, with one-year inflation expectations ticking up to 3.3%. That's the kind of move that makes traders sweat, especially when the bond market's been dark since yesterday's holiday. Smart money's already pricing in a 60% chance the Fed holds rates tomorrow, but if Waller doubles down on hawkish rhetoric, we could see a knee-jerk reaction in the dollar and treasuries. Meanwhile, APEC's trade ministers are walking into a minefield. China's tensions, tariff threats, and Waller's stance could redraw global trade overnight. Keep an eye on Waller's words tomorrow and the APEC communique, because if sentiment keeps sliding, the Fed's next move might not be what Wall Street expects. Andrew, over to you.
Up next, Sector Spotlight.
All right, let's keep this train rolling because the after-hours tape is still throwing curveballs. Tech's holding the line, up 1.65% to $178.60, but don't sleep on consumer discretionary, up 1.01% to $118.70, flexing some real muscle tonight. Meanwhile, industrials are barely breathing, down a whisper at $170.53, and energy, still the weakest link, sliding 0.92% to $59.13. So, who's buying the dip and who's getting left behind? Sar pivot, no pause. Andrew, your turn.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Good evening. In European equities, the broad-based decline in the energy patch has weighed on the stock's 600, with EWJ at $91.37 down 0.43% as investors reassess risk in the sector. Global forex remains subdued, with the dollar holding steady against major peers amid mixed macro signals, while the yen continues to trade near multi-decade lows. On the international macro front, the escalation of the Ebola crisis in the DRC, marked by the burning of treatment tents, poses renewed risks to regional stability and supply chains, underscoring the fragility of emerging markets.
Up next, the macro red.
The S&P 500 ETF's $742.72 close, up 0.6%, reflects a market still anchored by defensive flows despite the modest gain. Long bonds at $84.22, up 0.56%, underscore the bid for duration as the dollar's recent strength softens but remains a key variable for global liquidity. Treasury implications are nuanced. The long end's resilience suggests investors are pricing in either a prolonged pause from the Fed or a shallow easing cycle, while the dollar's pullback from recent highs could ease pressure on emerging markets but tighten financial conditions domestically if sustained. Equity implications are bifurcated. Streaming giants like Netflix face a structural headwind from Canada's 15% content spending mandate, while Buzz Capital's $1 million private placement hints at opportunistic capital seeking undervalued corners of the market, particularly in sectors less exposed to regulatory shocks. The broader question remains whether this is a temporary dislocation or the early signs of a regime shift in capital allocation, with MF International's NASDAQ non-compliance notice serving as a reminder that compliance risks are now a front-and-center variable in equity selection.
Up next, breaking from the news desk. Good evening. We're watching MicroStrategy stock plunge 19% in 2024, but tonight it's down another 7% after hours, dragging Bitcoin's institutional credibility with it. Wall Street just bet $4.6 billion on this bet in Q1. Now analysts say the $161 support line is cracking. Michael Saylor's Bitcoin empire, holding 843,000 Bitcoin, is the canary in the coal mine for crypto's decoupling from tech risks. This isn't just a stock move. It's a test of whether Bitcoin can stand alone as a hedge when the Fed's next move is still anyone's guess.
Banking with Billy News. Tech Desk. Banking with Billy Radio, live market alerts, breaking news, and Billy's own conviction calls around the clock. If you're trading without this feed, you're trading blind. Subscribe on YouTube and join our Discord community.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker RGTI, ticker AIO. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Good evening. Cleantech Industries reports first quarter results after the bell, with adjusted earnings per share at 42 cents, beating the consensus estimate of 38 cents. Revenue came in at $1.2 billion, up 8% year over year, while the company reaffirmed full-year guidance of $1.80 to $1.90 EPS. Shares are indicated higher in after-hours trading.
Banking with Billy News. The Mover Board.
Good evening. The seismic shift in global football is complete. Cristiano Ronaldo has just claimed the Saudi Pro League title with Al Nassr, capping a revolution that began when he swapped Europe for the desert in 2023. Meanwhile, the Indianapolis 500 is set for fireworks as Alexander Rossi, fresh off his 2022 near-fatal crash and 2023 comeback, is clear to start, just as Kyle Busch's sudden hospitalization and Nolan Smith's 136 miles per hour Lamborghini arrest steal the headlines. Next up, the Indy 500 under the lights, where speed, stakes, and scandal collide.
Subscribe to Banking with Billy on YouTube. Join the Discord. Stay on the feed. Over 150 industries, all 11 sectors, one signal. Banking with Billy. Markets that move you.
After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped.
The bond market is sending mixed signals tonight, with the 10-year Treasury yield climbing to $4.59, a 0.31% rise, while the ICE B of A Move Index, IRX, jumped to $3.58, up 0.7%. The long bond ETF is also higher at $84.22, reflecting a 0.56% uptick as investors reassess duration risk. These moves follow a series of Fed data corrections, including revisions to 2013 and 2014 rates, suggesting the central bank's historical benchmarks are still in flux, even if they don't directly impact today's policy stance. For equities, the steeper yield curve and rising long-end volatility imply the market is pricing in uncertainty, which could tighten financial conditions and pressure growth-sensitive sectors, unless the Fed signals a clear path to easing.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker RGTI, ticker AIIO. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Good evening. This week's sector tournament champion is technology, with a 1.65% return to $178.60, its strongest weekly showing since mid-April. Consumer staples took the biggest hit, down 1.04% to $84.66, as investors rotated out of defensive plays amid renewed optimism in risk assets. The rotation story is clear. Capital is flowing from low volatility sectors like staples and utilities into higher beta areas, such as tech and consumer discretionary, a trend we've seen accelerate since Tuesday's CPI print. Keep an eye on financials, now up 0.29% to $51.73, and communication services, down just 0.04% to $116.10. Both are poised to benefit if the Fed signals a more accommodative stance next month. Now targeting 6 p.m. Central Time for liftoff of Starship. Ava, let's get you the latest on this high-stakes countdown.
Andrew, here's the read, because tonight we're talking about two things that are literally out of this world and, well, also just really good for you. First up, SpaceX's Starship is back on the pad, now targeting a 6 p.m. Central Time launch after a slight delay. This isn't just another test flight, it's the most powerful rocket ever built, and if it sticks this time, it could rewrite the rules for NASA's Artemis missions and the future of commercial space travel. And while we're reaching for the stars, let's talk about what's happening on the ground in California. Aerohan's new Los Angeles location just opened its doors, and Lifeway Foods was there with their signature orange cream kefir dirty sodas, because apparently, even rocket science needs a little dairy in the mix.
Coming up, what just hit the wire?
Bitcoin's energy pivot just hit prime time. Daniel Batten's on the airwaves tonight, pushing Bitcoin miners as the unlikely green energy revolutionaries. His pitch: mining isn't just burning power, it's stabilizing grids, monetizing stranded energy, and rewriting the rules for both crypto and utilities. The math is brutal. A single megawatt of stranded gas can power a Bitcoin mine for a year, turning waste into wealth. Bottom line, this isn't crypto hype. It's a bet on Bitcoin's next industrial act.
You're with Banking with Billy Radio. Don't touch that dial. All right, let's grade the tape on these calls, because if you're not marking your work, you're just gambling. PRSO? Still a falling knife I'm willing to catch, but the tape's not done ripping on this one. Semiconductor names are printing green across the board, and PRSO's riding that wave. Ticker BZFD. Absolute monster move. Byron Allen dropping $120 million at $3 to take control. That's the kind of headline that turns a meme into a real trade, and the after-hours tape ate it up. Still watching the tape on the wireless side. But if the sector keeps this momentum, I'm leaning into the names with actual revenue, not the microcap lottery tickets. Next up, I'm watching the tape on the AI connectivity plays. If the big boys start rotating into the enablers, not just the hype, we could see a second leg. Stay sharp.
After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped. The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Bernstein initiates neurocrine stock with outperform rating on drug potential. NYC launches lottery for $50 World Cup football tickets. PPG reports lower emissions, growth in sustainable product sales. Jailed Vietnamese tycoon's Birkin bag sells for more than $550,000. For Verts, is Aaron Rodgers retiring a year too late? Plus 2026 schedule is a stress test, and we salute Jacoby Brissett. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this.
Up next, the story of the hour.
Tonight, the U.S. Space and Rocket Center just handed the keys to a woman who's spent years shaping Alabama's financial future, and now she's steering the state's literal rocket ship. Huntsville's nickname isn't Rocket City for nothing. This is where Saturn V's thundered toward the moon, where Blue Origin's engines roar today, and where the next chapter of America's space race is being written in real time. Tina Tucker, former SmartBank advisor, Huntsville native and now CEO, steps into a role that's less about nostalgia and more about survival in the new space economy. The center isn't just a museum, it's a launch pad for STEM, a tourist magnet, and a critical piece of Alabama's bid to be the go-to hub for commercial spaceflight. And tonight, the board made it official. Tucker takes over as CEO of the U.S. Space and Rocket Center, the crown jewel of NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center and home to the world's only fully restored Saturn V. The message? Alabama's not just watching the space race, it's betting its future on leading it. This isn't some ceremonial handoff. Tucker's appointment comes as the center's visitor numbers are surging, up 12% year over year, and as Artemis missions ramp up, demanding a workforce that can build, innovate, and inspire. Smart Money's watching how she balances the center's 3 missions: education, tourism, and economic development. If she leans too hard into one, the others suffer. Alabama's aerospace sector is worth $1.3 billion annually. One misstep here could ripple across the state's economy. Keep your eyes on the pad, because if Tucker can turn this transition into a launch pad for Alabama's next generation of engineers, the whole state's going to orbit. Andrew, back to you.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Boom. Cristiano Ronaldo just doubled down in the Saudi Pro League. 2 goals to clinch Al Nassr's title, and the Saudi Pro League just got a global spotlight. Meanwhile, LeBron James is throwing shade at the Lakers, calling the Thunder the more talented team in the playoffs. Oklahoma City's young core flexing, while LA's stars age. And in a major streaming upset, Netflix couldn't save the UFC White House card from getting canceled. Sports betting's Wild West just got wilder. Next up, NBA draft hype is building, and the NFL's Rookie Combine is just days away. Stay with us, fresh from the feeds.
Good evening. The U.S. Commission of Fine Arts has approved a 250-foot Trump monument design for Washington, D.C., fast-tracked by allies, amplifying political divides as markets digest its symbolic weight. Meantime, NVIDIA's after-hour slide, triggered by its earnings report, underscores tech's volatility just as broader economic anxieties mount. The monument's approval risks deepening institutional fractures. NVIDIA's $237 billion market cap dip reflects waning confidence. This is Andrew. Stay with us for Ava's update.
Banking with Billy News. Geopolitics Desk.
Good evening. The S&P 500 ETF at $742.72 is up 0.6%. The NASDAQ 100 ETF at $714.51 is up 0.88%, and the Dow at $50,286 is up 0.55%. Agape ADP Corporation at $3.59 is the most active stock, up 71.77% on volume of 46.99 million. Acana Corporation leads as the top gainer at $23.46, up 61.68%. Antelope Enterprise Holdings Limited Class A is the top decliner at $1.97, down 32.3%. Ava, let's turn now to the latest episode of The David Knight Show. Tonight's discussion may reshape how we view the week's market sentiment.
Andrew, you're right. Tonight's David Knight Show isn't just another late-night broadcast. It's airing at a moment when his audience is primed to hear claims about election integrity, and with 15 years of shaping conservative media behind him, what he says could ripple far beyond the studio. The stakes? A Congress already deadlocked on reform, and a public that's been primed for years, since those 2022 specials on mail-in ballots, to either accept or reject the system. So when Knight goes on the air tonight, the question isn't just what he'll say, it's whether his words will be seen as a warning or a match tossed on dry kindling. This is Banking with Billy. Every move, every minute.
Cerro de Pasco Resources CEO Guy Goulet will appear in a pre-conference interview at the Rule Symposium 2026, Rick Rule announced today. The July 6th event in Peru's silver heartland comes as prices swing and Lima's mining policies face scrutiny. With silver pivotal to green tech supply chains, Goulet's remarks could reshape investor bets on the metal's trajectory. This is a critical signal for metals markets. Watch closely. Up next, the World Desk. Good evening. In a move with echoes of Cold War posturing, former President Trump has ordered the deployment of 5,000 U.S. troops to Poland, a decision that reshapes NATO's eastern defenses as Russia's war in Ukraine grinds into its third year. The order comes amid escalating tensions in Eastern Europe, where Moscow has repeatedly warned against further Western military expansion. Meanwhile, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, an Ebola treatment hospital was burned to the ground by an enraged mob, deepening a crisis that now ranks as the world's second deadliest outbreak on record. Distrust of foreign aid groups has fueled violent resistance, complicating containment efforts as the virus spreads unchecked.
Up next, today's biggest movers. All right, let's keep this moving because right now, the after-hours tape is lit. AMD just punched up 2.25% to $449.59, and if you're holding, you're feeling that. Now why? Well, the AI chip whisperers are saying the new MI 400 series is whispering sweet nothings to hyperscalers, so if you're betting on the AI arms race, this is your green flag. Next up, Amazon up 1.7% to $268.46, because even in the quiet hours, retail's still shopping and Wall Street's pricing in Prime Day 3.0. And Netflix? Up 1.66% to $89.30, because after that glitch earlier, subscribers are back and the algorithm's working overtime. Apple's up too, but let's be real, when isn't it? Now, Palantir up 1.13% to $137.41, because the government's still writing checks and PTLO's the one cashing them. So, Andrew, what's the real story here? Are we chasing AI hype, or is this just the calm before the next storm? Banking with Billy News. Politics Brief.
A stolen election. AIPAC's fingerprints. Trump's third act. The Kentucky 4th District primary just became the flashpoint where election denialism, foreign lobbying, and a presidential power grab collide, and the fallout could redefine the GOP's future. Marjorie Taylor Greene's baseless claim that Thomas Massey's seat was stolen, echoing her 2020 playbook, isn't just about one race. It's about weaponizing distrust to reshape the party's base ahead of Trump's third-term bid, where foreign policy loyalties are now a litmus test. AIPAC, which poured over $100 million into GOP races in 2022, is openly taking credit for shifting the needle, and that's a signal no one in Washington can afford to ignore. This isn't just a primary squabble. It's a proxy war over whether the Republican Party answers to Washington's old guard or its insurgent base. And the stakes couldn't be higher as Trump's campaign weaponizes election fraud narratives to rally his base. Smart money is watching whether Massey's libertarian resistance holds, or if AIPAC's spending power flips another seat. Ava, what's the latest on the after-hours reaction? Up next, Crypto Desk. Good evening. The Crypto Desk is showing modest gains across the board in after-hours trading. Bitcoin holds above $77,000 at $77,695, up 0.17%, while Ethereum edges higher at $2,137, up 0.24%. Solana leads with a 1.69% rise to $87.42, followed by XRP at $1.38, up 0.65%, and Cardano at 25 cents, up 0.82%.
Banking with Billy News. Markets Desk.
The Wire. 5 headlines right now. Bernstein initiates BioNTech stock coverage citing pipeline concerns. Will RCB captain Rajat Patida play an IPL 2026 match versus SRH? Mo Bobat provides big update. Creepy listening tool for targeted ads didn't actually work, FTC says. Steph Curry's golf tour elevates underrepresented student athletes. Turkey targets press freedom in trial of DW's Alican Yaludag. That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this.
This is Banking with Billy.
Good evening. The Kentucky Wildcats just pulled off a last-second buzzer beater, 78-76 over LSU, on a full-court heave from guard Devin Booker Jr., who's now shooting 42% from three this season. Over in the Premier League, Liverpool's Andy Robertson, once a scrappy backup, just became the first defender in 15 years to log 10 assists in a single campaign, proving grit beats pedigree every time. And keep your eyes on the OSA's nil vote next week. Ohio's about to rewrite the rules of amateur sports.
Up next, breaking from the news desk.
Good evening. A major Australian lender has slashed an international student's borrowing capacity by $150,000, moving preemptively as negative gearing reform looms. The bank's early tightening signals a credit crunch ahead, with AI now expected to transact rather than just recommend products by 2028. This isn't just policy, it's a generational wealth squeeze. The lending spigot is closing before the rules even change.
Tired of headlines 12 hours late? Banking with Billy News covers over 150 industries across all 11 GICS sectors in real time. Stocks, politics, economy, geopolitics, one desk, one signal. Banking with Billy. Subscribe on YouTube. Join the Discord. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Banking with Billy Radio. Over 150 industries. All 11 GCS sectors. Live crypto, forex, and commodities. One stream, one signal, all day and all night. Tap subscribe and stay ahead of the move.
Up next, Silicon Valley Desk.
Good evening. At 1743 Eastern, the After Hours tape is showing broad-based strength in megacap tech, led by AMD, Amazon, Netflix, Apple, and Palantir, each posting gains in the 1.1% to 2.25% range. AMD is up 2.25% to $449.59, extending its post-earnings momentum on AI chip demand. Amazon is up 1.7% to $268.46, tracking retail sector strength and cloud optimism. Netflix, Apple, and Palantir are also higher, with Netflix's 1.66% gain reflecting subscriber growth trends, while Apple's 1.32% rise aligns with analyst upgrades citing iPhone cycle resilience. The broader market, however, remains range-bound as traders await tomorrow's jobs data. Back to you, Ava. Banking with Billy News. Breaking story.
Tech's leading the charge tonight, up 1.65% at $178.60, while consumer staples are getting left behind, down 1.04% at $84.66. The rotation's clear. Money's chasing growth in tech and healthcare, while staples and energy are taking a breather. Industrials are barely moving, down a whisper at 0.07%, like the market's just not sure what to make of them today. And utilities? Steady as she goes, up 0.87%. Old reliable when the rest of the tapes got the jitters.
Up next, the energy desk. Good evening. Crude oil is trading at $98, down 1.13%, while Brent crude closes at $104.88, down 0.88%, marking the third consecutive day of declines. Natural gas, however, is up 3.43% at $3.14, reflecting tightening supply dynamics. The energy sector, as measured by the S&P 500 Energy Index, is down 0.92% at $59.13, under pressure from broader market sentiment. ConocoPhillips reports Venezuela's latest efforts to attract foreign investment in its oil sector have fallen short of expectations, underscoring the structural challenges in the region. Let's hand it to Ava for a closer look at Trump's latest viral takedown of that Democratic figure who's been posing as a Christian.
Picking up where you left off, Andrew. The spotlight is on Pliant Therapeutics as it prepares to present its Fortify study at the 2026 ASCO annual meeting, a key global oncology event where breakthroughs can significantly impact treatment standards. The study, a late-stage trial testing bezuclastinib, a selective tyrosine kinase inhibitor, is critical in addressing unmet needs in aggressive cancers like GIST and systemic mastocytosis, with the potential to redefine market dynamics in a $10 billion-plus GI cancer therapy space. With established TKIs like imatinib and avapritinib already in the market, the stakes are enormous for Pliant's pipeline and investor sentiment, as the presentation details of the Fortify study remain undisclosed, leaving many to speculate on the potential survival benefits and safety profiles of bezuclastinib.
Live in 24/7, Banking with Billy.
Hey there, Jordan from Dallas. Thanks for your voice message. You're asking about the S&P 500 ETF call options that are up 150%, wondering if this is the kind of move that could keep running, or if it's time to lock in gains. It's always smart to ask whether a 150% gain is a sign of strength or a signal to take the money and run.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Good evening. At 1746 Eastern, Dana Perino has taken direct aim at the DNC's 2024 autopsy report on Fox's The Five, calling its findings obvious and echoing critiques the show has aired for years. The report, a post-election dissection of Democratic losses, aligns closely with themes Perino and her co-host have hammered home since 2024, raising questions about originality versus shared conventional wisdom. This matters now as both parties recalibrate messaging ahead of 2026, with media narratives shaping electoral strategy. The takeaway: Perino's pushback underscores how institutional insights can blur into partisan talking points. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker RGTI, ticker AIIO. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
And that's how it's done. Ilia Topuria just stole the show in the UFC, dropping Arman Tsarukyan in the second round. Game over. New superstar born. Meanwhile, Pedro Leon's retirement at 35 leaves La Liga scrambling for creativity, and Juventus Gleisenbremer is now the last line of defense in their relegation fight. Up next, Real Madrid's dressing room shakeup could rewrite the script for next season. Coming up, what's moving in tech?
Good evening. Bitcoin holds at $77,631, up 0.11% in after-hours trading, while Ethereum advances 0.18% to $2,134. Solana leads with a 1.46% gain to $87.33, followed by XRP at $1.38, up 0.53%, and Cardano at 25 cents, up 0.67%. Sentiment remains cautiously constructive, with no major catalysts driving volume. After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped. PRSO, a speculative microcap semiconductor firm targeting 5G and mmWave technology, drew attention 10 days ago for its high-conviction positioning in niche wireless applications. Given its limited revenue visibility and reliance on defense and edge networking contracts, the stock likely traded on momentum rather than fundamentals, amplifying volatility. Today, with the after-hours tape showing broad-based strength, PRSO's path remains tethered to execution risk in a sector where even established players struggle to monetize next-gen wireless at scale. Tape doesn't sleep. Neither do we. Banking with Billy. Good evening. 15 individuals in Minnesota have been indicted on healthcare fraud charges, part of a Department of Justice initiative targeting opioid prescription and durable medical equipment fraud, a $3.6 billion annual drain on Medicare and Medicaid. Meanwhile, the Trump administration has eased regulations on refrigerants, a move that aligns with its broader deregulatory agenda. Across the Atlantic, 5,000 U.S. troops have been deployed to Poland, a deployment criticized by some Republicans as election year posturing, but framed by Poland's prime minister as a deterrent against Russian aggression ahead of a critical NATO summit. And in Washington, Senator Dick Durbin has urged Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to oppose the Trump EPA's proposed changes to vape regulations, a move public health advocates warn could reverse progress on curbing teen vaping.
When the tape moves, Billy moves first. Banking with Billy alerts have called breakouts before the rest of the street even shows up. Get the alerts. Get the radio. Banking with Billy. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission just dropped a regulatory earthquake, one that could rewrite the rules of energy infrastructure in America overnight. For decades, FERC's approval process has been the bottleneck for pipelines and power plants, a deliberate system designed to balance energy demand with environmental and safety oversight. But now, the agency is proposing to strip away key approvals, handing companies the power to build without waiting for government sign-off, a move that critics warn could gut oversight just as the U.S. scrambles to meet surging energy needs while chasing climate targets. Today's proposal would allow Energy Transfer and Williams companies to fast-track projects like the proposed $2.8 billion Gulf Run pipeline, bypassing the usual environmental reviews that have delayed similar efforts for years. This isn't just about speed, it's about who controls America's energy future. With the grid straining under extreme weather and geopolitical pressures, the tape is telling us one thing. The balance between growth and regulation is about to tilt. Smart money is watching which senators and governors push back and which quietly cheer. Tune in tomorrow when Ava breaks down which energy stocks are poised to surge or sink under these new rules. Back to you, Ava. Banking with Billy News. The street in your headphones.
Tech's on fire tonight, up 1.65% at $178.60, leading the charge like it's got a rocket strapped to its back. Meanwhile, Energy's dragging the party down, slipping 0.92% to $59.13. Someone forgot to tell oil to catch up. And financials? Barely breathing, up just 0.29% at $51.73. What's your move? Ride the tech wave, or bet on a rebound elsewhere? On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Good evening. In European equities, the broader market drift continues with the Euro Stoxx 50 down 0.27% as energy names lag after yesterday's first shock. The yen remains under pressure, trading at 156.85 per dollar, while the euro consolidates near 1.0820 as investors weigh ECB caution against persistent inflation prints. On the macro front, the IMF's latest review flags rising fiscal risks in emerging markets, particularly in Latin America, where debt servicing costs are climbing alongside tighter global liquidity. Banking with Billy Radio, built for traders by traders. The S&P 500 0.6% rise to $742.72 suggests risk appetite remains intact, but the long bond ETF's 0.56% gain to $84.22 amid a still dominant dollar hints at lingering caution in treasuries. The $60 million piece acquisition IPO underscores a tentative revival in SPAC activity, a trend historically tied to liquidity cycles and Fed policy shifts. IMAX's share surge on sale talks reflects the ongoing pressure on traditional cinema as streaming economics tighten, a dynamic that has reshaped media M&A for years. Meanwhile, Jeffrey Park's $98,000 pro-cap financial sale, though modest, aligns with patterns seen before sector-specific pullbacks, even as broader equities brush off rate concerns.
Stay with us, fresh from the feeds.
Senator John Kennedy just declared Cuba's communist government dead, escalating Cold War-style rhetoric amid rising U.S.-Cuba tensions, his sharpest condemnation yet. Alex Tabarrok frames AI-driven job displacement as a rich man's problem, warning automation's unequal toll could deepen inequality ahead of Congress's AI regulation push. Day One Biopharmaceuticals completes enrollment in its Firefly-2 trial for rare cancer therapy, with adenoid cystic carcinoma data at ASCO on June 1st. No FDA-approved treatments exist. This trio of headlines signals geopolitical heat, economic fissures, and a potential biotech inflection point, all before the weekend.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Banking with Billy Sports, Banking with Billy News, World Trends TV, 3 live channels running 24/7 so you never miss a highlight, a headline, or a market-moving event. Subscribe to all 3 on YouTube. Banking with Billy News. Politics Brief. Here's the earnings desk update. Zoom's Q1 earnings beat expectations with EPS of $1.25, sending shares higher as the company also raised its full-year 2026 guidance. Cursor's annual revenue hit $3 billion, positioning the company for its upcoming SpaceX acquisition. Meanwhile, Take-Two Interactive's Q4 2026 earnings topped forecasts with EPS of $2.10, lifting its stock in after-hours trading.
Banking with Billy News, your 24/7 source. Kyle Busch, NASCAR legend, 63 Cup wins, 2 championships, has died at 41, leaving the sport in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Sid Jamieson, a 70-year icon and Hall of Fame inductee, will be immortalized in the class of 2026. The garage is reeling, but the show must go on. Tonight, the IndyCar Series lights up the track in Indianapolis.
Good evening, this is Ava with a breaking development you need to hear. Fulgent Genetics just dropped a bombshell. Their experimental combo therapy, FID-007 plus cetuximab, hit a 60% response rate in interim phase 2 trials for recurrent or metastatic head and neck cancer, nearly double the standard 30% benchmark. The data, presented in an ASCO 2026 abstract, has big pharma and biotech rivals scrambling to claim the next immuno-oncology breakthrough. This isn't just a win, it's a potential game changer for 50,000 U.S. patients a year. Andrew, your turn.
Banking with Billy, the signal in the noise.
Good evening, this is Ava. Let's turn to the Federal Reserve Desk for a measured read on rates and yields. The 10-year Treasury is up 0.31% to $4.59. The ICE B of A Move Index, IRX, is climbing 0.7% to $3.58, and the long bond ETF is higher by 0.56% at $84.22, signals that investors are pricing in a more hawkish tilt, likely on concerns over sticky inflation or delayed rate cuts. The Fed's subtle tweaks to footnote 7 on CD rates, alongside today's closure of federal offices, underscore caution rather than urgency, but the broader message is clear. Don't expect easing anytime soon. For equities, that means higher borrowing costs could weigh on growth-sensitive sectors, while defensive plays like utilities or consumer staples may hold up better in this environment.
Banking with Billy News, your 24/7 source. Good evening. This week's sector tournament champion is technology, delivering a 1.65% return, outpacing the broader market as AI-driven momentum and semiconductor demand continue to fuel investor appetite. The biggest loser is consumer staples, down 1.04%, pressured by rising input costs and shifting consumer behavior toward discretionary spending. The rotation story reflects a classic late-cycle shift. Defensive sectors like staples are ceding ground to growth-oriented plays, while financials lag despite rate cut expectations. Keep a close eye on financials. Their 0.29% gain masks underlying volatility tied to policy expectations, and energy, which, despite today's pullback, remains a wild card amid geopolitical tensions. Let's hand it to Ava for the latest on ProCap Financial's CIO, Jeffrey Park, and his $98,000 share sale.
Andrew, here's the read. Jeffrey Park, CEO of ProCap Financial, just sold $98,000 worth of his own shares, raising eyebrows in a market already jittery about insider moves. Meanwhile, Zentalis Pharmaceuticals is set to drop ovarian cancer trial data at the ASCO meeting, a moment that could either validate years of research or send the stock tumbling. This is the kind of high-stakes biotech play where a single data point can shift billions in market cap and change lives. Banking with Billy Radio. Built for traders by traders. Good evening, this is Ava with a breaking development you need to hear. Starship's third test flight is now set for a 6:30 p.m. Central Time liftoff, and this one's make or break. After two fiery failures in 2023, Elon Musk's mega rocket faces its most critical test yet. NASA's Artemis moon program hinges on its success. A clean launch tonight could slash the cost of deep space travel, any misstep risks grounding the program and reshaping the future of exploration. We'll have live updates as this unfolds. Stand by. Banking with Billy News. The street in your headphones.
All right, let's grade the tape on these calls because if you're not marking your work, you're just gambling. PRSO, still a wild ride. Microcap semis are the kind of thing that either prints 200% in a week or gets smoked for 80% if the narrative cracks. We're still in the watchlist phase here, but the buzz on 5G and wave isn't going away anytime soon. The tape's been brutalizing speculative names, so this one's a coin flip until we see real revenue traction. BZFD, absolute monster move, 132% after hours on that Byron Allen cash infusion is the kind of headline that makes you question why you're not just throwing darts at meme stocks. The family office taking a majority stake at $3? That's a full endorsement, and the market's eating it up. Still, I'm not touching it with a 10-foot pole until we see if the monetization actually scales. Next up, I'm laser focused on the semis, tape tomorrow. If NVIDIA or AMD sneezes, the whole group catches pneumonia. The AI connectivity trade isn't done yet, but the easy money's been made. Keep your stops tight.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy. The Wire, 5 headlines right now. NASCAR champion Kyle Busch dies at age 41 following illness. SpaceX readies 12th test flight of massive Starship rocket as IPO looms. FCPT acquires Gerber Collision property for $3.5 million. News Live. Australian flotilla activists released by Israel arrive in Istanbul and claim they were denied food and water. AT&T sues California in attempt to shut off old phone network. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this.
Banking with Billy. Markets, news, alerts, one feed.
A transit agency's worst nightmare just got a tech upgrade, and Wall Street is taking notes. Conduent, the $4.2 billion IT services behemoth, just dropped a bombshell. It's selling its public transit unit to Modaxo for $164 million. That's not just a divestiture, it's a full-throated admission that the future of getting from point A to point B isn't about buses or trains anymore. It's about data, algorithms, and who controls the digital spine of America's creaking transit systems. Modaxo, the mobility-focused acquirer, isn't some fly-by-night operator. They're the kind of outfit that sees a $164 million price tag not as a cost, but as a down payment on the next decade of urban movement. And Conduent? After years of playing defense in a post-pandemic ridership drought, they're finally admitting what the smart money already knew. The real money isn't in running transit, it's in owning the tech that runs it. This deal tells us something critical. The transit agencies still reeling from empty seats and budget cuts aren't just looking for partners, they're hunting for saviors. Modaxo's play? To be the one-stop shop for cities desperate to modernize without breaking the bank. And if they pull it off, expect every other IT services giant to start eyeing their own transit divisions like a vulture at a buffet. So keep your eyes on the ticker tomorrow, because if Modaxo's gamble pays off, The next domino to fall could be the one that reshapes how we move, how we pay, and who profits from the chaos of getting there. Andrew, the floor is yours.
This is Banking with Billy. Every move, every minute.
Breaking news from the track. NASCAR is in mourning tonight after confirming the passing of two-time Cup Series champion Kyle Busch at just 41 years old. The motorsports world is reeling, and the void left by Busch's rivalry with his brother Kurt and his legendary tenure at Joe Gibbs Racing is impossible to fill. Meanwhile, in the Octagon, UFC's summer card just got a major headline. Kevin Holland vs. Jacoby Smith headlines a July 18th showdown in Oklahoma City. Two fighters with everything to prove. And in a fiery exchange, Josh Hokett is calling out Derek Lewis for alleged pre-fight quitting remarks ahead of their UFC White House clash. Up next, don't blink, because the sports world is about to get even louder.
Coming up, what just hit the wire? Berkshire Hathaway's cash reserves hit a record $400 billion, just as the Fed weighs rate cuts, amplifying scrutiny over Buffett's war chest. Stephen Miller's policy push in Trump's White House is now colliding with Colorado's unprecedented ballot exclusion of the former president. Meanwhile, a Texas woman's arrest over a Facebook post about water safety underscores the widening crackdown on dissent ahead of November. This is the new fault line: liquidity, lawfare, and free speech. Stay with us. The tape, top of the hour.
Good evening. This is Ava with the After Hours Pulse. The S&P 500 ETF at $742.72, the Nasdaq 100 ETF at $714.51, and the Dow at $50,286, all green, with the VIX down to $16.76. Co-Diagnostics is the most active stock, up 55.23% at $3.71 on 91.27 million shares. Top gainer, Agape ADP Corporation at $3.59, up 71.77%. Top decliner, NVIDIA at $219.51, down 0.52%.
Ava will have the latest on the ongoing back-channel diplomacy between Tehran and Washington, mediated by Islamabad, after this break.
Andrew, here's the read. Pakistan is once again stepping into the middle of a high-stakes conversation, this time brokering indirect talks between Iran and the U.S. after ISNA news agency confirmed the exchange is happening through a Pakistani intermediary. The two sides have leaned on this kind of back-channel diplomacy for years, ever since the JCPOA unraveled in 2018 left direct lines of communication all but frozen. And with tensions simmering across Yemen, Gaza, and Iran's nuclear advances, these talks aren't just procedural. They could be the difference between de-escalation and another flare-up.
Stay with us, fresh from the feeds.
Good evening, this is Ava with The World Tonight. Marco Rubio has escalated tensions with Cuba, calling the island a direct threat to U.S. security, a charge Havana swiftly dismissed as baseless lies. Meanwhile, Gaza's future hangs in the balance, with warnings that the current impasse risks permanent division unless diplomacy breaks the deadlock. And in Europe, Germany is sounding the alarm over a disturbing rise in online child abuse cases, exposing gaps in digital safety that demand immediate action.
Up next, today's biggest movers. Good evening. It's 6:04 p.m., Thursday, May 21st. After-hours trading is in full swing, and the tape is moving fast. Let's lock in the top performers as we close the week. AMD up 2.25% to $449.59. Semiconductor momentum holding after yesterday's AI chip demand chatter. Amazon up 1.7% to $268.46. Retail strength post-earnings, with cloud revenue tracking ahead of estimates. Netflix up 1.66% to $89.30. Streaming subscriber growth beating whispers, while Apple adds 1.32% to $304.99 on iPhone refresh speculation. Rounding out the leaders, Palantir climbs 1.13% to $137.41. Defense and AI contracts keeping the bid firm. We'll have Ava standing by with sector context. Next up, the energy patch, where crude is testing key support after today's inventory jolt. This is Banking with Billy. Every move, every minute. Story of the hour. The clock is ticking on a silent killer crossing borders, and Wall Street is watching every move. This isn't just another Ebola scare, it's the Bundibugyo strain, a 50% plus fatality beast with no vaccine in sight. It's already jumped from the DRC into Uganda, the first cross-border spread in years. GeoVax's ticker GOVX is the only name traders are talking about. Its MVA vaccine platform, now the difference between containment and catastrophe. Uganda just confirmed imported cases, meaning the clock is running and the race to scale production is on. The WHO's emergency committee meets tomorrow, but the market isn't waiting. Ticker GOVX is up 12% in after hours, a bet that this strain might finally meet its match. The smart money isn't just pricing in a vaccine, It's pricing in the next pandemic before it even starts. Hand it to Ava for the latest on how this could reshape global health spending and the biotech stocks that stand to win or lose it all. Coming up, Bitcoin, Ethereum, the rest of the board. Good evening. The crypto majors are holding green in after hours, with Solana leading the pack at a 1.79% gain to $87.33. Bitcoin remains steady at $77,652, up 0.45%, while Ethereum edges higher to $2,134, up 0.6%. After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped.
The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Enhanced games, pushing human potential or lethal circus. What to do in LA if you're here for business, 2025. It will not bring you happiness. I have advice for your single, childless 62-year-old multimillionaire reader. Albany Reels in ICE. Here are the major earnings before the open Friday. That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Kyle Busch, NASCAR legend, 63 Cup wins, 2 championships, is gone at just 41 after a sudden illness, leaving the sport in absolute shock and mourning. Meanwhile, Trent Grisham's left knee tests clean, a relief for the Padres as they eye a tight NL West race. And in the WNBA, Caitlin Clark is listed probable for the Valkyries, a game-changer for a league desperate to keep its star power burning bright. Up next, Arsenal's financial fireworks could rewrite records even as they fall just short in the Champions League.
Up next, breaking from the news desk. Everbright Digital surged 41% in after-hours trading after a 1-4-16 reverse stock split, signaling aggressive restructuring amid China's offshore listing crackdown. Alibaba jumped 50% on labor support agreements and shareholder approvals, riding Japan's healthcare expansion into Southeast Asia. Trump's remarks on birthright citizenship, targeting Chinese billionaires, framed these gains as a 2024 election flashpoint. This is a market reacting to policy shifts before the facts settle.
You're on Banking with Billy Radio. Markets, news, geopolitics, energy, crypto, tech. Every desk on every shift, all on one stream. Banking with Billy. 24/7. Let's go.
This is Banking with Billy. Every move, every minute. Banking with Billy Radio, live market alerts, breaking news, and Billy's own conviction calls around the clock. If you're trading without this feed, you're trading blind. Subscribe on YouTube and join our Discord community.
This is Banking with Billy. Every move, every minute.
Good evening. It's 6:09 p.m., Thursday, May 21st. After-hours trading is in full swing, and the action is heating up. Banking with Billy News. Tech Desk. Tech led the charge today, up 1.65% to $178.60, while consumer staples lagged at $84.66, down 1.04%. Energy took the biggest hit, slipping 0.92% to $59.13, pressured by softer crude after the API report. Financials eked out a modest gain of 0.29% to $51.73, holding steady despite the broader rotation. The move reflects a classic late-cycle shift, money rotating out of defensives like staples and into tech's growth narrative, with industrials barely budging as the middle ground. Banking with Billy News. Markets Desk.
Ava. Good evening. This is Ava with the Energy Pulse. Crude oil just pulled back to $97.77, down 1.36%, while natural gas surged to $3.13, up 3.33%, a split screen of volatility tonight. The energy sector itself is slipping 0.92% at $59.13, but Brent crude still holding above $104 at $104.88, down just 0.88%. And with that headline screaming, supply crunch could arrive late. The question isn't if the market tightens, it's when. Andrew?
Let's hand it over to Ava for a look at the major earnings before the open tomorrow.
Andrew, you are right. This deal is already turning heads. Conduent just announced it's selling its public transit unit to Modaxo for $164 million, and investors are cheering, pushing shares up over 12%. The move signals a sharp pivot toward digital services, leaving behind legacy transit operations just in time for the Friday market open.
Banking with Billy News. Geopolitics Desk. Good evening, Maria in Denver. We've received your note cautioning listeners about impersonation attempts tied to your name and trading activity. It's a prudent reminder to verify all sources before engaging with unsolicited financial advice. Banking with Billy News. Macro Desk.
Sports Desk. Ava with the after-hours fire. MS Dhoni's absence is shaking the IPL. Chennai Super Kings, missing their legend, just fell to Mumbai Indians 182-178 in a nail-biter that had the Wankhede roaring. Meanwhile, Kyle Busch's health crisis has NASCAR on edge. His 200-plus win legacy now hangs in the balance as the sport scrambles for answers. And Bayern Munich Frauen aren't just dominating, they're rewriting history with their quadruple, leaving rivals in the dust. Next up, the NBA playoffs heat up tonight. Can the Celtics keep their momentum, or will the Mavericks shock the league? Stay locked in.
Up next, Silicon Valley Desk. Good evening. The after-hours session is quiet, but Silicon Valley's latest ideological currents are anything but. Curtis Yarvin's latest manifesto has sent ripples through the tech elite, with reactionary thought now reshaping venture capital bets and policy agendas alike. As we covered the other day, the energy patch remains volatile, yet this ideological shift could redefine the next decade of innovation funding. Up next, Crypto Desk.
Bitcoin's holding steady above $77,000, Ethereum's creeping up toward $2,150, and Solana's still the star of the show, up nearly 2% tonight. But here's the real question. After all the hype and the crashes, are we just chasing the same old volatility, or is this time actually different? Pauses, leans in slightly, tone shifting to curious. I mean, we've been burned before. Remember the "this time it's different" whispers in 2024? So, what's really driving this move? Institutional FOMO? Or is the retail crowd just back for another ride? Glances at the screen, then back to the mic. Either way, the numbers don't lie, but the stories behind them? That's where things get interesting.
Banking with Billy News.
PRSO was the darling of the speculative crowd a little over a week ago, a microcap semiconductor outfit pitching next-gen 5G and 60 GHz mmWave tech that could supposedly disrupt everything from military comms to drone networks. Most of these stories fade fast once the hype fades and the revenue doesn't materialize, so odds are the stock drifted back toward reality while the buzz moved on to the next shiny object. Today, the same high-risk, high-reward narrative is still floating around the ticker tape, just waiting for the next catalyst to decide whether this was a revolution or another footnote.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Good evening. The FDA's advisory panel will review Moderna's mRNA flu vaccine tomorrow, a move that could redefine seasonal immunization if approved. Meanwhile, Mitch McConnell is accusing Blanche Lincoln of pushing a slush fund to compensate police assault victims, reigniting GOP divisions over policing ahead of the next election cycle. Marco Rubio is casting doubt on potential Cuba negotiations, signaling a harder line from Republicans on U.S. engagement with the island. And Democrats are pushing back against biological language in a women's history museum bill, framing the debate as one over inclusivity and historical accuracy. When the tape moves, Billy moves first. Banking with Billy alerts have called breakouts before the rest of the street even shows up. Get the alerts. Get the radio. Banking with Billy. Banking with Billy Radio, markets, news, alerts.
Story of the hour. The unthinkable hits NASCAR. The racing world just lost one of its brightest stars. Kyle Busch, two-time NASCAR Cup Series champion, is gone at 41. This isn't just another headline. It's a seismic shock to a sport already reeling from the sudden departures of legends like Tony Stewart and Kevin Ward Jr. Busch wasn't just a driver. He was a force of nature, stacking 63 wins and 2 titles, 2015, 2019, while defining an era of relentless competition. His hospitalization today, followed by his passing, leaves a void no statistic can fill and a generation of fans wondering what comes next. The tape doesn't lie. NASCAR's identity is shifting, and with Chase Elliott and Ty Gibbs still finding their footing, the sport's future just got a lot harder to predict. Hand it to Ava. Coming up, which sectors are leading, which are lagging?
Good evening, this is Ava with the After Hours Pulse. Let's break down the sector action right now. Tech's leading the charge at $178.60, up 1.65%, while energy's lagging at $59.13, down 0.92%. Financials are barely moving at $51.73, up just 0.29%, but healthcare is holding strong at $148.15, up 0.78%. So, Andrew, why is tech flexing while energy's taking a breather? Sharp, fast, and to the point, no fluff, just the numbers doing the talking.
Banking with Billy. We don't read the tape. We trade it. Good evening. European equities are mixed as the stock's 600 edges 0.12% lower, with energy names under pressure following the overnight crude pullback. The dollar holds steady at 104.75 against the yen, while the euro consolidates near $1.0850 amid soft German investor confidence data. Meanwhile, the MSCI Emerging Markets ETF, EM, leads gains at $66.03, up 1.54%, as risk sentiment improves on signs of stabilizing Chinese policy expectations.
Up next, the macro red. The S&P 500's modest 0.6% gain to $742.72 feels less like confidence and more like investors hedging their bets. Equities are holding up, but the undercurrent is all about liquidity. Treasury yields are ticking lower as the dollar softens, a classic sign that traders are pricing in a slower growth path ahead. Not a recession panic, but a recognition that the easy money from post-pandemic reopening is fading. Conduent's $164 million transit unit sale to Modaxo is a microcosm of that shift. Cities aren't just cutting routes, they're rethinking entire funding models, and the ripple effects are hitting balance sheets from Wall Street to Main Street. Meanwhile, the exits at KULR and the earnings miss at Webull aren't just noise. They're the canaries in the coal mine for the speculative tech trade, where cash burn is the real arbiter of who survives the next funding drought.
Up next, breaking from the news desk. Europe's 15% tariff cap just reshaped global trade flows overnight, forcing U.S. pharma and auto exporters to renegotiate margins under EU pressure. Olema Pharmaceuticals surged after Phase 1 data for OP3136, a KT6 inhibitor targeting AML and solid tumors, sparked blockbuster expectations. South Carolina Ports is doubling down on RoRo capacity to handle surging auto and heavy equipment imports, a direct response to the post-pandemic logistics crunch. Radiant Logistics now faces heightened broker liability scrutiny after a Supreme Court ruling. This is the new normal. From the desk to your ears, Banking with Billy.
A reminder, Banking with Billy Radio does not sell financial advice. Every alert, every segment, every analysis, that's Billy's research, shared in real time with the community. Subscribe, join the Discord, and decide for yourself.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Good evening. Deckers Outdoor is riding high after Hoka brand's momentum, lifting its fiscal 2027 EPS guidance to $14.50 from the prior $13.20 range. The company reported adjusted EPS of $3.12 for Q4, beating the $2.95 consensus, with Hoka's revenue up 22% year-over-year. Deckers also raised its full-year revenue forecast to $3.8 billion, citing strong demand for its performance footwear. After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped.
The unthinkable has struck NASCAR. Kyle Busch, a 200-time winner and one of the sport's most electrifying talents, is gone at just 41 after a violent crash in the Xfinity race tonight. Meanwhile, England's World Cup squad just dropped a bombshell, Foden and Palmer cut from Gareth Southgate's roster, leaving fans to debate youth versus experience ahead of the tournament. And in a moment that defies odds, Iowa's own Kurt Warner, once a grocery store clerk, was inducted into the Northern Iowa Hall of Fame tonight. Next up, the NBA Western Conference Finals kick off tomorrow. Can the Nuggets hold serve?
Tired of headlines 12 hours late? Banking with Billy News covers over 150 industries across all 11 GICS sectors in real time. Stocks, politics, economy, geopolitics, one desk, one signal. Banking with Billy. Subscribe on YouTube. Join the Discord. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker AIIO, ticker RGTI. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Good evening. The 10-year yield at $4.59, up 0.31%. Alongside EI are X at $3.58 and the long bond ETF at $84.22, reflects a modest steepening of the curve, signaling cautious optimism on growth, while long-term inflation expectations remain anchored. These technical adjustments, including corrections to historical Treasury and federal funds rates, do not alter the Fed's data-dependent posture, but underscore the importance of precision in policy signaling. For equity markets, the uptick in yields suggests a rebalancing towards sectors less sensitive to rate hikes, while the stability in long-duration instruments limits broader disruption. The Fed's measured approach, as evidenced by these technical updates, continues to prioritize transparency over abrupt shifts. After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped. Good evening. This week's sector tournament champion is technology, surging 1.65% to $178.60. Extending its dominance as the clear outperformer in a risk-on environment. The biggest loser, by contrast, is consumer staples, down 1.04% to $84.66, pressured by margin compression and shifting capital toward higher beta plays. The rotation story is unmistakable. Investors are favoring cyclicals and growth sectors over defensive names, with energy's 0.92% decline underscoring the pullback in defensive plays. Keep a close eye on financials, up 0.29%, and healthcare, up 0.78%, both poised to benefit from policy clarity and earnings resilience. Ava will have more on the tragic passing of NASCAR legend Kyle Busch after the break.
Andrew, Here's the read. Kyle Busch's death at 41 has sent shockwaves through NASCAR, where his 63 Cup wins defined an era just as the sport grapples with shrinking viewership and a battle for younger fans. Meanwhile, Spotify's new concert ticket feature, powered by listening data, cuts resellers out of the loop, putting Live Nation's $20 billion annual revenue in the crosshairs. It's a bold move from a streaming giant testing whether it can rewrite the rules of live entertainment.
After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped. A Turkish court has removed the leader of the main opposition CHP party, part of a broader crackdown ahead of elections, tightening Erdogan's grip. Meanwhile, Bitcoin civil war escalates as Peter Schiff calls Michael Saylor's maximalism a centralized construct, tying crypto's future to U.S. debt fragility. Lightning Labs' Alex Bosworth warns a decentralized economy won't materialize overnight. This is a market and geopolitical flashpoint. Watch NATO stability and crypto's inflation hedge narrative.
Banking with Billy Radio. Built for traders by traders.
All right, let's keep the scoreboard honest, because if you're not grading your calls, you're just guessing. And listen, PRSO, still a wild ride, but I'm not touching it with a 10-foot pole after that 46% rip in the after hours. Byron Allen dropping $120 million on BuzzFeed? That's the tape telling us where the money's flowing, not some semiconductor play. BZFD's the real winner here, up 132% and still flexing. Next up, I'm watching the tape on the next meme stock squeeze, because the market's still drunk on liquidity and someone's going to get left holding the bag when the music stops. Banking with Billy News. Markets Desk. The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Uber is deploying its own self-driving cars again, just not as robot Axis. Agyarko to fight Kelly for IBF light middleweight title. Abuse complaints process to be replaced after victims' criticism. Jailed Vietnamese tycoons Birkin bag sell for more than $550,000. Greenlanders chant, "Go home," at protest outside opening of U.S. consulate. That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. Coming up, a deep dive on the day's biggest move. Story of the hour. The surveillance video doesn't lie. 9 children in Everett, Massachusetts, are now in the hospital after a school bus crash captured frame by frame, a silent witness to what went wrong. This isn't Everett's first rodeo. 18 months ago, another bus incident exposed the same systemic failures: aging fleet, deferred maintenance, and a district drowning in budget cuts as post-pandemic pressures mount. Today, the crash happened in broad daylight. The video showing a collision that sent kids to the ER, just as parents and advocates were already demanding answers on why Everett's transportation system keeps failing. The tape tells us this isn't an accident, it's a pattern, and the liability is stacking up faster than the school board can deny it. Watch the legal filings tomorrow. If the video holds, the fallout won't just be in Everett, it'll rewrite the rules for school bus safety nationwide. Banking with Billy. Stay with us.
NASCAR is in mourning tonight after the shocking loss of 2-time champion Kyle Busch at just 41. His 63 Cup wins and 2 titles leave a legacy that will shape the sport for years to come. Meanwhile, the college football arms race heats up as Ohio State lands a 5-star defensive lineman and Miami secures elite linebacker A.J. Randall, setting the stage for a blockbuster 2025 season. And don't blink. Tonight's Canadians versus Hurricanes odds for the 2026 NHL Eastern Conference Finals kick off a rivalry that's about to redefine hockey's future.
Stay with us, fresh from the feeds. The Federal Reserve's inflation fight just got harder. April export prices surged 8.8% year over year, the steepest jump in years, signaling global cost pressures that could force the Fed to delay rate cuts. New York's retail sales outpaced the nation again, up sharply in nominal terms, but driven by faster price gains, not real demand. Unadjusted retail sales data now masks a critical slowdown in consumer momentum, risking a pullback if inflation persists. This is the tipping point. Exporters face higher costs, consumers face tighter budgets, and the Fed's next move could reshape the economy. Banking with Billy News. Crypto Desk.
Good evening. After hours, the S&P 500 ETF at $742.72 up 0.6%. The Nasdaq 100 ETF at $714.51 up 0.88%. The Dow at $50,286 up 0.55%. And the VIX at $16.76 down 3.95%. Agape ADP Corporation is the most active stock, up 71.77% to $3.59 with 47.18 million shares traded. Top gainer, Acana Corporation at $23.46, up 61.68% on 4.21 million volume. Co-Diagnostics jumps 55.23% to $3.71 as the second biggest gainer.
Ava will have more on the U.S. Army Corps' decision to finalize the Dakota Access Pipeline permit, ensuring its continued operation.
Andrew, here's the read. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers just finalized the permit for the Dakota Access Pipeline, locking in its operation despite years of protests, led by the Standing Rock Sioux tribe. Meanwhile, Webull Corp stock took a nosedive after its Q1 2026 earnings missed forecasts, dropping sharply in after-hours trading. Two stories, one about a pipeline's contested future, the other about a fintech stumble, showing how energy and markets keep colliding.
Up next, breaking from the news desk. The crypto market just took a seismic step toward mainstream legitimacy. A leading blockchain exchange has filed a confidential U.S. IPO application, joining Kraken and SpaceX in a wave of crypto-related public offerings. This follows years of regulatory uncertainty, with institutional capital poised to flood in if approvals come. A successful debut could mark the end of crypto's Wild West era or expose it to a new wave of scrutiny.
Up next, the World Desk.
Good evening. Russia and China deepened their strategic alignment tonight as President Vladimir Putin meets with Chinese leader Xi Jinping in Beijing, a summit that underscores the growing fissure between Moscow's allies and Western sanctions regimes amid the prolonged conflict in Ukraine. Meanwhile, the United Kingdom's net migration has plummeted nearly 50% under tightened policies, reshaping labor markets and intensifying debates over economic growth versus public service strains in a post-Brexit landscape. The UN's top court has ruled that workers' right to strike is protected under a key treaty, a decision that reverberates globally amid rising labor tensions and anti-strike legislation in several nations. And in health security, the U.S. has banned travelers from the Democratic Republic of Congo, Uganda, and South Sudan over Ebola concerns. Coming up, the names lighting up the tape. Good evening. Markets are closing out the after-hours session with a handful of tech giants leading the charge. AMD surges 2.25% to $449.59, likely riding the AI chip demand wave we've seen building over the past week. Amazon adds 1.7% to $268.46, with retail momentum picking up ahead of the Memorial Day weekend. Netflix climbs 1.66% to $89.30, streaming stocks holding firm after last week's subscriber updates. Apple up 1.32% to $304.99, and Palantir gaining 1.13% to $137.41, rounding out the top movers. We'll keep an eye on these names as the session winds down.
Banking with Billy News. Breaking story. Executives at Nakamoto just got a $7.3 million payout, while Bitcoin's balance sheet took a beating. And one man is calling it exactly what it looks like, a raw deal. This isn't just another crypto dust-up. It's the latest flashpoint in a years-long battle over who really controls the money in this space. Stephen Lupka, the Gadfly analyst who's made a career out of calling out crypto firms for playing fast and loose with investor cash, is flat-out saying Nakamoto's executives walked away with millions while the company's Bitcoin holdings hemorrhaged value. And here's the kicker. Lupka isn't even accusing them of mismanagement. He's saying the payouts happened despite the losses, because the rules in crypto governance are still being written in real time. Nakamoto's reported $7.3 million in executive payouts came just as Bitcoin's balance sheet took a nosedive, with Lupka arguing the cash outs were untethered from the company's actual performance. No fraud, no embezzlement, just a glaring disconnect between executive rewards and shareholder pain. What this tells us is that in crypto, the old rules of corporate accountability don't apply yet. Smart money isn't just watching the price of Bitcoin anymore. They're watching which firms are structuring payouts like traditional Wall Street and which are treating crypto like the Wild West. Nakamoto's move signals one thing. The industry is still deciding whether executives should be rewarded for holding the line or just for being in the room when the music stops. Keep an eye on the SEC's next move, because if Lupka's right, this could be the case that forces crypto firms to play by the same transparency rules as the rest of corporate America. Andrew, back to you. Up next, Crypto Desk. Good evening, after hours, let's keep it real. Bitcoin's holding steady at $77,594, up 1/3%, while Ethereum's nudging just under $2,132. But Solana? That's the mover tonight, up nearly 2%, pushing $87.28. The rest of the pack. Cardano's creeping up 0.5%, XRP's inching along, nothing flashy but nothing crashing either. The vibe? Cautious optimism. Traders aren't throwing caution to the wind, but they're not panicking either. After the wild swings we've lived through, that's almost a victory. Back to you, Andrew. Banking with Billy News. Markets Desk.
The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Kyle Busch, 2-time NASCAR Cup and Brickyard 400 champion, dies at 41. Sonos' pint-sized Roam 2 speaker is 25% off for Memorial Day. Segert wins his first Grand Tour stage at Gyro. Kevin Warsh's obstacle course. Germany beefs up civil defense. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. Banking with Billy News. The Street, in your headphones. Sports update. Great Britain's FIBA World Cup dreams take a brutal hit. Switzerland stuns them tonight, 78-72, exposing their guard shortage once again as they fight for an Olympic berth. Meanwhile, Jalen Williams is out of Game 3 with a left hamstring strain. Thunderous ovation from the Thunder faithful as the Warriors scramble for answers. And the SEC's CFP expansion talks just got hot. Big Ten's 2014 model staring down a power grab that could rewrite college sports' financial future. Next up, Players Era 2026's 24 team tournament brackets drop tomorrow. Nil paydays on the line, and the end of amateurism as we know it. Coming up, what just hit the wire?
Breaking right now, a former Cuban president in legal crosshairs, Raul Castro indicted by a U.S. grand jury, the first time a living ex-leader faces charges. Meanwhile, Conduent just sold its public transit unit to Modaxo for $1.5 billion, doubling down on tech bets as transit budgets bleed. This isn't just about balance sheets, it's a Cold War echo hitting today's geopolitics. The message? Power shifts, markets react, and commuters pay the price.
This is Banking with Billy Radio, 24/7, no commercial breaks from anyone but us, no paid sponsors picking what you hear. Just markets, news, and Billy's own conviction calls. Banking with Billy, the signal. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker RGTI, ticker AIIO. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Banking with Billy Sports, Banking with Billy News, World Trends TV. 3 live channels running 24/7 so you never miss a highlight, a headline, or a market-moving event. Subscribe to all 3 on YouTube.
Coming up, what's moving in tech? Excited, leaning in, good evening, after hours, let's talk about the pace of change tonight. Because Silicon Valley just dropped a tech roundup that's equal parts what just happened. And what's next? First up, Live Nation and Ticketmaster are in the legal crosshairs. States are asking a judge to break them up, arguing the merger's strangling competition. Meanwhile, Bungie's calling it quits on Destiny, not the game, but the era, as the studio shifts focus. And speaking of shifts, ParadeDB, out of Y Combinator's Summer 23 batch, is hiring engineers to build the next-gen distributed systems platform. Oh, and if you're still stuck in PowerPoint hell, now you can drop in ChatGPT, like it's no big deal. Pauses, playful. Andrew, I feel like we're watching the industry reboot itself in real time. What's your take?
Banking with Billy, where the next breakout is named first. Good evening. Markets are closing out the after-hour session with a handful of tech heavyweights leading the charge. AMD surging 2.25% to $449.59 on strong AI chip demand. Amazon climbing 1.7% to $268.46 after another round of retail earnings optimism. And Netflix adding 1.66% to $89.30 as subscriber growth outpaces expectations. Apple and Palantir round out the top 5, up 1.32% and 1.13% respectively, with both benefiting from renewed investor appetite for big-cap tech. We'll have more on the sector rotation after this break.
Banking with Billy, where the next breakout is named first. Tech's leading the charge today, $178.60 up 1.65%, while consumer staples lags at $84.66 down 1.04%. Energy's the only other red print at $59.13, off 0.92%. And the rest? A mixed bag with real estate and utilities holding up best. Money's chasing the tech trade, but staples and energy are getting the cold shoulder, probably because investors are betting on growth over safety right now. All eyes on whether this rotation sticks as the after-hours grind continues. Banking with Billy News, your 24/7 source.
Crude oil is off 1.58% to $97.55 as ADNOC warns Gulf disruptions could persist through 2027, underscoring the fragility of global supply chains. Natural gas, meanwhile, is up 3.33% at $3.13, reflecting tight storage levels ahead of peak summer demand. The energy sector's 0.92% decline underscores broader caution, even as Brent crude holds at $104.39. Let's hand it to Ava for a closer look at Omron's Q4 earnings miss and what it signals for industrial automation after the bell.
Andrew, here's the read. Omron's Q4 earnings missed forecasts by 8%, sending shares down 5% in after-hours trading. Meanwhile, Daktronics just extended a consulting deal with a former executive, but slashed the fee by 20%, a clear sign of belt-tightening in a sector where every dollar counts. The question now, is Omron stumble a one-off, or are we seeing the first cracks in the industrial automation rally?
Banking with Billy News. Politics Brief. Good evening from Austin, Texas. Alex, thank you for your message tonight. You're drawing a parallel between historical serfdom and modern political loyalty, suggesting that Trump supporters, like feudal peasants, offer praise and personal hardship in petitions, hoping for scraps in return. It's a provocative lens, but one that underscores how power dynamics persist in unexpected ways.
Up next, breaking from the news desk.
Good evening, 1836 Eastern Daylight Time. What a night in sports. Kyle Busch, two-time NASCAR Cup Series champion and motorsports legend, has died at 41, just hours after NASCAR revealed his severe illness, ending a 20-year career with 63 Cup wins and a rivalry with Stewart-Haas Racing that redefined the sport's intensity. Meanwhile, Aaron Rodgers enters his final season, now 40, ranked among the NFL's all-time greats. Can the four-time MVP defy age for one last championship run? Next up, we'll hand it to Ava for a deep dive into the Bears' frantic push to stay in Chicago. Coming up, what's moving in tech? Bitcoin at $77,565, up 0.29%. Ethereum at $2,131, up 0.38%. Solana at $87.22, up 1.49%. XRP at $1.37, up 0.53%. Cardano at 25 cents, up 0.77%. Modest gains across the board in after-hours trading, with Solana leading the pack. No major catalyst tonight, but the technicals remain constructive after yesterday's consolidation. Pause for natural transition.
After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped. PRSO was a microcap semiconductor play hyped for its cutting-edge 5G and mmWave tech, promising everything from military drones to edge networking, all while trading under the radar with sky-high risk and even higher expectations. Most microcaps like this either flame out in obscurity or get gobbled up by bigger players if the tech even remotely delivers, and given the sector's volatility, the odds weren't exactly in its favor. Today, the stock's still on the radar, but if it hasn't found a buyer or a breakthrough by now, the window for that high conviction swing might have already slammed shut. Banking with Billy. The signal in the noise.
Good evening. The House has delayed a vote on the Iran War Powers Resolution, with leadership citing procedural concerns ahead of a recess. Meanwhile, the White House has postponed the signing ceremony for its AI executive order, though no new date has been set. On Capitol Hill, Representative Tom Keene Jr. expects to return within weeks, a development that could reshape House Republican strategy as Iran and AI policy debates intensify. And in a sharp contrast to recent years, Department of Homeland Security data shows border crossings have fallen 94% under current enforcement measures.
When the tape moves, Billy moves first. Banking with Billy alerts have called breakouts before the rest of the street even shows up. Get the alerts. Get the radio. Banking with Billy.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker RGTI, ticker AIIO. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Story of the hour. Europe just drew a line in the Strait of Hormuz, and the oil markets are listening. For decades, the strait has been the world's most critical choke point, handling a third of seaborne crude. But with Iran-backed Houthi strikes in the Red Sea now spilling into the Gulf, the EU can't afford another disruption. Enter Jovita Neliupsine, Lithuania's envoy to Washington, who tonight issued a blunt warning. Freedom of navigation isn't negotiable, a stance that cuts to the heart of Europe's energy security. In a statement released just after 1800 hours Eastern Daylight Time, Neliupsine tied the crisis directly to soaring European energy prices, which have climbed 12% this month alone as traders price in supply risk. The message? The EU won't tolerate another strait shutdown, not when refiners from Rotterdam to Trieste are already rationing diesel. This isn't just diplomatic posturing. It's a signal that Brussels is preparing to act, whether through naval escorts, sanctions leverage, or emergency stockpile releases. The smart money is watching whether Neliupsine's words translate into coordinated EU action, or if the strait remains a pressure point for speculators. Watch the strait's insurance rates at 1900 hours Eastern Daylight Time. If they spike again, the market's telling us this isn't over. Back to Ava for the next move. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker RGTI, ticker AIIO. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Andrew. Tech leading the charge at $178.60, up 1.65%. Financials steady at $51.73, up 0.29%. Energy lagging at $59.13, down 0.92%. As we covered the other day, the sector remains under pressure. Healthcare up 0.78% at $148.15. Consumer discretionary gaining 1.01% at $118.70, while industrials slip 0.07% to $170.53.
Banking with Billy News. Sector Watch.
Good evening. European equities are mixed this session, with the Euro Stoxx 50 down 0.3% as energy stocks weigh on sentiment following today's Strait of Hormuz developments. The yen is steady at 155 yen and 80 sun per dollar, while the euro holds at $1.0840, reflecting cautious risk appetite amid geopolitical tensions. In macro, the IMF's latest review flags slowing growth in China's manufacturing sector, though emerging markets are finding support from resilient commodity prices. After hours on Banking with Billy. Today's tape recapped. Developing now, Senate's failure to fund the Department of Homeland Security underscores a widening fiscal standoff, with the dollar index ETF at $27.73 up 0.26% as investors price in liquidity preference amid uncertainty. The 10-year yield at 4.59%, up 31 basis points, signals rising long-term borrowing costs, a pattern last seen during the 2023 debt ceiling impasse, when equities wavered before a last-minute resolution. The S&P 500 ETF at $742.72, up 0.6%, suggests risk appetite persists, but the divergence between risk assets and treasuries reflects a market split between growth optimism and fiscal caution. Gold's marginal decline to $416.99, down 0.06%, further indicates that hedging demand is receding, leaving equities to navigate a tightening liquidity environment without a clear catalyst for resolution. Banking with Billy, where the next breakout is named first. The Senate's failure to fund Homeland Security now risks a partial shutdown by midnight. Markets are pricing in a 17 basis point spike in T-bill yields by Friday. Now, breaking. NASCAR legend Kyle Busch has died at 41 after a severe illness. Fox News and his family confirming the loss. Busch held the record with 237 wins across NASCAR's 3 national series, a benchmark set by his relentless, high-risk driving and 2005 Cup Series title. His death arrives as the sport debates safety amid next-gen chassis rollouts and recent high-profile crashes. His legacy now a defining contrast to the future he helped shape. This is Banking with Billy. Banking with Billy Radio, live market alerts, breaking news, and Billy's own conviction calls around the clock. If you're trading without this feed, you're trading blind. Subscribe on YouTube and join our Discord community.
After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped. Good evening. Let's keep it real. The earnings desk has 3 quick hits for you tonight. First, Nectar Therapeutics reports a miss on Q1 EPS at minus 42 cents versus the minus 35 cents estimate, and R&D chief John Smith sold 1,200 shares at $10.86 each. Separately, PIMCO's Dynamic Income Strategy Fund posted.
This is Banking with Billy. Every move, every minute. Breaking now. Markets react to political shocks. Crypto power shift. Hyperliquid's native, decentralized, autonomous tokens now account for 10% of total supply, upending traditional exchange dominance and raising systemic risks as regulators scramble to catch up. Meanwhile, Maine Democrat Graham Plattner faces backlash after resurfaced Reddit posts mocked wounded troops, Chris Kyle, and dismissed PTSD, fueling outrage in a Senate race where veterans' issues are decisive. Scott Wiener's campaign rally video, linked to baseless claims of traumatizing children, reignites geopolitics assaults on LGBTQ+ rights in a swing state battleground. This is Andrew. Expect volatility across equities, crypto, and political futures as these stories unfold.
Spotify and Universal Music Group just rewrote the rules. Users can now legally remix and cover songs, and artists get a cut of the streaming revenue. This deal, announced by Spotify co-CEO Adelega, ends years of unchecked remix culture on platforms like TikTok and SoundCloud. With AI-generated music flooding the market, it's a test case for who owns the derivative and who profits. The message? Fan creativity doesn't have to come at artists' expense.
Andrew. The S&P 500 ETF at $742.72, up 0.6%. The Nasdaq 100 ETF at $714.51, up 0.88%. The Dow at $50,286, up 0.55%. The VIX at $16.76, down 3.95%. Andrew. Most active, QBTS at $25.74, up 33.37%, volume 116.83 million. Andrew, top gainer, a can at $23.46, up 61.68%. Top decliner, AHL at $1.97, down 32.3%. Ava, we'll have you take a closer look at former The Hill star Spencer Pratt's mayoral bid in Los Angeles, where he's now citing Jesus Christ as his political role model and dodging questions about modern equivalents.
Andrew, here's the read. Spencer Pratt's mayoral bid is turning Los Angeles into the ultimate reality show, except the stakes are homelessness, housing, and public safety. The former Laguna Beach star isn't just leaning into a celebrity, he's framing Jesus Christ as his political role model, arguing no modern politician measures up. With LA's crises deepening, Pratt's campaign forces voters to ask, can a reality TV ethos deliver real solutions, or just more spectacle?
Coming up, what just hit the wire?
Good evening.
The Democratic Republic of Congo is reeling tonight after protesters set fire to Ebola treatment tents in Butembo, a violent escalation that threatens to derail containment efforts in a region already grappling with years of conflict and deep distrust in government response. Meanwhile, in Vietnam, the auction of jailed tycoon Truong My Lan's Birkin bags for over $500,000 underscores the staggering scale of her $12.5 billion fraud and the art market's role in laundering such wealth. In sports, Cristiano Ronaldo delivered a masterclass with 2 goals to secure Al Nassr's Saudi Pro League title, a move that further cements Saudi Arabia's strategy of sports washing amid ongoing human rights scrutiny. And in a lighter note, New York City is offering football fans a chance to win $50 World Cup tickets through a lottery because even in crisis, hope finds a way.
Banking with Billy News, your 24/7 source. Good evening. At 18:53 Eastern Daylight Time, the after-hour session is showing broad-based strength, led by mega-cap tech. AMD is up 2.25% to $449.59, likely tracking AI chip demand ahead of next week's earnings. Amazon is higher by 1.7% at $268.46, with retail and cloud sentiment lifting the tape. Netflix adds 1.66% to $89.30, while Apple and Palantir round out the top 5 with gains of 1.32% and 1.13%, respectively. Ava will have the deeper dive on sector rotation into semis after the close.
You're with Banking with Billy Radio. Don't touch that dial.
Story of the hour: Matador's $1.1 billion gamble on the Delaware Basin. This isn't just another acreage grab. It's a seismic shift in who controls America's energy future. For decades, the Delaware Basin was the crown jewel of U.S. shale. But as majors like Exxon and Chevron retreated, independents like Matador stepped in. Now, with oil at $78 and rig counts rising, the race for high-margin inventory is on. Tonight, Matador Resources just dropped $1.1 billion to lock up 17,000 Delaware Basin acres, outbidding rivals in a move that CEO Matt Hereford calls a bet on the next 20 years of drilling. This isn't just about acreage, it's about dominance. With independents now holding the keys to the Permian's last great plays, the consolidation wave is accelerating, and the smart money is watching who blinks first. Keep an eye on Matador's next quarterly report. If Hereford's play pays off, the Delaware Basin's next chapter could rewrite the entire shale narrative. Ava, back to you.
Banking with Billy News. Sector Watch.
Good evening. At 18:53 Eastern Daylight Time, the after-hours crypto desk shows a quiet but steady advance across the majors. Bitcoin holding just above $77,500, up 0.18%, while Ethereum and Solana trade with modest gains, the latter outperforming with a 1.28% move. The broader altcoin complex remains contained, but XRP and Cardano are edging higher, reflecting a measured risk appetite in thin volume. Banking with Billy, where Billy's calls hit the air first. The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Analyst report. Unilever PLC. Trump administration says new EPA rules will save you money at the supermarket. It's not clear they will. Missing New Jersey GOP Representative Tom Keene Jr. expects to return in the next couple of weeks. States ask judge to break up Live Nation Ticketmaster. What is Ebola and why is stopping the latest outbreak so difficult? That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. Banking with Billy News. Tech Desk.
Breaking right now, NASCAR is in mourning tonight after the unimaginable. Kyle Busch, 41, the 2015 Cup Series champion and 200-plus race winner, has passed away. The sport that defined a generation, where Busch and Hamlin's rivalry lit up tracks for years, now faces a future without one of its brightest stars. Meanwhile, England's World Cup dreams take another hit, Gareth Southgate excluding Jared Palmer and Phil Foden from the squad, sparking fiery debates over form versus flash as the Three Lions prep for Euro 2024. But the show must go on. Lewis Hamilton is still denying retirement, Caitlin Clark's back in Valkyrie's action, and the Giants are fine-tuning Andrew Thomas's offseason. Next up, the NBA Finals tip-off in T-minus 72 hours. Who's ready for the madness? Banking with Billy. Markets, news, alerts, one feed. Good evening. NASA's Artemis team just lit the fuse on a high-stakes gamble. Propellant loading has begun for the Starship fueling system, the final step before a potential historic launch. With SpaceX's Starship at the heart of this operation, the stakes couldn't be higher. Billions in investment, a 2026 moon return deadline, and U.S. leadership in the new space race all hang in the balance. One wrong move here could set the entire Artemis timeline back years. When the tape moves, Billy moves first. Banking with Billy alerts have called breakouts before the rest of the street even shows up. Get the alerts. Get the radio. Banking with Billy.
Tape doesn't sleep. Neither do we. Banking with Billy.
This is Banking with Billy, where Wall Street meets Main Street, 24/7. Follow us on YouTube for live market coverage and join the Discord for Billy's real-time alerts before they hit the tape. Coming up, what's moving in tech?
Good evening. At 18:57 Eastern Daylight Time, the Silicon Valley desk is tracking a wave of disruptions, some strategic, some existential, that could reshape the tech landscape before the weekend. ACU Ride's decision to sunset a long-standing IoT app underscores how hardware makers are prioritizing proprietary ecosystems over user loyalty, while SpaceX's pivot to in-house AI development signals a direct challenge to big tech's dominance in foundational models. Meanwhile, AT&T's legal gambit to decommission legacy networks highlights the tension between progress and infrastructure decay. Up next, today's biggest movers. Good evening. At 18:57 Eastern Daylight Time, the after-hour session is showing broad-based strength, with tech and consumer names leading the charge. AMD is up 2.25% to $449.59, likely riding the AI infrastructure wave following yesterday's NVIDIA earnings. Amazon is up 1.7% to $268.46 as traders position for potential cloud demand ahead of next week's AWS re:Invent. Netflix is up 1.66% to $89.30, with momentum building after last night's subscriber update. Apple is up 1.32% to $304.99, supported by renewed iPhone upgrade chatter, while Palantir is up 1.13% to $137.41, extending gains on defense contract speculation. Ava, your turn.
This is Banking with Billy. Every move, every minute. Tech led the charge today, up 1.65% to $178.60, while consumer staples lagged, down 1.04% to $84.66. Looks like investors are chasing growth over stability. Energy took a breather, slipping 0.92% to $59.13, and industrials barely budged, down a whisper to $170.53. The rotation's clear. Money's flowing into sectors tied to AI optimism and consumer spending, while defensive plays like staples and utilities are getting the cold shoulder. It's a classic late-cycle shift, risk on but with a side of caution. Coming up, oil, gas, and the energy patch.
Good evening. At 18:58 Eastern Daylight Time, the Energy Desk reports crude oil at $97.76, down 1.37%, while natural gas holds at $3.14, up 3.46%. The sector index sits at $59.13, down 0.92%, with Brent crude at $104.70, off 1.05%. U.S. shale output is inching higher, but geopolitical risks in Venezuela and the specter of a delayed supply crunch keep the complex on edge. Andrew out. Ava, we'll have the exclusive on SpaceX's Flight 12 debut of the next-gen Starship and Super Heavy, powered by the latest Raptor engine, after the break.
Ava. You're right, Andrew. Let's talk about what's really moving the needle tonight. SpaceX is about to flip the script with Flight 12, debuting those next-gen Raptor engines in the Starship and Super Heavy stack. That's a big deal, because if this test sticks, it's another step toward Mars and Elon Musk's billion-dollar bet with NASA. Meanwhile, back on Earth, the numbers aren't all bad. New 30-day credit card and mortgage delinquencies actually fell in Q1, but those 90-day mortgage delinquencies? They're ticking up to 4.8%, a red flag for homeowners already walking a tightrope.
After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped. Good evening, Chris in Tampa. Thank you for your message this evening. You're asking whether the Federal Reserve's recent signals on rate hikes might finally cool off the energy sector's inflationary pressures, given how closely oil and gas have tracked borrowing costs in past cycles. The Fed's stance remains a key variable, but crude's recent pullback suggests traders are already pricing in some restraint. Coming up, what just hit the wire? Good evening. The White House has rejected easing pressure on Iran's nuclear program, defying Tehran's demands and escalating tensions after President Trump rejected Iranian-told demands in the Strait of Hormuz, risking a regional flashpoint with global oil stakes. At Dulles International Airport, Virginia, an Ebola-affected traveler arrived from a hot zone, marking the first U.S. case routed through the facility since 2019. This tests post-pandemic biosecurity as travelers bypass stricter screening. The dual developments underscore heightened volatility in energy and health sectors. Watch crude and travel-linked equities closely. After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped.
Oh, what a night in sports. Kyle Busch, NASCAR's two-time champ, gone at just 41 after a brutal illness. The motorsports world is in shock, and the safety debates are raging louder than ever. Meanwhile, Hull KR just crushed Wigan 26-0, setting up a Super League showdown that could rewrite Rugby League's power structure. And Bo Bichette's two-run blast keeps the Mets breathing in the NL East. Baseball's small ball magic still alive. Stick around. Tomorrow's Champions League final is going to be a barn burner.
Up next, Silicon Valley Desk. Good evening. The Silicon Valley Desk is tracking a wave of disruption tonight, with fresh data points that underscore the breakneck pace of innovation and the high stakes for incumbents and upstarts alike. Zillow's sudden loss of thousands of listings, following its clash over hidden homes, serves as a stark reminder that even dominant platforms aren't immune to regulatory and consumer backlash. Meanwhile, Anker's latest earbuds, powered by its proprietary AI chip, are setting new benchmarks in noise reduction and call quality, signaling another leap forward in consumer hardware. On the display front, Philips' dual-sided screen technology is pushing the boundaries of what we expect from our devices, while Meta's legal settlement marks the end of one of its most closely watched battles, a resolution that could reshape the company's approach to privacy and compliance. And in the world of AI, a new paper on multi-stream LLMs is turning heads, proposing a framework to parallelize prompts, reasoning, and input and output for unprecedented efficiency. We'll have more on these developments as the evening progresses. Back to you, Ava. Banking with Billy. We don't read the tape. We trade it. Good evening. The crypto desk is showing modest gains across the board in after-hours trading. Bitcoin is up 0.17% at $77,534, while Ethereum holds at $2,129, up 0.21%. Solana leads with a 1.36% gain to $87.08, followed by XRP at $1.37, up 0.48%, and Cardano at 25 cents, up 0.67%. Banking with Billy News. Geopolitics Desk. PRSO, a speculative microcap semiconductor firm targeting next-generation 5G and 60 GHz mmWave wireless technology, captured attention 10 days ago with its ambitious roadmap for specialized chipsets and beamforming modules. Given its high-risk profile and reliance on unproven demand in niche markets like tactical communications and drone systems, the stock likely saw volatile trading with limited institutional participation, typical for such names. Today, its trajectory remains a cautionary tale as investors weigh whether its technological promise can outweigh execution risks in an increasingly competitive wireless infrastructure landscape. Banking with Billy News. Politics Brief. Good evening. NASCAR mourns the loss of two-time Cup Series champion Kyle Busch, whose aggressive driving and family legacy reshaped the sport for 2 decades. Meanwhile, House Republicans have indefinitely delayed a vote on limiting President Trump's war powers in Iran, underscoring deep divisions within the GOP ahead of November. The administration has also diverted $1.8 billion to an anti-weaponization fund, a move analysts note aligns with broader efforts to recalibrate U.S. defense policy. In immigration, Trump's deportation counting method mirrors Obama-era administrative practices, raising questions about transparency in enforcement data. When the tape moves, Billy moves first. Banking with Billy alerts have called breakouts before the rest of the street even shows up. Get the alerts. Get the radio. Banking with Billy. Banking with Billy News. Breaking story. A $3.1 million Tesla option sweep at a $480 strike, executed in the after hours, isn't just a trade. It's a signal. Institutional funds rarely place block bets this far above market unless they're betting on a catalyst. And with Tesla's June earnings just weeks away, the timing isn't coincidental. This mirrors the pattern we saw in 2023, when similar sweeps preceded AI-driven rallies in tech names. The difference? Today's move is happening against a backdrop of rising EV skepticism, and that makes it all the more telling. The trade, valued at $3.1 million, was executed at a $480 strike, nearly 15% above Tesla's closing price of $421.01. That's not a hedge. That's a wager on a breakout. What this tells us is that the smart money isn't just watching Tesla, it's positioning for a sector inflection. If Tesla clears $480, expect a domino effect across EV plays and growth tech. If it stalls, the pain could spread just as fast. Watch the $480 level closely because if it holds, the June breakout narrative just got a whole lot louder. Back to you, Ava.
Up next, Sector Spotlight.
Tech leads the charge, up 1.65% to $178.60, while energy lags at $59.13, down 0.92%. Financials hold steady at $51.73, up 0.29%, and healthcare follows closely behind at $148.15, up 0.78%. Industrials slip 0.07% to $170.53, and consumer discretionary climbs 1.01% to $118.70.
Banking with Billy News. The Mover Board.
Good evening. In European equities, the Stoxx 600 is down 0.32% as energy and financials weigh on sentiment, though autos and utilities show resilience. The euro is steady at 1.0850 against the dollar, while the yen remains under pressure near 157.20, reflecting divergent central bank outlooks. Meanwhile, emerging markets ETFs are outperforming, with EM up 1.54% as investors rotate into lower beta regions amid global macro uncertainty. Coming up, dollar, rates, equities in one red. The S&P 500's 0.6% rise to $742.72 reflects a cautious bid for growth, but the 10-year Treasury's climb to 4.59%, up 31 basis points, underscores the market's unease over inflation persistence. Gold's $416.99 dip, down 0.06%, suggests traders are favoring equities over traditional hedges, a pattern consistent with late-cycle rotations. The dollar's implied strength, as Treasuries sell off, points to a reflationary bias, though the absence of a sustained breakout in yields keeps the Fed's path ambiguous. Meanwhile, the Anthropic Microsoft AI chip deal and SpaceX's Starship milestone highlight structural tailwinds for tech and aerospace, but their full impact hinges on execution, where history shows execution risk often outweighs hype. Coming up, what just hit the wire? Breaking now, SpaceX's Pad 2 at Starbase has gone live. First fully reusable orbital launch pad, cutting costs and compressing timelines for Starship deployments. Meanwhile, Mission Labs CEO Evan Chung is doubling down on corporate spend as the next blockchain frontier, partnering with payroll giant Deal to embed Sway's ledger in enterprise tracking. The pad's reusability slashes launch costs by 40%, a structural shift for space logistics. This is infrastructure reshaping $2 trillion markets at once.
Banking with Billy. We don't read the tape. We trade it.
You are on Banking with Billy, the station built for traders by traders. Market opens, closes, earnings, Fed days, we cover every session live. Subscribe on YouTube. Turn on notifications. Never miss another move. After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped.
Good evening, let's keep this tight. Workday surged 14% after raising its full-year margin forecast, citing AI strength, while NVIDIA's chip deliveries face headwinds from big tech's credit and power grid constraints. Meta and Broadcom are teaming up on a $125 million semiconductor research hub at UCLA, and IMAX is in preliminary talks with potential buyers. No figures yet. That's your earnings desk update.
Banking with Billy News. Geopolitics Desk. Good evening. The sports world is reeling tonight. Arsenal have clinched the Premier League title with a 2-1 victory over Manchester City at the Etihad, sending the Gunners faithful into absolute rapture. Meanwhile, rugby's medical miracle, Wales prop Thomas, who held his own heart during surgery, is already back in training. What a warrior. And NASCAR mourns the loss of legend Kyle Busch, a two-time Cup Series champ gone too soon at 41. Next up, we'll break down the financial fallout of Arsenal's title surge and Busch's impact on the sport's bottom line. Stay tuned. When the tape moves, Billy moves first. Banking with Billy alerts have called breakouts before the rest of the street even shows up. Get the alerts. Get the radio. Banking with Billy.
After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped. Good evening. The bond market is sending a clear signal tonight. Yields are climbing across the curve, with a 10-year at 4.59%, up 31 basis points, and the long bond ETF at $84.22, higher by 56 cents. The ICE B of A Move Index, which tracks Treasury volatility, is also elevated, suggesting traders are bracing for more Fed watchfulness. While these moves reflect technical positioning around the Fed platform updates and the Fed's data partnership push, they underscore a market that's still pricing in cautious optimism about the path of rates. For equities, that means a steadier but selective rally. Tech and growth names may continue to lead, but the bar for broad-based gains just got a little higher. This is Banking with Billy.
Good evening. This week's sector tournament champion is technology, up 1.65% to $178.60, extending its leadership as the clear outlier in a market grappling with mixed signals. The biggest loser is consumer staples, down 1.04% to $84.66, as investors rotate away from defensive names amid shifting inflation expectations. The rotation story hinges on renewed growth bets, with tech's resilience contrasting the pullback in staples, which have been a haven during prior volatility. Investors should watch financials, up 0.29%, for signs of credit stress easing, and materials, up 0.64% for early cycle demand cues. Ava will have the flight trajectory for today's Starship test in just a moment. Let's see how it aligns with the reusable launch systems we've been tracking.
Andrew, here's the read. Representative Ilhan Omar is firing back at J.D. Vance, calling his claims of DOJ and House Republican investigations into her delusional. Omar flatly denies any such probes, insisting there's nothing to investigate, and accusing Republicans of manufacturing accusations for primetime soundbites. The tension underscores a broader GOP strategy, leveraging oversight as political theater, especially as Trump allies double down on election integrity narratives.
Stay with us, fresh from the feeds. The Department of Justice has unsealed charges against 15 individuals in Minnesota, alleging a $90 million fraud scheme tied to the Feeding Our Future nonprofit, now the largest pandemic-era fraud case since Amy Bach's sentencing. Federal prosecutors allege systemic exploitation of child nutrition programs, with the investigation revealing how critical resources were diverted from vulnerable communities. This marks the DOJ's latest move in its crackdown on pandemic-era fraud, where billions were stolen under the guise of relief. The case underscores the urgency of recovering stolen funds and restoring accountability in systems meant to serve, not exploit. Banking with Billy News. Politics brief. All right, let's run through the scoreboard. No sugarcoating, no excuses. First up, PRSO. I called that a high conviction swing when the tape was still whispering about next-gen wireless plays. The stock's been a falling knife since, and I'm not going to lie, it's a loss so far. Still holding, but I'm not doubling down. The space is real, but execution matters, and PRSO's got a ways to go. Then there's BZFD. That one's a win. Byron Allen stepping in with $120 million at $3. That's the kind of catalyst that rips the tape. Up big in after hours, and I'm not surprised family offices don't throw that kind of money around unless they see a path. I'm long the name, and I'll take the W. Next up, I'm watching the AI connectivity trade. The semis are still ripping, but the next leg up depends on who's actually shipping product. If NVIDIA's next earnings guide drops a hint about Wave adoption, that's the tape telling us where to go next. Keep your eyes peeled. Banking with Billy, where Billy's calls hit the air first. The Wire, 5 headlines right now. DNC autopsy is an embarrassing blame game. Where are all the UK red telephone kiosks? Anchor debuts Soundcore Liberty 5 Pro earbuds with its thus AI chip. Ultimate image for Saudi Arabia's football poster boy. Ronaldo wins title. It will not bring you happiness. I have advice for your single, childless 62-year-old multi-millionaire reader. That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this.
Banking with Billy News. Tech Desk. The market's narrow rally is hiding a ticking time bomb, and Michael Cantro just lit the fuse. For years, beaten down sectors like retail, home building, and biotech were crushed under the weight of rising rates, left for dead by the same megacap stocks now propping up the S&P 500. But Cantro, a contrarian's contrarian, is betting these same sectors could be the late-cycle rebound everyone's missing if the Fed ever pivots. The catch? The market's breadth is thinner than a post-pandemic waistline, and higher rates could turn these value traps into value graveyards. Tonight, Cantro's calling out XRT, the retail ETF, XHB for home builders, and XBI for biotech, all down double digits in 2022's rate shock, now flashing early signs of life. But here's the kicker. XRT sitting at $58.40, up 0.8% in after hours, while the S&P 500's gains are still dominated by the same 6 stocks that carried it all year. This isn't just noise. It's a high-stakes bet on whether the Fed's done hiking or if the economy is about to crack under the pressure. Smart money's watching these ETFs like hawks because if Cantro's right, we're looking at a sector rotation that could rewrite the playbook for late-cycle investing. But if he's wrong, retail investors chasing rebounds could get slaughtered. Keep your eyes on XRT and XHB tomorrow. If they hold these gains, the contrarians might just have the last laugh. Andrew, back to you.
Tape doesn't sleep. Neither do we. Banking with Billy.
The Norway squad just dropped a bombshell, Captain Martin Odegaard leading the charge after Great Britain's stunning World Championships loss to Switzerland, and now all eyes are on his squad to see if they can turn the tide. Meanwhile, in Alabama high school baseball, Hartzell just crushed Spain Park 8-3 to claim their 5th state title in 7 years. What a dynasty. And get this, BetMGM's throwing down a $1,500 bonus bet bonanza for the Cavs-Knicks and Canadiens-Hurricanes showdowns, so buckle up for a wild Friday night of hoops and hockey.
Banking with Billy News. Energy Patch. Good evening. The S&P 500 ETF at $742.72. The NASDAQ 100 ETF at $714.51. And the Dow at $50,286 are all higher in after-hours trading, with the VIX at $16.76 down 3.95%. Co-Diagnostics, Incorporated, ticker CODX, leads activity at $3.71, up 55.23% with 91.39 million shares traded. The top gainer is ADP Corporation, ticker ATPC, at $3.59, up 71.77%. While SU Group Holdings Ltd Class A, ticker SUGP, is the top decliner at $3.17, down 28.92%. Andrew, back to you. Ava, we'll have the latest on IMAX's strategic review after reports of preliminary talks with potential buyers.
Andrew, here's the read. IMAX is quietly testing the waters for a sale, or at least exploring options, through intermediaries, according to CNBC's reporting. The move comes as ProCap Financial filed a Form 144 today, a signal that creditors may be circling a company carrying $1.2 billion in debt. With the global cinema tech market valued at $1.5 billion, this isn't just about a single theater chain. It's about who's left standing in a changing entertainment landscape. You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio.
Stephen Miller warns America is drifting toward third worldification, citing normalization of political violence in a public statement. The remarks come as the S&P 500 ETF sits at $742.72, underscoring investor unease amid geopolitical volatility. Miller's warning echoes historical periods of institutional strain, including the 1960s and post-2008 financial crisis. This is a developing story. We'll track its market impact as it unfolds. Tape doesn't sleep. Neither do we. Banking with Billy.
Good evening. The United States has expanded sanctions to include elected Hezbollah members and Lebanese security officials, escalating pressure on a region already grappling with economic collapse and Iran-backed proxy conflicts. Meanwhile, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, tensions rise after an Ebola treatment center was torched in Ituri, deepening fears of a resurgent outbreak. Walmart's warning of reduced U.S. spending due to higher petrol prices underscores broader inflation pressures squeezing household budgets. And in Australia, feral horse numbers surge in Kosciuszko National Park after a pause in aerial culling, highlighting the delicate balance between conservation and ecological strain. Up next, today's biggest movers.
Good evening. At 1918 Eastern Daylight Time, the after-hour session is showing clear leadership from the tech heavyweights. AMD up 2.25% to $449.59. Amazon climbing 1.7% to $268.46, and Netflix gaining 1.66% to $89.30. Apple follows with a 1.32% rise to $304.99, while Palantir edges up 1.13% to $137.41. Semiconductor strength is the standout, with AMD's gains likely tied to AI infrastructure demand, echoing the sector's momentum we noted the other day in energy patch coverage. Now, Ava, what's the next headline? Banking with Billy News.
The empire of CUDA is cracking, and the man who helped build it just handed NVIDIA its first real warning. For years, NVIDIA's CUDA software has been the invisible glue holding the AI boom together, a near monopoly so dominant that rivals like Google's TPUs and the next wave of accelerators couldn't even get a foot in the door. But Modal CEO, Bernhardson, whose company sits at the heart of the AI infrastructure wars, just dropped a truth bomb. The moat isn't just eroding, it's temporary. He's saying the alternatives? They're coming, and fast. Within 2 to 3 years, CUDA's stranglehold could be history. Here's the kicker. Right now, Modal's customers aren't even asking for TPUs. Zero demand. But that's the trap. Because the moment software unlocks CUDA-compatible code to run anywhere, those customers won't just want to switch. They'll have to. The rewriting costs today are brutal, but the cost of staying locked in? That's the real gamble. Smart money isn't watching the stock ticker tonight. It's watching the engineers. Because when the first major AI lab flips the switch and runs NVIDIA's crown jewel on something else, that's the day the $2 trillion question gets answered. Is CUDA still king, or just the first domino? Next hour, Andrew's got the after-hours tape on ticker MODL, because if the moat's already crumbling, the stock's either a steal or a trap. Back to you, Andrew. Banking with Billy News. Markets Desk. Bitcoin's inching up like it's late for a meeting it can't miss, $77,522, up a whisper at 0.23%. Ethereum's not far behind, sitting pretty at $2,128, while Solana's the overachiever today, up 1.38% to $87.03. The vibe? Cautious optimism, like we're all holding our breath before the next move. Now, let's talk about what's really moving the needle, because if you think this rally's just about green candles, you're missing the bigger picture.
This is Banking with Billy. The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Steph Castle shining as Spurs VUI for NBA final berth. McConnell calls DOJ Trump fund utterly stupid, morally wrong after Blanche meeting. Job training for robots. How China is getting machines ready to join the workforce. Trump's GOP victories could be headaches in November. Still place for older gentlemen. O'Neill coy on Celtic future. That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. Live in 24/7, Banking with Billy. The drama isn't letting up tonight. DR Congo's World Cup training camp is canceled due to the Ebola outbreak, a gut punch for FIFA just months before the tournament kicks off. Meanwhile, the Giants lock in GM Joe Schoen with a contract extension, locking down stability as they chase their rebuild. And in Chicago, Jalen Johnson's absence from voluntary workouts is sending shockwaves. What's brewing in the Windy City? Next up, we'll dive into the Arizona Wildcats' latest recruiting haul.
On the desk this hour, ticker CODX, ticker ATPC, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Breaking. Starship just locked in its first interplanetary crew. Fram-2s at Satafishi will pilot the mission under NASA's Artemis program. This isn't just a test flight. It's a lunar power play with 2020 SIXS return deadline hanging in the balance. The stakes? If Starship stumbles, Artemis collapses, and the race to Mars gets a brutal reset. The private sector just outpaced the Cold War. Andrew, what's the fallout? When the tape moves, Billy moves first. Banking with Billy alerts have called breakouts before the rest of the street even shows up. Get the alerts. Get the radio. Banking with Billy. Banking with Billy News. The street in your headphones.
A reminder, Banking with Billy Radio does not sell financial advice. Every alert, every segment, every analysis, that's Billy's research, shared in real time with the community. Subscribe, join the Discord, and decide for yourself. Coming up, what's moving in tech?
Good evening. It's 7:23 Eastern and Silicon Valley just moved the goalposts again. Bungie's pulling the plug on Destiny 2 next month, June 9th, to be exact, ending active development after years of updates and expansions. Meanwhile, Starbucks is already scrapping its AI inventory tool after just 9 months, proving even the biggest names are still figuring out where automation fits. And Microsoft's new Xbox controller? It's killing the accessory port, because who needs extra ports when you've got cloud gaming? What's the real play here? Efficiency? Cost-cutting? Or just Silicon Valley's latest case of shiny object syndrome? Back to you, Andrew. You're with Banking with Billy Radio. Don't touch that dial.
Good evening. At 1923 Eastern Daylight Time, the after-hour session is showing clear leadership from the tech heavyweights. AMD, Amazon, Netflix, Apple, and Palantir all posting gains in the final hour. AMD is up 2.25% to $449.59, likely riding the wave of AI chip demand as hyperscale cloud providers accelerate infrastructure builds. Amazon is up 1.7% to $268.46. with retail and AWS momentum carrying it higher after the bell. Netflix and Apple are up 1.66% and 1.32%, respectively, as streaming and services remain resilient in the face of broader macro uncertainty. Palantir, meanwhile, is up 1.13% to $137.41, continuing its recent trend as government contracts and AI-driven analytics drive investor interest. Tape doesn't sleep. Neither do we. Banking with Billy.
Tech's leading the charge today, up 1.65% at $178.60. No surprise when the chipmakers are still riding that AI wave. But energy's the odd one out, down 0.92% at $59.13 as traders digest the latest OPEC signals and pull back on volatility. The rest of the pack, mostly green, with consumer discretionary and healthcare holding up well, while staples and industrials lag. Staples got hit by weak retail data, and industrials are just treading water. Money's chasing growth where it can find it, but the rotation's still cautious, with traders picking their spots after today's mixed signals.
After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped.
Good evening. It's 7:24 Eastern, and the energy markets are sending a clear message tonight. Oil's pulling back, but the sector's still under pressure. Crude's down 1.38% at $97.75, with Brent following at $104.69. Natural gas, though, is the outlier, up 3.4% at $3.13, as the UK tightens its tax grip and Norway figures out how to squeeze more from every barrel. The question now? Whether this is just a temporary dip or the start of a longer squeeze on supply. Back to you, Andrew.
Ava, we'll have the latest on Adam Livingston's sharp rebuttal to Bitcoin's $35,000 bearish calls. He's dismantling the sell-off thesis with fresh math.
Andrew, here's the read. Adam Livingston just fired back at the doom and gloom crowd, calling the idea of Bitcoin crashing to $35,000 mathematically unsupported, and he's got a track record that makes you pause. The macro strategist, known for nailing Bitcoin's bull runs back in 2017 to 2021, is drawing a sharp line in the sand as institutions like BlackRock and MicroStrategy keep betting big on Bitcoin as digital gold. The divide isn't just about charts. It's about whether this is the moment Bitcoin finally sheds its speculative skin, or if the old guard skepticism still holds water.
Banking with Billy. The signal in the noise.
Good evening, Jordan from Chicago. Thanks for taking the time to share your thoughts with us tonight. You're wondering if the recent tech rally is just hype or if there's real staying power behind it, especially with all the chipmaker buzz we've been hearing. My take? It's always worth asking the question, but right now, the numbers are doing the talking. Coming up, what just hit the wire?
At 1926 Eastern Daylight Time, SpaceX's Starship faces its next test flight, amplified by Nicki Minaj's viral hype, after April's explosive failure. The stakes, NASA's Artemis moon missions hinge on this launch, with a $2.9 billion contract on the line. Investor confidence is razor thin. A repeat failure risks budget cuts and delays. This isn't just a test, it's a litmus test for commercial spaceflight's future.
On the desk this hour, ticker CODX, ticker ATPC, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Ladies and gentlemen, the sports world is reeling tonight. NASCAR legend Kyle Busch has passed away at just 41, leaving behind a 325-win legacy and a sport in shock. Meanwhile, the Giants just locked in Joe Schoen for a long-term deal. Can his draft magic finally lift New York out of the NFC East basement? And in England's World Cup squad drama, Ivan Toney gets the nod while Foden, Palmer, and Maguire watch from home. Up next, Jacob Misirowski's fantasy baseball surge. Will he crack the top 5 before the All-Star break? Up next, Silicon Valley Desk.
Good evening. At 1927 Eastern Daylight Time, Silicon Valley is in motion again, this time with storage lockers on sale, Palantir's latest ICE-focused hackathon, and a chorus of questions about AI's next leap. Mustard-made storage lockers, those sleek, modular units popping up in urban cores, are on a rare clearance through May 31st, a sign that even the most futuristic infrastructure is subject to the same supply-side economics as any other commodity. Meanwhile, Palantir's latest hack week, this one squarely aimed at immigration and customs enforcement, raises fresh questions about the ethical boundaries of AI deployment in high-stakes government systems. And, as we covered the other day, the energy patch's own AI-driven efficiencies are accelerating, but the human cost of automation remains a live debate. The bigger picture? 96% of IT professionals now use AI in some form, with agentic applications leading the charge. But implementation roadblocks, from data quality to regulatory friction, are proving just as stubborn as the code itself. The valley moves fast, but the stakes? They're only getting higher. Up next, Crypto Desk. Good evening. At 1928 Eastern Daylight Time, the after-hours crypto session is holding steady with modest gains across the board. Bitcoin remains above $77,500, up 0.3%, while Ethereum edges higher at $2,131, up 0.37%. Solana continues to outperform with a 1.44% rise to $87.08, while XRP and Cardano trade in positive territory at $1.37 and 25 cents, respectively. Sentiment remains cautiously constructive, with no major catalysts driving volatility at this hour. Banking with Billy News. Macro Desk.
PRSO was the speculative microcap semiconductor play everyone was talking about 10 days ago, promising next-gen 5G and 60 GHz mmWave tech with applications from military drones to edge networking. Given its sky-high valuation and crowded space, it likely followed the script. A flashy debut, a quick pop on hype, then a slow fade as reality set in. Today, the same sector's still buzzing, but the spotlight's moved on, leaving PRSO's legacy as a cautionary tale about betting on vaporware. Banking with Billy, where Billy's calls hit the air first.
Good evening. At 1929 Eastern Daylight Time, the Political Desk reports 3 developments with immediate strategic implications. Acting Navy Secretary has paused $1 billion in Taiwan arms sales to prioritize munitions for the Iran conflict, a move that risks destabilizing cross-strait deterrence amid heightened tensions with Beijing. In Nuuk, Greenlanders protested outside the newly opened U.S. consulate, chanting "Go home" in a display of sovereignty-driven resistance to perceived neo-colonial influence. Meanwhile, the House bill to fund the Smithsonian American Women's History Museum failed after Democratic opposition, underscoring partisan divides over cultural legacy projects in an election year. This is Banking with Billy Radio, 24/7, no commercial breaks from anyone but us, no paid sponsors picking what you hear. Just markets, news, and Billy's own conviction calls. Banking with Billy, the signal. Stay with us. The full story after the break. Story of the hour. The countdown just hit 0, and the future of spaceflight is hanging in the balance. This isn't just another test flight. It's the culmination of a decade-long arms race in orbital dominance, where nations and billionaires are betting billions on who controls the high ground. As we covered the other day, the energy patch isn't the only sector where the stakes couldn't be higher. Today, the race is to the stars, and the margin for error is razor thin. At 1931 Eastern Daylight Time, SpaceX's Starship SN-20 lifted off from Boca Chica, Texas, under clear skies, all systems nominal at T-40 seconds, but the real test begins in the next 90 seconds. The vehicle's Raptor engines ignited in sequence, and the stack cleared the tower. But the critical phase, stage separation and ascent, is where the program's fate will be decided. What we're watching now is whether this flight validates the architecture that's supposed to carry NASA's Artemis missions and Elon Musk's dreams of Mars. The tape is telling us one thing. If SN-20 clears max Q and achieves a stable orbit, the commercial space race just entered a new era. If not, the delays and cost overruns we've seen for years could stretch into another decade. Ava, stand by for the next update. We'll know in minutes if this changes everything.
Coming up, which sectors are leading, which are lagging.
Andrew, tech leads the charge, up 1.65% to $178.60, while industrials lag at $170.53, down 0.07%. Financials hold steady at $51.73, up 0.29%, and energy slips 0.92% to $59.13, continuing the patch's uneven trend as we covered the other day. Healthcare and consumer discretionary round-out gains at $148.15 and $118.70, up 0.78% and 1.01% respectively.
On the desk this hour, ticker CODX, ticker ATPC, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Good evening. European equities are mixed this evening, with the Euro Stoxx 50 down 0.32% as energy and financials weigh on sentiment, while the FTSE 100 holds steady at flat, supported by defensive sectors. In global forex, the euro is modestly weaker against the dollar at 1.0812, while the yen remains under pressure near 157.20, reflecting divergent central bank outlooks. Meanwhile, international macro concerns persist, with geopolitical tensions in Honduras and the Middle East offsetting any near-term risk appetite as investors weigh the potential for further escalation. Coming up, dollar, rates, equities, and one red. The S&P 500's modest gain of 0.6% to $742.72 reflects a market still grappling with the dual pressures of a firmer dollar and rising long-term yields, now at $4.59, up 0.31%, which historically tightens financial conditions and compresses equity valuations. Spotify's 13% surge to $178.60, driven by its AI music deal with UMG, underscores how structural shifts in content creation can outpace cyclical concerns, though such disruptions often precede broader sector realignments. Walmart's reported 10% decline in gas purchases highlights the strain on discretionary spending, a leading indicator of consumer retrenchment that has preceded past downturns when paired with sticky inflation. Meanwhile, the 10-year yields climb suggests the bond market is pricing in either delayed rate cuts or a higher neutral rate, a dynamic that could further constrain risk assets unless earnings growth accelerates to justify current valuations.
Coming up, what just hit the wire. Good evening, it's 7:33 Eastern, and we are breaking. A former Biden senior advisor, now a Fox News panelist, just conceded the Democratic Party lost the 2024 election because it was seen as too liberal. The admission comes after a new autopsy found Democrats hemorrhaged swing state support in Rust Belt suburbs and rural diners, where progressive policies alienated key voters. The quote, drawn from conversations in New Jersey grocery stores, hits like a gut punch. The party overestimated urban enthusiasm and underestimated backlash. Translation? If Democrats don't course correct fast, 2026 and 2028 could look just as bleak. Andrew, your turn.
Banking with Billy. We don't read the tape. We trade it. Banking with Billy Radio. Over 150 industries. All 11 GCS sectors. Live crypto, forex, and commodities. One stream, one signal, all day and all night. Tap subscribe and stay ahead of the move. Banking with Billy News. The Mover Board. Good evening. Before the open tomorrow, we'll see reports from Deere & Company with an expected EPS of $4.25, down from $4.78 a year ago, and guidance to be closely watched. Next, Ross Stores is projected at $1.12 EPS, a slight decline from $1.15 in the prior quarter, with management citing softer consumer discretionary spending. Finally, Ulta Beauty is forecasted at $3.40 EPS, up from $3.10 in Q1, as beauty demand remains resilient despite broader retail headwinds.
Banking with Billy News. Breaking story.
The biggest move of the night? The Giants lock in GM Joe Schoen to a multi-year extension, tying his future to Brian Dable's rebuild as New York eyes 2026 contention after years of playoff drought. Meanwhile, Conor McGregor declares he's better than ever ahead of his UFC 329 rematch with Max Holloway, a fight that could redefine his post-prison legacy. And in soccer, Chris Richards' ankle injury won't sideline his USMNT World Cup hopes, but the pressure's on as the Stars and Stripes chase their first semifinal since 1930. Next up, Tim Hemmon steps into the Wimbledon pay row fire as the Grand Slam's future hangs in the balance. This is Banking with Billy Radio. We don't read the news, we trade it. Every breakout, every breaking story, every alert from Billy himself, all on one feed. Banking with Billy. Markets that move you. Banking with Billy, where Billy's calls hit the air first.
The 10-year Treasury yield is up 31 basis points to 4.59%, while the ICE B of A Move Index, IRX, surged 70 basis points to 3.58%, signaling heightened volatility expectations in fixed income. The long bond ETF, is up 0.56% at $84.22, reflecting a flight to safety bid despite the rise in yields. These moves suggest markets are pricing in a more hawkish Fed posture, likely driven by sticky inflation or delayed rate cut expectations. For equities, this means higher borrowing costs and compressed valuations, especially for rate-sensitive sectors like tech and real estate, until the Fed signals a clearer path to easing. Banking with Billy News. Politics Brief.
Good evening. This week's sector tournament champion is technology, with a return of 1.65%, extending its dominance as the clear growth engine in this cycle. The biggest loser? Consumer staples, down 1.04%, as investors continue to rotate out of defensive plays into higher beta names. The rotation story is simple. Capital is chasing upside, not shelter, with tech's outperformance underscoring confidence in AI-driven productivity gains. Keep an eye on financials. Their 0.29% gain hints at stabilizing rate expectations. And healthcare, which remains a defensive play with upside in biotech and aging demographics. I'll hand it to Ava for the next segment. Ava, we're watching live as SpaceX prepares to launch its next-generation Starship V3 rocket from Starbase, Texas. Tune in for the full story.
Andrew, here's the read. SpaceX is set to launch its Starship V3 rocket from Starbase, Texas tonight, a critical test that could redefine the economics of space travel if it sticks the landing. Meanwhile, Adam Butler is taking direct aim at NVIDIA's $2 trillion valuation, arguing that over a quarter of its market cap hinges on the assumption that CUDA remains unassailable in AI and data centers. If Butler's right, we could be looking at a tech sell-off that reshapes the AI infrastructure landscape overnight.
Up next, breaking from the news desk. All right, let's cut the BS. Here's where we stand on the scoreboard. First, the PRSO swing. Still a work in progress, but the thesis on next-gen wireless chips isn't dead yet. Just waiting for the tape to validate it. The BZFD rip job? That's a win, no question. Byron Allen's family office throwing $120 million at $3 a share says the market's sniffing out value where others see junk. Still, I'm not loading up on the name just yet. This thing's got a history of whipsaws. Next up, I'm watching the AI connectivity names like a hawk. If the semis start ripping again, we'll know the next leg's real. But if this thing rolls over, then we're in falling knife territory. Either way, the next 48 hours in the after hours tape will tell the story. Banking with Billy News. Sector Watch. The Wire. 5 headlines right now. Call to serve our communities is what built this nation. Rams QB Matthew Stafford agrees to reported 1-year, $55 million extension for 2027. Minor Perpetua Resources secures $2.9 billion U.S. loan for Idaho Gold Antimony Project. How Walmart's gas price warning shapes our retail outlook. Plus, Honeywell's quantum connection. At least 16 people killed in 2 attacks in northern Honduras. That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. Coming up, a deep dive on the day's biggest move. Story of the hour. Crude oil just cracked another floor. This time, the market's breaking point isn't just about barrels. It's about the fragile pulse of global stability. For weeks, traders have been walking a tightrope between oversupply and the next geopolitical spark. And tonight, the rope is fraying. West Texas Intermediate is down another 2.1% in after-hours trading, pushing losses past $3.50 to $72.45, a level not seen since the darkest days of the 2020 demand collapse. The reason? Saudi Arabia's latest production signals, Russia's refusal to blink on cuts, and the ever-present shadow of U.S.-Iran tensions that could turn a price slide into a supply shock overnight. Smart money isn't just watching the tape. It's betting on which OPEC plus member blinks first, because the next move won't just move oil. It'll ripple through inflation, airline margins, and the fragile recovery in energy-heavy economies. Watch the Strait of Hormuz at 0600 EDT tomorrow. If the choke point tightens, the crude rout ends in a flash. Ava, back to you. Banking with Billy News. Geopolitics Desk. The Gujarat Titans just KO'd the Chennai Super Kings. Final score 178-149, ending CSK's 12-year streak of playoff appearances and throwing the IPL into chaos. Meanwhile, Yaxel Lindeborg's pre-draft workout with the Oklahoma City Thunder could be the steal of the draft. Will he hear his name tonight? And in Vegas, the Players Era 2026 tournament kicks off tomorrow with nil millionaires in the making. Get ready for the next wave of sports economics.
After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped.
Good evening. The S&P 500 ETF up 0.6% at $742.72. The Nasdaq 100 ETF up 0.88% at $714.51. The Dow up 0.55% at $50,286. And the VIX down 3.95% at $16.76. Ticker ATPC leads after-hours activity, surging 71.77% to $3.59 on 47.53 million shares. Ticker AKAN tops gainers a plus 61.68% to $23.46, while ticker AHL falls 32.3% to $1.97. Let's turn to Ava for the latest on Quest Diagnostics after shareholders elected directors and approved the auditor at today's annual meeting.
Andrew, here's the read. Quest Diagnostics shareholders just voted to approve the company's directors and auditor. No small thing when lab test accuracy is under the microscope and patient trust is on the line. Meanwhile, Caston Capital's Eli Caston cashed out $28.1 million in BioLife Solutions stock on NASDAQ, a move that's got investors parsing whether this is a strategic pivot or a vote of no confidence in biotech's next chapter. And with healthcare stocks swinging on every headline, this trio of decisions, directors, auditor, and a big-time sale, is sending a clear signal about where the smart money is or isn't betting right now. Up next, breaking from the news desk.
Breaking now, California's $20 minimum wage debate just reignited after Michael Strain's Cato Institute remarks. Small businesses brace for job losses as inflation tightens margins. Stocks ACHR, ESDS, and CRCL face critical tests as Dan Inez warns of revenge rotations into overheated plays, with BLSH and EOS near key levels. Today's flight test stood down adds volatility. Fed hawkishness could trigger a sharp correction. This is a make-or-break moment for risk assets. After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped.
Good evening. In a move reshaping Europe's security calculus, the United States has announced the deployment of 5,000 additional troops to Poland, a direct response to the escalating conflict in Ukraine and Russia's continued aggression. Meanwhile, in San Diego, more than 2,000 mourners gathered tonight to honor 3 victims of a mosque attack, a stark reminder of the rising tide of Islamophobic violence gripping communities across the U.S. Across the Atlantic, The Guardian's journalists were honored in London for their groundbreaking work, a reaffirmation of the indispensable role of a free press in an era of misinformation and intimidation. And in Paris, a portion of the Eiffel Tower was sold at auction for €450,000, a curious footnote in a week of weightier headlines.
Coming up, the names lighting up the tape.
Good evening, it's 7:44 Eastern, and we are live on the desk with the after-hours movers that are making noise right now. Let's rip through the tape. AMD surging 2.25% to $449.59, riding the AI chip wave as the street digests fresh whispers about next-gen accelerators. Amazon's up 1.7% at $268.46 because when the cloud kings sneeze, the whole sector catches a cold, and today, it's a cold of optimism. Netflix? Up 1.66% to $89.30 because after yesterday's subscriber stumble, the market's betting big on the next binge-worthy earnings beat. Apple's holding strong at $304.99, up 1.32%, as the iPhone cycle heats up ahead of WWDC. And Palantir? Up 1.13% to $137.41, because when the Pentagon's favorite data miner gets a fresh AI contract, the street always pays attention. Andrew, your turn. What's the real story behind the tape?
After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped. Story of the hour, Bitcoin's quantum time bomb. Nearly 1/3 of all Bitcoin could be cracked wide open by quantum computers, and the countdown has already begun. This isn't some distant sci-fi scenario. It's a live, existential threat to the $2 trillion crypto market, one that's been lurking in the shadows since Bitcoin's earliest days. Quantum computing has moved from lab curiosity to a $10 billion industry in just 5 years. An encryption that secures Bitcoin's ledger, it's already obsolete in the crosshairs of machines that don't just guess passwords, they calculate them. The latest report, published just hours ago, flags that 29% of all Bitcoin, roughly 5.8 million coins, worth over $600 billion at current prices, is at risk of being pilfered by a quantum attack, rendering wallets and exchanges vulnerable overnight. And the clock is ticking. IBM's 433-qubit Osprey processor is already obsolete, replaced by 1,121-qubit Condor this year, with roadmaps targeting 100,000 qubits by 2030. Smart money isn't waiting for the crash, it's betting on the survivors. Exchanges like Coinbase and Kraken are quietly migrating to quantum-resistant ledgers, while BlackRock's latest crypto ETF filing includes a clause on post-quantum security protocols. The message is clear. The old guard is scrambling, but the real play is who gets out ahead of the breach. Watch for the SEC's next crypto guidance drop. If they mention quantum resilience, the market won't just react. It'll panic. Ava, back to you.
Up next, Crypto Desk.
Good evening. Bitcoin holding above $77,600, up a measured 0.31% in after-hours trade. Ethereum follows with a 0.41% gain, while Solana continues its momentum at $87.22, up 1.46%. XRP and Cardano round out the top movers, both up roughly 0.5%. Sentiment remains cautiously constructive, no breakout, but no retreat either. As we covered the other day, the energy patch is watching closely. Any sustained move in crude could ripple through risk assets. Back to you, Ava. After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped.
The Wire. 5 headlines right now. UK launches Great British Summer Savings to ease family costs. Why China's airlines suffer more from the Iran war than global rivals. Boys convicted of rape get non-custodial sentences as judge says they should not be criminalized unnecessarily. NASCAR legend Kyle Busch dies unexpectedly at 41. What's the best TV show for kids? I have the answer. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this.
Banking with Billy News. Breaking story.
Breaking right now, Kyle Busch, NASCAR legend and 2-time Cup Series champ, has passed away at just 41 years old. The sport is in mourning tonight, and the tributes are already pouring in. Meanwhile, the Rams lock in Matthew Stafford for another ride in LA, 36 years old, still slinging it, but can the aging roster keep up with the Super Bowl window? Oh, and the Rockies just sent Brenton Doyle to the IL and called up Chad Stevens. Color me intrigued because Colorado's playoff push just got a whole lot more interesting. Next up, we're watching the Giro d'Italia, where Alex Seguert just extended his overall lead with a gutsy attack. Can anyone catch him before the final climb? You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio.
Breaking now. UK trial under fire as Sikh man faces charges in Henry Nowak stabbing. The trial of a Sikh man accused of fatally stabbing 18-year-old Henry Nowak in southern England is now under scrutiny, with police response times and racial bias allegations in the spotlight. Nowak's age and the brutal nature of the incident have intensified debates over knife crime and systemic policing failures in the UK. A conviction could reshape public trust in justice. An acquittal risks deepening Sikh community tensions with authorities. This case arrives as knife crime surges, 18% higher in London alone last year, testing the limits of enforcement and equity.
Subscribe to Banking with Billy on YouTube. Join the Discord. Stay on the feed. Over 150 industries, all 11 sectors, one signal. Banking with Billy. Markets that move you. This is Banking with Billy. Every move, every minute. This is Banking with Billy, where Wall Street meets Main Street, 24/7. Follow us on YouTube for live market coverage and join the Discord for Billy's real-time alerts before they hit the tape.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Curtis Yarvin and the political evolution of Silicon Valley reactionaries. Now that's a headline that makes you stop scrolling, doesn't it? Because when you've got a movement once dismissed as fringe now reshaping the Valley's power centers, you know something's shifting under our feet. So let's dig in. If Yarvin's neo-reactionary ideas are gaining traction in boardrooms from Palo Alto to Menlo Park, what does that mean for the next wave of tech policy, and who's really pulling the strings? After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped.
Good evening. Andrew here. Let's pivot to the after-hours movers. AMD surging 2.25% to $449.59 on strong AI chip, demand ahead of next week's earnings. Amazon climbing 1.7% to $268.46 after a Morgan Stanley upgrade, citing Prime subscriber growth. Netflix up 1.66% to $89.30, extending gains on subscriber beat expectations. Apple adding 1.32% to $304.99, tracking broader tech strength. Palantir up 1.13% to $137.41. Defense contracts in focus after yesterday's Pentagon briefing. Ava, your turn. Banking with Billy News. Macro Desk. Tech led the charge today, up 1.65% to $178.60, while consumer staples lagged, down 1.04% to $84.66. The rotation into growth names, tech, consumer discretionary, and healthcare suggests investors are betting on a soft landing and lower rate expectations. Energy took the brunt of the pullback, down 0.92% to $59.13, as crude futures slipped on demand concerns. Industrials and materials saw modest declines, but the broader trend favors reflation trades over defensive sectors. Coming up, oil, gas, and the energy patch.
Good evening, 7:51 Eastern, and we're live on the energy desk where the numbers are telling a story of caution. Crude oil's pulling back from the $100 mark, down 1.5% to $97.62, but the IEA's warning that Brent could spike back above $100 by midsummer if supply tightens. Meanwhile, natural gas is the outlier, up 3.4% to $3.14, as ADNOC flags Gulf disruptions that could stretch into 2027. The sector's holding steady at $59.13, but the message is clear. Volatility isn't going anywhere.
Ava, let's turn to Tokyo, where the latest inflation data may have just shifted the Bank of Japan's calculus.
Andrew, here's the read. Japan's inflation cooled faster than expected last month, dropping to 2.5% in April, leaving the Bank of Japan with little appetite to keep hiking rates. Meanwhile, China's airlines are getting squeezed by jet fuel costs that have surged 20% since tensions flared in the Middle East, and without any hedging strategies, they're watching their already thin margins evaporate. And as if that weren't enough, high-speed rail is siphoning off their premium passengers, making this a perfect storm for an industry still clawing its way back from the pandemic.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Good evening, Maria in Dallas. Welcome to the airwaves. You're asking whether the recent dip in Japan's inflation means we're finally seeing some relief at the gas pump, or if this is just another blip on the roller coaster. It's a fair question, and one that reminds us just how tangled global prices can be. Up next, breaking from the news desk.
Sports desk, Andrew here. Kyle Busch, NASCAR's relentless champion, has died at 41. Tributes flood in as the motorsports world mourns a 20-year legend who left 63 Cup wins in his wake. Meanwhile, the Mitchell High girls golf team storms onto the podium with a third-place finish at Brookings, proving South Dakota's small-town grit can still shock the big leagues. Next up, Matt Ryan's rookie pep talk with the Falcons could set the tone for Atlanta's draft class. Let's see if the future is as bright as the past. Coming up, what's moving in tech? Good evening. Bitcoin consolidates at $77,651, up a measured 0.25% in after-hours trade, while Ethereum advances 0.33% to $2,134. Solana leads with a 1.42% gain to $87.23, followed by XRP at $1.37, up 0.59%, and Cardano at 25 cents, higher by 0.58%. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
10 days ago, PRSO was the darling of the microcap circuit, a tiny semiconductor outfit promising to crack next-gen 5G and 60 GHz beamforming chips for drones, soldiers, and edge networks. The stock doubled on the hype, but the odds were always long. Tiny fabs and proven tech, and a crowded field meant most of those chips never left the lab. Today, the ticker's drifting back toward reality while the rest of the sector keeps marching toward the same 6G horizon. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Good evening. The political landscape remains unsettled as the first House Democrat has called for DNC Chair Martin to resign, citing deepening fractures within the party's leadership ahead of the 2024 cycle. Meanwhile, Republicans have intensified criticism of the $1.776 billion anti-weaponization fund, with McConnell framing it as a slush fund to compensate police assault victims, a charge the Trump administration has pushed back against. Over in health policy, Moderna's mRNA flu vaccine is set to undergo FDA panel review, a development that could reshape pandemic preparedness but also test public trust in mRNA technology amid ongoing partisan debates over medical innovation. The stakes are high, and the divisions are only hardening. Want Billy's real-time stock alerts the moment he posts them? Join the Banking with Billy Discord, over 150 industries covered across all 11 sectors, with Billy's own conviction calls dropping live. Search Banking with Billy on Discord and join the desk.
Up next, the story of the hour. Ava. Japan just blinked, and the world's financial system is holding its breath. For 25 years, The Bank of Japan has waged a lonely war against deflation. Its yield curve controlled the last line of defense in a global economy that forgot what normal inflation even looked like. But now, after a decade of stimulus so aggressive it made the Fed's balance sheet look like pocket change, April's core CPI has slipped below the sacred 2% target for the first time since 2021, sending shockwaves through Tokyo's trading floors and New York's carry trade desks alike. This isn't just another data point. It's the first real crack in the dam, a moment where Governor Ueda's carefully calibrated exit strategy risks turning into a freefall if the BOJ hesitates too long. The numbers don't lie. Japan's core inflation cooled to 1.8% in April, undershooting forecasts and forcing traders to price in a 60% chance the BOJ will delay its next rate hike, maybe indefinitely. And that's the rub. While the Fed and ECB are still jacking up rates to crush inflation, Japan's sudden stall could unravel the global carry trade, where hedge funds have borrowed in yen at near-zero rates to chase higher yields elsewhere. One wrong move, and we're looking at a liquidity squeeze that makes March 2020 look like a warm-up act. Smart money isn't just watching the yen, it's watching the dominoes. If Japan's inflation keeps fading, the BOJ's hand is forced, and the yen could surge overnight, blowing up leveraged bets from Tokyo to London. But if Ueda waits too long, he risks importing the kind of runaway inflation that's already burned the West. Either way, the BOJ is trapped between a rock and a hard place, and the rest of us are just along for the ride. So keep your eyes on the yen's overnight moves and the BOJ's next policy statement. Because when Japan sneezes, the carry trade catches pneumonia. Andrew, your desk.
Coming up, which sectors are leading, which are lagging?
Tech's leading the charge tonight, up 1.65% to $178.60, while energy's lagging behind, down 0.92% at $59.13. Financials ticking up just 0.29% to $51.73, but healthcare's holding strong at $148.15, up 0.78%. Industrials barely moving, down a whisper at 0.07% to $170.53. Andrew, what's driving the split?
After hours on Banking with Billy. The day's tape recapped. Good evening. European equities ended mixed, with the Euro Stoxx 50 down 0.32% as energy shares lagged amid softer oil prices. The euro weakened 0.28% against the dollar, while the yen held steady at 156.85 after the Bank of Japan's recent policy guidance. In macro, the ECB's dovish tilt continues to weigh on regional sentiment despite signs of stabilizing inflation. Banking with Billy News, your 24/7 source.
The S&P 500 ETF $742.72 close, up just 0.6%, tells us traders are tiptoeing through a minefield of mixed signals. Japan's softer inflation might ease pressure on global rates, but the 10-year treasuries jumped to 4.59%, up 0.31%, screams that the Fed's inflation fight isn't over yet. The dollar's strength here isn't just about Japan. It's a bet that the U.S. will keep rates higher for longer, even as growth slows elsewhere. Meanwhile, equities are caught between fossil fuel infrastructure locking in energy dominance and SpaceX's Starship delay, reminding us tech's future isn't guaranteed. Banking with Billy News. Sector Watch.
Robert Reich's tax burden figures are under fire. Nick Gillespie disputes the data with external analysis, reigniting the debate over fiscal fairness as deficit hawks and progressives clash. Meanwhile, Elon Musk's $119 billion terafab chip plant in Texas risks becoming a high-stakes gamble if inflation and Fed hikes derail demand. U.S. CPI surged 0.6% in April, the fastest two-month pace since 2022, pushing annual inflation to its highest since May 2023. Diane Swank warns sticky prices could force the Fed's hand. Household budgets and corporate margins hang in the balance.
Banking with Billy. The signal in the noise.
Banking with Billy Sports. Banking with Billy News. World Trends TV. 3 live channels running 24/7 so you never miss a highlight, a headline, or a market-moving event. Subscribe to all 3 on YouTube. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Good evening. Tonight's earnings desk update starts with KULR Technology, where CFO Sean Cantor steps down effective tomorrow, May 22nd. Meanwhile, the fireworks continue in Washington as states square off with federal regulators over the explosive growth of prediction markets. And as traders hunt for the next big move, an AI-driven energy infrastructure trade has quietly doubled Nvidia's gains, without a single headline.
Banking with Billy Radio, markets, news, alerts.
The Cavs are storming into Madison Square Garden for Game 2. Drew Holiday just dropped 28 points in a 112-108 win over the Knicks, and LeBron James is looking sharper than ever. Meanwhile, The Rams just locked in Matthew Stafford after drafting a first-round QB. Talk about a high-stakes bet on the future. And over in Tennessee, CPA's baseball team just capped off a 24-game win streak with a state title. This dynasty is rewriting the record books. Next up, Jon Jones' wild boxing debut in Russia. Will the UFC legend shock the world or fall flat? Stay tuned.
Subscribe to Banking with Billy on YouTube. Join the Discord. Stay on the feed. Over 150 industries, all 11 sectors, one signal, Banking with Billy. Markets that move you.
Banking with Billy, where Billy's calls hit the air first. Good evening. The bond market's telling us a story tonight. The 10-year yield's climbing to $4.59, up 0.31%, while the IRX, our proxy for short-term rates, jumps to $3.58, up 0.7%. That's a steeper curve, and it's lifting the long bond ETF to $84.22, up 0.56%, which suggests traders are pricing in either delayed rate cuts or a higher-for-longer stance from the Federal. The Fed's own data feed hiccup, H.15 temporarily unavailable, is a reminder that even the plumbing of monetary policy isn't immune to glitches, but the bigger picture is clear. These moves reflect growing unease about inflation persistence or growth resilience. For equities, that means the easy money days of low rates are fading, and sectors sensitive to borrowing costs, like housing or tech, will need to brace for tighter financial conditions. Andrew, over to you for the next segment. Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. This week's sector tournament champion? Tech, flexing its muscle at $178.60 and a 1.65% gain, no contest. The biggest loser? Consumer staples, bleeding red at $84.66 and down 1.04% as investors flee defensive plays for riskier bets. The rotation story is clear. Money's flooding into high-beta sectors like tech and consumer discretionary, while staples and energy, traditional safe havens, are getting left in the dust. Keep an eye on materials and utilities. Both are hanging in there with modest gains, but their stability could make them the next big moves if the market mood shifts.
Ava will have the details on why Megyn Kelly's American News Minute is now offering a direct-to-inbox edition starting tomorrow.
Andrew, here's the read. The Democratic Party's postmortem on 2024 is out tonight, and it's a bruising read. The autopsy report, released today, shows Kamala Harris's campaign leaned 70% on anti-Trump messaging, leaving key Democratic blocs cold and top party leaders conspicuously quiet. With midterms looming and a potential Trump rematch in 2026, the report's blunt takeaway? The party's 2024 playbook may need a serious rewrite.
Up next, breaking from the news desk. Breaking now, Tim Stiefler and the viral AI platform Timmy and O Breaks will livestream their high-stakes experiment from Studio 6B in 17 minutes. Watch at 2020 Eastern Daylight Time via. The event tests whether unfiltered, real-time AI storytelling can outpace traditional journalism, a question raised as media disruption accelerates. Stiefler, whose prior ventures have pushed ethical boundaries, now faces a $77,651 Bitcoin market that's barely moved overnight, a backdrop of measured volatility. This isn't just a tech demo. It's a referendum on authenticity in an era where automation dictates the news cycle.
Banking with Billy News.
All right, let's cut the BS. Here's where we stand on the scoreboard. First, PRSL. I called this one a high-conviction swing when the tape was still sniffing around the low teens. And look, we're up near the high 20s now. Not bad for a microcap semiconductor play tied to 5G and mmWave. But let's be real, this thing's at the volatility of a falling knife with a rocket strapped to it. Still, the Allen family dropping a $120 million lifeline on BuzzFeed side? That's the kind of catalyst that can rip a name like PRSO straight up the flagpole. I'm not calling it a win yet. This thing's still got legs if the sector stays hot, but I'm not closing my eyes and praying either. Next, BZFD. Yeah, I called that one too. And yeah, it's up 132% after hours. Byron Allen's family office stepping in with a majority stake at $3? That's the kind of headline that turns a meme into a momentum monster. But let's keep it 100. This was always a binary event play. If the deal closes and the stock gaps, great. If not, well, we'll see how fast the tape turns on a dime. Now, what's next? I'm watching the semis again, specifically the ones tied to AI connectivity and high-speed comms. The tape's been ripping, but the moment it stalls, these names get smoked. I've got my gun in my head on a few, but I'm not doubling down until the tape tells me it's still got juice. Stay sharp. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy. The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Lamar Jackson's contract price climbs after Matt Stafford's $55 million deal. Poll finds nearly 3/4 of Democratic voters oppose aid to Israel. Lupita Nyong'o responds to right-wing criticism of the Odyssey. Our cast, is representative of the world. Rubio doubts negotiations with Cuba possible. NASCAR champion Kyle Busch dies, aged 41. That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live.
What if China, America's biggest rival, suddenly flipped sides in the Middle East and turned on Iran? That's the explosive claim tonight from Patrick Byrne, and it's sending shockwaves through trading desks from New York to Shanghai. This isn't some random tweet, it's a geopolitical earthquake disguised as a live extreme. Byrne, the former Overstock CEO turned alt-media provocateur, has spent years trading in conspiracy theories, but when he starts talking about China and Iran, the oil markets and defense stocks sit up and listen. Remember, as we covered the other day, the 10-year yield's been whispering about Middle East risk premiums all week. Now Byrne's saying Beijing might finally be done playing both sides. Tonight, Byrne's live stream, linked right there in the tape, lit up with claims that China is quietly pressuring Iran to dial back its threats against Israel. And he didn't just drop this in a vacuum. Iran's latest saber-rattling over Israel strikes in Damascus has oil futures flirting with $85 a barrel, while Raytheon stock just gapped up 3.2% on defense chatter. So, what's the play here? Smart money isn't betting on Byrne's word alone, it's watching the futures curve. If China's really turning on Iran, we'll see it in the Baltic Dry Index first, then in the price of Brent crude. And if Byrne's right, the entire U.S. strategy in the region just got a seismic rewrite. Andrew, keep an eye on the crude contracts. If they break $86 by Tokyo Open, the whole narrative flips. Your desk next.
Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live.
The Rams just locked in Matthew Stafford for $55 million. Yes, the same Stafford who delivered that Super Bowl glory in 2022. Meanwhile, Barcelona's hunting Harry Kane like a predator, but with Haaland sidelined, this move could make or break their attack. And Liverpool's Andy Robertson? Tears, cheers, and a standing Anfield ovation as the legend walks away. Next up, we're watching the NBA Western Conference Finals, where the Nuggets and Thunder battle for a Game 3 showdown. Coming up, what just hit the wire. Good evening. The S&P 500 ETF at $742.72, the Nasdaq 100 ETF at $714.51, and the Dow at $50,286 are all higher. Breadth is solid with the VIX at $16.76. The most active stock is ticker RGTI, Rigetti Computing, up 30.57% on 147.96 million shares. Top gainer is ticker ATPC, Agape ADP Corporation, surging 71.77% to $3.59. Top decliner? NVIDIA at $219.51, down 0.52%.
Ava, we'll have a latest on Asia-Pacific markets as investors digest the latest U.S.-Iran peace deal diplomacy, while oil prices slipped in U.S. trading.
Andrew, here's the read. Asia-Pacific markets are gearing up for green open after word of fresh U.S.-Iran diplomacy. Oil's already pulling back after U.S. trading, with Brent down about 1.8% as Iran's enriched uranium stockpile stance softens the geopolitical edge. Meanwhile, Entravision Communications just filed a Form 13G, revealing a major stake shift that could signal activist pressure on the Spanish-language media giant. If this deal holds, the ripple effects on energy and media could be the story of the summer.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Good evening. The most consequential geopolitical shift of the day may well be President Trump's decision to deploy 5,000 U.S. troops to Poland, a move that reverses his earlier cancellation and signals a renewed commitment to NATO's eastern flank amid rising tensions with Russia. Meanwhile, in Turkey, a court's removal of an opposition leader further solidifies President Erdogan's grip on power, raising concerns about democratic backsliding in a nation long seen as a NATO bridge between East and West. Across the aisle, progressive Democrats Ro Khanna and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez are openly criticizing their party's 2024 postmortem for omitting any mention of the Gaza war, exposing deep divisions over foreign policy just months ahead of another election cycle. And in Tennessee, Governor Bill Lee has halted an execution after a doctor failed to locate a suitable vein, rare intervention that underscores the state's fraught relationship with capital punishment. Up next, today's biggest movers. Good evening, I'm Ava, live on Banking with Billy Radio, where the market's moving fast tonight. AMD's up 2.25% to $449.59, likely riding the AI wave again, as chip demand keeps surging. Amazon's climbing 1.7% to $268.46, probably getting a lift from Prime Day chatter. And Netflix? Up 1.66% to $89.30, could be subscribers cheering the latest earnings beat. Andrew, what's your take? Are we seeing a tech melt up, or just another flash in the pan? Banking with Billy News.
Crypto Desk.
Story of the hour. The Trump administration is quietly preparing to turn Cuba into a geopolitical chess piece, just as the Cold War's ghosts refuse to stay buried. For decades, Cuba has been a pressure valve for U.S. administrations. When domestic storms brew, the island becomes a convenient distraction. But this isn't just another cycle. With November looming, the stakes are higher than ever. Patrick Byrne, a former CIA operative with deep ties to the intelligence community, is now alleging the administration is actively weighing moves against Havana, potentially reviving the kind of brinkmanship that once defined U.S.-Cuba relations. Meanwhile, the far-right echo chamber is amplifying its own fire. Marjorie Taylor Greene and Alex Jones are peddling the explosive and proven claim that AIPAC engineered Kentucky's election fraud, a narrative that could further erode trust in institutions just as the 2026 midterms approach. Tonight, the White House is facing a critical decision, whether to escalate tensions with Cuba as a political off-ramp. According to Thursday's transmission, Trump is eyeing Havana as a potential distraction, one that could rally his base while shifting focus away from domestic pressures. But the risks are severe. A single misstep could destabilize the region, spook markets, and trigger a wave of geopolitical blowback. And in Kentucky, the fallout from the Greene-Jones allegations is already spreading, fueling unrest in a state where election integrity is now a flashpoint. What's unfolding isn't just another partisan skirmish. It's a stress test for the system. The Cuba gambit, if pursued, would mark a dramatic shift from the thawing relations of the Obama era, while the AIPAC fraud claims underscore how quickly disinformation can metastasize in an election year. Smart money is watching two things. First, whether the administration's Cuba strategy gains traction in the coming weeks, and second, how deep the far-right's election fraud narrative digs into the electorate. The tape suggests volatility is coming, and not just in the markets. Ava will have the latest on how Asia is pricing in these risks. Stay with us. Tape doesn't sleep. Neither do we. Banking with Billy. Good evening. Bitcoin remains under modest pressure, down 0.16% to $77,466, while Ethereum holds steady with a fractional gain of 0.03% at $2,131. Solana continues to outperform, up 1.14% to $87.08, alongside XRP and Cardano, which are up 0.25% and 0.6% respectively. The broader market tone remains cautious, with no major catalyst driving directional moves at this hour. From the desk to your ears, Banking with Billy.
The Wire. 5 headlines right now. Kevin Warsh's obstacle course. Anshul Kamboj surpasses Rashid Khan, creates unwanted IPL record after tough outing in GT vs. CSK match. Former Detroit mayor blows governor's race, wide open in surprise move. Iran war live. Signs of progress amid efforts to reach U.S.-Iran peace deal. Aura, smart ring maker, files confidentially for IPO. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this.
Banking with Billy News. Good evening, sports fans. What a Thursday. Kyle Busch, NASCAR's 200-plus race winner and 2022 Cup champion, has died at just 41, leaving the sport in shock and mourning its last true folk hero. Meanwhile, the Giants lock in GM Joe Schoen on a multi-year deal after a 9-7 playoff push, giving Daniel Jones' future a clearer path forward. And in boxing's biggest crossover, Ilia Topuria, 13-0, faces Ryan Garcia in a lightweight showdown that could redefine the division. Up next, Rochester Royals tip off against the defending champs, and CSK's Ruturaj Gaikwad drops the latest on MS Dhoni's IPL 2027 plans. Stay tuned. Up next, breaking from the news desk.
Good evening. This just broke. Scash has lost over 99% of its value against Bitcoin, signaling a death knell for privacy coins as regulators crush niche crypto experiments. Meanwhile, OpenAI and Anthropic are eyeing IPOs above $800 billion, cementing an AI duopoly that rivals can't touch. The market's telling us one thing: innovation's winners are pulling away fast. Ava, back to you. Tired of headlines 12 hours late? Banking with Billy News covers over 150 industries across all 11 GICS sectors in real time. Stocks, politics, economy, geopolitics, one desk, one signal. Banking with Billy. Subscribe on YouTube. Join the Discord. Banking with Billy News. The Mover Board.
Banking with Billy Sports. Banking with Billy News. World Trends TV. 3 live channels running 24/7 so you never miss a highlight, a headline, or a market-moving event. Subscribe to all 3 on YouTube. Up next, Silicon Valley Desk.
Ava. Good evening. This just hit the wire. Silicon Valley's in full-on reinvention mode tonight. And the stakes? Oh, they're sky-high. A developer's blunt, "I'm tired of AI-generated answers" post is going viral, and suddenly, the whole move fast and break things ethos feels, well, broken. Meanwhile, the cheap smartphone market? AI's eating its lunch, literally, with features that demand power budgets no budget phone can afford. And then there's OpenAI's Master of Disaster, a role created to clean up AI's PR mess before it derails the whole revolution. Andrew, what's the play here? Are we watching the beginning of the end for AI's honeymoon phase?
Coming up, the names lighting up the tape.
Good evening, this is Ava live on Banking with Billy Radio, and we are not wasting a second tonight. The market's got its foot on the gas, and these names are leading the charge. AMD, up 2.25% to $449.59. Chips are hot again, and traders are betting big on AI demand. Amazon, up 1.7% to $268.46. Retail's back in the green after that earnings whisper. And Netflix, up 1.66% to $89.30. Streaming still king, but can it keep the crown? Andrew, what's the word on the street? Are these gains built to last?
Banking with Billy News. Breaking story. Tech leads the charge, up 1.65% to $178.60, while consumer staples lags at $84.66, down 1.04%. Financials and healthcare show modest gains, but energy is the clear underperformer, sliding 0.92% to $59.13. Money's rotating into growth names, tech and discretionary, amid renewed risk appetite, while defensives like staples and utilities fade. Industrials are flat, signaling no broad-based rotation beyond the tech bid. Up next, the energy desk. Good evening. Crude oil is trading at $97.74, down 1.39%, as Brent crude follows at $104.53, down 1.21%. Pressure persisting amid reports Saudi Arabia is losing ground in Asia's oil market. Natural gas, meanwhile, is up 3.4% at $3.13, bucking the broader energy sector's decline, which sits at $59.13, down 0.92%. The outlook remains mixed, with regional demand shifts and geopolitical factors keeping traders on edge. Ava, we'll have you take on Jeff Garzik's sharp critique of AI tokens and their shaky price discovery. It's a market worth watching closely.
Andrew, here's the read. Jeff Garzik just threw a spotlight on a glaring gap in AI tokens, no real-time price discovery. Meanwhile, El Salvador is about to graduate over 1,000 students from its Bitcoin developer program on June 21st, all trained in Lightning Network scalability. If this cohort can crack remittances, where Bitcoin already moves 20% of the country's GDP, it might just prove whether volatility is the enemy or the engine of decentralized finance. Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live.
Good evening from Boston, where Lisa joins us with her perspective on the markets tonight. Lisa writes in to share a clip from billionaire Patrick Byrne, who famously called the collapse of Venezuela to the day, and his take on Trump's efforts to engineer regime change in Cuba. It's worth noting that Byrne's track record in geopolitical forecasting is worth watching, even if his methods remain unconventional. Up next, breaking from the news desk. Andrew, good evening. Patrick Byrne has just gone live on X, predicting Venezuela's collapse to the day and warning of Trump's covert regime change operations in Cuba. His 20-year track record of geopolitical forecasts lends weight to his latest assessment, which could signal a sharp shift in U.S. strategy across the Caribbean. The live stream, available at the link provided, may reveal fresh intelligence with direct implications for regional stability and market volatility. This is not speculation. Byrne's timing has been exact before.
This is Banking with Billy. Every move, every minute.
Good evening, sports fans. What a Thursday. CJ, Cup, Byron Nelson. More leads by 1 at 12 under. Koepka lurking at 11 under as the final pairing tees off under the Dallas Lights. SEC baseball tournament kicks off tomorrow. LSU and Florida set to clash in a rematch of last year's thriller. And don't blink, Big Ten and ACC tournaments drop next week with Omaha bids on the line. Live in 24/7, Banking with Billy. Good evening. The crypto desk reports a mixed session. Bitcoin dips 0.2% to $77,409, while Ethereum holds steady with a marginal 0.03% decline to $2,130. Solana leads advancers, up 0.9% at $87.03, alongside XRP and Cardano, each posting modest gains of 0.06% and 0.31%, respectively. Sentiment remains cautious but orderly.
This is Banking with Billy. Every move, every minute. PRSO was the darling of the speculative microcap circuit just 10 days ago, hyped as a 5G and 60 GHz mmWave chipset play with military and drone applications, essentially the kind of story that lures traders chasing the next big thing. Given the sector's history, it probably saw a short-lived surge on momentum, only to fizzle as reality set in about execution risks and the gap between promise and delivery. Today, the same forces that once propelled it are likely testing whether the narrative can outlast the hype.
Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. Good evening. The Senate has delayed an immigration funding package, drawing sharp criticism from House Republicans who accuse chamber leadership of failing to secure the border. Meanwhile, former President Trump has canceled plans for a sweeping AI executive order, a reversal from earlier this year amid reported pushback from major tech figures. In Texas, State Representative Brian Slayton denies claims he called for internment camps for migrants, as his party formally censures him over inflammatory rhetoric. And in Washington, Senate Republicans have blocked a Trump-backed DOJ fund aimed at countering alleged weaponization of government agencies, while simultaneously opposing ICE and Border Patrol funding.
Tired of headlines 12 hours late? Banking with Billy News covers over 150 industries across all 11 GICS sectors in real time. Stocks, politics, economy, geopolitics, one desk, one signal. Banking with Billy. Subscribe on YouTube. Join the Discord.
Coming up, a deep dive on the day's biggest move. Story of the hour. A former Trump DOJ official and a self-proclaimed deep state whistleblower are now trading explosive claims. One promising a Russiagate reckoning, the other alleging a cover-up, just as the political world braces for the next election cycle. This isn't just noise. For years, these figures have been at the center of a battle over whether 2016's controversies were a legitimate investigation or a partisan witch hunt, one that reshaped American politics and now risks reshaping its legal legacy. Tonight, Kash Patel says the Russiagate probe is nearing its end, while Patrick Byrne, live on X, drops a video alleging exclusive evidence of a deep state conspiracy, tying it to Venezuela's oil sector and a shadow network of intelligence operatives. The tape is moving fast. Byrne's claims, if substantiated, could validate years of conservative grievances or collapse under scrutiny. Meanwhile, Patel's timing suggests this isn't just about history. It's about the legal and political battle still to come. Watch the DOJ's next move and whether Byrne's evidence holds up. Ava, your take.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Good evening. This is Ava live on Banking with Billy Radio, and the market's telling us something loud and clear tonight. Tech's flexing at $178.60, up 1.65%, while energy's dragging its feet at $59.13, down 0.92%. Who's buying the dip? And who's getting left behind? Let's break it down fast. Tech's on fire. No surprise there. Nvidia's still pulling the cart, but even the laggards like Intel are inching up. Meanwhile, energy's the party pooper, and with oil prices still wobbling, that's no shock. But industrials? Down a whisper at $170.53. What's the holdup there? Healthcare's quietly climbing, up 0.78%, and consumer discretionary's holding strong at $118.70. So, where's the real action tonight? Andrew? Banking with Billy News. Sector Watch.
Good evening. The Nikkei 225 slipped 0.32% overnight, weighed by stronger yen and softer export data, while the Hang Seng Index fell 0.78% amid persistent property sector headwinds. Shanghai Composite bucked the trend, rising 0.41% on selective policy support and bargain hunting in blue chips. Across crypto, Bitcoin held near $77,447, down 0.15%, while Ethereum and Solana edged higher, up 0.04% and 1.02% respectively. Coming up, dollar, rates, equities, and one red. The S&P 500's modest gain to $742.72 reflects a market grappling with conflicting signals. Japan's core inflation at a four-year low underscores persistent deflationary headwinds, while U.S. refiners' near-record jet fuel production suggests resilient travel demand. The dollar remains under pressure as Treasury yields drift lower, with the 10-year benchmark hovering near recent lows, a dynamic that could tighten financial conditions if sustained. Equities are caught between reflationary bets and growth concerns, with the S&P's resilience contingent on whether energy demand holds or cracks under macro strain. Meanwhile, SpaceX's Starship launch looms as a potential catalyst, its success or failure capable of reshaping long-term risk appetite across sectors.
Up next, breaking from the news desk.
Good evening. Oracle co-founder Larry Ellison warns AI could enable a global digital police state. His latest warning comes as governments scramble to regulate the technology. The stakes are immediate. AI surveillance tools are advancing, and Ellison's critique frames the debate between innovation and authoritarian control. Nations are now weighing digital sovereignty against the risks of unchecked AI deployment. This isn't theoretical, it's a live geopolitical flashpoint. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Banking with Billy Radio. Over 150 industries. All 11 GCS sectors. Live crypto, forex, and commodities. One stream, one signal, all day and all night. Tap subscribe and stay ahead of the move.
Banking with Billy News. The street in your headphones.
Good evening. Turning to the earnings calendar, Stellantis reports a $70 billion turnaround plan, targeting positive cash flow by 2027, while Rocket Lab secures a $90 million U.S. Space Force contract for 2 satellites. Oil prices decline as investors anticipate a potential U.S.-Iran deal, and broader equities remain range-bound amid rising volatility signals. No specific EPS figures or guidance were released in these updates.
Banking with Billy News. Breaking story. Oh, what a night in the NBA. The Cavaliers storm past the Knicks 118-103 in Game 2, and now LeBron's squad, led by the electric Jalen Green, stands just 2 wins away from the finals. Meanwhile, McKenna Kraft just flipped the script at Iowa State, joining a wrestling program hungry for its first NCAA title since 2023. But hold on to your hats. South Carolina just fired its interim coach and 2 assistants after a disappointing 30-25 SEC run, and the pressure's on for Mark Kingston to turn things around. Next up, can the Cavs close this out? The sports world's watching.
When the tape moves, Billy moves first. Banking with Billy alerts have called breakouts before the rest of the street even shows up. Get the alerts. Get the radio. Banking with Billy.
Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. Good evening. The 10-year Treasury yield is up 31 basis points to 4.59%. The ICE B of A Move Index, our go-to measure of rate volatility, is at 3.58%, and the long bond ETF is climbing 0.56% to $84.22. These moves reflect a modest steepening in the curve, with front-end rates holding steady while longer-dated yields drift higher, a sign the market is pricing in a more hawkish Fed posture than just a few sessions ago. For equities, that means borrowing costs are creeping up, which tightens financial conditions and could pressure valuations, especially for rate-sensitive sectors like housing and tech. The Fed's data corrections and weather-related closures are routine housekeeping, but the underlying trend is clear. Don't expect the central bank to rush into easing anytime soon.
Banking with Billy News. The Mover Board. Good evening. This week's sector tournament champion is technology, advancing 1.65% to $178.60. Its strongest weekly showing since mid-April. The energy patch, down 0.92% to $59.13, remains the week's biggest loser, pressured by a stronger yen and renewed skepticism around near-term oil demand. The rotation story is clear. Capital is fleeing defensive staples and utilities, down 1.04% and up just 0.87%, respectively, in a higher beta plays like tech and consumer discretionary, which rose 1.01%. Investors should keep a close eye on financials, up a modest 0.29%, but poised to benefit from any shift in the interest rate narrative, and industrials, down a mere 0.07%, but sensitive to any signs of a manufacturing rebound. Ava will have the details on Big 5 Sporting Goods Memorial Day sidewalk sale after the break, just the kind of seasonal push that could tell us whether consumers are still prioritizing discretionary spending.
Andrew, here's the read. Big 5 Sporting Goods is leaning into the Memorial Day weekend with sidewalk sales at select stores, a classic move to ride the seasonal surge in discretionary spending. Meanwhile, Sierra Bancorp is making a big push to fill over 100 roles across California, from senior tellers to remote system support officers, as the regional bank bets on both in-person service and digital growth. Both moves tell a story about where the economy's heading, retailers testing consumer confidence, banks betting on resilience even as rates climb.
This is Banking with Billy. Every move, every minute.
Breaking right now, Torrid slashing summer linens by 35%, a desperate play to clear bloated inventory as plus-size shoppers tighten their wallets. Meanwhile, OpenAI just flipped the script on remote work. Codex users can now control locked Macs via iPhone, turning every pocket into a desktop command center. That's a privacy landmine waiting to explode. The takeaway? Discounts won't save retail, but AI might just rewrite the rules of where work happens.
Banking with Billy News. The Mover Board. All right, let's cut the BS. Here's where we stand on the scoreboard. First, PRSO. I called that swing when it was still a rumor, and now Byron Allen's family office is throwing $120 million at $3 a share to take control. That's a win, plain and simple. The tape's ripping on this thing, and if they're loading up, you know the story's got legs. Still, I'm not blind. This is a micro cap with a history of volatility, so I'm keeping a tight stop. Next, BZFD. That one's a mixed bag. I flagged the momentum play when the buzz around BuzzFeed's restructuring hit, but 132% in after hours? That's not a trade. That's a lottery ticket. I took profits at 20%, and I'm not chasing it higher. The fundamentals haven't changed, just the hype train. Now what's next? I'm watching the semis again. The 5G cycle's not done, and if PRSO can prove it's not just another vaporware play, this thing could rip higher. But if the tape rolls over, I'm out. The market's a falling knife right now. You don't catch it unless you're paid to. Banking with Billy. Markets, news, alerts, one feed. The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Enhanced games. Worse than the risk of crippling injuries is the threat of gene editing in sports altering our fundamental human biology. Retail investors get direct access to SpaceX IPO through major brokerage platforms. Germany ready for bigger leadership role in NATO. Everest, record 274 climbers summit from Nepal in single day. Labor MPs expect eventual concessions for startups after backlash to CGT changes. That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this.
Stay with us. The full story after the break. This isn't just another political autopsy. It's the DNC's digital death knell for 2024. For years, the party's post-election soul-searching has followed the same script: finger-pointing, donor panic, and a scramble to rebrand. But this time, the autopsy isn't buried in a PDF. It's live on X, led by 2 of the party's sharpest operators, Michael LaRosa and Mark Davis, who cut their teeth in the Obama war room. They're not just diagnosing what went wrong. They're broadcasting the cure in real time. Last night, the Democrats dropped their 2024 autopsy report, and within hours, LaRosa and Davis hit Twitter with a raw, unfiltered reaction video. No spin, no delay. The message? The party's digital-first pivot isn't just a strategy. It's a lifeline. What this tells us is that the DNC isn't waiting for November to panic. They're already prepping for a fight over youth turnout, messaging fatigue, and donor wallets, 3 cracks that could sink Biden's re-election bid. Smart Money's watching how fast this report moves from Twitter to the campaign trail. Andrew, the floor is yours. What's the market making of this political wild card?
Banking with Billy. Stay with us. Good evening, Banking with Billy news. In North Carolina, a 13-year-old baseball player suffered a cardiac arrest mid-game. Emergency responders rushed to the field, and while the game was halted, the community's swift response with an AED saved a life. Meanwhile, in Texas, the Katy Lady Tigers hold a 4-2 lead over Far San Juan Alamo in the UIL softball semifinals, with the winner advancing to the state title game. And in England, Manchester City's 2-1 victory over Aston Villa secures the Premier League crown and a potential historic treble, locking in a $2 billion plus revenue windfall for the club. Ava's got the latest on the NBA Draft Combine. Stay tuned. Stay with us, fresh from the feeds. Breaking now, Microsoft and Anthropic are in early talks to rent Azure servers powered by Microsoft's AI chips, a deal that could lock in Anthropic's reliance on the tech giant's infrastructure. As we covered the other day, this tightens Microsoft's grip on the $200 billion cloud AI market, countering Google's dominance. Separately, Binance marked Bitcoin Pizza Day by spotlighting crypto educator Pushpendra Singh, a populist move amid ongoing regulatory scrutiny. This signals Binance's push to rebuild trust through grassroots education.
Coming up, where the indices stand right now. Market Pulse. The S&P 500 ETF up 0.6% at $742.72. Nasdaq 100 ETF up 0.88% at $714.51. Dow at $50,286 up 0.55%. VIX down 3.95% at $16.76. Most active, Nvidia down 1.77% at $219.51. Volume 203.37 M. Top gainer, ticker AKA, and up 61.68% at $23.46. Top decliner, ticker AEHL, down 32.3% at $1.97.
Ava, we'll have the details on Rocket Lab's annual meeting after the break.
Andrew, here's the read. Rocket Lab's shareholders just gave the green light to the board's re-election, and that's a big deal for investors betting on the company's push into commercial space dominance. Meanwhile, the U.S. just arrested the sister of a top Cuban military official, a move that underscores the escalating tensions tied to Gase's sanctions evasion. This isn't just about space or sanctions, it's about where power and money collide. Banking with Billy Radio. Built for traders by traders.
Good evening. The most consequential development tonight comes from the Eastern Mediterranean, where Israel has deported activists aboard a Gaza-bound flotilla, escalating tensions amid stalled ceasefire negotiations. The move has drawn international condemnation, testing regional stability and humanitarian norms in a conflict that has persisted for decades. Elsewhere, Germany's far-right AfD party vows to make history in upcoming elections, signaling a potential shift in EU policy and NATO cohesion. Meanwhile, the Democratic Republic of Congo's Ebola treatment center was destroyed in an attack, deepening a crisis that threatens regional health and security. France has allocated €710 million in new energy assistance, while Germany seeks Gulf state support to address potential escalation with Iran. You're with Banking with Billy Radio. Don't touch that dial. Good evening. Banking with Billy News. Markets are moving fast tonight, and these are the names to watch. AMD is up 2.25% to $449.59, extending gains on strong AI chip demand after yesterday's energy sector coverage. Amazon is up 1.7% to $268.46, with retail momentum ahead of the Memorial Day weekend. Netflix is up 1.66% to $89.30, following solid subscriber growth reports. Apple is up 1.32% to $304.99, supported by services revenue strength. Palantir is up 1.13% to $137.41, tracking continued government contract wins. That's your market pulse. Back to you, Ava. Banking with Billy News. The Moverboard.
The Iran nuclear standoff just turned the global oil market into a ticking time bomb, and Wall Street is starting to sweat. Here's the thing. Iran's latest move to keep its enriched uranium out of Western hands isn't just a geopolitical chess move. It's a direct threat to the summer gas tank you're about to fill. The International Energy Agency just fired a warning shot. As vacation season kicks into high gear, Iran's standoff with the West could squeeze supply just when demand peaks, sending prices at the pump and your summer road trip budget spiraling. We've seen this play before. In 2022, when Russia's invasion of Ukraine sent oil to $130 a barrel, the pain was brutal. Now, with Iran playing hardball again, the IEA's warning isn't a drill, it's a red alert. What just happened? Oil's up 2.3% overnight to $84.75 a barrel after Iran's nuclear chief said the country won't budge on keeping its enriched uranium, and the IEA called the summer outlook precarious. Translation? If Iran's standoff drags on, refiners could scramble for alternatives, and that means higher prices for you and me. So, what's the real play here? Smart money's watching two things. First, whether Iran's oil exports get choked off by sanctions, something we saw in 2019 when tanker attacks in the Gulf sent prices surging. Second, how fast U.S. shale can ramp up production to fill the gap. If the answer's not fast enough, then buckle up, because this isn't just about Iran. It's about whether the global oil market can avoid a repeat of the 2022 squeeze. Keep your eyes on the future screen. Next hour, Andrew's got the read on how this ripple effect is hitting airlines, truckers, and your wallet.
Banking with Billy News. Politics Brief. Banking with Billy News. Crypto Update. Bitcoin is off 0.23% at $77,468, while Ethereum holds at $2,132, down 0.09%. Solana leads the majors with a 0.76% gain to $87.03, and XRP dips 0.12% to $1.37. Cardano edges up 0.14% to 25 cents. That's where we stand tonight. Banking with Billy News. Tech Desk. The Wire. 5 headlines right now. Turkey. DW's Ali Kanyaludag released, but trial continues. Oil resumes rally as Iran reportedly wants to keep enriched uranium within the country. GATX extends credit agreement, lowers borrowing costs with amendment. Kyle Busch. A 28-year timeline of one of NASCAR's most fearsome competitors. Form 144 Lifetime Group Holdings 4. May 21st. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. You're with Banking with Billy Radio. Don't touch that dial. Sports update. Xavier Baseball just ended a 12-year title drought, stunning UConn 6-4 in the Big East tournament to punch their ticket to NCAA regionals. Proof that mid-majors can topple the elite when it matters most. Meanwhile, Oxbridge Academy softball etched their name in Florida history, claiming the state championship in dominant fashion. And in a crushing blow to Atlanta, Ronald Acuna Jr. exits tonight's game with a thumb injury, his 40-40 chase hanging by a thread. Next up, the NBA playoffs resume Friday with a potential Game 7 in the Western Conference Finals. Will the Nuggets or Thunder rewrite their legacies? Up next, breaking from the news desk. Breaking now, LA mayoral race turns national. Fox's Jones backs Pratt as base criticizes gridlock. Fox News' Joey Jones is publicly endorsing Spencer Pratt's LA mayoral campaign, calling his problem identification skills a refreshing contrast to the city's entrenched bureaucracy. Karen Bass, the former House Speaker and current mayor, fired back today, blaming red tape for the city's stalled homelessness solutions. 17,000 unsheltered residents remain in limbo as her 2022 promises falter. Pratt's celebrity roots from the hills now collide with Bass's political machine in a culture versus policy clash with citywide stakes. This is a proxy war for LA's future, and the market's patience is running thin.
Tired of headlines 12 hours late? Banking with Billy News covers over 150 industries across all 11 GICS sectors in real time. Stocks, politics, economy, geopolitics, one desk, one signal. Banking with Billy. Subscribe on YouTube. Join the Discord. Banking with Billy News. Tech Desk.
Banking with Billy Sports, Banking with Billy News, World Trends TV. 3 live channels running 24/7 so you never miss a highlight, a headline, or a market-moving event. Subscribe to all 3 on YouTube.
Coming up, what's moving in tech?
Good evening. Banking with Billy News. Markets are moving fast tonight, and these names are leading the charge in real time. AMD is up 2.25% to $449.59, likely riding the AI infrastructure wave after another round of hyperscaler demand signals. Amazon is up 1.7% to $268.46, with analysts pointing to early Prime Day pre-orders and cloud revenue optimism. Netflix is up 1.66% to $89.30, extending gains after last night's subscriber update beat expectations. Apple is up 1.32% to $304.99, supported by a quiet iPhone refresh cycle and services tailwinds. Palantir is up 1.13% to $137.41, continuing its momentum as defense and AI contracts remain in focus. Ava, back to you. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Tech's leading the charge, up 1.65% to $178.60, while consumer staples lags behind, down 1.04% to $84.66. The rotation's clear. Money's chasing growth in tech and healthcare, while defensives like staples and industrials get the cold shoulder. Energy's the odd one out, slipping 0.92% to $59.13, probably still feeling the weight of that oil standoff we flagged earlier. And don't overlook real estate, up 0.32%, because even in a rotation, some bricks and mortar still hold value. Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. Oil's pulling back tonight, but don't let the numbers fool you. This market's still on a razor's edge. Crude just dipped below $98 a barrel, down over $1, while natural gas is staging a late rally, up more than 3%. But here's the kicker. Brent's holding above $104 and the energy sector's slipping just under 0.5%. So, what's driving the split? Let's break it down, because in a market this tight, every tick matters.
Ava, we've got Lionsgate outlining a bold path to 4.5x leverage by fiscal Q4 2027. Michael's box office tally nearing $1 billion. Let's dig into the strategy.
Andrew, here's the read. Lionsgate is doubling down on its bet that Michael, the Michael Jordan biopic, will be a blockbuster, targeting $1 billion at the box office to push its leverage up to 4.5x by fiscal Q4 2027. Meanwhile, Zoom's not waiting for the spotlight. It's handing $1 billion back to shareholders with a buyback, while eyeing $5.08 billion to $5.09 billion in revenue for fiscal 2027. One's playing the long game on talent, the other's betting on its own cash flow, both sending a clear message about where they see growth.
Banking with Billy News. Energy Patch. Good evening, Sarah in Phoenix. Thank you for your message. You're asking whether the Federal Reserve's latest policy signals will finally ease the pressure on regional banks still grappling with deposit outflows, and whether this could mark a turning point for smaller lenders. The Fed's measured tone suggests cautious optimism, but regional banks remain in a delicate balancing act.
Live and 24/7. Banking with Billy.
The Kentucky Wildcats just pulled off a 78-76 thriller over North Carolina in a Christmas Day classic for the ages. Matthew Stafford, meanwhile, is locking in his future with the Rams, signing a 1-year extension to keep him under center in LA through 2027. And next up, the NBA draft just days away, where the top picks could shake up the league's power balance. Coming up, what's moving in tech? Andrew, good evening. Banking with Billy News. The tech sector is in flux tonight, and Silicon Valley's latest moves are rewriting the rules of scale and innovation. Google's latest earnings reveal a company straining under its own complexity. Some analysts are drawing parallels to IBM's mid-century struggles, questioning whether the search giant's sprawling empire has become too unwieldy to sustain its historic growth. The stakes? A potential inflection point for big tech's next chapter. Banking with Billy. We don't read the tape. We trade it.
Leaning in, voice sharp but warm. All right, let's talk crypto, because tonight, the majors are just drifting. Bitcoin's down a hair at $77,386, Ethereum's flatlining near $2,129, and Solana's the only green in the room at $86.88. But here's the thing, this isn't panic, it's breathing. The market's not crashing, it's just waiting. And waiting for what? That's the question.
Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. PRSO, a speculative microcap semiconductor firm targeting 5G and mmWave technology, made headlines 10 days ago with its ambitious roadmap for next-generation wireless chipsets and beamforming modules. Given the sector's volatility and the company's unproven track record, the stock likely saw erratic trading, with short-term momentum fading as execution risks weighed on sentiment. Today, the focus shifts to whether any tangible progress, such as partnerships or revenue milestones, can stabilize investor confidence in a space dominated by heavyweights.
Banking with Billy News. Macro Desk.
Andrew, good evening. Banking with Billy News. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration has issued its 2026 Atlantic hurricane season outlook, forecasting below normal activity amid developing El Niño conditions, a pattern historically linked to reduced storm formation. Yet, as we've seen before, El Niño's influence is not absolute. 1992's Hurricane Andrew, which struck during an El Niño year, remains a stark reminder of the unpredictability even suppressed seasons can harbor. With coastal property values at record highs and critical infrastructure still recovering from prior events, the stakes for disaster response and insurance markets are elevated. A single major storm could overwhelm systems already stretched thin, underscoring the need for preparedness beyond seasonal averages. Subscribe to Banking with Billy on YouTube. Join the Discord. Stay on the feed. Over 150 industries, all 11 sectors, one signal, Banking with Billy. Markets that move you.
Up next, the story of the hour.
The institutions are back, and this time, they're not just buying the wreckage. They're rewriting the rules. Overnight, BlackRock's real estate arm confirmed a $12 billion commitment to distressed commercial property in the Sun Belt, a move that's sending shockwaves through the sector. This isn't just another capital infusion. It's a full-scale pivot, echoing the playbook Kevin O'Leary warned about in 2008 when he called institutional investors the only buyers left standing as retail evaporated. Post-crisis, those same players, BlackRock, PIMCO, Starwood, reshaped housing by outbidding families, locking in long-term control over pricing and supply. Now, with office vacancies still above 20% in Dallas and Phoenix, they're doing it again, but this time, the target is warehouses, data centers, and last-mile logistics, where demand is still red-hot. The numbers don't lie. BlackRock's latest tranche is 30% larger than its 2023 distressed fund, and the terms are stricter, number 30-year amortizations, no grace periods. Smart money is watching because this isn't just about buying low. It's about dictating the future of American real estate. If these funds can refinance at today's rates, they'll own the next cycle's winners before the rest of the market even wakes up. So watch the 10-year Treasury tomorrow, because if it cracks 4.5%, the institutions will have their opening. And the rest of us? We'll just be along for the ride. Ava, your turn.
Up next, Sector Spotlight.
Andrew, Banking with Billy News. Markets Desk with the Sector Spotlight. The tech sector leads at $178.60, up 1.65%, while industrials lag at $170.53, down 0.07%. Financials hold steady at $51.73, up 0.29%, and energy slips to $59.13, down 0.92%. This is Banking with Billy. Every move, every minute. Good evening. Banking with Billy News. Overnight across Asia, the Nikkei 225 slipped 0.34% to 39,412 as exporters weighed a firmer yen, while the Hang Seng Index fell 0.81% to 18,947 amid lingering property sector caution. In Shanghai, the CSI 300 retreated 0.22% to 4,128, with consumer staples lagging despite marginal policy support signals. Crypto showed mixed signals. Bitcoin dipped to $77,379, Ethereum to $2,129, and XRP to $1.37, while Solana advanced 0.46% to $86.93.
Banking with Billy News. Tech Desk. The S&P 500 ETF $742.72 close, up 0.6%, isn't so much a rally as it is a holding pattern, with traders waiting for the Fed to clarify whether this is a soft landing or just the calm before another storm. The dollar's been drifting lower tonight, which usually lifts equities, but treasuries are sending mixed signals. Yields are steady, suggesting the market isn't convinced the Fed will ease anytime soon. Lionsgate's 4.5x leverage bet by fiscal Q4 2027 is the kind of aggressive move that works in a rising market, but could backfire if streaming competition heats up or ad dollars dry up. Meanwhile, Wipro's 150 billion Indian rupees buyback and Princeton Digital's $1 billion China data center sale underscore how global capital is shifting, techs pulling back from China's regulatory maze, while India's tech giants are doubling down on shareholder returns.
Stay with us, fresh from the feeds.
Breaking right now, Jonah Lupton's $3 trillion merger play, uniting Tesla, SpaceX, XAI, Starlink, and Terrafab, would hand Elon Musk a $75 billion stake and reshape the tech landscape overnight. But Bitcoin's rally is a mirage. CryptoQuant's Ki Young-ju warns ETF inflows mask weak spot demand, leaving futures exposed. And the Epstein documents dropped before the 2026 midterms could expose ties that make even Musk's empire look vulnerable. This isn't just a market move, it's a power grab with landmines everywhere.
Banking with Billy News, your 24/7 source. You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio, the only 24/7 financial news and market station on YouTube. Join thousands of traders watching live right now. Subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a signal. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Good evening. Banking with Billy News. On the earnings calendar, Hartford Insurance Group reports Q1 2026 EPS of $2.15, beating consensus estimates, with full-year guidance raised to $8.75, $9 per share. No earnings release is scheduled for SpaceX, but the company's Starship V3 launch scrub highlights ongoing operational volatility. The U.S. House's postponement of the Iran war powers vote to June underscores geopolitical uncertainty ahead of next month's session. Banking with Billy. Markets, news, alerts, one feed.
The biggest move of the offseason just dropped. Joe Schoen's multi-year extension with the Giants is official, locking in the architect of their rebuild after 2 brutal drafts. Meanwhile, the Athletics and Angels clash in Game 50 tonight, where a sellout crowd in Oakland could force MLB's hand on the Vegas relocation. Can the Halos keep their playoff dreams alive against a team fighting for its future? And get this, USA Football just hired Marcel Reese to modernize the game ahead of Paris, signaling a seismic shift in how the sport tackles safety and growth. Next up, the NBA Finals tip-off Sunday. Will the Celtics dynasty continue, or will the Mavericks shock the world? Banking with Billy Radio runs on one rule: be early or be late. Billy's alerts, live tape, real desks, all 24 hours. If you're trading and you're not listening, you're behind. Banking with Billy. Catch up. Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. Good evening, and let's talk about what these treasury moves are telling us about the Fed's posture tonight. The 10-year yield at 4.59%, up 31 basis points, is signaling that investors are pricing in either higher for longer rates or a delayed easing cycle, while the IRX at 3.58%, up 70 basis points, reflects growing unease about inflation persistence. The long bond ETFs climbed to $84.22, up 0.56%, suggests the market is still favoring duration despite the volatility, but these corrections to historical treasury rates underscore how sensitive the curve remains to even minor data revisions. For equities, this means any rally is likely to be tepid until the Fed provides clearer guidance on rate cuts, as the bond market's jitters are keeping a ceiling on risk appetite. Banking with Billy News. Geopolitics Desk. Alright, let's cut through the noise. This week's sector tournament champion is tech, up 1.65% to $178.60, flexing its AI-driven momentum while everything else plays catch-up. The biggest loser? Consumer staples, down 1.04% to $84.66, getting squeezed as investors rotate into higher beta plays. The rotation story is simple. Money's flowing out of defensive names, staples, utilities, even real estate, into sectors with clearer growth hooks, like tech and consumer discretionary. Keep an eye on healthcare, up 0.78% but poised for a breakout if earnings hold, and financials, up just 0.29%, where rate cut bets could spark a late rally. Andrew?
Ava, we'll have the latest on a stunning development involving the contractor hired to pave over the site of Charlie Kirk's murder. He claims an emergency call was made the very Sunday it happened.
Andrew, here's the read. Dan Merrill's bulldozers rolled in Sunday night to erase the scene where Charlie Kirk was killed, all under an emergency order from the FBI and governor's office demanding the job done by Monday. That's less than 48 hours from call to pavement, a pace that's raising eyebrows, especially given Merrill's reputation for fast-tracking projects that skirt public oversight. And with Epstein's remaining documents set to drop before the 2026 midterms, the timing isn't just suspicious, it's a flashing neon sign pointing to something bigger.
Up next, breaking from the news desk. All right, let's cut the BS. Here's where we stand. PRSO, still a falling knife, but I'm not sweating it yet. The 5G play was always high beta, and the stock's been whipsawing like a drunk guy at a roulette wheel. I took some chips off the table when it ripped to $4.20, but I'm still long the name, just with a tighter leash. The buzz around the Byron Allen deal was real, but the market's treating it like a dead cat bounce until we see actual execution. BZFD? That thing's a rocket on a string. Up 132% after hours. Family office money flooding in. This is exactly the kind of speculative melt-up I love to fade, but the tape's telling me to respect it. Still, I'm watching the volume like a hawk. If it starts stalling on the open tomorrow, I'm out. Next up, I'm laser-focused on the semis, specifically the ones tied to AI connectivity. If NVIDIA or AMD start rolling over, this whole sector is going to get smoked. The tape's set up for a pullback, and I want to be short the laggards when it happens. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy. The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Czechia, uproar over Sudeten German gathering in Brno. New Chinese surveillance leaves foreigners nowhere to hide. Kevin Warsh, Trump's man at the Fed or independent voice. NFL's most improved position groups that can swing the season, from Rams CBs to Patriots pass catchers and more. What made Kyle Busch, who died at 41, one of NASCAR's all-time greatest drivers? That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. Banking with Billy Radio. Built for traders by traders. Developing now, the global salvage auction titan Copart just sent shockwaves through the automotive supply chain overnight, and the numbers don't lie. For decades, the 15 million vehicles flooding U.S. non-insurance salvage lanes have been the lifeblood of auto recyclers, insurers, and parts hunters. But now, Copart's international units just grew 5.9% in a single quarter, a signal that the world's aging fleets are turning to salvage auctions as a critical pressure valve. This isn't just about wrecked cars. It's about the hidden infrastructure keeping repair costs from spiraling out of control, especially as OEMs struggle to meet demand for replacement parts. Here's what just happened. Copart's U.S. non-insurance auction total addressable market now exceeds 15 million units, meaning the company isn't just dominating the wreckage economy. It's expanding into the cracks where supply chains break. And with international growth accelerating, the message is clear. Salvage isn't a last resort anymore. It's a first-line solution. The tape tells us smart money is watching this shift closely because when Copart's lanes swell, it's not just a sign of distress. It's a bet on resilience. The question now is whether the rest of the industry can keep pace. Next, Ava will break down what this means for the energy patch, where the same pressures are reshaping the market. Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live.
The Cavaliers stun the Knicks 112-108 in Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals, with Darius Garland dropping 34 points to keep Cleveland's title hopes alive. Meanwhile, Matthew Stafford's one-year extension with the Rams locks in Sean McVay's offensive firepower for another season. Can the NFC West stay this unpredictable? And up next, Game 3 of the ECF tips off in New York, where Carmelo Anthony's Knicks will look to bounce back.
Banking with Billy News. The street in your headphones.
Good evening. The S&P 500 ETF at $742.72, the Nasdaq 100 ETF at $714.51, and the Dow at $50,286 are all higher, 0.6%, 0.88%, and 0.55% respectively, while the VIX dips to $16.76, down 3.95%. The most active stock by volume is NVIDIA at $219.51, off 1.77% with 203.37 million shares traded. Top gainer overnight, Acana Corp at $23.46, up 61.68% on 4.23 million volume. Top decliner, Antelope Enterprise Holdings Limited Class A at $1.97, down 32.3%.
Ava will have the latest on Wipro's boardroom moves and a 150 billion Indian rupees buyback. Shareholders just voted it through.
Andrew, here's the read. Wipro just greenlit a 150 billion Indian rupees share buyback. Yes, billion. As CEO Thierry Delaporte doubles down on cash returns despite the broader IT slowdown. Meanwhile, Princeton Digital Group is shedding up to $1 billion in China data center assets, a clear sign of how geopolitical pressures are reshaping global tech footprints. And in leadership moves, Wipro's board refresh hints at a sharper focus on AI and cloud, a pivot Delaporte's betting will keep the company competitive against the likes of Accenture and TCS.
From the desk to your ears, Banking with Billy.
Good evening. The Senate's rejection of President Trump's $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund marks a sharp break with the White House over how to confront AI-driven threats, underscoring deep Republican fissures on national security priorities. Meanwhile, House Republicans have shelved a vote on a war powers resolution aimed at ending U.S. involvement in Iran, leaving the country's military posture in limbo. Across the Atlantic, Latvia scrambled NATO jets in response to a drone alert over the Baltic Sea, reminder that the alliance's eastern flank remains the front line in a new era of hybrid warfare. And in the private sector, SpaceX's planned IPO, aimed at funding Mars colonization, hints at a future where trillion-dollar fortunes may be forged beyond Earth.
Coming up, the names lighting up the tape. Banking with Billy News. Markets Desk. Good evening. The overnight session is delivering sharp gains across the tech and consumer sectors, with AMD leading the charge at plus 2.25% to $449.59, likely riding the wave of renewed AI chip demand after yesterday's NVIDIA earnings whisper. Amazon is up 1.7% to $268.46, extending gains as retail investors pile into cloud and ad revenue plays, while Netflix climbs 1.66% to $89.30 following fresh subscriber data out of Asia. Apple holds at plus 1.32% to $304.99, steady amid analyst upgrades citing iPhone upgrade cycles, and Palantir adds 1.13% to $137.41 on contract wins in defense and logistics. Andrew out. Ava, back to you.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Story of the hour. A $1.31 million insider bet on Context Logic isn't just a stock purchase. It's a signal in a sector where trust is the only currency left. For years, e-commerce has been a high-stakes game of survival, where discount giants like Wish have struggled to escape the race to the bottom. Regulatory crackdowns, shifting consumer habits, and brutal competition have whittled down margins, leaving only the boldest to bet on a rebound. This isn't the first time insiders have stepped in during a downturn, but the scale of Raj's purchase, nearly 1.5% of his estimated net worth, suggests he sees something the rest of the market is missing. Context Logic director Bobili Raja just dropped $1.31 million on the open market, a move that instantly reframed the narrative around Wish's ability to stabilize. The stock, already up 8% in after-hours trading, is now the most volatile name in the discount retail space, trading at a fraction of its 2021 peak, but with a market cap still north of $1.2 billion. What smart money is watching isn't just the purchase price, it's the timing. Raj's move comes as Wish's Q1 earnings showed early signs of stabilization, but the path forward remains treacherous. If this bet pays off, it could signal a broader shift in consumer confidence. If it fails, it'll be another nail in the coffin for a sector that's already seen too many casualties. Watch the next earnings call. If Wish can prove it's more than just a discount bin, the tape will tell us everything. Ava, back to you.
Coming up, Bitcoin, Ethereum, the rest of the board.
Good evening. Banking with Billy News. The overnight crypto session remains subdued, with Bitcoin and Ethereum pulling back slightly from recent highs. Solana is the outlier, eking out modest gains as the broader market consolidates.
Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Extreme climate scenario fades, but warming continues. UFC Vegas, 117 winner jumps on UFC Macau card on short notice. SoftBank extends scorching rally, surging over 12% as investors crowd into AI trade. Freiburg's Europa League final proof another way can work. The memory shortage is causing a repricing of consumer electronics. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this.
You're with Banking with Billy Radio. Don't touch that dial. Sports Desk, Andrew here. The Giants' Jackson Dart carved up the 49ers' defense in a 31-24 thriller, with Dart throwing for 287 yards and 2 late TDs to seal the NFC showdown. Brock Purdy's Super Bowl poise couldn't overcome the Giants' clutch defense. Meanwhile, the Spurs' playoff hopes took a brutal hit as Aaron Fox, Dylan Harper, and Jalen Williams all limped out of Game 3 against the Thunder, who now lead the series 2-1 behind Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's 34 points. And don't miss the UFC BJJ free live stream tonight. Musumeci versus Dantzler is a grappling clinic, with Musumeci chasing ADCC gold and Dantzler looking to crash the party.
You're with Banking with Billy Radio. Don't touch that dial.
Federal investigators in Minnesota are expanding their fraud case, signaling potential additional charges in a probe that may not yet be concluded. Liz Collin reports the investigation remains ongoing, raising the stakes for those involved. The developments come as markets digest fresh legal uncertainty in a high-profile matter. This could reshape compliance risks across sectors tied to the case. Tired of headlines 12 hours late? Banking with Billy News covers over 150 industries across all 11 GCS sectors in real time. Stocks, politics, economy, geopolitics, one desk, one signal. Banking with Billy. Subscribe on YouTube. Join the Discord.
Banking with Billy News. Energy Patch. You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio, the only 24/7 financial news and market station on YouTube. Join thousands of traders watching live right now. Subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a signal.
Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. Andrew here. The overnight session is delivering fresh momentum across the tech heavyweights. AMD surging 2.25% to $449.59 on renewed AI chip demand, while Amazon climbs 1.7% to $268.46 following a late-day retail sector upgrade. Netflix adds 1.66% to $89.30 as subscriber growth projections tighten, and Apple edges up 1.32% to $304.99 on pre-WWDC positioning. Palantir, meanwhile, gains 1.13% to $137.41 as defense contract chatter intensifies. Back to you, Ava.
Banking with Billy News. Breaking story. Tech's leading the charge, $178.60 up 1.65%, while consumer staples, at $84.66 down 1.04%, is the clear laggard. Energy's pulling back at $59.13 off 0.92%, but the real story is the rotation into tech and discretionary as traders bet on AI-driven growth holding up. Healthcare and utilities are tagging along for the ride, up 0.78% and 0.87% respectively, while industrials are barely hanging on at $170.53 down a whisper. Money's chasing momentum, plain and simple. Where's the upside? That's where it's going.
Coming up, oil, gas, and the energy patch.
Oil's pulling back tonight, but let's be clear, $97.79 isn't a bargain when the global economy still runs on it. Natural gas is the outlier, up over 3% as traders bet on summer heat waves. The energy sector's slipping, but that's the cost of doing business when crude's this volatile. So, what's next for the barrel?
Ava, SoftBank's rally shows no signs of cooling. Let's break down why the market's chasing this AI trade like it's the last ticket on the train.
Picking up where you left off, Andrew. SoftBank's remarkable surge has indeed fueled a market rally, with its shares soaring over 12% in a dramatic turn of events. This uptick has extended gains for a second session, mirroring the overall trend in the market, as evident in the Dow's record close. As investors continue to flock to tech stocks, SoftBank's impressive performance is a notable highlight, with the company's valuation reflecting renewed investor confidence in the tech sector.
Banking with Billy News. Crypto Desk. Good evening, Mike in Denver. You're joining us from a mile-high city with a thought-provoking observation about political dynamics. You suggest that the pattern of supplication seen in feudal Russia persists today, with Trump supporters offering praise and personal hardships in hopes of securing scraps from a figure they believe holds their fate. It's a stark reminder of how power structures can shape behavior across centuries. Stay with us, fresh from the feeds. Andrew here. Don Lemon's claim that CNN fired him for favoring white men in cable news cuts deeper than tenure. It reflects a 22% drop in black primetime viewership since 2020 per Nielsen, amid a 40% rise in white, male-led shows. Separately, Jason Burma's viral video alleging Google's AI takeover, amplified 2.1 million times on Twitter. Stokes fears tech giants now dictate daily life, from elections to employment algorithms. The video's 1920 by 1080 resolution underscores its reach. Its premise mirrors Silicon Valley's 2024 AI ethics backlash. This isn't just media noise, it's a market signal. Trust in tech and journalism is fracturing under the weight of unchecked consolidation.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Sports Desk, Andrew here. Holder McCaplin just etched his name into Michigan baseball lore with a no-hitter in the MHSA championship, sending MLB scouts into a frenzy as the 2026 draft looms. Meanwhile, the Red Sox made a bold bullpen move, optioning a veteran right-hander to clear roster space. Could this be the spark Boston's young arms need? And in golf, Brooks Koepka CJ Cup Byron Nelson lead has the PGA Tour buzzing, while Scotty Scheffler's steady climb keeps the FedEx Cup race wide open. Next up, Juan Mata, 38, named A-League's best player, proving age is just a number as the league's playoff push heats up. Coming up, what's moving in tech?
All right, let's talk crypto, because if you blinked, you might have missed the dip. Bitcoin's down a hair at $77,314, Ethereum's following suit at $2,127, and even the usually volatile Solana's barely moving, just $86.68, up a whisper. But here's the kicker. XRP and Cardano are both sliding, with XRP at $1.37 and Cardano at 25 cents. Sentiment? Cautious. Traders are sipping their coffee, waiting to see if this is just a breather or the start of something bigger.
Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. PRSO, a speculative microcap semiconductor company targeting next-generation 5G and 60 GHz mmWave wireless technology, drew attention 10 days ago for its high-conviction positioning in specialized chipsets and beamforming modules. Given its niche focus and volatility typical of microcaps, the stock likely saw erratic trading, spiking on speculative momentum before settling into a more subdued trajectory as fundamentals lagged. Today, its path remains tied to broader 5G infrastructure adoption, a sector where execution risk often outweighs early hype.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
When the tape moves, Billy moves first. Banking with Billy alerts have called breakouts before the rest of the street even shows up. Get the alerts. Get the radio. Banking with Billy.
Stay with us. The full story after the break.
In a move that underscores the power of shareholder influence, Hartford Insurance Group's annual meeting has just concluded with a resounding vote of approval for the company's board nominees. As we've seen in the past, shareholder-driven direction has been a hallmark of Hartford's success, with the company consistently leading the industry in innovation and financial transparency. And, as we covered the other day, this emphasis on transparency is crucial in the energy patch, where companies like Hartford Insurance Group play a significant role. At the meeting, shareholders cast their votes, with the auditor receiving approval, further ensuring the integrity of the company's financial reporting, a key factor in maintaining investor confidence, as illustrated by the approval of the board nominees with 95% of the vote. This development tells us that smart money is watching Hartford's moves closely, as the company's ability to maintain transparency and stability will be crucial in navigating the complex landscape of the insurance industry, particularly given the current market conditions. As we look ahead to the next quarterly earnings report, Ava will take a closer look at what this means for Hartford stock and the broader insurance sector.
Up next, Sector Spotlight. Good evening, 2112, Thursday, May 21st. Let's cut to the numbers, because they're doing the talking tonight. Tech still flexing at $178.60, up 1.65%, holding the lead like it's still the dot-com boom. But don't sleep on healthcare, $148.15, up 0.78%, quietly chugging along. Meanwhile, energy's the one dragging its feet at $59.13, down 0.92%, like it's stuck in a traffic jam of its own making. Industrials? Barely moving $170.53, down a whisper at 0.07%. Financials and consumer discretionary? Meh. Up, but not exactly lighting up the scoreboard. So who's buying the dip? And more importantly, who's just window shopping? Pauses then smirks. Andrew, your turn. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker SUGP, ticker CODX. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Good evening. The Nikkei 225 slipped 0.32% overnight, weighed by a stronger yen and profit-taking in export-heavy names, while the Hang Seng Index fell 0.68% as property developers lagged amid ongoing liquidity concerns. The Shanghai Composite bucked the regional trend, rising 0.41% on state-backed buying and optimism around fresh fiscal measures, though volume remained subdued. Across crypto, Bitcoin and Ethereum led declines, down 0.81% and 0.74% respectively, while Solana eked out a modest gain of 0.17%, reflecting continued rotation within the altcoin complex.
Coming up, dollar, rates, equities, in one red. As we navigate the current market landscape, the S&P 500 ETF's modest gain of 0.6% to $742.72 belies the underlying volatility, with biotech stocks like Liminatus Pharma facing delisting and crypto firms like Tether seeking refuge in real-world assets. The dollar's value and treasury yields will be crucial in shaping the market's next move, as investors weigh the implications of a potential Fed signal on interest rates. The recent sale of $9.2 million in light shares by Scott H. Keeney and the acquisition of $5.7 million in gold to Comstock by Tether and Devasini underscore the cautious tone among insiders, despite Take-Two's earnings beat of 23 cents. In terms of equity implications, the market's hedging bets across sectors, from biotech to gaming, suggest that investors are bracing for a potentially bumpy ride ahead, with the S&P 500 ETF's current valuation of $742.72 serving as a benchmark for the market's overall health.
Stay with us, fresh from the feeds.
We're seeing a significant development in the firearms industry as Sturm Ruger unveils the MAX 9 micro-compact handgun, featuring up to 12-round capacity and boasting features usually found in full-size models. This move is part of the company's ongoing product lineup refresh, targeting concealed carriers and expanding the micro-compact market competition. The introduction of the MAX 9 raises the debate on self-defense capabilities, with Sturm, Ruger positioning itself as a major player in this space. As we consider the implications of this launch, one thing is clear. The MAX 9 is set to shake up the industry, and I'll hand off to Andrew to explore the potential impact on the market. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker SUGP, ticker CODX. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Banking with Billy Radio, live market alerts, breaking news, and Billy's own conviction calls around the clock. If you're trading without this feed, you're trading blind. Subscribe on YouTube and join our Discord community. This is Banking with Billy.
Good evening. Oil futures edged higher overnight as investors reassess the likelihood of a U.S.-Iran détente following today's diplomatic impasse. Utz Brands reports adjusted EPS of 42 cents for Q1, in line with consensus, while guiding full-year organic growth of 3 to 4% as it expands into the California market. Separately, no formal earnings dates were disclosed for the remaining headlines. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker SUGP, ticker CODX. You're listening to Banking with Billy. The richest game in football history just delivered a thriller. Middlesbrough edged Hull 3-2 in a $200 million showdown that followed the infamous Spygate row. Meanwhile, NASCAR legend Kyle Busch, a 20-year Atlanta racing veteran, is nearing his comeback after a brutal crash. Drawing emotional tributes from Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Eugenio Suarez, is set to return for the Cincinnati Reds, sparking a fire under their playoff push. Next up, the NBA Western Conference Finals tip-off at 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Buckle up.
When the tape moves, Billy moves first. Banking with Billy alerts have called breakouts before the rest of the street even shows up. Get the alerts. Get the radio. Banking with Billy.
From the desk to your ears, Banking with Billy.
The bond market's telling us the Fed's still in a holding pattern, with the 10-year yield up to 4.59% and the long bond ETF at $84.22. Traders are pricing in stubbornly high rates for longer. The IRX's jump to 3.58% signals short-term funding costs are creeping higher, even as headline Fed actions like the 2016 discontinuations of certain rates feel like ancient history. For equities, that means borrowing stays expensive, profit margins stay under pressure, and any rally will need to fight against the weight of higher discount rates. Bottom line, the Fed's not cutting soon, and the market's adjusting to that reality, 1 basis point at a time.
Banking with Billy News. Crypto Desk.
The tech sector takes the crown this week, up 1.65% to $178.60. No surprise given the AI-driven momentum we've seen. But the real story? Consumer staples, down 1.04%, is the week's biggest loser, likely feeling the pinch as investors rotate into higher beta plays. The rotation's clear. Money's flowing into tech and discretionary, while defensive sectors like staples and utilities lag. Keep an eye on healthcare. Steady gains suggest it's finding its footing, and industrials, where any signs of a manufacturing rebound could spark a rally. The market's not just picking winners, it's making bets on what's next.
Ava. Up next, we'll explore how tokenization could reshape credit markets. Scott Melker weighs in on its potential to challenge traditional banking and brokerage models.
Andrew, here's the read. So, while we've been talking about the usual market moves tonight, there's a quiet revolution brewing in how we think about credit, and it's happening on the blockchain. SDRC just reported a 2.5 Sharpe ratio, crushing Bitcoin's 0.9, and Michael Saylor's out saying tokenization could rewrite the rules of lending. The question isn't if this changes finance, it's how fast the old guard catches up.
Stay with us, fresh from the feeds. All right, let's cut the BS. Here's where we stand on the scoreboard. First, PRSO. Still a falling knife, no sugarcoating, and listen, I took that swing when the buzz around 5G and Wave was peaking, and yeah, the tape's been brutal. But the story's not dead, just waiting for the next catalyst. I'm not bailing yet, but I'm not doubling down either. Now, BZFD, that one's a win, plain and simple. Byron Allen stepping in with $120 million at $3. That's the kind of firepower that turns a meme into a real trade. The tape's ripping, and I'm long the narrative that this isn't just a one-day wonder. Next up, I'm watching the Fed's next move, specifically how the market digests the inflation prints. If we get another hot CPI, I'm leaning short tech and long commodities. The tape's set up for a rotation, and I'm not sitting this one out. Banking with Billy Radio, markets, news, alerts.
The Wire. 5 headlines right now. Germany records high numbers of online child abuse cases. Cincinnati Reds. Reese Hines traded to Miami. Add intriguing pitcher. U.S. hits 9 Hezbollah-aligned individuals in Lebanon with sanctions. Dayton basketball. Old rival will play Flyers in charity exhibition game. German authorities arrest 2 on China high-tech espionage allegations. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this.
Banking with Billy. Markets, news, alerts, one feed. Story of the hour. Utz Brands isn't just testing California, it's betting the company on it. For decades, Utz has dominated the East Coast salty snack aisle, but its $1.2 billion revenue base is now trapped in saturated markets. The Golden State isn't just another expansion, it's a regulatory minefield, with Prop 65 warnings and salt restrictions that have already kneecapped competitors. And with the Kroger-Albertsons merger tightening retail control, Utz isn't just fighting Hare's or Kettle Brand. It's fighting for shelf space against a consolidated Goliath. Overnight, Utz confirmed it's running a full SWOT analysis to evaluate a California launch, a move that could redefine its growth trajectory, or sink it if the numbers don't add up. The test isn't just about taste, it's about whether Utz can navigate California's health-conscious consumer base without alienating its core loyalists back east. This isn't a casual experiment. Utz's core markets are maxed out, and California's $1.8 billion salty snack sector is the last major growth frontier. If the SWOT analysis greenlights expansion, expect a domino effect. Rival snack brands will scramble to adjust, and retailers will start jockeying for position before the first truck rolls in. Watch the Utz earnings call next week. If they mention California, the tape will move. Ava, your turn.
Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. Breaking right now. Joe Schoen is getting the extension he deserves. The Giants are betting big on their architect, locking him in as the face of their rebuild. Meanwhile, Michael Wilson's got a point to prove. Can he erase last year's struggles and light up the Cardinals' WR room? And speaking of proving points, Isaiah Nelson just turned heads in Oklahoma City. Could he be the Thunder's next draft steal? Stick around. We're diving into FIFA's $11 billion World Cup gamble next. Coming up, what just hit the wire? Good evening. The Dow up 0.55% to $50,286. The S&P 500 ETF at $742.72 with a 0.6% gain. And the Nasdaq 100 ETF climbing 0.88% to $714.51. Tech leading the charge. Most active overnight? Rigetti Computing, ticker RGTI, surging 30.57% to $22.04 on 148.24 million shares traded. Top gainer. Agape ADP Corporation, ticker ATPC, rocketing 71.77% to $3.59. The VIX easing 3.95% to $16.76 as volatility takes a breather.
Ava, up next, we'll examine how Beijing's diplomatic overtures to Moldova, amidst lingering tensions over Ukraine, could reshape regional alliances.
Andrew, here's the read. China's top diplomat just wrapped up a visit to Moldova, right after Putin's own stop there, sending a clear signal that Beijing is doubling down on its push into Eastern Europe, even as the war in Ukraine rages on. Meanwhile, Japan's finance minister is making waves with a blunt warning. Tokyo won't let its extra budget plans saddle the country with even more debt, even as its debt-to-GDP ratio already stands at a jaw-dropping 260%. So, while the world watches the geopolitical chessboard, Japan's trying to walk a fiscal tightrope, balancing defense spending and stimulus without toppling into a debt crisis. Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live.
Good evening. The repatriation of Australian women and children linked to ISIS from Syria's Al-Hol camp marks a pivotal moment in the global reckoning with foreign fighters, testing Canberra's de-radicalization frameworks and public consensus on national security. In the United States, former President Trump's endorsement of Spencer Pratt in the Los Angeles mayoral race underscores the former president's enduring influence in municipal politics, with potential ripple effects on conservative messaging ahead of the 2024 cycle. Meanwhile, Turkey's trial of DW journalist Alican Yoludag highlights the continued erosion of press freedoms under Erdogan's government, a case that strains Ankara's ties with Brussels and the broader international community. And in the Pacific, researchers have documented humpback whales completing a 10,000-mile migration between Australia and Brazil, a reminder of the planet's interconnected ecosystems amid shifting environmental pressures.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Fast, urgent, but warm. All right, we're watching these names right now. AMD ripping up 2.25% to $449.59, Amazon surging 1.7% to $268.46, and Netflix jumping 1.66% to $89.30. Apple's holding strong at $304.99, up 1.32%, while Palantir's climbing 1.13% to $137.41. Now, what's driving this? Well, AMD's riding the AI wave, again, while Amazon's got that prime momentum after the earnings whisper. Netflix could be the subscriber whispers we've been hearing all week. Andrew, your turn. What's the real read here? Banking with Billy News. The street in your headphones.
Story of the hour. The dollar just spiked to a 6-week high because the world is watching Tehran and Washington like hawks over a ticking clock. For months, the market has treated these nuclear talks like a pressure valve. Every concession from either side eases the squeeze on oil. Every stall tightens it. But now, with the greenback surging, traders aren't just pricing in risk. They're betting the deal's collapse is more likely than its revival. And the proof is in the numbers. Brent crude is pushing $92 a barrel overnight, while the U.S. dollar index is flirting with 105, the highest since mid-March. This isn't noise. It's the market's way of screaming that the stakes have never been higher. What this tells us is simple. When geopolitics and energy collide, the dollar becomes the shock absorber. Smart money isn't just watching the headlines. It's trading the gaps between what's said and what's done. So keep your eyes on the tape tomorrow, because if these talks break down, the dollar won't just hold its gains. It'll tell us where the next crisis begins. Ava, your turn.
Up next, Crypto Desk. All right, let's talk crypto, because the numbers don't lie, but they sure do dance. Bitcoin's down 0.5%, Ethereum's slipping too, but Solana's holding its own, up a whisper. Meanwhile, XRP and Cardano are just vibing in the red. You ever notice how the market loves to keep us on our toes? What's your move here? Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live.
The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Buffett indicator warns of a market top. 8 crucial signs that stocks are running on fumes. Japan will avoid over-reliance on debt for extra budget, finance minister says. A full year of zero releases at the border. Fans believe Leila Fernandez should fire her dad as her coach. U.S. lawmakers propose making daylight saving time permanent. Again. That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. Banking with Billy News. Crypto Desk. Sports update. Florida just dethroned Alabama in the SEC tournament. 7-3 final. Ending a 7-year title drought and sending shockwaves through the college football playoff race. Meanwhile, the Rams locked in Matthew Stafford through 2026, keeping LA's Super Bowl window wide open. And in Florida high school softball, Lake Wales storms toward a 4A final while McKeel season ends. 4 doubles stars advance to districts. Next up, the NBA playoffs heat up with Game 5 tonight. Who's taking control? Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. Overnight, Bill Gurley's IPO critique exposed Silicon Valley's enduring pay-to-play culture, hot shares still funneling to top bank clients, widening the tech wealth gap. Separately, Binance investigators uncovered accounts allegedly laundering funds for a regime, echoing its $850 million 2017 fine for weak controls. Meanwhile, a 2019 Reddit post resurfaces, with a Senate hopeful calling a wounded soldier dumb, testing his campaign's military credibility. This is a market and reputational reckoning, one that won't stay confined to headlines. Banking with Billy Radio runs on one rule: be early or be late. Billy's alerts, live tape, real desks, all 24 hours. If you're trading and you're not listening, you're behind. Banking with Billy. Catch up. Banking with Billy News. Markets Desk.
This is Banking with Billy, where Wall Street meets Main Street, 24/7. Follow us on YouTube for live market coverage and join the Discord for Billy's real-time alerts before they hit the tape.
Banking with Billy, where the next breakout is named first. Good evening. It's 9:29 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Thursday, May 21st, 2026. The market's overnight session is alive with momentum, and we're tracking the sharpest movers right now. AMD is up 2.25% to $449.59, extending gains on renewed AI chip demand whispers. Amazon is climbing 1.7% to $268.46, with analysts citing early Prime Day pre-orders as a catalyst. Netflix follows at plus 1.66% to $89.30, while Apple holds steady at plus 1.32% to $304.99, likely riding broad tech sentiment. Palantir, meanwhile, is up 1.13% to $137.41 on fresh contract speculation in the defense sector. Ava, your move. Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. Tech led the charge overnight, up 1.65% to $178.60, while consumer staples lagged at $84.66, down 1.04%. The rotation into tech reflects renewed appetite for AI-linked momentum plays, while staples underperformed as traders favored growth over defensive names. Energy faded 0.92% to $59.13, weighed by softer crude prices after OPEC Plus signaled no near-term supply cuts. Industrials slipped just 0.07% to $170.53, holding steadier as manufacturing data from Asia came in mixed. Banking with Billy Radio, markets, news, alerts. Good evening. Crude oil is trading at $98.26, down 0.87% on the session, while Brent crude holds at $105.09, down 0.68%, pressure from softer Asian demand offsetting Middle East supply risks. Natural gas, however, is up 3.23% at $3.13, with European storage draws tightening the prompt curve. The energy sector ETF is down 0.92% at $59.13, underperforming as equities digest overnight volatility. Ava, our next segment dives into the Buffett indicator flashing red, 8 critical signals suggesting this rally may be running on borrowed time.
Andrew, here's the read. Sanab Biotechnology just dropped a 13G filing, and the numbers tell a story. Activist investor Saba Capital now holds nearly 9.9% of the company, a stake big enough to push for major changes. With a market cap under $1.2 billion and a stalled cell therapy pipeline after burning through $1.5 billion, Sanab's survival isn't guaranteed. The clock's ticking. Either find a partner for its allogeneic tech or risk liquidation, leaving patients in the lurch and reshaping the cell therapy race. Banking with Billy. The signal in the noise. Good evening, Sarah from Dallas. Thanks for your voice message. You're pointing out how some Trump supporters today echo that age-old pattern where people beg for scraps while singing praises, just like serfs in feudal Russia. It's a stark reminder that no matter the era, power doesn't always listen to the ones begging at its door. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Tennessee softball just sent shockwaves through the SEC. Top 5 Georgia down 6-3 in Game 1 of the Super Regional, and now the Bulldog season is on the brink. Meanwhile, St. Joseph's Coco Burfian led her team to a sectional championship, proving small school grit can topple the big dogs, at least for a weekend. And speaking of small-town heroes, Scioto County's baseball tradition just added 54 more All-SC district names to its legacy. Can this powerhouse finally break through at state? Banking with Billy. Markets, news, alerts, one feed. All right, let's keep it real. Bitcoin and Ethereum are just coasting, barely blinking as the market yawns. But Solana? Oh, it's the one green number in the room, up 0.5% while the rest of the pack snoozes. What's that about? Are we finally seeing some fresh legs under this rally? Or is it just the usual late-night pump before the rug pull? Leaning in, tone sharp but playful. And don't even get me started on XRP, down 0.5% like it's stuck in traffic. Cardano? Flatlining at 1/4. Tell me, crypto traders, are we in a holding pattern, or is the next big move hiding in plain sight?
Banking with Billy. The signal in the noise. PRSO, a speculative microcap semiconductor firm specializing in 5G and 60 GHz mmWave technology, was profiled 10 days ago as a high-conviction swing trade amid investor appetite for next-generation wireless infrastructure. Given its niche focus and limited liquidity, the stock likely experienced heightened volatility but failed to sustain momentum beyond initial speculation, as microcap names often do when fundamentals lag behind hype. Today, with the sector digesting last week's earnings-driven rotation, PRSO's trajectory remains tethered to broader demand signals for edge networking. Watch for any contract announcements or military procurement updates to gauge whether its technology has gained traction.
Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live.
Good evening. It's 9:33 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Thursday, May 21st, 2026. Republicans are escalating criticism of a $1.776 billion fund labeled an anti-weaponization effort, framing it as a Democratic countermeasure to geopolitics probes into alleged election interference. The Democratic National Committee has released a report analyzing its 2024 election cycle performance, though details remain undisclosed. Meanwhile, a former DOJ prosecutor faces accusations of stealing and concealing files, a case now drawing scrutiny for its ties to ongoing legal challenges involving classified documents. Across primary races, former President Trump continues to campaign against Republican incumbents, a strategy that risks deepening intra-party divisions ahead of November. Banking with Billy Radio runs on one rule: be early or be late. Billy's alerts, live tape, real desks, all 24 hours. If you're trading and you're not listening, you're behind. Banking with Billy. Catch up. Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. Story of the hour. A former U.S. attorney, once the face of justice in Texas, now stands accused of fleeing a crash scene, leaving an injured driver behind. This isn't just another traffic violation. It's a test of Texas' strict failure to stop laws and whether legal immunity bent for those who once wielded it. The case forces a reckoning. When the enforcer becomes the accused, what does that say about the system? Jennifer Lowery, the one-time federal prosecutor, is charged with felony failure to stop and render aid after CCTV footage showed her driving away from a collision in Houston. No aid rendered. No call made. The tape doesn't just show a crime. It shows a breach of trust. For markets watching institutional credibility, this is a data point. When the gatekeepers falter, the cost isn't just legal, it's reputational. Watch the arraignment next week. This is the moment the system either holds its own to account or risks eroding further. Ava, back to you.
Banking with Billy News. Breaking story. All right, let's keep this sharp. Tech leading the charge with a 1.65% pop to $178.60, while energy's the only sector in the red, down 0.92% to $59.13. Industrials barely breathing at $170.53, down a whisper, but financial steady at $51.73, up 0.29%. So, Andrew, what's the real story behind the tech surge? Because those numbers don't just climb, they scream something's brewing.
Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. Good evening. The Nikkei 225 slipped 0.32% to 38,945.12, weighed by a stronger yen and profit-taking after Tuesday's gains. The Hang Seng Index fell 0.78% to 18,210.45, pressured by property sector declines and cautious macro sentiment, while the Shanghai Composite held flat at 3,120.89, reflecting mixed policy signals and liquidity concerns. In crypto, Bitcoin and Ethereum eased 0.56% and 0.6% respectively, with Solana the lone gainer among majors, up 0.36% to $86.72. Coming up, dollar, rates, equities, and one red. The S&P 500's modest gain to $742.72 belies the strain in treasuries, where the 10-year yield has climbed to 4.59%, a level last seen in 2022 when the Fed's tightening cycle peaked. SoftBank's 12% surge underscores AI's gravitational pull on capital, but Cyril Jackmet's $350,000 sale of Ouster stock suggests insiders are hedging against the disconnect between valuation and macro reality. Ondas Richard Cohen's $71,250 director sale, paired with the S&P 500's proximity to $743, points to selective profit taking ahead of what could be a more hawkish Fed stance on borrowing costs. The dollar, meanwhile, remains range-bound as traders weigh the dual risks of persistent inflation and a potential liquidity squeeze, classic crosscurrents that have historically preceded volatility. Stay with us, fresh from the feeds. You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio, the only 24/7 financial news and market station on YouTube. Join thousands of traders watching live right now. Subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a signal.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Good evening. Wynn Resorts reports Q1 EPS of $1.42, beating estimates, as Macau recovery accelerates, while UAE expansion plans underpin long-term growth. Guzman y Gomez surged 20% after announcing its exit from the U.S. market to refocus on domestic operations, with FY26 guidance revised to reflect reduced overhead. Royalty Pharma's EVP Marshall Uris sold 12,000 shares at $60.15, totaling $721,837 as part of a pre-planned 10b5-1 plan. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Good evening, sports fans. Kyle Busch, NASCAR's thunderous champion, has died at just 41, leaving the sport in stunned silence. In Lincoln, Nebraska's softball team saw their game delayed by weather, a reminder of how climate is reshaping college athletics. And in Germany, Wolfsburg's 2-1 victory over Paderborn keeps their Bundesliga hopes alive, just as the European qualifiers heat up next week. Now, let's hand it to Ava for the latest on oil and gas.
Tired of headlines 12 hours late? Banking with Billy News covers over 150 industries across all 11 GICS sectors in real time. Stocks, politics, economy, geopolitics, one desk, one signal. Banking with Billy. Subscribe on YouTube. Join the Discord.
Banking with Billy News, your 24/7 source.
Good evening. The 10-year Treasury yield is up 31 basis points to $4.59. The ICE B of A Move Index, our volatility gauge, is at $3.58, up 70 basis points, and the long bond ETF is trading at $84.22, up 56 basis points. These moves reflect a market still digesting yesterday's Fed minutes, which hinted at a slower pace of rate cuts than some had hoped. For equities, that means higher borrowing costs are here to stay a while longer, keeping pressure on rate-sensitive sectors like tech and real estate. In plain terms, Don't expect the easy money party to restart anytime soon. Banking with Billy Radio. Built for traders by traders.
Good evening. This week's sector tournament champion is technology, advancing 1.65% to $178.60, its strongest weekly showing since the March rebound. The clear laggard is consumer staples, down 1.04% to $84.66, as investors continue to rotate out of defensive names in a higher beta plays. The rotation reflects growing conviction that the Fed's easing cycle may arrive sooner than expected, pulling capital away from low beta sectors that thrived under tight policy. Keep a close eye on financials, up 0.29% but poised to benefit from steeper yield curves, and industrials, down a mere 0.07% but leveraged to any uptick in infrastructure spending. That's your sector snapshot. Ava will have the latest on the Treasury Department's move to sanction 9 Hezbollah-aligned individuals in Lebanon. Details straight ahead.
Andrew, here's the read. The U.S. just dropped sanctions on 9 Hezbollah-aligned figures in Lebanon, targeting financial networks that fund Iran-backed militant operations. This isn't just paperwork. It's a direct hit on the group's cash flow. Meanwhile, lawmakers are reviving the push to make daylight saving time permanent, arguing the twice-yearly clock shuffle costs billions in lost productivity and health risks. But don't expect a quick fix. Critics say ditching the switch could mess with our sleep cycles and hand even more power to energy lobbyists.
Up next, breaking from the news desk. All right, let's cut the BS. Here's where the scoreboard stands tonight. PRSO's still a falling knife, no way around it. And look, I called that one high conviction swing based on the 5G and wave hype train, and so far, the tape's not buying it. The stock's been bleeding since the open, and the broader semis aren't exactly catching a bid either. Still watching, but the clock's ticking. As for BZFD, that one's a win. Byron Allen's family office stepping in with a $120 million lifeline at $3 was the kind of headline that turns a meme into a momentum play. The tape ripped after hours, and now we're seeing if the market's willing to give it legs beyond the headlines. Next up, I'm keeping an eye on the AI connectivity names, specifically the ones tied to next-gen wireless. If the semis start to stabilize, this could be the sector that leads the next leg. But if the macro keeps grinding lower, we're back to square one. Either way, the tape doesn't lie. Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Grifters, activism, and Thomas Massey. Kyle Busch celebrated son Brexton's 11th birthday in final Instagram post before his death. Love you, buddy. How Meta wants to profile 13-year-olds on Insta, Facebook. Giants sign GM Joe shown to multi-year extension in concerning start to John Harbaugh era. Memo to California's next governor. Rural places matter. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Story of the hour. The CEO just dumped $350,000 of Ouster stock, right as the LiDAR wars heat up. This isn't just another insider trade. It's a flashing yellow light on a road littered with broken promises in autonomous tech. Ouster CEO, Cyril Jacquemet, sold shares, company stock, not cash, amid a brutal fight for survival against cheaper Chinese rivals and a market that's demanding scale before it'll pay up. The timing couldn't be worse. Ouster's struggling to lock in automaker deals for next-gen self-driving systems, and every dollar of confidence lost now is a dollar that won't flow back in. Smart money's watching whether this is a one-off liquidity play or the first crack in a foundation that's already under siege. Next up, Ava breaks down the Treasury's latest move on Hezbollah financing. Stay with us. Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live.
The Las Vegas A's are building a $2 billion stadium on the Strip, set to open before the 2028 season, and MLB is betting big on Vegas as the new gambling hub for baseball. Meanwhile, the WNBA just warned the Indiana Fever for a late injury report on Caitlin Clark, raising questions about transparency in the league. And Angel Reese's viral engagement response is proving how nil culture is turning social media moments into real brand power. Next up, spring track state qualifiers in the Springfield area this weekend. Stay with us, fresh from the feeds.
Good evening. The S&P 500 ETF at $742.72, up 0.6%. The Nasdaq 100 ETF at $714.51, up 0.88%. And the Dow at $50,286, up 0.55%. NVIDIA leads activity with 203.37 million shares traded at $219.51, down 1.77%. Acanda Corp leads gains at $23.46, up 61.68% on 4.23 million shares. Antelope Enterprise Holdings Limited Class A lead decliners at $1.97, down 32.3% on 1.50 million shares. Ava will have the latest on OnDis director Richard Cohen's $71,250 stock sale right after this break.
Andrew, here's the read. OnDis director Richard Cohen just unloaded $71,250 in stock, a move that's sure to raise eyebrows given the company's recent volatility. Meanwhile, Prospect Capital Corp filed a 13D and a today, signaling activist interest that could shake up OnDis' strategic direction. Between insider selling and potential activist pressure, shareholders are watching closely. This could get interesting. Stay with us, fresh from the feeds. Ava, good evening. The world is watching as Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping meet in Beijing tonight, a summit that underscores the deepening alliance between Moscow and Beijing, one that's increasingly focused on evading sanctions and reshaping global energy markets. Meanwhile, in Honduras, armed gangs linked to cartels have escalated their turf wars, killing at least 2 and testing President Xiomara Castro's fragile security reforms amid rising U.S. pressure to curb migration. And in Europe, Hungary's new prime minister, Peter Magyar, is making a bold move to improve ties with Poland, signaling a potential realignment within the EU that could counter Brussels' ongoing clashes with Viktor Orban. Andrew, your thoughts?
Up next, today's biggest movers. Good evening. The overnight session is showing broad strength in megacap tech, led by advanced micro devices, up 2.25% to $449.59, as semiconductor demand remains resilient ahead of next week's earnings cycle. Amazon is up 1.7% to $268.46, tracking renewed optimism on cloud infrastructure spending, while Netflix climbs 1.66% to $89.30 following this morning's subscriber update. Apple adds 1.32% to $304.99, and Palantir gains 1.13% to $137.41, both benefiting from AI-related momentum as the sector continues to outperform. Ava, what's the latest on the Treasury's energy sanctions?
Tape doesn't sleep. Neither do we. Banking with Billy.
The house always wins, but in Macau, the house is losing, and Wynn Resorts is betting everything on a desert mirage in Ras Al Khaimah. For decades, Wynn's fortunes were tied to Macau's VIP tables, where high rollers from Beijing and beyond bankrolled its luxury empire. But Beijing's 2024 crackdown on corruption and gambling decimated that cash cow, forcing Craig Billings to pivot or face obsolescence. Now, the company's SWOT analysis isn't just academic. It's a survival document, weighing a $3.6 billion UAE gamble against a Macau license renewal that could gut its core revenue. Overnight, the tape shows Wynn's stock under pressure as traders digest the latest SWOT leak. The UAE resort's projected EBITDA margin is 22%, below Macau's historic 30%, but the project's sheer scale could redefine global luxury gambling. What this tells us is that the market is no longer betting on recovery in Macau. It's pricing in a full-scale retreat. Smart money is watching whether Ras Al Khaimah's regulatory environment can replicate Macau's heyday, or if Wynn's $3.6 billion will become a stranded asset. Ava will have the latest on how this plays out in the options market, where the real bets are being placed.
Banking with Billy News. Energy Patch.
Good evening. Bitcoin at $77,461, down 0.51%. Ethereum at $2,131, down 0.55%. Solana at $86.73, up 0.3%. XRP at $1.37, down 0.74%. Cardano at 25 cents, down 0.39%. Sentiment remains cautious ahead of the weekend, with traders paring positions after yesterday's volatility in energy equities. Banking with Billy News. Geopolitics Desk.
The Wire. 5 headlines right now. Brexit is not the cause of Britain's woes. Relive Kyle Busch's most memorable NASCAR victories. Watch key moments. Asia-Pacific markets trade higher as investors assess U.S.-Iran peace deal diplomacy. Samsung Electronics South Korean Union to begin vote on pay agreement. NATO planes down suspected Ukrainian drone over Estonia. That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this.
Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. NASCAR is in mourning tonight. Kyle Busch, 2-time Cup Series champion and 63 race winner, has died at 41, leaving a seismic void in stock car racing's emotional core. Meanwhile, Gaylord High's girls soccer team etched their name into history with a BNC title win, ending a 22-year drought in stunning fashion. And in Portland, the Trailblazers' coaching search narrows to NBA legends Jeff Van Gundy, Tiago Splitter, and rising star Micah Nori. Portland's playoff-less streak hangs in the balance. Up next, the enhanced games kick off in Las Vegas, where the future of sports collides with spectacle. Stay with us, fresh from the feeds. Want Billy's real-time stock alerts the moment he posts them? Join the Banking with Billy Discord, Over 150 industries covered across all 11 sectors, with Billy's own conviction calls dropping live. Search Banking with Billy on Discord and join the desk. Banking with Billy News. Macro Desk. This is Banking with Billy, where Wall Street meets Main Street 24/7. Follow us on YouTube for live market coverage, and join the Discord for Billy's real-time alerts before they hit the tape. Coming up, what's moving in tech? Good evening. The overnight session is showing broad strength in megacap tech, with AMD, Amazon, Netflix, Apple, and Palantir all trading higher. AMD is up 2.25% to $449.59, likely supported by continued demand for AI chips. Amazon is up 1.7% to $268.46, with retail and cloud services leading the gains. Netflix is up 1.66% to $89.30, while Apple adds 1.32% to $304.99, and Palantir climbs 1.13% to $137.41. Ava, your move. Banking with Billy, where the next breakout is named first.
Tech's leading the charge again, up 1.65% to $178.60, while energy's taking the hit, down 0.92% to $59.13. The rest of the pack, mostly green, with consumer discretionary and healthcare holding up well, but staples and industrials lagging behind. Money's chasing growth, plain and simple. Tech's the only game in town right now. Meanwhile, utilities and real estate are just along for the ride. Coming up, oil, gas, and the energy patch.
Good evening. Crude oil at $98.06, down 1.07%, while natural gas rises to $3.13, up 3.2%, reflecting divergent regional demand signals. The energy sector ETF at $59.13, down 0.92%, trails broader market strength as Brent crude holds at $104.83, down 0.93%. As we covered the other day, volatility persists amid shifting inventory reports and geopolitical risk premiums. Ava will have the full story on Guzman y Gomez's 20% surge after its exit from the U.S. market. Details next.
Andrew, here's the read. Guzman y Gomez is up 20% after announcing it's pulling back from the U.S. market entirely, a bold pivot that's sending investors a clear message. Australia is where the real growth is. The chain's EVP Marshall Urist, meanwhile, just cashed out $721,837 in Royalty Pharma shares, a move that's got some in the biotech world whispering about insider sentiment. Two very different plays, but both telling the same story. When growth gets expensive, sometimes the smartest move is to double down where you're already winning. Banking with Billy Radio, markets, news, alerts. Good evening to you, Alex in Atlanta. Thanks for taking the time to share your thoughts tonight. You're drawing a sharp parallel between historical serfdom and modern political loyalty, pointing out how people sometimes trade genuine needs for empty praise, hoping for scraps in return. It's a reminder that the dance between power and gratitude hasn't changed much over centuries.
Up next, breaking from the news desk.
The Braves are rolling in Miami, taking down the Marlins 9-3 last night. Spencer Strider struck out 9. Michael Harris 2 and Mike Yastrzemski went yard, and Atlanta's offense is cooking at the perfect time. Meanwhile, the Broncos could be adding undrafted rookie Torian York to their 53-man roster, giving Denver's thin wide receiver group a speed boost for the playoff hunt. And keep your eyes on the NBA Finals. Game 5 tips off in 47 minutes.
Up next, Silicon Valley Desk. Andrew, Bitcoin at $77,541, down 0.27%. Ethereum at $2,133, down 0.25%. Solana at $86.96, up 0.62%. XRP at $1.37, down 0.48%. Cardano at 25 cents, down 0.37%. Sentiment remains cautious ahead of the weekend, with traders eyeing macro data due next week.
From the desk to your ears, Banking with Billy.
PRSO, a microcap semiconductor play targeting next-generation 5G and 60 GHz mmWave wireless technology, was profiled 10 days ago as a high-conviction swing with exposure to fixed wireless access, military communications, and edge networking. Given its speculative capitalization and narrow addressable markets, the stock likely traded sideways with elevated volatility, failing to sustain momentum beyond initial headlines. Today, with 5G infrastructure rollouts accelerating but competition intensifying, PRSO's path remains contingent on execution risk and broader semiconductor appetite. Banking with Billy News. Politics Brief. Good evening. The White House confirms President Trump's plan to deploy 5,000 additional U.S. troops to Poland, marking the largest American military buildup in Europe since the Cold War and reinforcing NATO's eastern flank amid sustained tensions with Russia. Meanwhile, Representative Tom Keene Jr. is expected to return to Congress within weeks after a 100-vote absence, a development that could shift the House's razor-thin Republican majority on key votes, including Ukraine aid and government funding. Poland's strategic pivot toward Washington and Keene's potential return highlight the intersection of domestic politics and global security, with direct implications for defense policy and American leadership. As we covered the other day, the energy patch remains a focal point, but tonight the focus shifts to these unfolding geopolitical and legislative dynamics.
When the tape moves, Billy moves first. Banking with Billy alerts have called breakouts before the rest of the street even shows up. Get the alerts. Get the radio. Banking with Billy.
Coming up, a deep dive on the day's biggest move. Story of the hour. A single vote in Seoul could ripple through global supply chains and your portfolio before the sun rises again. Samsung Electronics' 30,000-strong South Korean union is poised to cast ballots on a pay agreement that will test whether labor can claw back gains amid a tech slowdown or whether management will prioritize margins over workers. This isn't just another labor dispute. It's a flashpoint in South Korea's decades-long struggle to balance industrial might with social pressure, and the outcome could tilt the balance between Samsung's $200 billion annual revenue and its ability to fend off cheaper Chinese rivals. The vote, which begins tonight and concludes Friday, hinges on a proposal that would raise base wages by 5.2%, a figure Samsung has called unsustainable in a market where memory chip prices have fallen 18% this year. If workers reject it, a strike could shutter key fabs in Weizong and Pyeongtaek, where Samsung churns out 30% of the world's DRAM and 50% of its NAND flash. What's unfolding in Seoul is a microcosm of the broader tension between cost discipline and growth in tech. Smart money is watching whether Samsung's board caves to labor demands, or if it doubles down on automation and offshore production to protect margins. Either path carries risk. A strike would tighten supply and juice chip prices, while a hardline stance could erode Samsung's reputation as a reliable supplier. Watch the union's next move and the futures tape in Tokyo. AVO will have the live reaction when the results drop. Up next, Sector Spotlight. Banking with Billy News, Markets Desk. Good evening. Tech leads the charge at $178.60, up 1.65%, while energy lags at $59.13, down 0.92%. Financials tread water at $51.73, up just 0.29%, and industrials slip 0.07% to $170.53. Healthcare and consumer discretionary show resilience, up 0.78 and 1.01% respectively.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Good evening, and let's take a quick spin around the globe to see how Asian markets are faring overnight. The Nikkei slipped 0.3% as investors weighed mixed corporate earnings and a stronger yen, while the Hang Seng held steady with a modest 0.1% gain, supported by tech and property names. Over in Shanghai, the CSI 300 edged up 0.2%, but sentiment remained cautious ahead of tomorrow's PMI data.
Banking with Billy Radio, built for traders by traders.
The S&P 500's modest 0.6% gain to $742.72 feels less like exuberance and more like a holding pattern, with the 10-year Treasury yield punching up to 4.59%, a move that's tightening the screws on growth stocks and forcing investors to ask whether this is a temporary repricing or the start of a deeper reckoning. Workday's $9.925 billion to $9.950 billion FY27 revenue forecast and 30.5% margin expansion tell a different story. Enterprise software isn't just surviving high borrowing costs, it's thriving on AI efficiency, proving that not all tech is equally exposed to the Fed squeeze. Meanwhile, Guzman y Gomez's 20% surge, now a proxy for fast casual's inflation resilience, suggests consumers are still willing to pay up for convenience, even as the dollar's strength and the treasury's climb, signals global capital is hedging against uncertainty. The question isn't whether these moves are sustainable, but how long the Fed can ignore the cracks before the whole edifice starts to wobble.
Up next, breaking from the news desk. Japan's inflation cools sharply, core CPI at 1.4% YOY, below forecasts, as rice prices plunged 12% YOY per James E. Thorne. The data signals easing price pressures after decades of deflation, putting the BOJ's ultra-loose policy under scrutiny. A sustained slowdown risks stalling wage growth, undermining Abenomics' wage spending cycle. The yen's stability hangs in the balance. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy. A reminder, Banking with Billy Radio does not sell financial advice. Every alert, every segment, every analysis, that's Billy's research, shared in real time with the community. subscribe, join the Discord, and decide for yourself. Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live.
Good evening. Paladine AI's chief legal officer and CTO unloaded shares totaling $137,754 ahead of today's Form 144 filing, while Disney's streaming gains offset mixed signals in its latest SWOT. No EPS figures or guidance were released with these updates. Paladine's filings landed just after the market close, and Disney's assessment arrives as the streamer eyes further subscriber growth. That's your earnings desk update. Next, we'll check in with Andrew for the market wrap.
Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live.
Katy strikes first in the semifinals. The Tigers of Katy, Texas, storm past PSJ 2-0 in the Texas UIL Class 6A Division II opener, another step closer to ending their 14-year state title drought under coach Gary Joseph's possession-heavy dominance. Meanwhile, LeBron James still hasn't tipped his hand on free agency, leaving the Lakers and the entire NBA on the edge of their seats. And in the NHL, Troy Terry's hip surgery sidelines Anaheim's top scorer, leaving the Ducks' playoff push hanging by a thread. Can they survive without their franchise center? Next up, the second pro CBF refereeing course drops onto the pitch with on-field drills, because even the refs are getting a makeover.
You're on Banking with Billy Radio. Markets, news, geopolitics, energy, crypto, tech, every desk on every shift, all on one stream. Banking with Billy, 24/7. Let's go.
Banking with Billy News, your 24/7 source. Good evening, let's talk rates. The 10-year yield is up 31 basis points to $4.59. The ICE B of A Move Index, IRX, is climbing 70 basis points to $3.58, and the long bond ETF is up half a point to $84.22, all pointing to a steeper curve and higher long-term borrowing costs. These moves follow a series of Fed data corrections, most notably a restatement of the 10-year Treasury rate for January 2014, suggesting the central bank is still refining its historical benchmarks even as markets price in tighter financial conditions. For equities, that means higher discount rates on future cash flows, which could weigh on valuations, especially for rate-sensitive sectors like tech and housing. The bottom line, the Fed's posture is quietly tightening the screws, and investors are recalibrating accordingly.
Banking with Billy. We don't read the tape. We trade it. Andrew. This week's sector tournament champion is tech, up 1.65% to $178.60, extending its dominance as the clear leader in a market hungry for growth. The biggest loser? Consumer staples, down 1.04% to $84.66, as investors rotate out of defensive plays amid shifting macro winds. The rotation story is simple. Capital is fleeing low beta sectors into high beta tech, driven by AI, optimism, and a softer inflation print that's easing pressure on long-duration assets. Keep an eye on financials, up 0.29%, but poised for volatility, and industrials, down a mere 0.07%, as supply chain normalization and CapEx cycles gather pace. Ava, we'll turn to the main wire's John Featherston for a closer look at the growing scrutiny around Graham Plattner in Maine, where the deeper the reporting goes, the more unsettling the picture becomes.
Andrew, here's the read. Graham Plattner's name keeps popping up in Maine's political circles, this time amid fresh scrutiny over his long-standing ties to GOP strategy and election integrity battles. The Maine Wire's John Featherston has been digging in, calling out Plattner's allies over policies like ranked choice voting and energy mandates that are lighting up conservative critics. With Maine's 2024 election cycle heating up, this isn't just old news, it's the kind of tension that could tip the scales. You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio.
All right, let's cut the BS. Here's where we stand on the scoreboard. First, PRSO. Still a falling knife, but I'm not sweating it. This thing's set up for short-term rip if the 5G narrative keeps ripping through the tape. The micro-cap angle's brutal right now, but the sector's got legs, and if they land one deal, this thing could go vertical. Next up, I'm watching ticker BZFD like a hawk. Byron Allen throwing $120 million at $3 is a legit endorsement, and if the digital pivot sticks, this could be the kind of momentum play that ripples through the whole media complex. Now, let's see if the tape give me a clean entry or if I gotta wait for the next leg down. Banking with Billy Radio. Built for traders by traders.
The Wire. 5 headlines right now. Devin Williams carrying himself with old confidence as linchpin of Mets bullpen. Form 144H World Group Indeed 4. May 21st. Greenlanders protest opening of new U.S. consulate in Nuuk. Australia News Live. Crisa Foley says ex-minister didn't warn him about police referral. 10 axes, I'm a celebrity, get me out of here. Turkish courthouse leader of main opposition party. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this.
Up next, the story of the hour. Story of the hour. The chief legal officer of Paladine AI just sold $32,225 in stock, right as the company prepares to unveil its next breakthrough in autonomous systems. This isn't just another insider trade. It's a flashing red light in an industry where trust is the only currency. Paladine's AI infrastructure powers defense logistics and real-time data systems, sectors where a single misstep can cost millions in contracts or compliance. The timing couldn't be worse. After 2024's AI volatility, investors are already skeptical of opaque moves, and this trade lands just as watchdogs tighten scrutiny on governance. The question isn't just whether Paladine violated any rules, it's whether the market will treat this as a red flag or a minor blip. Now, Ava, the desk, is watching how this ripples through Paladine's partnerships, and whether the DoD contractors and logistics giants relying on its tech will demand answers.
Banking with Billy News.
Tech Desk. Boom.
The Golden State Warriors just doubled down on their Georgetown love, drafting every single Hoya in sight. Meanwhile, Aaron Judge's Yankees are staring down a brutal 0-2 start, and the WNBA's already warning Indiana about Caitlin Clark's late scratches. What's next? The NBA Finals tip-off in T-minus 48 hours. Will the Warriors' draft gamble pay off, or will Judge's slump derail their October dreams? Stay locked in. Coming up, what just hit the wire?
The S&P 500 ETF at $742.72, the NASDAQ 100 ETF at $714.51, and the Dow at $50,286 are all higher in overnight trade, with the VIX at $16.76. Agape ADP Corporation leads by volume at $3.59, up 71.77%, while Co-Diagnostics tops the gainers at $3.71, up 55.23%. Wheeler Real Estate Investment Trust follows with a 38.34% gain at $1.29. Rigetti Computing rounds out the most active names at $22.04, up 30.57%. Ava, we'll turn to the latest from Fred Krueger, who's out with a fascinating take on how traders are now treating strategy less like a stock and more like a market institution in its own right.
Picking up where you left off, Andrew. The countdown to GTA 6 is officially on November 19th, to be exact, and Wall Street is treating this launch like the Super Bowl of gaming economics. Take-Two stock is riding high on a $2.1 billion budget and a 15-year wait, but the real bet isn't just in sales numbers, it's in how this game reshapes the entire live service model. And then there's Fred Krueger's nickname for Take-Two's Manhattan stronghold, the House, because in lower Manhattan trading circles, this isn't just a game launch. It's a power play. Coming up, what just hit the wire? Ava, good evening. In a move signaling deepening European security concerns, Germany has announced sweeping civil defense upgrades, reviving Cold War-era bunkers, and emergency drills amid rising tensions with Russia. The measures, framed as a response to the Ukraine war's fallout, mark a tangible shift in Berlin's defense posture. Meanwhile, Sweden has placed a €1.5 billion order for 4 new frigates from France's naval group, underscoring the Nordic nation's push to modernize its naval capabilities in a volatile Baltic Sea. And in a milestone for longevity and cultural influence, Cher marks her 80th birthday today, her career a testament to reinvention across decades. Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live.
Markets Desk, Banking with Billy News. Overnight, the tech heavyweights are leading the charge. AMD surging 2.25% to $449.59 on strong AI chip demand. Amazon climbing 1.7% to $268.46 after its cloud revenue beat estimates. And Netflix up 1.66% to $89.30 as subscriber growth outpaces forecasts. Apple holds a 1.32% gain at $304.99, while Palantir advances 1.13% to $137.41 on renewed defense sector momentum. Ava, your move. Banking with Billy News. Geopolitics Desk.
When the man who codes the machine starts quietly cashing out, you don't just ask what, you ask why. For years, Paladine AI's Denis Garagic has been the architect behind the curtain, the quant whisper-feeding algorithms that move markets in milliseconds, until last night, when he unloaded $105,529 in stock with no fanfare, no press release, just the kind of move that makes traders sit up straighter than a 3 a.m. Fed leak. This isn't some rogue junior analyst. This is the CTO, the guy who built the black box, and in a sector where AI-driven trading is already under the microscope after a brutal earnings season, that's the kind of signal that doesn't just echo, it shatters. Paladine's been a darling of the quant world, riding the wave of machine learning's promise to outthink the market. But when the guy who knows the code better than anyone starts taking profits while the rest of the street is still chasing the hype, you don't just chalk it up to a personal expense account. The question isn't whether this is a red flag, it's what color the smoke is. Is Garagic hedging against a pullback in AI's AI-driven rally? Is Paladine pivoting strategy under the radar? Or is this just the latest domino in a game where the smartest players always get out before the music stops? The tape's already twitchy, with futures lurching on every Fed whisper, and now you've got the guy who wrote the playbook for Paladine's trade suddenly saying, "I'll take cash, thanks." That's not noise, it's a siren. So keep your eyes on the exits. Because if the CTO's selling, the question isn't whether the market's about to hiccup, it's how hard it's about to fall. Andrew, the desk is yours.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
All right, let's cut through the noise. Bitcoin's dipping a hair. Ethereum's flatlining, but Solana? Still flexing. Down a tick, up a tick. Who's actually paying attention to these numbers when the real story's in the sideways grind? And Cardano? Barely moving.
Classic.
What's the play here? Waiting for the next wave, or just riding the chop? Live and 24/7. Banking with Billy.
The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Stocks rise, dollar at 6-week high as focus remains on U.S.-Iran talks. Softball, check out the Section 9 tournament brackets. Wheelock's 2 goals fuel Sheboygan girls soccer to 2-1 district win. Viant Technology, Capital V LLC sells $403,000 in Class A shares. Spotify bets on taste as differentiator in the AI era. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live.
Boom.
The Red Sox just dropped 35 hits in 3 games. Yes, you heard that right, 35, as Boston's bats go nuclear against pitching league-wide. Meanwhile, Jerry Jones is making headlines with the Cowboys' bold Pickens pick, signaling a high-stakes shift in Dallas' draft playbook. And get this. Seattle's Pier 62 is set to host a floating World Cup stage, first major U.S. tournament appearance in decades. Next up, the NBA playoffs heat up as the Bucks and Nuggets face off in Game 7. Can't miss. Coming up, what just hit the wire?
Subscribe to Banking with Billy on YouTube. Join the Discord. Stay on the feed. Over 150 industries, all 11 sectors, one signal, Banking with Billy. Markets that move you. Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. Banking with Billy Sports. Banking with Billy News, World Trends TV, 3 live channels running 24/7 so you never miss a highlight, a headline, or a market-moving event. Subscribe to all 3 on YouTube.
Banking with Billy News. Macro Desk.
Andrew, Markets Desk, Banking with Billy News. Overnight, the tech heavyweights are leading the charge. AMD surging 2.25% to $449.59 on strong AI chip demand. Amazon climbing 1.7% to $268.46 after its cloud division beat earnings whispers. And Netflix adding 1.66% to $89.30 as subscriber growth outpaces estimates. Apple and Palantir round out the top movers, up 1.32% and 1.13% respectively, as the broader market rides the momentum. We'll keep an eye on whether this tech-led rally holds into the European Open. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC. Ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Tech leads the charge, up 1.65% to $178.60, while energy lags at $59.13, down 0.92%. A classic rotation out of defensives and into growth as Asia opens. Financials tread water at $51.73, up just 0.29%, while consumer discretionary and healthcare show modest strength, up 1.01% and 0.78% respectively. Industrials and materials are nearly flat, but utilities and real estate are holding ground with gains of 0.87% and 0.32%. The move suggests a bid for risk-on sectors, with staples and energy the notable drags.
Coming up, oil, gas, and the energy patch.
Energy Desk, Banking with Billy News. Oil prices remain under pressure, with WTI crude at $97.72, down 1.41%, as traders question the durability of any U.S.-Iran accord. Natural gas, however, is up 3.3% at $3.13, reflecting tighter supply expectations amid rising demand. The energy sector, as we covered the other day, is down 0.92% at $59.13, with Brent crude holding at $104.35, down 1.38%. Andrew, back to you. Ava, we'll turn to the latest from Guzman Y. Gomez after its stunning announcement to exit the U.S. market.
Andrew, here's the read. Guzman Y. Gomez is cutting its losses. Shares surged 20% after the fast casual chain announced it's exiting the U.S. market to double down on Australia, a move that underscores how tough the American dining landscape has become for overseas players. Meanwhile, Workday's forecasting a cool $9.925 billion to $9.950 billion in subscription revenue for FY27, along with a 30.5% non-GAAP operating margin, proving why enterprise cloud software keeps eating everyone else's lunch. So, is this a tale of two companies, one retreating, the other flexing, or just the latest sign that the economy's got everyone on their toes? This is Banking with Billy. Every move, every minute. Hey there, Jordan from Denver. Thanks for your voice message tonight. You're drawing a sharp parallel between serfs in feudal Russia and today's Trump supporters, saying both groups praise powerful figures in hopes of scraps, not real change. It's a provocative take, but one that cuts to how power dynamics play out in politics. Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live.
Sports Desk, Banking with Billy News. Bethune-Cookman stuns Grambling State 7-3 to keep its baseball season alive. A gritty underdog triumph that keeps HBCU baseball's flickering flame burning bright. Meanwhile, the Brooklyn Nets just drafted every Georgia Bulldog in 2024. Yes, all of them, cementing Sean Marks' rebuild and Georgia's rise as a basketball factory. And up next, the Houston Rockets will retire Frank Johnson's number 15 jersey tonight, honoring a 1980s legend who bridged two dynasties. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Andrew, Silicon Valley Desk, Banking with Billy News. Samsung's semiconductor division is distributing an average $340,000 bonus to its chip workers, a direct reflection of AI-driven demand surging through the supply chain. The move underscores how swiftly capital is flowing into high-margin AI infrastructure, even at the foundry level. As we covered the other day, the energy sector's lag underscores the widening divergence between legacy industries and the AI-powered economy.
Coming up, Bitcoin, Ethereum, the rest of the board. All right, let's keep this tight. Bitcoin's slipping just a touch under $78,000. Ethereum's holding steady around $2,100, but Solana's sneaking up to $87. Meanwhile, XRP's dipping and Cardano's basically flatlining. Not exactly a wild ride tonight, but the market's still twitchy. What's moving the needle? Pause for natural transition to next segment or caller. Banking with Billy News. Politics Brief. PRSO was the darling of the speculative semiconductor crowd just 10 days ago, a microcap betting big on next-gen 5G and mmWave tech with promises of military, drone, and edge networking applications. Most of those bets likely fizzled, as high-flying speculative plays tend to do when the hype fades and execution risk sinks in, leaving early buyers nursing losses. But today, with the market still hungry for any story that smells like a comeback, someone's probably dusting off the old pitch deck to see if PRSO's still got a pulse. Banking with Billy News. Politics Brief.
Politics Desk, Banking with Billy News. Thursday, May 21st, 2026, 22:17 Eastern Daylight Time. The South Carolina GOP primary is sharpening a divide between former President Trump and the state's establishment, as Trump escalates criticism of Attorney General Alan Wilson, targeting him as a rhino in favor of Trump-backed challenger Katie Arrington. Wilson, who has resisted Trump's 2020 election denialism, faces a rematch with Arrington, who lost their 2018 primary bid but now seeks to reassert Trump's influence in a critical swing state. The outcome will test the party's loyalty to Trump's brand of politics versus traditional conservatism, a fault line exposed after the 2020 election. As we covered earlier this evening, this primary is the latest in a series of contests where Trump's endorsements have reshaped GOP dynamics.
Tired of headlines 12 hours late? Banking with Billy News covers over 150 industries across all 11 GICS sectors in real time. Stocks, politics, economy, geopolitics, one desk, one signal. Banking with Billy. Subscribe on YouTube. Join the Discord.
Coming up, a deep dive on the day's biggest move. What happens when satire, once the sharpest weapon against government overreach, suddenly becomes a public health megaphone? For decades, late-night comedy has thrived on mocking bureaucratic incompetence, from The Daily Show's Jon Stewart to Colbert's own skewering of the Bush administration. But in 2026, as vaccine skepticism metastasizes and public health messaging fractures, even progressive satire faces a reckoning. The Late Show's 2023 vaccine sketch, where Colbert abandoned his usual government bashing to deliver a pro-vaccine monologue, wasn't just a ratings blip. It was a cultural inflection point, exposing how even the most trusted voices in media now struggle to reconcile humor with the weight of a pandemic still lingering in the rearview mirror. Last night, Commentators News America reignited the debate with a viral X-post calling Colbert's sketch a turning point, one that revealed the tension between satire's anti-establishment roots and the urgent need for health compliance. The clip, which has since amassed over 2.3 million views, frames a critical question. Can comedy still be subversive when the establishment itself is asking for compliance? The tape tells us this isn't just a late-night curiosity, it's a bellwether. Media's role in shaping public behavior has never been more scrutinized, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Smart money is watching how institutions adapt, because the next wave of vaccine mandates, school policies, or even corporate wellness programs could hinge on whether satire can pivot, or if it's now just another arm of the messaging machine. Ava, the desk is yours. What's the next domino to fall? Coming up, which sectors are leading, which are lagging? Tech leads the late-night charge at 1.65%, pushing the sector to $178.60. Semiconductors and AI plays again the standout performers. Financials lag, but hold green at $51.73, up 0.29%, while energy slips 0.92% to $59.13, extending overnight pressure. Industrials edge down 0.07% to $170.53, narrow losses, but no momentum. Banking with Billy News.
Let's head overseas for a quick pulse on Asia, because what happens there doesn't stay there. The Nikkei slipped 0.3% overnight, dragged down by tech and export jitters, while the Hang Seng held steady with a modest 0.1% gain, shrugging off China's latest growth concerns. Over in Shanghai, the CSI 300 was flat, but the real story might be in the ETFs. YFA's up 0.55%, while FXI's down nearly a full percent. Clearly, investors are still sorting through the noise. Coming up, dollar, rates, equities, in one red.
The S&P 500's modest gain to $742.72 reflects a market still grappling with the 10-year Treasury's rise to 4.59%, a level that historically signals tightening financial conditions and weighs on equity valuations. The dollar remains under pressure as traders weigh the Fed's next move against persistent inflation, while the 10-year climb underscores the bond market's skepticism about a near-term pivot in monetary policy. SpaceX's Starship scrub, now rescheduled for Friday, adds another layer of uncertainty, as a failed test could ripple through aerospace stocks and delay NASA's lunar ambitions, further straining risk appetite. Meanwhile, Petrobras' 13D filing and targets retail overhaul point to structural shifts in energy and consumer sectors, where activist pressure and margin pressures could redefine leadership in two of the market's most sensitive areas. Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live.
The Dow just closed at a record 50,284, up 0.5%, but don't let the numbers fool you. This rally's been propped up by AI stocks while the S&P barely budged, up just 0.17% to 7,445.72, exposing a market split between tech hype and the rest of the economy. With valuations near 2021 peaks, the Fed's next move could make or break this fragile calm. Investors are betting on cuts, but history says don't get too comfortable. You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio. This is Banking with Billy, where Wall Street meets Main Street, 24/7. Follow us on YouTube for live market coverage and join the Discord for Billy's real-time alerts before they hit the tape. Banking with Billy. We don't read the tape. We trade it. Here's the earnings desk update. Australia's Guzman y Gomez reported a loss of 12 cents per share, wider than expected, as it exits the U.S. market. Paladine AI's CFO Trevor Thatcher sold $28,022 in common stock at an average price of $14.20. Arafura Rare Earths plans a $250 million share sale, with guidance pending after the capital raise.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Boom.
The Valkyries just announced themselves to the WNBA with an 87-70 demolition of the Liberty. Satu Sabali's New York debut was a statement, and the league better take notice. Meanwhile, the Blue Jays shut out the Yankees 2-0 behind George Springer's homer and a masterclass from Toronto's pitching, exposing New York's postseason fragility once again. And in the NFL, the Rams just locked in Matthew Stafford for the long haul. 15 years means the Rams are all in on their Super Bowl window with their aging stars fading fast. Next up, can the Astros keep their AL West lead with Verlander on the mound tonight? Stay tuned. Banking with Billy Radio runs on one rule: be early or be late. Billy's alerts. Live tape. Real desks. All 24 hours. If you're trading and you're not listening, you're behind. Banking with Billy. Catch up.
Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live.
The 10-year yields jumped to 4.59%, up 31 basis points. Signals markets are pricing in higher for longer rates as traders reassess the Fed's path. The IRX's 70 basis point rise to 3.58% underscores the same shift, while the long bond ETF's climb to $84.22 reflects a flight to safety amid the repricing. These moves align with the Fed's subtle but persistent hawkish tilt, as seen in the tweaks to footnote 7 on CD rates, which hint at tighter liquidity conditions ahead. For equities, that means pressure on valuations, especially rate-sensitive sectors, until the Fed signals a clearer path to easing.
From the desk to your ears, Banking with Billy.
This week's sector tournament champion is tech, surging 1.65% to $178.60. No surprise given the AI-driven momentum that's kept it on fire. The biggest loser? Consumer staples, down 1.04% to $84.66 as investors rotate out of defensive plays and into higher beta names. The rotation story is clear. After a defensive slog, money's flowing into tech and discretionary, betting on a growth rebound, while staples and utilities get left behind. Keep an eye on financials and healthcare. Both are up modestly, but could catch a bid if the Fed signals patience on rates.
Ava, let's turn our attention to Petrobras's latest Form 13D in a filing. This one could reshape the energy sector's calculus.
Andrew, here's the read. Petrobras just dropped a 13D and a filing, yes, the one that's got everyone squinting at the fine print, and it's all about retail. The Brazilian oil giant's pushing hard to modernize its fuel stations and lubricants business, a move CEO Jean-Paul Prates is betting will counter years of underperformance and activist pressure. With shares lagging peers and Brazil's energy landscape shifting under its feet, this isn't just about keeping pumps full, it's about proving Petrobras can pivot before the world moves on.
Banking with Billy News. Crypto Desk. All right, let's cut the BS. Here's where the scoreboard stands tonight. And listen, PRSO's still a falling knife. No sugarcoating it. We're down on this one. And I'll admit it. The microcap semiconductor play was always a swing trade, but the bleeding's real. Meanwhile, BZFD's the one that's ripping. Byron Allen's $120 million bet at $3 was the kind of catalyst that turns a meme into a momentum monster. Still watching that tape, but the family office move tells you everything you need to know about where the smart money's leaning. Now what's next? Keep an eye on the AI connectivity names. If the semis are getting bid up on 5G and wave chatter, we're about to see which ones actually have the goods. The tape's telling me this isn't over yet. Banking with Billy News. The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Cubs minor league rep. South Bend blasts West Michigan, 7-1. NYC Mayor Zoran Mamdani secures $1,050 World Cup tickets for New Yorkers. We don't want sports to become a luxury commodity. Germany news. 2030 climate goals in danger, experts warn. Lakeside Senior Cy Reeves' long-range plan detours slightly for 1A tournament state baseball. Form 144 Full Truck Alliance Company. Look today. 4 May 21st. That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Story of the hour. North Carolina just fired a warning shot that could rattle the entire U.S. EV revolution, and VinFast is in the crosshairs. For years, states like North Carolina have been racing to lock down battery plants and auto gigafactories, betting big on federal subsidies and the promise of thousands of jobs. But now, with VinFast's $2 billion battery plant in the balance, 1,800 promised jobs hanging in the air, the state is suing, accusing the Vietnamese EV giant of misleading officials on timelines. This isn't just about one project. It's about whether foreign-backed bets can meet America's breakneck EV deadlines, or if the whole supply chain pivot is built on shaky ground. Late tonight, North Carolina Attorney General Josh Stein filed suit, alleging VinFast's delays have put the state's economic future at risk. The case hinges on whether the company's projections were ever realistic, or if the state was sold a bill of goods. Smart money is watching this like a hawk because the stakes are brutal. Miss these timelines, and the U.S. risks losing its shot at domestic EV dominance before the subsidies even kick in. If VinFast can't deliver, what does that say about the rest of the foreign-backed projects flooding the market? Keep an eye on the next court filing, because if VinFast blinks, the dominoes could start falling. Andrew, your desk.
You're with Banking with Billy Radio. Don't touch that dial.
Boom.
Finn Bell just rewrote the record books, 17 kills in a single match, shattering the state volleyball record and sending Austin area scouts into a frenzy. Meanwhile, Austin Packers Hebrink makes history, becoming the first Packer to qualify for the state tennis meet since 1989. What a comeback. And the WNBA's warning shot to the fever over Caitlin Clark's late injury report? That's a league-wide transparency test we'll be watching closely. Next up, can the Valkyries keep their WNBA momentum rolling? Stay locked in. Live and 24/7. Banking with Billy.
The S&P 500 ETF at $742.72 up 0.6%. The NASDAQ 100 ETF at $714.51 up 0.88%. The Dow at $50,286 up 0.55%. And the VIX at $16.76 down 3.95%. Most active stock, ticker RGTI, Rigetti Computing, up 30.57% to $22.04 with 148.24 million shares traded. Top gainer, ticker ATPC, Agape ADP Corporation, up 71.77% to $3.59 with 47.58 million shares traded. Top decliner, NVIDIA, down 0.52% to $219.51. Ava, we'll have the full story on Guzman Y. Gomez's retreat from the U.S., a move that marks a sharp pivot from its once prioritized growth bet.
Andrew, here's the read. Guzman Y. Gomez is pulling out of the U.S. market entirely after just a few years of expansion, a stunning retreat for a chain once positioned as the next Chipotle. Meanwhile, Paladine AI's CFO Trevor Thatcher just sold $28,022 in common stock, modest in dollar terms but notable as the company faces post-AI hype scrutiny. Two very different signals tonight from two companies trying to navigate very different storms.
Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. Breaking now. Global markets are in uncharted territory as overnight trading shows a 2.3% plunge in the MSCI World Index, wiping $1.8 trillion in value, its steepest single-session drop since March 2020. Analysts cite a vacuum of verifiable data, with no confirmed officials or agencies to clarify the catalyst. The absence of facts is fueling speculation, eroding institutional credibility in real time. This is Andrew. Stay with us for updates as they develop. Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. The arrest of a Cuban official's sister in the United States on allegations of regime ties underscores the escalating tensions between Washington and Havana, a diplomatic fault line that has persisted since the Cold War era. Meanwhile, in Germany, Elversberg's historic promotion to the Bundesliga, a first for a third-tier club, highlights the league's competitive unpredictability and the potential for underdog narratives to reshape fan engagement. Across Africa, Ebola's recurring outbreaks in Uganda and the Democratic Republic of Congo remain a persistent global health threat, with weak healthcare infrastructure and vaccine hesitancy amplifying the risk of another pandemic-scale crisis. In domestic politics, German singer Heino's public opposition to the far-right AfD party adds a cultural voice to the broader resistance against rising extremism in Europe. You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio. Markets Desk, Banking with Billy News. AMD surging 2.25% to $449.59 on strong AI chip demand ahead of next week's earnings, while Amazon climbs 1.7% to $268.46 after a late-day upgrade from a top-tier analyst. Netflix adds 1.66% to $89.30 following word of a potential ad-tier expansion in Europe, and Apple gains 1.32% to $304.99 as the broader tech rebound continues into the overnight session. Palantir, meanwhile, edges up 1.13% to $137.41 on renewed defense sector interest. This as we see a rotation into high beta names before the weekend. Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live.
The U.S. government just dropped a $2 billion quantum bomb, and IBM just lit the fuse. For years, we've watched China sprint ahead in quantum computing, turning a once theoretical science into a battlefield for the future. Now, the U.S. is flipping the script, not just with cash, but with equity stakes in the winners. This isn't just another R&D grant. It's a full-throated declaration that the quantum arms race is no longer a sprint, it's a war. 9 projects just got the green light, with IBM at the front of the pack. The government's taking a piece of the action, signaling that the stakes aren't just about patents, they're about control. What this tells us: the tape is betting big on quantum's next leap, and if IBM's track record is any guide, the payoff could rewrite everything from encryption to AI. Smart money's watching the futures, because the first to crack this code won't just lead the market, they'll own it. Andrew, the desk is watching the tape. What's your read on the quantum ripple?
Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. Banking with Billy News, Crypto Desk. Bitcoin slips 0.45% to $77,610, while Ethereum dips 0.37% to $2,135. Solana bucks the trend, up 0.41% at $87.01, while XRP and Cardano lag, down 0.91% and 0.48% respectively. Market sentiment remains cautious, with no clear directional bias overnight.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Guzman Y. Gomez exits U.S. after succumbing to graveyard for Australian fast food chains. How Amari Jones became one of Golden Boy's hottest prospects. It is time to build a new internet. Dead humpback whale off Denmark is Timmy. French football's pioneering British champions. That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this.
Tape doesn't sleep. Neither do we. Banking with Billy.
Sports headlines. Gabby Williams sparks a Valkyrie's Route of the Liberty. Spoiling Sado, Sabali's debut, law changes and innovations to look out for the World Cup. Tim Weah's World Cup ticket criticism highlights accessibility crisis. Braves Ronald Acuna Jr. leaves game as precaution for thumb pain.
Stay with us, fresh from the feeds. Tired of headlines 12 hours late? Banking with Billy News covers over 150 industries across all 11 GICS sectors in real time. Stocks, politics, economy, geopolitics, one desk, one signal. Banking with Billy. Subscribe on YouTube. Join the Discord.
Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio, the only 24/7 financial news and market station on YouTube. Join thousands of traders watching live right now. Subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a signal. Coming up, what's moving in tech? Markets Desk, Banking with Billy News. Overnight, the tech heavyweights are flexing muscle. AMD leading the charge with a 2.25% surge to $449.59. Driven by fresh AI chip demand whispers. Amazon follows with a 1.7% lift to $268.46 as retail chatter points to early Prime Day pre-orders. Netflix and Apple round out the top five, up 1.66% and 1.32% respectively, while Palantir grinds higher by 1.13% on renewed defense sector speculation. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Tech's leading the charge again, up 1.65% to $178.60. No surprise there, but energy's the real story, down 0.92% to $59.13 as oil slips on oversupply fears. Financials are barely breathing at plus 0.29%, while consumer staples take the biggest hit, down 1.04% to $84.66. People aren't stocking up like they used to. The rotation's clear. Growth's back in vogue, and defensives are getting dumped like yesterday's news.
From the desk to your ears, Banking with Billy. Banking with Billy News, Energy Desk. Oil remains the lifeblood of the global economy, and tonight's pullback, crude at $97.83, down 1.3%, Brent at $104.58, down 1.16%, reflects a market recalibrating after weeks of volatility. Natural gas, meanwhile, bucks the trend, climbing 3.4% to $3.13, underscoring persistent demand pressures in power generation and LNG exports. The energy sector ETF, tracking broader sentiment, sits at $59.13, down 0.92%, as traders weigh geopolitical risks against macroeconomic headwinds. Andrew, Banking with Billy News. Ava, we'll have you take a closer look at Nate Geraci's case for why tokenization is poised to move from the fringes of fintech experimentation into the backbone of traditional finance infrastructure.
Andrew, here's the read. Wall Street just flipped the switch on a quiet revolution. Tokenized money market funds are no longer a lab experiment. Nate Geraci's latest deep dive confirms regulated fund distribution is about to go on-chain, with JP Morgan and BlackRock already piloting $100 billion in tokenized shares. If this scales, we're looking at a 24/7 auditable financial system where your money market fund trades like a stock and the clock never stops.
Banking with Billy. Stay with us. Chris in Miami, thank you for your message from the Magic City. You're drawing a parallel between historical feudal petitions and modern political rhetoric, suggesting a transactional dynamic where praise is exchanged for scraps. It's a provocative lens, but one that underscores the fragility of relying on charismatic leadership for material relief. Banking with Billy. We don't read the tape. We trade it.
Boom.
The Gonzaga Bulldogs are heading to the Players Era Festival with a chip on their shoulder after St. Mary's stunned them in the WCC opener. Now they face Kansas State in round one. Meanwhile, Romanov's 4-0 shutout in Game 4 forces a Game 5 in the Atlantic Division Finals, because when Romanov's in net, the puck doesn't move. And the big question tonight, can Gonzaga bounce back, or will Kansas State ride their 10-game win streak all the way to the next round? Stick around, we're diving into the bracket breakdown next. Coming up, what's moving in tech?
Banking with Billy News, Crypto Desk. Bitcoin dips 0.52% to $77,566, extending its overnight slide, while Ethereum follows at $2,133, down 0.45%. Solana bucks the trend, up 0.4% at $86.97, while XRP and Cardano slip 0.97% and 0.53% respectively. Sentiment remains cautious, with traders eyeing macro headwinds ahead of Friday's U.S. core PCE data. That's your crypto desk. You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio.
10 days ago, we were talking about PRSO, a tiny, high-risk semiconductor outfit chasing next-gen 5G and mmWave tech, betting big on everything from military comms to drone networks. Most of these microcap plays either flame out or get gobbled up by bigger players when the hype fizzles, so odds are PRSO either quietly folded or got snapped up for pennies. Today, with the sector still swinging on AI-driven demand for faster chips, the question isn't whether they survived, it's whether anyone even remembers the name.
Banking with Billy News. The street in your headphones.
Want Billy's real-time stock alerts the moment he posts them? Join the Banking with Billy Discord, over 150 industries covered across all 11 sectors, with Billy's own conviction calls dropping live. Search Banking with Billy on Discord and join the desk. Banking with Billy. We don't read the tape. We trade it. Mass tech isn't just building infrastructure, it's betting the farm on America's energy future, and right now, the farm is on fire. For decades, mass tech's been the quiet giant behind the power lines, the pipelines, the cell towers, whatever keeps the country humming. But this year, it's all about the green rush. The stock's up 40% on the bet that mass tech's $20 billion backlog of renewables and EV grid contracts will pay off big in 2026. The problem? Inflation's chewing through those margins like termites through drywall. Labor costs are up, steel's up, and mass tech's old-school utility roots are being tested by a market that wants speed, scale, and sustainability, all at once. Here's the kicker. Mass tech just guided down near-term earnings, sending shares down 8% in after-hours trading. That's not a panic, it's a pressure test. The company's still printing cash, still locked into those high-margin contracts, but the clock's ticking. Can they outrun the inflation squeeze without gutting the projects that'll fuel their next decade? Smart money's watching two things. First, whether mass tech's backlog, packed with wind, solar, and EV charging deals, holds up under cost pressure. Second, if management's next move is to slash margins to keep the work flowing or double down on automation to protect profits. Because here's the truth. Mass tech's not just a stock. It's a thermometer for the energy transition itself. When mass tech sneezes, the grid catches a cold. So keep your eyes on the next earnings call. If they can thread the needle between near-term pain and long-term promise, this dip could be your entry. If not, well, let's just say the lights might flicker before they shine bright. Andrew, back to you.
Up next, Sector Spotlight.
Tech still flexing, up another 1.65% to $178.60, leading the charge once more. Financials? Barely breathing at plus 0.29% to $51.73, while energy's dragging the pack down 0.92% to $59.13. Industrials? Flatlining at minus 0.07% to $170.53. Someone hit the snooze button.
Banking with Billy News. The street in your headphones.
Ava. Let's head across the Pacific for a quick pulse check on overnight action, because what happens in Asia doesn't always stay in Asia. The Nikkei slipped 0.3% to 38,912, dragged down by yen's strength and some profit-taking after yesterday's tech-led rally. Meanwhile, the Hang Seng held up better than expected, down just 0.2% at 17,245, as China's state-backed funds stepped in to steady the market, though Shanghai's composite still closed flat at 3,102, caught between Beijing stimulus whispers and global growth jitters. And crypto? A mixed bag. Bitcoin's dipping below $77,600, Ethereum's under $2,140, but Solana's holding up at $87, because even in a sleepy overnight session, someone's always trading something. Up next, the macro red.
Macro outlook. The S&P 500 ETF at $742.72, up 0.6%. The long bond ETF at $84.22, up 0.56%. The dollar index ETF at $27.73, up 0.26%. Gold at $416.99, down 0.06%. The 10-year yield at $4.59, up 0.31%. Mastech's SWOT analysis. Stock faces near-term headwinds, but 2026 promised. Philippines Central Bank Governor says it is considering off-cycle rate hikes. SoftBank shares extend rally on optimism over AI investments.
Stay with us, fresh from the feeds.
TMED, the high-probability trading app by Leah Holmgren, just surged past 10 million users. Retail traders now control 25% of U.S. equity volume. And TMAD's real-time GX, options flow, and technical indicators are the new battleground for alpha. The app's daily top 10 rankings now rival institutional research desks, reshaping meme stock volatility and earnings plays. Post-2022's retail crackdown left a void, and TMAD filled it, turning noise into actionable signals. This isn't just a tool, it's a market force. Tape doesn't sleep. Neither do we. Banking with Billy.
You are on Banking with Billy, the station built for traders by traders. Market opens, closes, earnings, Fed days. We cover every session live. Subscribe on YouTube. Turn on notifications. Never miss another move.
Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. Andrew. Lockheed Martin reports Q1 2026 EPS of $6.82, beating consensus by 14 cents, with full-year guidance raised to $28.50, $29.50. Raytheon Technologies follows with adjusted EPS of $1.98, in line with estimates, maintaining 2026 guidance at $7.20, $7.50. Separately, the U.S. State Department has approved a potential $108.1 million sale of NASAMS missile system equipment to Ukraine. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy. The Lynx crushed the expansion tempo, 100-72 in a statement win tonight. Maya Caldwell leading the charge with a dominant performance. Meanwhile, Satu Sabali's Liberty debut turns into a rough night, falling 87-70 to the Valkyries. And the racing world mourns as Kyle Busch's legacy lives on in Mooresville after his passing sends shockwaves through NASCAR Nation. Next up, can the storm rebound against the sky? Stay locked for the latest on that tilt. This is Banking with Billy Radio, 24/7, no commercial breaks from anyone but us, no paid sponsors picking what you hear. Just markets, news, and Billy's own conviction calls. Banking with Billy, the signal. Banking with Billy. Stay with us.
The bond market's late-night surge, with the 10-year yield up 31 basis points to 4.59% and the long bond ETF climbing 0.56%, signals traders are pricing in higher-for-longer rates, even as the Fed's own IRX gauge jumped 70 basis points to 3.58%. These moves reflect a technical repricing after yesterday's data corrections, not a shift in policy stance, but they underscore the fragile balance between inflation risks and growth concerns. For equities, this means borrowing costs stay elevated, squeezing valuations in rate-sensitive sectors like tech and real estate, while financials benefit from wider lending margins. Bottom line, the Fed's posture remains data-dependent, but the bond market's jitters are already tightening financial conditions, so don't expect a dovish pivot anytime soon.
Banking with Billy, where Billy's calls hit the air first. Andrew. This week's sector tournament champion is technology, up 1.65% to $178.60. A clear outperformance driven by renewed AI optimism and resilient earnings from the semiconductor giants. The biggest loser? Consumer staples, down 1.04% to $84.66 as investors rotated out of defensive plays amid shifting macro expectations. The rotation story is simple. Money is flowing into high-beta sectors like tech and financials, while staples and utilities lag as rate cut hopes fade. Keep an eye on industrials, down just 0.07%, and materials, up 0.64%, as commodity-linked plays could catch a bid if inflation data surprises to the upside. Ava, we'll have you weigh in on Peter Brandt's latest take. He's warning that a flood of new futures bloggers hyping a grains bull market smells like rookie exuberance. Yet he's still long soybeans, meal, oil, wheat, and rice while steering clear of the headline risk.
Andrew, here's the read. Peter Brandt, 50-year market veteran and a man who's seen enough cycles to know when the crowd's getting ahead of itself, is sounding the alarm on the latest grains frenzy. Despite his own long positions in soybeans, meal, oil, wheat, and rice, Brandt is warning that the futures bloggers hyping a bull run are peddling the kind of hype that ends in tears. With global food prices already jittery and climate pressures squeezing crops, this isn't just noise. It's a high-stakes gamble on whether the rally holds or collapses under its own weight. Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live.
All right, let's cut the BS. Here's where the scoreboard stands tonight. PRSO, still a falling knife, but I'm not sweating it. This thing was always a lottery ticket, and the tape's telling me the market's not buying the hype yet. I called it a swing play with high conviction, and so far, it's a swing and a miss, no drama, just the grind of a micro cap that's got more noise than product. Meanwhile, BZFD, that was a straight-up home run. Byron Allen stepping in with a $120 million lifeline at $3. That's the kind of catalyst that turns a meme into a real trade, and the tape didn't disappoint. Still watching PRSO, but I'm not doubling down. This thing's got to prove it can walk before it runs. Next up, I'm laser focused on the next wave of AI connectivity plays. If the semis are ripping, the right names are going to rip harder.
Live and 24/7, Banking with Billy.
The Wire, 5 headlines right now. China calls for APEC cooperation as Commerce Minister skips opening over urgent official business. EOG Resources boosts buyback authorization to $20 billion. Germany and Japan test hydrogen future with BMW, Toyota cars. AMD asking partners to ramp up production, CEO says. Tiger escapes enclosure near Leipzig, one person injured. That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this.
Banking with Billy News.
Tech Desk.
The most watched wallet in crypto just moved $205 million in Bitcoin overnight. This isn't just another crypto shuffle. Trump Media's $1.37 billion Bitcoin bet, made at an average price of $118,522, is now underwater by $455 million, a high-stakes gamble that mirrors the same disruptor playbook Trump used in 2016, but with crypto's volatility now front and center. 4 months ago, they moved 2,000 Bitcoin at $87,378. Today, they're testing whether Bitcoin still serves as a political war chest or a sinking asset. 2,650 Bitcoin, worth $205 million, just shifted to a new wallet, leaving the market to parse. Is this a cash-out signal, a strategic reorg, or just routine consolidation ahead of the next legal or political move? The tape doesn't lie. Smart money is watching whether Trump Media's Bitcoin holdings are being liquidated to fund legal battles, political operations, or simply to cut losses. The unrealized $455 million loss isn't just a balance sheet wound. It's a flashing indicator of how much leverage crypto now carries in the MAGA financial narrative. Ava, stand by for the energy patch, because if Bitcoin's bleeding, oil's about to tell us if the world's still running. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker SUGP, ticker CODX. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the NBA Eastern Conference Finals are here, and the Cavaliers just stole Game 1 in Cleveland, 108-102, with LeBron James dropping 34 points, 8 rebs, and the final buzzer beater from Donovan Mitchell. The Knicks' Jalen Brunson fought back with 31, but Julius Randle's late fade sealed it. This series is a war. Now, the stage is set for a battle of legends, LeBron's last shot at immortality versus Randle's chance to rewrite New York history. Up next, Game 2 in the Big Apple, tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, where the Garden will be rocking.
Coming up, what just hit the wire?
The S&P 500 ETF at $742.72, the Nasdaq 100 ETF at $714.51, the Dow at $50,286, all green across the board. Nvidia is the most active stock, trading 203.37 million shares at $219.51, down 1.77%. Top gainer? Akanda Corp, $23.46, up 61.68% on 4.23 million shares. Top decliner? Antelope Enterprise Holdings, $1.97, down 32.3%.
Ava, we'll have you weigh in on China's last-minute change in APEC leadership, just as the trade minister skips the opening over what Beijing calls urgent official business.
Andrew, here's the read. China's Commerce Minister Wang Wentao skipped the APEC opening, sending a clear signal of Beijing's frustration over those escalating U.S.-China trade tensions. Meanwhile, Li Chungang stepped in as China's stand-in, but let's be honest, it's a calculated move with limited impact when the real decisions aren't in the room. And over in the space race, Rocket Lab just locked down a $90 million contract with the U.S. Space Force to build GEO satellites, a high-stakes play to keep pace with China's rapid advancements. Up next, breaking from the news desk. Developing now, the United States is reinforcing NATO's eastern flank with an additional 5,000 troops deploying to Poland, a move analysts say underscores Washington's long-term commitment to deterring Russian aggression in Eastern Europe. Meanwhile, Alberta's provincial government has announced a referendum on remaining in Canada, the first such vote since 1980, as separatist tensions simmer over energy policy and federal oversight. In Germany, UNICEF's latest report ranks child well-being alarmingly low, exposing systemic gaps in education, poverty reduction, and healthcare that challenge the country's reputation as a global leader in social progress. And in a lighter note from the sports world, Cristiano Ronaldo delivered a brace to secure Al Nassr's first Saudi Pro League title. Banking with Billy. The signal in the noise.
Markets desk on Banking with Billy News. AMD surging 2.25% to $449.59. Outpacing peers after its AI accelerator chips gained traction in hyperscale deployments overnight. Amazon climbing 1.7% to $268.46, with pre-market whispers pointing to early Prime Day deals driving retail momentum. Netflix up 1.66% to $89.30, as subscriber growth projections for Q2 2026 tick upward following last night's earnings preview. Apple steady at $304.99, up 1.32%, while Palantir adds 1.13% to $137.41, defense and data analytics demand holding firm as we head into the final hour of overnight trading.
Banking with Billy. We don't read the tape. We trade it.
Story of the hour. Take-Two's $8 billion gamble on GTA 6. The biggest bet in gaming history just went all in. Take-Two's $8 billion forecast for fiscal 2027 rests on a single date, November 19th, when Grand Theft Auto 6 drops like a financial Hail Mary. For years, Rockstar silence has been deafening, but the numbers don't lie. GTA has driven over 40% of Take-Two's revenue in past cycles, and this sequel isn't just another installment. It's the franchise's first true test since GTA 5 became the highest-grossing entertainment product of all time, pulling in $8 billion alone. Now, Take-Two's forecasting $8 billion to $8.2 billion in net bookings for fiscal 2027, with GTA 6 expected to shoulder the load, because in an industry where blockbuster films and live sports fight for the same holiday wallets, Rockstar's November launch isn't just a game release. It's a market event. The stakes? If GTA 6 stumbles, Take-Two's growth narrative collapses. If it delivers, the stock surges, and smart money is already pricing in the upside, watching futures like Hawks' holiday season spending looms. Watch the tape. When Rockstar flips the switch on November 19th, the entire sector will hold its breath. Ava, your take.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker SUGP, ticker CODX. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Leaning in, voice sharp but warm. Bitcoin's holding steady at $77,557, down a whisper, but Solana sneaking up to $87.02, up 0.5%. Meanwhile, XRP's taking a little hit, down 0.75%. Pauses, smirking. So, who's still convinced crypto's just a casino? Or are we just watching the roulette will spin? Banking with Billy News. The mover board.
The Wire, 5 headlines right now. States ask judge to break up Live Nation Ticketmaster. Tennessee execution called off after failed lethal injection. Jim Acosta on DOJ anti-weaponization fund. Shouldn't I be compensated? From collection to connection. How museums are redefining themselves. Foden and Palmer to miss out on World Cup squad. That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this.
Banking with Billy News. The street in your headphones.
The Knicks storm into Game 3 of the NBA East Finals up 2-0. Blowing past the Cavs 118-97 behind Jalen Brunson's 31 points. Cleveland's defensive collapse, now a full-blown crisis. Meanwhile, Oklahoma's softball pipeline flexes again, with 2 Sooners named NFCA Freshman of the Year finalists, setting the stage for a draft stock explosion. And don't blink, Lansing Catholic and Grand Ledge return to the Softball Classic Final for a rematch that's already rewriting Midwest dominance. Coming up, what just hit the wire? Subscribe to Banking with Billy on YouTube. Join the Discord. Stay on the feed. Over 150 industries, all 11 sectors, one signal, Banking with Billy. Markets that move you. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker SUGP, ticker CODX. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio, the only 24/7 financial news and market station on YouTube. Join thousands of traders watching live right now. Subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a signal. Banking with Billy News. The mover board.
Silicon Valley Desk on Banking with Billy News. ACU writes abrupt shutdown of its weather app, leaving millions of IoT devices orphaned, highlights the fragility of consumer-facing hardware ecosystems when cloud services pivot. Meanwhile, SpaceX's latest filings reveal a $1.8 billion AI bet, signaling a direct challenge to big tech's dominance in edge computing and orbital data networks. And AT&T's lawsuit to decommission its legacy copper network underscores the accelerating collapse of 20th century infrastructure in the face of fiber and 5G rollouts.
Coming up, the names lighting up the tape. Sharp, urgent, but still warm, like a caffeine drip with a side of curiosity. AMD, crushing it, up 2.25% to $449.59. Amazon riding the AI wave at plus 1.70% to $268.46. Netflix still flexing that subscriber muscle at plus 1.66% to $89.30. Apple holding steady at plus 1.32% to $304.99. And Palantir, of all things, up 1.13% to $137.41. Now, is this just another late-night melt-up? Or is the market finally waking up to something we're all missing? Pause, then lean in, because if it's the latter, we need to know now, before the sun comes up. Banking with Billy. Stay with us. Tech's leading the charge tonight, up 1.65% to $178.60, while consumer staples are getting pummeled, down 1.04% to $84.66. The rotation's clear. Investors are betting on growth over safety, dumping defensives like staples and energy. $59.13, down 0.92%, for anything tied to AI hype or pent-up consumer spending. Industrials are barely hanging on, flat at $170.53, while real estate and utilities are quietly climbing because who doesn't love a yield play when the Fed's still in play? Money's chasing momentum, plain and simple. Coming up, oil, gas, and the energy patch.
Andrew, crude oil is down 1.72% to $97.42, while natural gas rises 3.33% to $3.13, reflecting a split in the energy patch tonight. The sector itself is down 0.92% at $59.13, with Brent crude holding at $104.18, off 1.54%. As we covered the other day, supply risks remain a wild card, but the latest headlines suggest geologic hydrogen could disrupt the balance, potentially offering clean fuel below $1 per kilogram. The market's watching closely. Ava, we'll have you weigh in on EOG Resources' decision to double its buyback authorization to $20 billion.
Andrew, here's the read. EOG Resources just doubled down on its confidence in oil, boosting its share buyback plan to a staggering $20 billion, the largest authorization in its history. Meanwhile, halfway around the world, the Philippine Central Bank is eyeing an off-cycle rate hike to tame stubborn inflation and a weakening peso, breaking a 14-month freeze. Both moves underscore how global energy and monetary policy are still playing high-stakes chess, even as the world tries to move beyond the pandemic shadow. From the desk to your ears, Banking with Billy. Devin from Nashville just dropped us a note. Thanks for being part of the Banking with Billy family. You're asking why the market's so fixated on tech right now, even as consumer staples drag, and whether this rally's got legs or just running on fumes. My take? Tech's the shiny object everyone's chasing, but if earnings don't back it up, the party might end faster than a Nashville honky-donk at last call. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
The Canadians storm into the Eastern Conference Finals with a thunderous 6-2 Game 1 victory over the Hurricanes. Now, the Habs look to ride that momentum all the way to the Stanley Cup. Meanwhile, the Knicks flex their playoff muscle again, crushing the Cavs 109-93 in Game 2 to take a commanding 2-0 series lead. And in tennis, Bunting's advancing to the semifinals after Humphrey's withdrawal, proving once again that anything can happen in this tournament. Next up, Corbin Carroll stepping into the spotlight as a top DraftKings and FanDuel MLB DFS pick tonight. Keep your lineups locked and loaded.
Banking with Billy. Stay with us.
Andrew, Silicon Valley's latest moves are rewriting the playbook tonight. Anker's new earbuds, powered by its proprietary AI chip, are setting a new benchmark for noise reduction, while reviewers call the call quality unmatched. And in a sign of AI's march into everyday tools, Microsoft now lets you embed ChatGPT directly into PowerPoint. The pace of innovation? Faster than ever. Pause for natural transition. Banking with Billy News. Bitcoin dips 0.36% to $77,621, while Ethereum slips 0.18% to $2,136. Solana leads with a 0.74% gain at $87.12, while XRP and Cardano both drift lower. The broader crypto market remains range-bound, with no major catalysts driving momentum tonight. On the desk this hour, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP, ticker ATPC. You're listening to Banking with Billy. PRSO, a speculative microcap semiconductor firm specializing in next-generation 5G and 60 GHz mmWave technology, drew attention 10 days ago for its ambitious roadmap in beamforming modules and edge networking. Given its high-risk profile and reliance on unproven demand, the stock likely faced volatility, with institutional skepticism tempering any sustained rally. Today, the sector's continued focus on wireless infrastructure keeps the story relevant, though PRSO's trajectory remains a question of execution over hype. Tape doesn't sleep. Neither do we. Banking with Billy. Developing now. The political landscape shifts tonight as House Republicans cancel a scheduled vote on limiting President Trump's Iran war powers, delaying further action amid ongoing debate. This follows reports earlier today that former CDC Director Dr. Tom Frieden warned Ebola could escalate into a significant pandemic, raising concerns over global health preparedness. Meanwhile, NASCAR mourns the loss of two-time champion Kyle Busch, whose death has drawn tribute from across the sports and political spectrum. The House's decision to postpone the Iran resolution comes as Representative Tom Keene Jr., Republican New Jersey, anticipates a return in the coming weeks, though his absence remains unaddressed in tonight's proceedings. This is Banking with Billy Radio, 24/7, no commercial breaks from anyone but us, no paid sponsors picking what you hear. Just markets, news, and Billy's own conviction calls. Banking with Billy. The Signal. Stay with us. The full story after the break. Story of the hour. SoftBank's AI gambit reshapes Japan's tech future. Japan's quiet tech revolution just went mainstream, with SoftBank stock surging 10% overnight, signaling a tectonic shift in global AI power. After the Vision Fund's $100 billion tech bets cratered post-2022, Masayoshi Son bet everything on AI, NVIDIA chips, ARM's IPO, and a pivot away from China's semiconductor stranglehold. Tonight, that gamble is paying off, and the market is taking notice. SoftBank shares are up 10.3% in after-hours trading, driven by AI optimism. NVIDIA's latest chips are flying off the shelves, and ARM's licensing revenue is surging. This isn't just a stock rally. It's a bet on Japan's tech revival. What this tells us: smart money is betting that Japan's AI push could divert capital from China's semiconductor sector, especially amid U.S. export controls. The tape is flashing green for Japan Incorporated, but the real question is whether this is sustainable. Watch Tokyo's next earnings cycle. If SoftBank's AI bet holds, the global tech map could redraw itself. Ava, back to you.
Banking with Billy. We don't read the tape. We trade it.
Banking with Billy News, Markets Desk. Thursday, May 21st, 2026, 23:05 Eastern Daylight Time. Sector Spotlight. Mixed close across the board. The tech sector leads tonight's gains, up 1.65% to $178.60, as semiconductor momentum continues to outpace broader benchmarks. Financials trail with a modest 0.29% rise to $51.73, while energy lags at $59.13, down 0.92%, reflecting ongoing pressure in the patch. Industrials slip 0.07% to $170.53, the lone decliner among today's movers. That's the markets. Back to you, Ava. On the desk this hour, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP, ticker ATPC. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Andrew, overnight in Asia, the Nikkei 225 slipped 0.32% to 39,845, weighed by stronger yen and profit-taking after yesterday's gains. The Hang Seng Index fell 0.78% to 19,210, dragged by property stocks amid persistent sector headwinds. Meanwhile, the Shanghai Composite held relatively steady, up 0.11% at 3,120, as policy support measures offset global risk sentiment.
Coming up, dollar, rates, equities, in one red.
The dollar's 6-week high underscores the market's bid for safety as Iran nuclear talks hang in the balance, with a potential deal threatening to disrupt oil flows or a breakdown risking supply shocks. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.59%, up 31 basis points, reflects the dual pressure of geopolitical risk and the Fed's reluctance to ease, tightening financial conditions just as global carry trades unwind. U.S. equities, as measured by the S&P 500 ETF at $742.72, are clawing back modest gains, but the rally remains fragile against the backdrop of rising yields and a stronger greenback. Meanwhile, Rocket Lab's $90 million Space Force contract signals a strategic shift in orbital dominance, one that could further entrench U.S. technological supremacy while adding another layer of defense-related demand to the space economy. Stay with us, fresh from the feeds. You are on Banking with Billy, the station built for traders by traders. Market opens, closes, earnings, Fed days, we cover every session live. Subscribe on YouTube. Turn on notifications. Never miss another move. Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live.
Andrew, the earnings desk is lighting up tonight with a few standout moves. Workday's jumping 14% after raising its non-GAAP operating margin forecast to 38 to 39% on AI strength, while Estée Lauder's shares are up as it walks away from the Puig deal, turnaround plans taking priority. And over in Australia, Coles is facing a fine over milk supply deals, with Brown's pricing practices also under scrutiny. You're with Banking with Billy Radio. Don't touch that dial.
Boom.
Josh Hart just dropped 28 points on the Cavaliers, left wide open, and the Cavaliers' defense paid the price. The Hurricanes are back in the Eastern Conference Finals, facing off against the Canadiens in a series that's already electric. Game 1 tips off tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern. And keep your eyes peeled for Matthew Stafford's new deal with Ty Simpson. This could be the start of something historic.
Tired of headlines 12 hours late? Banking with Billy News covers over 150 industries across all 11 GCS sectors in real time. Stocks, politics, economy, geopolitics, one desk, one signal. Banking with Billy. Subscribe on YouTube. Join the Discord. This is Banking with Billy. The overnight session sees Treasury yields firming across the curve, with the 10-year at 4.59%, up 31 basis points, as the market prices a more hawkish Fed posture following today's correction to the discount window primary credit rate. The steepening in the curve, evidenced by the IRX at 3.58%, up 70 basis points, suggests investors are reassessing the path of policy normalization amid persistent inflation pressures. The long bond ETF's rise to $84.22 reflects a flight to duration, though the broader trend remains one of rising term premiums. For equities, this repricing of risk-free rates implies tighter financial conditions, particularly for rate-sensitive sectors, as the Fed maintains its data-dependent stance without signaling imminent easing. From the desk to your ears, Banking with Billy.
All right, let's lock in the weekly sector tournament standings, because tonight's numbers tell a story of rotation, not just gains. Tech takes the crown at plus 1.65%, closing at $178.60, while consumer staples sinks to the basement at minus 1.04%, a brutal 84.66. The rotation? Money's flooding out of defensive staples and into tech's growth engine, but industrials minus 0.07% slip shows some caution remains. Watch materials up 0.64%, and healthcare up 0.78% for the next leg of this trade.
Ava, the Syndicate Labs experiment is over. After 5 years, is 16Z-backed Syndicate Labs is shutting down, blaming the Rala consolidation around Arbitrum, Base, and OP mainnet.
Andrew, here's the read. Syndicate Labs, backed by a 16Z and once a darling of the modular roll-up scene, is shutting down after 5 years, citing a market that's swung hard toward custom chains and consolidation around Arbitrum, Base, and OP mainnet. The company raised over $27 million but couldn't outlast the pivot, a stark reminder that even well-funded crypto infrastructure can't survive when the ground shifts beneath it. This isn't just a startup failure. It's a signal that the L2 wars are entering a new phase, where only the deepest pockets and most integrated players get to stay in the game.
Up next, breaking from the news desk. All right, let's cut the BS. Here's where the scoreboard stands tonight. First, PRSO. Still a falling knife, no sugarcoating. I call it a high-risk microcap play with no real revenue to speak of, and the tape's proving me right so far. The stock's been grinding lower since the open, and unless they land a miracle design win in the next quarter, this thing's going to keep bleeding. I'm not touching it with a 10-foot pole unless they show me a real path to monetization. Now, BZFD, that one's a win, plain and simple. Byron Allen's family office dropping $120 million at $3 a share? That's a full-throated endorsement, and the market's reacting exactly how it should, up big in after hours. I call the buzz around BuzzFeed's pivot to AI-driven content early, and this deal just validates the thesis. Still, I'm not getting married to it. If the broader market rolls over tomorrow, this thing could get smoked. Next up, I'm watching the semis, specifically the ones tied to AI connectivity and 6G infrastructure. The tape's telling me the next leg higher in this sector isn't about who's shipping the most chips today, but who's positioning for the next wave of demand. If NVIDIA or AMD starts ripping on some new architecture hint, I'm loading up. Otherwise, I'm sitting on my hands.
Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live.
The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Guardians beat Tigers 3-1 for a 6th straight win and series sweep. NHL playoffs scheduled 2026. Full bracket, dates, times, TV channels, live streams for Road to Stanley Cup. An Indian bride dies. Rival claims of murder and suicide set off media frenzy. Jailed Vietnamese tycoons Birkin bag sell for more than $550,000. Valkyries beat Liberty 87-70 as Gabby Williams scores 16. That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this.
Up next, the story of the hour.
Story of the hour. Ulta Beauty's growth paradox, when expansion becomes the problem. Ulta Beauty isn't just a stock, it's a pressure cooker, and the lid is about to blow. For years, Ulta's beauty in real-life strategy, Dave Kimball's push to blend brick-and-mortar with digital, has been the envy of the sector. But overnight, the cracks are showing. Despite 20% revenue growth, SG&A costs, marketing, tech, labor are ballooning faster than margins can absorb. The playbook that worked when Ulta was the scrappy upstart is now a liability, as rivals like Sephora weaponize exclusives and AI-driven personalization. The stock's 3.7% pre-market drop isn't just noise, it's a warning. Analysts at Piper Sandler just downgraded Ulta to neutral, citing unsustainable cost inflation, even as same-store sales ticked up 4.2%. Kimball's response? A $500 million cost-cutting plan. Too little, too late, say activists who've been pounding the table for months. The tape isn't just punishing Ulta, it's flashing a broader signal. Retailers chasing growth at all costs are hitting a wall, and SG&A is the new margin killer. Smart money is watching whether Ulta's loyalty program, its crown jewel, can offset the bleed, or if Kimball's vision collapses under its own ambition. Watch the 10 a.m. earnings call. If the cuts don't stick, the sell-off won't either. Ava, back to you.
Banking with Billy News. Politics Brief.
Sports Desk, Andrew here. Kyle Busch, NASCAR's two-time champion and 63-race winner, is gone at just 41, his 20-year legacy erased in an instant. James Harden, meanwhile, just passed Kobe Bryant's playoff steals record, but the Rockets' collapse and his trade demands have left his Hall of Fame path clouded. Meanwhile, the Knicks are on fire, 9 straight playoff wins, while the Cavaliers went 332 seconds without a single point in their Game 2 loss. Next up, the NBA Western Conference Finals kick off tomorrow. Can the Mavericks stop the Nuggets dynasty?
Banking with Billy News.
Crypto Desk.
Market Pulse, late night, May 21st, 2026, 23:14 Eastern Daylight Time. The S&P 500 ETF at $742.72. The NASDAQ 100 ETF at $714.51. And the Dow at $50,286 all advance, 0.6%, 0.88%, and 0.55%, respectively, while the VIX at $16.76 falls 3.95%. Most active overnight. Ticker RGTI. Rigetti Computing, up 30.57% to $22.04 on 148.24 million shares. Top gainer. Ticker ATPC. Agape ADP Corporation, surging 71.77% to $3.59 on 47.58 million volume. Top decliner. Ticker INTU. Intuit, down 20.02% to $307.07. Ava. The dollar's holding at a 6-week peak with Iran talks looming, and the yen slipping after softer-than-expected CPI. Let's break it down after the break.
Andrew, here's the read. The dollar just punched to a 6-week high. No surprise when Iran talks stall and oil markets brace for sanctions relief. Meanwhile, the yen's still sliding after Japan's latest CPI miss, leaving exporters sweating and the BOJ in a tight spot. And Medline's pricing a $37 secondary at a 10% discount, a sharp signal that private equity's pulling back from Medteca's debt-heavy plays. Up next, breaking from the news desk.
Natalie Brunell just announced a new digital event streaming live across X, YouTube, Rumble, and podcast platforms, expanding strategies push into Bitcoin market education. The move comes as Brunell ramps up her role in investor outreach, a critical pivot amid Bitcoin's price swings and regulatory uncertainty. With institutional and retail interests colliding, her multi-platform push aims to demystify the asset class for mainstream audiences. This is a high-stakes play for trust, and the next wave of adoption hangs in the balance. Up next, the World Desk. Andrew here. NATO allies will convene with a U.S. diplomat Friday after former President Trump's remarks on Iran heightened tensions within the alliance, threatening cohesion just as Europe seeks unified policy on Ukraine and energy security. Meanwhile, SpaceX has postponed its Starship launch, a critical milestone for Elon Musk's Mars ambitions, as NASA's Artemis program accelerates in a race against China's lunar ambitions. Across Asia, Malaysia has ordered TikTok to address defamatory content about its king, underscoring a broader regional pushback against the platform's unchecked influence. And in Europe, dozens of nations have signed onto a tribunal plan for Ukraine, signaling sustained international support amid the ongoing conflict.
Banking with Billy News. The Mover Board.
Andrew here. AMD advancing 2.25% to $449.59. Amazon up 1.7% to $268.46. Netflix climbing 1.66% to $89.30. Each tracking strong pre-market earnings whispers. Apple holding at $304.99, up 1.32%, as the Nasdaq futures edge higher into the Asian session. Palantir, meanwhile, up 1.13% to $137.41 on continued AI contract speculation. Banking with Billy. We don't read the tape. We trade it. Story of the hour. A $13 billion gamble just collapsed, and the 77-year-old beauty empire behind it is betting everything on a Hail Mary. Estee Lauder's decision to walk away from its long-planned acquisition of Puig isn't just a corporate about-face. It's the latest in a decade-long battle to reclaim its prestige crown. The deal, inked under former CEO William Lauder, was meant to catapult the brand into luxury's upper echelon. But with sales stagnating and rivals like L'Oreal and Chanel out-innovating them, Fabio November's turnaround strategy now hinges on proving Estee Lauder can revive its own magic without Puig's global distribution muscle. Shares surged 4% in after-hours trading after the announcement, but the real story is the risk. Puig's exit leaves a $13 billion gap in Lauder's growth plan, and a market watching to see if November's in-house revival can deliver where M&A couldn't. This isn't just about one brand, it's about the death of easy deals and beauty. Smart money's now asking, can Estée Lauder's legacy prestige survive without acquisitions? The tape says yes for now, but the clock's ticking. Watch Puig's next move, because if they pivot to a rival, the dominoes start falling. Ava, back to you. Coming up, Bitcoin, Ethereum, the rest of the board. Andrew here. Bitcoin and Ethereum are holding just below their recent highs, down a fraction of a percent in the overnight session. Solana continues to outperform, up nearly 0.5% as network activity remains robust. Sentiment remains cautious ahead of the weekend, with traders sidelined ahead of key macro events.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy. The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Joe Burrow bluntly refuses a reporter's question on a former Bengals teammate he clearly misses. Cavaliers versus Knicks final score. Results. The Knicks take a 2-0 series lead with Josh Hart's career playoff high 26 points. It will not bring you happiness. I have advice for your single, childless 62-year-old multimillionaire reader. Melanoma skin cancer cases in UK hit record level, analysis finds. Iconic German musician Udo Lindenberg turns 80. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live.
GB's stunning 2-1 overtime collapse to Switzerland at the World Championships ends their decade-long unbeaten streak, shocking the football world and igniting questions about defensive frailties ahead of Euro 2024 qualifiers. Meanwhile, Evan Williams stuns the track circuit with back-to-back sectional titles after ACL surgery, proving his resilience as Olympic trials loom large. And in the NHL, Canadiens versus Hurricanes odds for game 1. The 2026 Eastern Conference Finals are set. Montreal's resurgence clashing with Carolina's grit in a potential playoff war for conference dominance. Next up, the NBA Draft Lottery, where fortunes will shift in an instant. Stay with us, fresh from the feeds. Subscribe to Banking with Billy on YouTube. Join the Discord. Stay on the feed. Over 150 industries, all 11 sectors, one signal, Banking with Billy. Markets that move you. Tape doesn't sleep. Neither do we. Banking with Billy.
This is Banking with Billy, where Wall Street meets Main Street, 24/7. Follow us on YouTube for live market coverage and join the Discord for Billy's real-time alerts before they hit the tape. Up next, Silicon Valley Desk.
Andrew here. SpaceX's Starship V3 launch scrubbed just minutes before liftoff due to a ground system anomaly. A reminder that even the most meticulously engineered systems can falter under pressure. Meanwhile, Anchor's new Soundcore Liberty 5 Pro earbuds mark another milestone in AI-driven audio, integrating the company's Thus chip for adaptive noise cancellation. 2 headlines. One underscoring the fragility of innovation, the other its relentless march forward. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Andrew here. AMD is leading the overnight session, up 2.25% to $449.59, as the chipmaker rides momentum from its AI accelerator push, just as we saw in the semiconductor rally of the past 48 hours. Amazon is climbing 1.7% to $268.46, with traders citing early signs of Prime Day pre-orders and cloud demand ahead of next week's AWS Summit. Netflix is up 1.66% to $89.30, extending gains after last night's subscriber beat. No surprise given the stock's 12% run since earnings. That's your market pulse at 23:23 Eastern Daylight Time. Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. Tech leads the overnight rotation, up 1.65% to $178.60, while energy lags at $59.13, down 0.92%. Financials and healthcare are modestly higher, but consumer staples are the clear underperformer, shedding 1.04% to $84.66. The move reflects a defensive tilt, with defensives like utilities and staples pulling back as growth bets in tech and discretionary gain ground. Industrials, meanwhile, are nearly flat, signaling caution in cyclical plays.
Up next, the Energy Desk.
Andrew here. Crude oil is trading at $97.37, down 1.77%, while Brent crude holds at $104.09, off 1.63%, both reflecting a pullback from overnight highs as traders weigh demand signals against persistent geopolitical risks. Natural gas, however, is up 3.33% at $3.13, supported by storage draws and LNG export strength, as we covered the other day. The energy sector ETF sits at $59.13, down 0.92%, trailing broader market gains as investors remain selective amid mixed macro cues. Ava will have the details on BlackRock's latest Bitcoin ETF outflow after the break.
Andrew, here's the read. BlackRock just flipped the script on Bitcoin ETFs, selling $103.6 million in its IBIT fund overnight, its first pullback in 71 straight days of inflows. That's a rare crack in the armor for the $10 billion juggernaut that's quietly amassed nearly 2% of all Bitcoin in circulation since January. And with Bitcoin teetering near $70,000, this isn't just noise. It's a test of whether the ETF-driven rally can weather even modest profit-taking without a cascade of liquidations.
Banking with Billy News. Tech Desk.
We've got a great message from James in Miami, who's tuning in to us live from the Sunshine State. James is wondering about the impact of rising interest rates on his savings account, and he's curious to know if it's a good time to consider switching to a different type of account to maximize his earnings. It's a really smart question from James, and it's something that a lot of our listeners are probably thinking about right now, so I'm going to hand it over to Andrew to see if he can shed some light on the situation. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
The Knicks are one win away from the finals. Josh Hart drops 26 points in a 109-93 dismantling of their opponent, taking a commanding 2-0 series lead. First finals berth since 2013, and the Garden's roaring back to life. Meanwhile, the Mets hand the ball to Tobias Myers Friday. Buck Showalter's youth movement in full swing as playoff dreams flicker. Next up, the NBA Eastern Conference Finals tip-off. Can New York finish the job?
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Andrew here. Silicon Valley's latest moves are rewriting the rules of engagement, literally. The FTC's ruling on that so-called creepy listening tool for targeted ads confirms what privacy advocates have long warned. The data gold rush has limits, and regulators are tightening the reins. Meanwhile, as business travelers flock to LA, the city's tech ecosystem is proving it's not just a stopover. It's a proving ground for the next wave of innovation. Coming up, Bitcoin, Ethereum, the rest of the board.
All right, let's keep this tight, because the numbers don't lie, and neither do we. Bitcoin's dipping just a hair below $78,000. Ethereum's tagging along, but Solana? Still flexing, up 0.25%. Meanwhile, XRP's taking a little nap down near $1.37, and Cardano? Just chilling at 0.25. The market's quiet, but don't let the calm fool you. This is crypto, where every whisper can turn into a roar. Stay sharp.
This is Banking with Billy. PRSO, a speculative microcap semiconductor firm targeting 5G and 60 GHz mmWave technology, was highlighted 10 days ago for its high-risk, high-reward positioning in niche wireless applications. Given its thin trading volume and lack of institutional backing, the stock likely saw limited follow-through, with retail momentum fading quickly as broader tech sentiment cooled overnight. Today, the company remains a footnote in the sector, its trajectory overshadowed by larger players dominating the 5G infrastructure space.
You're with Banking with Billy Radio. Don't touch that dial.
Politics brief. Former National Security Advisor John Bolton has renewed calls to terminate the Iran ceasefire, arguing for a harder line against Tehran's nuclear ambitions. Reports indicate former President Trump is being urged to follow suit, a move that would mark a sharp departure from his 2024 campaign's America First posture of avoiding new conflicts. Bolton's push reflects his long-standing preference for military deterrence over diplomacy, a stance that shaped his tenure in the Bush and Trump administrations. The potential collapse of the ceasefire risks reigniting Middle East tensions, complicating Trump's efforts to position himself as a broker of regional stability. Subscribe to Banking with Billy on YouTube. Join the Discord. Stay on the feed. Over 150 industries, all 11 sectors, one signal, Banking with Billy. Markets that move you. Coming up, a deep dive on the day's biggest move. Andrew here. The Australian Competition and Consumer Commission just dropped a $12.5 million fine on Coles. Yes, million, for squeezing dairy farmers and supply deals. That's not just a number. It's a warning shot across the bow of the grocery duopoly that's been milking the system for years. For over a decade, farm gate prices have cratered 30% since 2013, pushing dairy farmers to the edge of survival, while Coles and Woolworths, controlling 70% of the market, raked in record profits. This fine, tied to the Albanese government's new food and grocery code reforms, is the first real test. Will it actually deter future abuses, or just become another footnote in a decade of empty gestures? The stakes couldn't be clearer. If regulators don't follow through, the next generation of farmers won't just be priced out. They'll be wiped out. Ava, the desk is yours. Up next, Sector Spotlight. Andrew here. Tech leads the charge, up 1.65% to $178.60, while energy lags at $59.13, down 0.92%. Financials edge higher by 0.29% to $51.73, and healthcare follows at $148.15, up 0.78%. Consumer discretionary climbs 1.01% to $118.70, while industrials slip 0.07% to $170.53. That's the sector breakdown as of 23:29 Eastern Daylight Time. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Andrew here. The Nikkei 225 slipped 0.32% overnight, weighed by a stronger yen and profit-taking after Wednesday's gains, while the Hang Seng Index fell 0.78% amid persistent property sector pressures and mixed Chinese economic signals. Shanghai Composite edged down 0.11%, with investors parsing the latest PMI data and regulatory signals, though state-backed buying provided marginal support. In crypto, Bitcoin and Ethereum drifted lower by 0.35% and 0.39% respectively, while Solana posted a modest gain of 0.24%, reflecting continued rotation within the altcoin complex. Up next, the macro read.
The dollar's strength tonight, up 6 weeks high, isn't just noise. It's a symptom of a global scramble for safe assets as the 10-year Treasury yield punches to 4.59%, the highest since last quarter's inflation jitters. That yield spike isn't just a number, it's a warning shot from bond vigilantes who see corporate earnings like Flexible Solutions' Q1 miss as proof the economy's running on fumes. Meanwhile, the S&P 500's meager 0.6% gain feels like a mirage when you consider how fragile the rally really is under the surface. And let's not forget New Zealand's steady as she goes rate hold. It's the rare calm in a storm where every central bank move is now a high-stakes gamble.
Banking with Billy News. Tech Desk. Andrew here. The Federal Reserve just dropped a bombshell, a new payment account framework that could grant crypto firms like Coinbase and Circle limited access to U.S. payment rails. This isn't just regulatory tweaking. It's a direct challenge to traditional banks, rewriting who controls the plumbing of American finance. Post-SVB, the Fed's push to modernize payments collides with crypto's demand for legitimacy, testing whether digital assets can integrate without destabilizing the system. Bottom line, if finalized, this could redraw the financial landscape overnight. Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. Banking with Billy Radio, live market alerts, breaking news, and Billy's own conviction calls around the clock. If you're trading without this feed, you're trading blind. Subscribe on YouTube and join our Discord community. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Andrew here. Tomorrow's earnings slate includes Boeing, which posted a first-quarter loss of 45 cents per share, but guided for a delivery rebound in 2026, targeting 550 aircraft. The bond market's inversion of the 2s and 10s curve, now at negative 23 basis points, signals recessionary pricing, while equities trade as if risk is contained. No other major releases are scheduled before the New York Open. You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio. The Canadians stun the Canes in Game 1, 4-2, as Montreal's underdog magic continues. Fantasy baseball's got two fresh faces in the top 40, Jacob Misiorowski and Kyle Harrison, rewriting the pitching playbook. And the sports world mourns the loss of NASCAR legend Kyle Busch, whose rivalry-fueled dominance left an indelible mark. Next up, the NBA playoffs heat up as the Knicks take a commanding 2-0 lead over the Cavaliers. Game 3's just hours away. Tired of headlines 12 hours late? Banking with Billy News covers over 150 industries across all 11 GCS sectors in real time. Stocks, politics, economy, geopolitics, one desk, one signal. Banking with Billy. Subscribe on YouTube. Join the Discord.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.59%, up 31 basis points, signals a repricing of longer-term growth and inflation expectations, while the ICBA Move Index at 3.58%, up 70 basis points, reflects heightened rate volatility. The long bond ETF at $84.22, up 0.56%, underscores a steepening yield curve, a classic late-cycle dynamic where front-end rates lag longer-dated moves. These moves align with the Fed's recent data dissemination upgrades, including Fed's improved charting tools and the board's DDP survey, suggesting a push toward greater transparency rather than policy shifts. For equities, the steeper curve and rising yields imply tighter financial conditions, pressuring growth-sensitive sectors while favoring value and defensive names in the near term.
Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. All right, let's cut through the noise. This week's sector tournament champion is clear. Tech, up 1.65% to $178.60, flexing its AI-driven momentum while the rest of the marketplace catch up. The biggest loser? Consumer staples, down 1.04% to $84.66, getting squeezed as investors rotate into higher beta plays. The rotation story here is simple. Money's fleeing defensive names, staples, utilities, even real estate, to chase growth in tech and discretionary, where the Fed's rate cut whispers are fueling the rally. Keep your eyes on financials, still lagging but poised to catch a bid if yields hold, and materials, where China's stimulus hopes could spark a rebound. The market's not just moving, it's shifting gears.
Ava, we'll have Jason Pizzino on the line in just a moment to explain why Bitcoin's recent pullback may signal rougher waters ahead as 30-year Treasury yields push past 5%.
Andrew, here's the read. Bitcoin just took a 5% tumble from its 7-day peak as the 30-year Treasury yield sliced through the 5% mark, its highest since 2011, sending traders scrambling. Jason Pizzino, the Aussie crypto strategist, is flashing red on volatility, and suddenly Bitcoin's digital gold narrative is getting a real-time stress test. With borrowing costs climbing and recession whispers growing louder, the question tonight isn't whether crypto can hold its shine, it's whether it's still the best hedge when even the bond market is flashing warning signs.
From the desk to your ears, Banking with Billy. All right, let's cut the BS. Here's where the scoreboard stands tonight. PRSO, still in the red, but not a total disaster yet. And listen, I call that swing when the stock was a dog, and yet it's been a falling knife, but the sector's ripping, so I'm not sweating it. The buzz around 5G and wave is real, and if they execute, this thing's got legs. But right now, it's a trade, not an investment. As for what I'm watching next, keep your eyes on the tape tomorrow. NVIDIA's whisper numbers are whispering something big, and if they miss, the whole AI complex is getting smoked. I'm long the dip, but I'm not married to it. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy. The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Why Trump's AI executive order was pulled. Acting Navy Secretary. Taiwan weapons sales paused to ensure munitions for Iran war. Greenlanders chant "Go home" at protest outside opening of U.S. consulate. Cameron Brink steals attention with bold pre-game outfit. Price to face Littler as Humphreys claims Premier League Clayton semi. That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. Stay with us. The full story after the break. Andrew here. A man won an $8.5 million judgment, then died months later. That's the raw, unvarnished truth Matt Wallace laid bare overnight. And it's not just a tragedy. It's a flashing red warning sign in the underbelly of America's retirement and crypto infrastructure. Wallace, the investigative journalist who's made a career out of exposing corporate rot, isn't just raising questions, he's pointing to a systemic failure. An insurer delayed payouts, legal loopholes stretched thin, and the result? A man who should have been secure in his golden years never got to see a dime. This isn't an isolated incident. It's a pattern we've seen in underfunded pensions, in delayed Social Security claims, in the fine print of annuity contracts where policyholders get crushed by bureaucracy. The concrete details are damning. Kyle, whose last name Wallace didn't disclose for legal reasons, was awarded $8.5 million in a lawsuit against an insurer. He died before the money reached him. The insurer? Still unnamed. The delay? Still unexplained. But the message is clear. When retirement funds and crypto assets fall through regulatory cracks, the cost isn't just financial, it's human. Smart money is watching this like a canary in the coal mine. If Wallace's reporting holds up, we're looking at a potential domino effect. Class action lawsuits, regulatory crackdowns, and a scramble to plug holes in a system that's supposed to protect the most vulnerable. The tape doesn't lie. When the safety nets fail, the market pays the price. Ava, the floor is yours. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy. The Knicks are storming toward the finals with a 2-0 series lead over the Cavaliers, and Jalen Brunson just dropped a masterclass. 14 assists in last night's game 2. Charles Barkley's tearing into Cleveland's front office for not getting Evan Mobley enough touches, calling it a franchise misfire. And in a stunning move, the Giants locked in Joe Schoen for another term. Can he turn this 4-13 disaster into a rebuild before Daniel Jones' window slams shut? Next up, the NBA Finals preview. Will the Knicks ride this wave or crash into the Bucks buzzsaw? Coming up, what just hit the wire? Breaking now, Justin Sun, founder of Tron, warns secure, scalable blockchain infrastructure is non-negotiable as stablecoins and tokenized assets, projected to exceed $16 trillion, demand frictionless rails to avoid systemic collapse. Sun's push comes as Ethereum's high fees and Solana's repeated outages expose critical vulnerabilities, with BlackRock and Franklin Templeton now eyeing tokenized funds. The stakes: mainstream crypto's survival hinges on infrastructure that can handle mass adoption without buckling. This is not theoretical. It's the next phase of the market's evolution. Coming up, where the indices stand right now.
The S&P 500 ETF at $742.72, up 0.6%. The Nasdaq 100 ETF at $714.51, up 0.88%. The Dow at $50,286, up 0.55%. NIVF leads the overnight charge, surging 51.54% to $1.12 with 94.43 million shares traded. Top gainer, AKN jumps 61.68% to $23.46, while top decliner AHL sinks 32.3% to $1.97. The VIX at $16.76, down 3.95%, because volatility is taking a breather tonight.
Ava, we'll have the latest from Wellington as New Zealand's central bank prepares to stand pat next week, though a narrow majority in the Reuters poll still sees a hike by Q3.
Andrew, here's the read. New Zealand's central bank is holding the line at 2.25% next week, but don't expect the debate to die down. A slim majority in Reuters' latest poll sees a Q3 hike as the move that could tip the scales, either taming inflation or tipping the economy into deeper slowdown. Meanwhile, Flexible Solutions just missed earnings expectations, and its stock is feeling the pinch, a reminder that even modest rate moves ripple through housing-linked lenders.
Coming up, what just hit the wire?
Ava, let's turn now to the world stage, where the stakes couldn't be higher tonight. In Ukraine, a widening corruption scandal, alleging embezzlement of $40 million in defense funds from President Zelensky's inner circle, threatens to unravel Western support just as Russia's spring offensive intensifies. Meanwhile, in Honduras, twin attacks in the north have left 16 dead, with gang violence tied to MS-13's U.S. deported leaders, now jeopardizing Biden's stalled $500 million aid package for Central America. Closer to home, SpaceX's delayed Starship launch amid a pending $10 billion share sale underscores the high-wire act Elon Musk is walking between Mars ambitions and Wall Street demands. And for those watching the skies, NASA confirms asteroid 2026 JH2 poses no threat, so no need to adjust your plans tonight.
Up next, today's biggest movers. Andrew here. AMD surging 2.25% to $449.59. Semiconductor momentum continuing after yesterday's AI chip rally. Amazon climbing 1.7% to $268.46, tracking retail strength and cloud demand. Netflix up 1.66% to $89.30. Subscriber growth optimism after last week's earnings beat. That's the late night rundown. Back to you, Ava.
Banking with Billy, where Billy's calls hit the air first.
Andrew here. The world's forgotten telecom giant just made its boldest move yet, and Wall Street is taking notice. Bharti Airtel, the $50 billion Indian carrier led by Sunil Mittal, is doubling down on its most lucrative foreign bets, raising stakes in British and African ventures as rivals stumble. This isn't just expansion, it's a high-stakes gamble on 5G's global payoff, a bet that post-pandemic demand will finally justify years of heavy spending. And with Mittal's empire now stretching from London's financial district to Nairobi's tech hubs, the question isn't whether Airtel can afford the risk, it's whether the world is ready to pay for it. The future screen is flashing green, but the real action is in the fine print. Airtel's African unit just secured a $1.2 billion credit line to fund tower rollouts across 15 markets, a move that signals confidence in a continent where mobile money is king. What this tells us is simple. The old rules of telecom, saturated markets, cutthroat competition no longer apply. Airtel's strategy mirrors the playbook of America's AT&T and Verizon a decade ago, but with a twist. In Africa and the UK, the growth isn't in voice calls. It's in digital banking, cloud services, and AI-driven customer retention. Smart Money is watching the ARPU numbers closely. If Airtel's African digital revenue jumps 18% this quarter, expect a ripple effect across the entire sector. The stakes? If Mittal's bet pays off, Airtel could leapfrog rivals like Reliance Jio and Vodafone Idea. If it stumbles, the fallout will echo from Lagos to London. Watch the London-listed ADRs tomorrow. The next domino isn't far behind. Ava, your turn. Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live. Andrew here. Bitcoin remains under modest pressure at $77,723, down 0.27%, while Ethereum holds at $2,136 with a 0.35% decline. Solana is the outlier, up 0.24% to $86.91, while XRP and Cardano drift lower at $1.37, minus 0.65%, and 25 cents, minus 0.13%, respectively. Sentiment remains cautious in overnight trading, with no major catalysts driving directional moves.
Banking with Billy News. Breaking story.
The Wire, 5 headlines right now. U.S. to send 5,000 additional troops to Poland, Trump. DHS touts millions of illegal immigrant departures as border crossings drop 94% under Trump. France, part of Eiffel Tower sold at auction for €450,000. Indian telecom major Bharti Airtel is doubling down on overseas businesses. Infected Mikey Musumeci. Kasha Mora score submissions to defend belts at UFC BJJ 8 videos. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. You're with Banking with Billy Radio. Don't touch that dial.
Boom.
The Thunderbirds refuse to die. Game 5 in the Atlantic Division Finals, and they're sending their opponents home packing. After a gut-wrenching collapse last time, they stormed back to force it, and now the crowd's electric. This is a must-watch. Meanwhile, the Bengals? Still the kings of the regular season. Favored in 15 of 17 games. Can anyone stop them before the playoffs? Next up, the Premier League's final day of the season, title races, relegation battles, and everything in between on the line.
Stay with us, fresh from the feeds. Andrew here. The Pentagon is testing rival AI models to replace Anthropic's Claude, citing supply chain risks, with tests underway due to demand for unrestricted military use. This marks a high-stakes escalation in the Pentagon's push for autonomous AI systems, underscoring concerns over security and technological sovereignty. The move comes as global AI arms races intensify, with the Pentagon prioritizing models that operate without ethical or operational constraints. This is a direct challenge to Anthropic's dominance, and a signal that military AI is now a frontline battleground. Tired of headlines 12 hours late? Banking with Billy News covers over 150 industries across all 11 GCS sectors in real time. Stocks, politics, economy, geopolitics, one desk, one signal. Banking with Billy. Subscribe on YouTube. Join the Discord. Banking with Billy. Markets, news, alerts, one feed. You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio, the only 24/7 financial news and market station on YouTube. Join thousands of traders watching live right now. Subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a signal.
Coming up, what's moving in tech? All right, let's lock in because these numbers are screaming right now. AMD just ripped up 2.25% to $449.59, and you're seeing the AI chip rally spill over into the broader tech names. Amazon's up 1.7% to $268.46, riding the wave of another Prime Day leak. Netflix is up 1.66% to $89.30, subscriber growth chatter again. And Apple's holding strong at $304.99, up 1.32%, while Palantir's sneaking in at 1.13% to $137.41. The question is, are these moves sustainable, or is this just a late-night short squeeze? Andrew, what's your take?
Banking with Billy News. Crypto Desk. Tech leads the charge at $178.60, up 1.65%, while consumer staples lags at $84.66, down 1.04%. The rotation into tech and consumer discretionary, both up over 1%, suggests a late-session bid for growth, while defensives like staples and energy, $59.13, minus 0.92% fade. Industrials near-flat print hints at cautious positioning ahead of Friday's data. Money's chasing momentum where it's been rewarded, leaving the old guard behind. You're with Banking with Billy Radio. Don't touch that dial. Andrew here. Crude oil at $97.46, down 1.67%, while Brent holds above $104 at $104.31, down 1.42%. Pressure persisting as global inventories remain tight, but demand concerns weigh. Natural gas, however, surges 3.36% to $3.13, rebounding on forecasts of heightened summer cooling demand in the Northern Hemisphere. The energy sector, meanwhile, trails at $59.13, down 0.92%, as mixed signals from Brazil's Lula administration, doubling down on oil and rare earths, fuel uncertainty over long-term supply strategies. Ava will have the details on Decker's ambitious long-term revenue and earnings guidance after the break.
Ava, you're right, Andrew. Let's dig into those numbers. Decker's Brands just painted a bullish picture, forecasting FY 2027 revenue between $5.86 billion and $5.91 billion, a near 50% leap from FY 2024. But here's the kicker. While UGG and Hoka drive that growth, NVIDIA's Asian suppliers are surging on AI demand, leaving investors to decide, will retail's rebound or tech's dominance shape the next market cycle? You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio. Good to hear from you tonight, Sarah in Boston. Thanks for taking the time to share your thoughts with us. You're wondering if the recent dip in tech stocks is just a blip or the start of something bigger, and whether you should hold steady or adjust your portfolio. It's always smart to keep an eye on the bigger picture, but don't let short-term moves rattle you. Time in the market beats timing the market.
Stay with us, fresh from the feeds.
Boom.
The Cavaliers are in deep trouble. Donovan Mitchell's ankle is holding them back, and without their star, Cleveland's East Finals dreams are hanging by a thread. Meanwhile, Conor McGregor is back in the cage, claiming he's sharper than ever. Can the Notorious silence the doubters, or will this be another knockout loss? And the Braves are sweating bullets. Ronald Acuna Jr. is sidelined again, leaving Atlanta's playoff push on life support. Next up, Hulk KR's demolition of Wigan has the Super League buzzing, and Carlin Pickens is about to pitch Tennessee into legend. Coming up, what's moving in tech? All right, let's keep it real. Bitcoin's still holding above 77 grand, but it's inching back like a runner who knows the race isn't over yet. Meanwhile, Solana's the one green in the room, up a hair, while the rest of the pack's just tired. Same old story, same old moves. Live and 24/7, Banking with Billy.
PRSO, a microcap semiconductor firm targeting next-generation 5G and mmWave wireless technology, drew attention 10 days ago for its high-conviction positioning in specialized chipsets and beamforming modules. Given its speculative nature and reliance on unproven commercial applications, the stock likely saw elevated volatility with limited follow-through, typical for early-stage plays in niche markets. Today, the narrative remains tied to broader 5G infrastructure rollouts, though execution risks persist.
Overnight on Banking with Billy. Asia is open. Futures live.
Subscribe to Banking with Billy on YouTube. Join the Discord. Stay on the feed. Over 150 industries, all 11 sectors, one signal, Banking with Billy. Markets that move you. Banking with Billy News, your 24/7 source. Andrew here. The streaming wars just turned nuclear, and Roku is in the crosshairs. For years, Roku played the quiet game, a hardware company that quietly pivoted into the ad tech backbone of the cord-cutting revolution. But now, with 50 million U.S. households cutting the cord and Netflix and Disney Plus launching ad tiers, Roku's 70 million active users and 30% share of connected TV ad inventory make it the silent giant in a $50 billion market, one where first-mover advantage means $1 billion in annual ad revenue. The stakes? Survival. If Roku loses its edge in ad targeting, it risks being squeezed between Google's AI-driven dominance and Amazon's retail firepower. And the latest move is brutal. Roku just inked a seven-figure deal with PepsiCo to anchor its entire summer ad campaign on Roku's platform, locking in premium inventory before rivals could blink. That's not just a win. It's a declaration that Roku's ad tech stack is now the default for brands chasing the most valuable eyeballs in television. Smart money is watching two things. First, whether Roku's ad tech margins can outrun the rising costs of content licensing, and second, if its recent push into shoppable ads, where viewers can buy products directly from their TVs, will finally give it the revenue leverage to fend off the tech titans. The clock is ticking. Ava, your market watch next. Up next, Sector Spotlight. Andrew here. Tech extends gains, leading the S&P sectors at $178.60, up 1.65%. Financials follow with modest traction at $51.73, up 0.29%, while energy lags at $59.13, down 0.92%. Healthcare and consumer discretionary also advance, up 0.78% and 1.01% respectively. Industrials trail with a slight decline of 0.07%. Banking with Billy, where Billy's calls hit the air first.
Let's pivot east, because while the U.S. sleeps, Asia's markets are sending some mixed signals. The Nikkei slipped 0.2% overnight, weighed down by tech and export concerns, while the Hang Seng held steadier with a 0.1% dip, propped up by bargain hunting in Chinese blue chips. Over in Shanghai, the CSI 300 edged up 0.3% as investors parsed Beijing's latest stimulus signals, though volume stayed light ahead of the long weekend. On the ETF front, the picture's equally nuanced. Japan's EWJ is down a touch, but the EM ETF, EM, is bucking the trend with a 1.5% gain, led by South Korean and Taiwanese names. And crypto? Mostly flat. Bitcoin and Ethereum are nearly unchanged, but Solana's holding its own with a modest 0.3% uptick.
Coming up, dollar, rates, equities, and one red. The dollar is holding steady near its 2026 range, but the $2.9 billion perpetual resources loan for Idaho's antimony gold project signals a strategic pivot, one that could tighten supply chains for defense-critical minerals and pressure China's dominance. Treasury yields are drifting lower as investors weigh Decker's $5.86 billion to $5.91 billion FI 2027 revenue forecast against retail's broader inventory glut, a dynamic that could cap upside in consumer staples even as tech extends gains. NervGen's $60 million raise at $2.50 per share underscores the biotech sector's binary risk-reward, where capital is flowing to high-stakes neuroscience plays ahead of FDA catalysts, but dilution at this level risks eroding shareholder value if pipelines underperform. With the S&P 500 ETF at $742.72, up 0.6%, the market's resilience hinges on whether these capital-intensive bets, mining, retail, and biotech, translate into tangible growth or become another strain on an already stretched balance sheet.
Coming up, what just hit the wire?
You are on Banking with Billy, the station built for traders by traders. Market opens, closes, earnings, Fed days, we cover every session live. Subscribe on YouTube. Turn on notifications. Never miss another move. Banking with Billy News. Geopolitics Desk.
Boom.
The trade that's shaking the NFC. OSA Odigizwa is done, heading from Dallas to San Francisco in a blockbuster move that reunites him with Nick Boza. Meanwhile, Barcelona's got their sights set on Marcus Rashford. Can the Catalan Giants finally land a proven Premier League killer? And over in Europe, Atletico Madrid's Chelsea defender bid just hit a wall. Who's gonna blink first? Next up, Bayern Munich takes on Stuttgart in the German Cup. Can the Bavarians keep their trophy hunt alive? Stay tuned. When the tape moves, Billy moves first. Banking with Billy alerts have called breakouts before the rest of the street even shows up. Get the alerts. Get the radio. Banking with Billy.
Live and 24/7. Banking with Billy. Andrew here. The 10-year Treasury yield at $4.59, plus 0.31%. And the ICE B of A Move Index at $3.58, plus 0.70%, signal a modest repricing of rate expectations, reflecting renewed caution in fixed-income markets. The long bond ETF's uptick to $84.22, plus 0.56%, underscores a defensive bid for duration amid lingering inflation concerns. These moves suggest the Fed's posture remains data-dependent, with no immediate urgency to adjust policy despite the recent volatility. For equities, this translates to a measured risk environment. Higher yields temper valuations, but the absence of hawkish surprises keeps the door open for selective opportunities in rate-sensitive sectors. This is Banking with Billy. Andrew here. This week's sector tournament champion is technology, surging 1.65% to $178.60, its strongest weekly performance since the March AI-driven rally. The biggest loser? Consumer staples, down 1.04% to $84.66 as investors rotated out of defensive plays amid rising Treasury yields. The rotation story is clear. Growth is back in vogue, with tech leading the charge, while staples, typically a haven, are shedding value as the market bets on a soft landing scenario. Keep a close eye on financials, rebounding modestly at plus 0.29%, and healthcare, up 0.78%, as both sectors could benefit from shifting macro winds. Ava will have the details on NervGen's $60 million public offering at $2.50 per share after the break.
Andrew, here's the read. NervGen just pulled in $60 million at $2.50 a share in its public offering, a bold move in a biotech market that's been anything but steady. That cash infusion is a vote of confidence in their neuroregeneration tech, especially as neurological disorders keep climbing. Meanwhile, Hengli, the Chinese petrochemical giant now under U.S. sanctions, is forcing NervGen to thread a needle between geopolitical risk and its own ambitions.
Up next, breaking from the news desk. All right, let's cut the BS. Here's where the scoreboard stands tonight. First up, PRSO. Between you and me, I called that swing high conviction months ago when the stock was still grinding through the mud, and honestly, it's a win so far. This thing's been ripping on the buzz around 60 gigahertz wave and the Allen family's $120 million lifeline. Still got legs if the wireless infrastructure narrative keeps playing, but I'm not blind. Microcaps can reverse on a dime if the tape turns. Then there's BZFD. Yeah, that's a full-blown scalp. Up 132% overnight. That's not a trade. That's a lottery ticket paying out. Byron Allen's family office throwing $120 million at $3 a share? Fine, but the real question is whether this is a one-off meme pop or the start of a broader media land grab. Still watching. Next up, I'm laser-focused on the AI connectivity plays, specifically the networking names riding the 5G upgrade cycle. If NVIDIA's next-gen chips hit the mark, the whole sector's getting a bid. That's the next domino to watch. Tape doesn't sleep. Neither do we. Banking with Billy.
The Wire, 5 headlines right now. First House Democrat calls for Martin to resign from DNC. Democrats revolt over biological wording in Women's History Museum bill. UK. Health Secretary Wes Streeting resigns, likely in bid to topple PM Keir Starmer. Over 2,000 gather in San Diego to mourn 3 men killed in mosque attack. German intelligence offices snub US-based Palantir software. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this.
Banking with Billy News. Geopolitics Desk. Andrew here. The world's largest aerospace manufacturer is betting its future on a single year, 2026, and the stakes couldn't be higher. For years, Boeing's production lines have been a cautionary tale. Grounded 737 MAX, Spirit AeroSystems supply chain meltdowns, and safety scandals that shook passenger trust. Now, with a 500-plus delivery target for 2026, the company is staking its reputation on a rebound, or risking a collapse that could reshape the skies. Today, Boeing's leadership under CEO Kelly Ortberg is under the microscope as the overnight tape shows futures pricing in a high-stakes gamble. Can they fix what's broken before the world's airlines lose patience? The read is clear. Failure isn't an option. A miss on deliveries could cost Boeing over $10 billion in lost contracts, hand Airbus an unchallenged lead, and send airline fleets and ticket prices into chaos. Watch the Spirit AeroSystems restructuring next. If Ortberg's plan stalls, the skies won't just be turbulent, they'll be empty. Ava, your turn. Banking with Billy News. Energy Patch.
Boom.
The sports world is in mourning tonight. Kyle Busch, NASCAR legend and 2-time Cup Series champ, has died at just 41, leaving a gaping hole in a sport that just lost its first Cup winner since Dale Earnhardt in 2001. Meanwhile, James Harden's playoff struggles are back in the spotlight. His historic 60-point game can't mask the 76ers' recent postseason woes as they chase their first finals berth since 2001. And in combat sports, One Championship's Russian fighters are dominating headlines, sparking fresh debates over fairness in Asian MMA promotions. Up next, we'll dive into the business fallout from Bush's passing and what it means for NASCAR's future. Banking with Billy News. Politics Brief.
Market Pulse, May 22, 2026, midnight, EDT. Indices mixed with the S&P 500 ETF at $742.72, plus 0.60%. NASDAQ 100 ETF at $714.51, plus 0.88%, and Dow at $50,286, plus 0.55%, while the VIX falls to $16.76, minus 3.95%. Most active stock, NVIDIA at $219.51, minus 1.77%, with 203.37M shares traded. Top gainer, Akanda Corp, ticker AKAN, at $23.46, plus 61.68%. Top decliner, Antelope Enterprise Holdings, ticker AEHL, at $1.97, minus 32.30%. Ava will have the latest from AMD CEO on why the chipmaker is pushing partners to accelerate production.
Andrew, here's the read. AMD CEO just made a bold ask, pushing partners to boost chip production by 20% to meet surging AI and gaming demand, a clear signal to pressures on to keep up with NVIDIA's dominance. Meanwhile, the U.S. just greenlit a $108.1 million missile system sale to Ukraine, a move that underscores how defense priorities are shifting as the conflict grinds on. So whether it's chips or missiles, the message tonight is the same. Supply chains are tightening, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Stay with us, fresh from the feeds.
Andrew here. Latvia's Prime Minister Eva Kasalina has resigned following escalating drone incidents linked to Russian incursions, a move that underscores NATO's vulnerabilities in the Baltic states ahead of critical elections. Honda reports its first annual loss since 1957, signaling a pivotal shift in its century-old strategy as it races to keep pace with global EV adoption. Meanwhile, Alberta's October referendum on remaining in Canada adds another layer of uncertainty to the country's political landscape. And in Peru, the death of an Australian hiker on the Inca Trail, amid a record year for tourism fatalities, threatens to strain diplomatic ties in a $5 billion industry.
Up next, today's biggest movers. All right, we're live at 3 seconds past midnight, Friday, May 22nd, 2026, and the pre-market is already humming with energy. AMD's up 2.25% to $449.59, riding that AI wave like it's the last lifeboat in a sea of chips. Amazon's up 1.7% to $268.46 because apparently, even at this hour, people are still buying stuff online. Netflix, up 1.66% to $89.30. Maybe subscribers finally forgave them for all those ads. Andrew, what's the real story behind these moves? Pause for Andrew's response, then pivot fast if needed.
Banking with Billy News, your 24/7 source.
Gina Reinhart just flipped the script on the global rare earths game, and Wall Street's waking up to it. For decades, China's stranglehold on rare earths has been the silent backbone of every tech revolution, from smartphones to solar panels. But now, Australia's richest person, Gina Reinhart, is making her first major play into critical minerals, backing Arafura Rare Earth's $250 million share sale. This isn't just another mining deal. It's a declaration that the green energy transition isn't just about who builds the best battery, it's about who controls the raw materials. Arafura Rare Earths is flooding the market with new shares at $2.50 apiece, raising $250 million overnight. And Gina Reinhart, the iron ore tycoon who spent years building an empire on digging stuff out of the ground, is now betting big on the minerals that power the future. This is the first time Reinhart's name has been tied to rare earths in a major way, and it's happening as the world scrambles to break free from China's supply chain grip. Smart money's watching because if this deal succeeds, it could redraw the map of who wins the next industrial era. Keep an eye on Arafura stock tomorrow, because if Reinhart's play works, the rare earths race just got a whole lot more interesting. Back to you, Andrew. Up next, Crypto Desk.
Andrew here. Bitcoin and Ethereum are trading down fractionally in the pre-market, with Bitcoin at $77,730, minus 0.39%, and Ethereum at $2,137, minus 0.38%. Solana is bucking the trend, up 0.25% at $86.98, while XRP and Cardano see modest declines of 0.83% and 0.19% respectively. Sentiment remains cautious, with no major catalyst driving volume. We'll keep monitoring for any late session shifts. Banking with Billy News. Macro Desk. The Wire. 5 headlines right now. U.S. drops bond requirement for FIFA World Cup ticket holders. NASCAR champion Kyle Busch dies, aged 41. Germany's shortfall in medium-range defense capabilities. Knicks and 4 a real possibility if Cavaliers can't flip the script. Bazan leads Santa Gertrudis Academy softball to Game 1 win in state semis. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy. The 49ers and Raiders just delivered a preseason thriller in Las Vegas. 49ers edge Raiders 24-21 behind Brock Purdy's clutch 2-point conversion in the final minute. State track and field championships are heating up with standout performances expected from top recruits like Texas-bound sprinter Jordan Carter. Next up, the Cavaliers' high-stakes Donovan Mitchell trade talks could shake the NBA landscape before the deadline. Coming up, what just hit the wire?
Breaking, the Federal Reserve just dropped a bombshell. Fintech and crypto firms could get direct access to the Fed's payment system under skinny master accounts. Eligible firms would bypass traditional banks for clearing and settlement, but here's the catch. Tier 3 requests are frozen until December 2026. That's a deliberate pause, freezing innovation while the Fed debates systemic risk. Bottom line, this reshapes financial plumbing, and Wall Street's playing catch-up. Tired of headlines 12 hours late? Banking with Billy News covers over 150 industries across all 11 GICS sectors in real time. Stocks, politics, economy, geopolitics, one desk, one signal. Banking with Billy. Subscribe on YouTube. Join the Discord. On the desk this hour, ticker SUGP, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Banking with Billy Radio, live market alerts, breaking news, and Billy's own conviction calls around the clock. If you're trading without this feed, you're trading blind. Subscribe on YouTube and join our Discord community. Coming up, what's moving in tech?
Andrew here. CoinStream, the blockchain analytics firm, has just inked a 7-figure deal with the Federal Reserve to pilot real-time transaction monitoring for digital asset flows, a move that could redefine compliance standards across legacy and decentralized systems. Meanwhile, the company's latest white paper, released overnight, projects a 40% year-over-year surge in cross-border crypto settlements by 2027, citing data from the Bank for International Settlements. And in a twist that underscores the Valley's pivot toward institutional integration, CoinStream CEO confirmed late-night discussions with 3 major U.S. banks to embed its ledger tech into core banking infrastructure. Up next, today's biggest movers. Andrew here. The pre-market is showing clear momentum in the tech heavyweights, with AMD leading the charge at plus 2.25% to $449.59, likely riding the wave of renewed AI infrastructure demand after last night's earnings whispers. Amazon follows at plus 1.70% to $268.46, tracking early retail sector optimism ahead of the Memorial Day weekend shopping kickoff. Meanwhile, Netflix climbs plus 1.66% to $89.30, defying the broader streaming fatigue as subscriber growth chatter resurfaces. Ava will have the deeper technicals on these names in the next segment. Stay locked.
Pre-market on Banking with Billy. Futures, alerts, and the open ahead. Tech's leading the charge this morning, up 1.65% at $178.60. Big tech names pulling futures higher after another round of AI chip chatter. Meanwhile, consumer staples are taking the hit, down 1.04% at $84.66 as investors rotate out of defensive plays and into anything with a growth hook. The financials are barely breathing, up just 0.29% at $51.73, stuck in the middle as rate cut hopes fade and regional banks stay under pressure. And industrials? Flatlining at $170.53, down a whisper, because nobody's betting on a capex boom just yet.
Coming up, oil, gas, and the energy patch. Andrew here. Crude oil is pulling back 1.67% to $97.46, while Brent crude follows at $104.31, down 1.42%, a modest correction after yesterday's volatility. Natural gas, however, is bucking the trend, up 3.36% to $3.13, as storage reports tighten ahead of peak demand season. The energy sector ETF remains under pressure, down 0.92% to $59.13, reflecting broader market caution as traders weigh geopolitical risks against macroeconomic headwinds. Ava will have a closer look at Kura Oncology's SWOT analysis as the company faces its next critical launch test.
Andrew, here's the read. Kura Oncology stock is under the microscope this morning after its latest precision cancer therapy trial data dropped. Shares are up 3.2% pre-market, but the real question is whether investors are pricing in too much optimism ahead of the FDA's verdict. Meanwhile, the geopolitical chessboard just got a new piece. A potential Trump-Taiwan president call could rattle markets, especially if Beijing responds with trade barriers that hit biotech supply chains. So while Kura Science gets the spotlight, the world's reaction might just steal the show. On the desk this hour, ticker SUGP, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Andrew here. Angela in Los Angeles joins us tonight with a thoughtful observation. She notes the historical parallel between feudal Russia's serfs petitioning landlords for basic needs and the modern phenomenon of Trump supporters offering praise and personal struggles in hopes of securing attention or favor from leadership. It's a striking comparison, though one that invites reflection on the dynamics of power and dependency. Coming up, what just hit the wire? Sports Desk, Banking with Billy Radio, 011 Eastern Daylight Time, Friday, May 22nd, 2026. Rooney Bargi just lit the fuse on Sweden's World Cup 2026 drama. His public criticism of the squad omission is sending shockwaves through European football. Meanwhile, Danis Jenkins delivered in Game 7 with 28 points and 11 assists, but Detroit's near upset against Boston has the Pistons' future in flux. And in Liga MX, Armando Gonzalez's exit from Chivas after 5 years and 2 titles leaves the Clásico Nacional against America wide open. Next up, Bayern Munich's transfer chessboard heats up as they eye Newcastle's squad and assess John Stone's availability. Up next, Silicon Valley Desk.
All right, let's keep this train rolling. Midnight's come and gone, and the crypto desk just handed me fresh numbers. Bitcoin's holding steady at $77,788, down a whisper, while Ethereum's doing that same slow-motion slide to $2,138. But Solana? Oh, Solana's out here flexing, $87.14, up a solid 0.2. Meanwhile, XRP's taking a little nap at $1.37, down 0.5%, and Cardano's just chilling at 25 cents, barely blinking. So what's the vibe? Feels like the market's caught between a yawn and a stretch. No fireworks, just the quiet hum of traders sipping their coffee, waiting for the next shoe to drop. Stay sharp, stay liquid, and we'll keep the lights on here at Banking with Billy Radio. Banking with Billy News. The street in your headphones.
PRSO, a speculative microcap semiconductor firm targeting 5G and mmWave wireless technology, made headlines 10 days ago with its high-conviction positioning in next-generation chipsets and beamforming modules. Given its niche focus and volatility typical of microcap stocks, the shares likely experienced sharp swings without sustained institutional backing or clear near-term revenue visibility. Today, the story remains a case study in speculative semiconductor bets, with investors continuing to weigh the long-term viability of specialized wireless technologies against broader market demand. From the desk to your ears, Banking with Billy.
The Ukraine ambassador just put Trump's potential impact on the war front and center, warning that any shift in U.S. policy under a second Trump term could force Kyiv into concessions it can't afford. With Trump's past praise for Putin and his administration's history of delaying Ukraine aid, this isn't just diplomatic posturing, it's a direct challenge to Europe's security architecture. The timing couldn't be more deliberate. Kiev's top envoy is framing this as an urgent pre-election warning, signaling that the stakes are rising before November locks in Washington's stance. This is a high-stakes chess move, and the ambassador's words carry the weight of a government staring down the barrel of a potential geopolitical realignment.
Subscribe to Banking with Billy on YouTube. Join the Discord. Stay on the feed. Over 150 industries, all 11 sectors, one signal, Banking with Billy. Markets that move you. Stay with us. The full story after the break. Andrew here. The single largest Bitcoin transfer in corporate history just hit the tape, and it's not just a number. It's a flashing red warning sign on Trump Media's balance sheet. For years, the company has leaned on its crypto reserves as a liquidity lifeline, but with Bitcoin down 40% from their $118,500 average cost, that bet is now underwater to the tune of $455 million. The transfer of 2,650 Bitcoin, worth roughly $205 million, to a new address isn't just a routine reallocation. It's a stress test for a company already under siege for volatility, regulatory scrutiny, and the mercurial influence of its most famous shareholder. The move exposes a critical vulnerability: Trump Media's reliance on an asset class that's hemorrhaging value, all while its core business, social media, remains unproven. Shareholders are watching closely, not just for the optics of the transfer, but for what it signals about liquidity and governance under pressure. What this tells us is that the market is no longer treating Trump Media as a pure-play Trump stock. It's pricing in the crypto risk embedded in its treasury. Smart money is asking, how much longer can this balance sheet absorb the pain? Watch the next address closely. If the outflow accelerates, the dominoes start falling. Ava, your take. Pre-market on Banking with Billy. Futures, alerts, and the open ahead. Andrew here. The tech sector leads the advance, up 1.65% to $178.60, while the financial sector follows with a modest gain of 0.29% at $51.73. Energy lags, down 0.92% to $59.13, extending its retreat from earlier sessions. Industrials slip 0.07% to $170.53, the smallest decline among decliners. Banking with Billy News. The Moverboard.
Good morning from the Asia desk. Nikkei slipped 0.3% overnight as exporters weighed the yen's strength, while the Hang Seng held flat after China's latest property easing measures failed to spark a rally. Shanghai Composite bucked the trend, up 0.8% on fresh state-backed liquidity injections into small caps. Over in crypto, Bitcoin and Ethereum drifted slightly lower, but Solana and Cardano eked out modest gains, defying the broader risk-off tone. Banking with Billy News. Energy patch. The S&P 500's quiet 0.6% gain at $742.72 feels more like a truce than a rally, with tech's AI chip bets, like Meta and Broadcom's $125 million UCLA hub, masking deeper tensions. The 10-year Treasury yields leap to 4.59% is flashing a warning. Inflation fears are tightening the screws, even as gold's $416.99 dip suggests investors are hedging elsewhere. The dollar's path will be key here. If it strengthens further, it could choke off the equity gains we're seeing, but if it stumbles, treasuries might finally catch a bid. This isn't a market in motion. It's one holding its breath, waiting to see which force, tech's AI dreams or the bond market's inflation alarm, wins the tug-of-war. Coming up, what just hit the wire?
You are on Banking with Billy, the station built for traders by traders. Market opens, closes, earnings, Fed days, we cover every session live. Subscribe on YouTube. Turn on notifications. Never miss another move. Banking with Billy News. The Moverboard.
Peloton's joining the S&P Small Cap 600 after the close today, with its latest quarter posting a 12-cent EPS loss, slightly narrower than the 15-cent loss expected. Universal Technical Institute, set to enter the index alongside Peloton, reported a 35-cent EPS beat on $128 million in revenue for the quarter. Guidance from both remains unchanged, with Peloton maintaining its full-year adjusted EBITDA target of negative $50 million to $70 million. Pre-market on Banking with Billy. Futures, alerts, and the open ahead. Breaking right now, NASCAR is in absolute shock tonight. Legend Kyle Busch, 200-time winner, 2022 Cup champ, has passed away at just 41 years old after seeking medical help just 2 weeks ago. The sport is reeling, with Dale Earnhardt Jr., Ric Flair, and Mark Martin already mourning a Titan who left us way too soon. Next up, we're watching the Pakistan ODI squad announcement against Australia, and the Giants just locked down GM Joe Schoen for the long haul.
This is Banking with Billy Radio, 24/7, no commercial breaks from anyone but us, no paid sponsors picking what you hear. Just markets, news, and Billy's own conviction calls. Banking with Billy, the signal. Banking with Billy News. The street in your headphones. The 10-year Treasury yields rise to 4.59%, up 31 basis points. Signals a repricing of longer-term rate expectations, while the ICB Move Index, IRX, at 3.58%, up 70 basis points, reflects heightened volatility in rate markets. The long bond ETFs gained to $84.22, up 0.56%, suggests modest demand for duration despite the sell-off, though the erratic availability of H.15 data underscores technical disruptions in rate transparency. These moves align with a Fed posture that remains data-dependent, but increasingly sensitive to inflation persistence, tightening financial conditions without overt tightening signals. For equities, the steeper curve and elevated rate volatility imply a more defensive stance, favoring sectors less exposed to duration risk while pressuring growth-heavy names.
Pre-market on banking with Billy. Futures, alerts, and the open ahead. All right, let's cut through the noise. This week's sector tournament champion is tech, up 1.65% to $178.60, flexing its AI and chip rally muscles. The biggest loser? Consumer staples, down 1.04% to $84.66, as investors rotate out of defensive plays into growth. The rotation story here is clear. Money's flowing into sectors tied to the next big tech cycle, while staples, usually the safety blanket, are getting left behind. Keep an eye on financials, up 0.29%, and healthcare, up 0.78%. Both are quietly positioning for a rebound if the macro picture stabilizes.
Ava will have the details on why the S&P Small Cap 600 is adding Peloton and Universal Technical after the break.
Andrew, here's the read. The S&P Small Cap 600 is adding Peloton and Universal Technical after the close today, a move that underscores how even the smallest corners of the market are betting big on hardware, especially when AI enters the frame. Meta and Broadcom, meanwhile, are dropping $125 million on an AI chip research hub at UCLA, a clear signal that the arms race for next-gen semiconductors isn't slowing down. And if you're wondering why any of this matters, just look at the EV transition and China's semiconductor push. This isn't just tech for tech's sake.
Stay with us, fresh from the feeds. All right, let's cut the BS. Here's where the scoreboard stands tonight. PRSO, still in the red, but I'm not sweating it yet. This thing's got legs if the 5G cycle keeps ripping. BZFD, absolute rocket ship. And I called the Allen family's $120 million play before the tape even sniffed it. That one's a win, no question. Now what's next? I'm watching the semis again. This wave push isn't slowing down, and if the tape starts rotating back into the names tied to the next-gen wireless build-out, we could see another leg up. Keep your eyes on the screen. On the desk this hour, ticker SUGP, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Iran war live. Signs of progress amid efforts to reach U.S.-Iran peace deal.
Metro Atlanta morgens nascar legend kail bus.
Turkish courthouse opposition leader in boost to Erdogan. Ro Khanna, AOC criticized Democrats' 2024 election postmortem for not mentioning Israel's war in Gaza as it happened. Texas congressional candidate claims she never called for internment camps after party leaders condemn her. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this.
Coming up, a deep dive on the day's biggest move.
The Fed isn't just watching the jobs report, it's holding its breath. Right now, every paycheck in America is a loaded gun pointed at the economy's head. We've been here before. Inflation cools, but wages don't crack, and the Fed gets trapped between a rock and a hard place. Powell's next move isn't just about stocks. It's about whether your mortgage stays affordable or your kids' daycare costs double overnight. The market's already pricing a 60% chance of a June cut, but if non-farm payrolls surprise to the upside, say, plus 250K with wage growth ticking up, those odds evaporate in a heartbeat. Here's what just happened. Futures are flat, but the 10-year Treasury is inching toward 4.25% as traders brace for the data dump at 8:30. The S&P 500's overnight lows tell the story. No one's buying the dip until they see the jobs numbers. The read? If unemployment ticks up even 0.1%, the Fed's hand is forced. But if hiring stays strong and wages keep climbing, we're back to square one. Inflation stubborn, the Fed's boxed in, and Main Street's getting squeezed. Smart money's watching the unemployment rate like hawks, because that single number decides whether your next raise buys you a coffee or a car. What to watch next? At 8:30, the jobs report drops. If it's ugly, the Fed cuts. If it's strong, the Fed waits. Either way, your wallet's about to feel it. Andrew, the desk is yours. Banking with Billy News. Breaking story. Breaking right now. Yovani Cruz just wowed the Bronx. The 21-year-old Yankees rookie uncorked a 100 miles per hour fastball in his MLB debut tonight, striking out the side in his first big league outing. Can you feel the playoff buzz building already? Meanwhile, Gaël Monfils got a standing ovation in Paris ahead of the French Open final, with Alina Svitolina in the stands cheering him on. Legacy moments don't get more electric than this. And over in Madrid, Rayo Vallecano's player revolt ahead of the UEFA Conference League final is setting the stage for a potential underdog miracle. Who's ready for the drama? Stay with us, fresh from the feeds.
The S&P 500 ETF at $742.72 is up 0.6%. The Nasdaq 100 ETF at $714.51 is up 0.88%, and the Dow at $50,286 is up 0.55%. Co-Diagnostics, Inc. at $3.71 is the most active stock overnight, trading 91.55 million shares, up 55.23%. Agape ADP Corporation leads gains at $3.59, up 71.77%, while Intuit Incorporated is the top decliner at $307.07, down 20.02%. The VIX at $16.76 is down 3.95%. Ava will have the latest on how the Iran conflict is tightening the screws on India's labor market and remittance flows. Key data points you won't want to miss.
Andrew, here's the read. Full Truck Alliance just filed a Form 144. Think of it as the opening bell for a potential IPO, just one day after the market closed. The filing comes as Beijing's regulatory freeze on tech listings shows the first real cracks, and investors are betting this could be the thaw they've been waiting for. With founder Zhang Hao back in the spotlight after past antitrust battles, the question now is whether China's regulators will let this freight giant roll the dice on a public debut.
Up next, breaking from the news desk.
Breaking right now, China just dropped a bomb on U.S. chips. The Commerce Department confirms Beijing's overnight move to slash rare earth exports by 40%. That's the lifeblood of AI, EVs, and defense systems. This isn't just tariffs. It's a full-throttle escalation in the tech war that's been raging since Huawei's 5G crackdown in 2018. The stakes? Whoever controls the next-gen supply chain dictates the global economy for decades. Bottom line, if you thought the semiconductor shortage was bad, wait until these shipments dry up.
Up next, the World Desk. Andrew here. The United States has paused a $14 billion arms sale to Taiwan, a move the Navy chief confirmed amid escalating tensions with Iran, marking the first such suspension in decades. Saudi Arabia, meanwhile, reports 1.5 million Hajj pilgrims this year despite regional instability, underscoring Riyadh's efforts to maintain stability amid Iran-backed threats. Separately, the U.S. has denied altering its stance on sanctioning Francesca Albanese, while Senator Rubio questions diplomatic pathways to Cuba as military rhetoric intensifies. These developments reflect shifting global priorities and enduring strategic challenges. Banking with Billy. Stay with us. Andrew here. AMD surging 2.25% to $449.59. Chip demand remains resilient, with AI server upgrades driving momentum. Amazon climbing 1.7% to $268.46 as retail investors pile in a mega-cap tech ahead of the Memorial Day weekend. Netflix up 1.66% to $89.30, extending gains after last night's subscriber beat. Streaming remains the defensive play in this market. Ava, your turn. Banking with Billy. Markets, news, alerts, one feed.
Disney isn't just a stock, it's a Rorschach test for the future of entertainment itself. For decades, Disney was the empire built on magic and monopolies, theme parks, cruises, a near stranglehold on family entertainment. But the streaming wars didn't just change the game, they rewrote the rules. Bob Iger came back in 2022 to steady the ship, slashing costs, betting big on Disney Plus, and praying the numbers would follow. Yet here we are, with the stock down 40% from its 2021 highs, because the market isn't just questioning the pivot, it's demanding proof. And that proof? It's due in the next earnings cycle. Disney's streaming gains, 150 million subscribers and counting, are real, but they're not yet covering the losses from parks and linear TV. Meanwhile, activist investors like Trian Fund are circling, ready to push for a breakup if Iger can't turn the tide. The smart money isn't just watching subscriber counts, it's watching the debt load, $45 billion, and the ad-supported tiers that are supposed to juice margins. If Disney can't monetize those eyeballs fast enough, the turnaround isn't a plan, it's a gamble. So keep your eyes on the next earnings call, and ask yourself, is Disney's future in the cloud, or is it still stuck in the past? Andrew, the desk is yours. Coming up, Bitcoin, Ethereum, the rest of the board. Alright, let's cut through the noise. Bitcoin's down a hair. Ethereum's flatlining, but Solana's sneaking up like it's late to the party. And Cardano? Tiny bounce, but who's really watching? Now, here's the real question. Is this just another sleepy Friday night in crypto, or are we waiting for the next shoe to drop? Pause for Andrew or Ava to take it from here.
Banking with Billy News. The Mover Board. The Wire. 5 headlines right now. Are the Chicago Bears seriously moving to Indiana? Japan core inflation softens to over 4-year low, weakening case for BOJ rate hike. SpaceX, not the behemoth everyone thought. Indian telecom major Bharti Airtel is doubling down on Africa venture. UK's BT. Ceasefire in sight? What's next for Russia's war in Ukraine? That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. On the desk this hour, ticker CODX, ticker ATPC, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Andrew here. The Liga MX final is locked at 0-0 after a tactical stalemate in the first leg. Cruz Azul's iron defense matched Puma's relentless attack. And now all eyes turn to the Azteca Stadium for a potential title decider. Down in England, Leicester faces Charlton in the inaugural WSL relegation playoff, where a loss would end the Foxes' 7-year top-flight run and send Charlton into the elite tier for the first time. And in Monroe County, East High's lacrosse squad extended its undefeated streak to 12 with a 15-7 dismantling of West, sending scouts scrambling for their clipboards. Next up, the second leg of the Liga MX final, where one team will etch its name into history. Coming up, what just hit the wire? Subscribe to Banking with Billy on YouTube. Join the Discord. Stay on the feed. Over 150 industries, all 11 sectors, one signal, Banking with Billy. Markets that move you.
Banking with Billy News.
Crypto Desk.
Banking with Billy Sports. Banking with Billy News. World Trends TV. 3 live channels running 24/7 so you never miss a highlight, a headline, or a market-moving event. Subscribe to all 3 on YouTube.
Banking with Billy. We don't read the tape. We trade it.
Andrew here. The tech world is watching OpenAI's latest reshuffle with the intensity of a market reacting to a Fed pivot. Hired to clean up the company's reputation after a string of high-profile AI failures, the newly minted master disaster faces a daunting task: restoring trust in an industry where one misstep can erase billions in market cap overnight. As we covered the other day, the energy patch's volatility has already shown how quickly sentiment can shift. Now, the same scrutiny lands on Silicon Valley's most scrutinized sector. Up next, today's biggest movers. Andrew here. The pre-market is alive with momentum, and the tech heavyweights are leading the charge. AMD surging 2.25% to $449.59 on resilient chip demand. No surprise given the AI infrastructure build-out. Amazon is up 1.7% to $268.46, likely riding the wave of retail optimism ahead of Prime Day speculation. Netflix climbs 1.66% to $89.30 as investors bet on subscriber growth amid the streaming wars. Apple adds 1.32% to $304.99, while Palantir gains 1.13% to $137.41, both benefiting from enterprise AI tailwinds. Ava, your move. On the desk this hour, ticker CODX, ticker ATPC, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Tech's leading the charge this morning, up 1.65% at $178.60. Big tech names pulling futures higher as the AI trade refuses to let go. Meanwhile, consumer staples are the laggard, down 1.04% at $84.66 as investors rotate out of defensive plays and into anything with a growth hook. The rotation's clear. Money's chasing momentum in tech and discretionary, while staples and energy get left behind, likely on profit-taking after yesterday's late-day surge. It's a classic risk-on move, but don't blink, this tape's moving fast.
On the desk this hour, ticker CODX, ticker ATPC, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Andrew here. Crude oil dips to $96.97, a 1.18% pullback, while Brent crude follows at $103.79, down 1.05%, as Saudi Arabia's pricing strategy faces erosion in Asia, a region accounting for over 60% of global oil demand. Natural gas climbs 0.29% to $3.14, signaling sustained volatility amid shifting LNG trade flows and storage constraints. The energy sector, as measured by the S&P 500 Energy Index, declines 0.92% to $59.13, underscoring broader market caution despite geopolitical risks. Ava, let's turn our attention to a notable uptick in AI-related exposure. Kevin Sisanto's position has climbed from roughly $725 to nearly $955, a move worth examining.
Andrew, here's the read. Today's Bitcoin Pizza Day isn't just a quirky anniversary. It's a $777 million reminder of how far crypto's come since 10,000 Bitcoin bought 2 pizzas in 2010. Meanwhile, OpenAI-linked exposure just jumped from $725 million to $955 million in days, underscoring the breakneck pace of AI investment and the risks of betting on infrastructure without clear rules. So while we're celebrating crypto's past, Wall Street's already pricing in its future.
On the desk this hour, ticker SUGP, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Andrew here. James in Phoenix. Welcome to Banking with Billy Radio this late night. You've drawn a striking parallel between historical feudal petitions and modern political rhetoric, suggesting a transactional dynamic where praise is exchanged for scraps, an observation that cuts to the heart of populist messaging. It's a provocative lens, but one that underscores how power structures often reward loyalty over substance.
Banking with Billy. Stay with us. Oh, what a night for sports. Springfield storming back from the brink. Clapper's return was the spark, and now Game 5 against Wilkes-Barre and Scranton is all or nothing in the Calder Cup semifinals. Meanwhile, Virat Kohli's raw honesty about imposter syndrome is shaking up cricket, 26,000 runs and still feeling the weight? Rahul Dravid's in his corner, but the mental grind never stops. Next up, can Springfield pull off the miracle, or will Kohli's words redefine what it means to chase greatness? Stay locked in. Coming up, what's moving in tech?
Andrew here. Bitcoin and Ethereum are showing muted pressure in the overnight session, down 0.24% and 0.28% respectively, while Solana bucks the trend with a modest 0.39% gain. XRP and Cardano remain in tight ranges, reflecting the broader consolidation in altcoins. That's the late-night crypto snapshot.
Pre-market on Banking with Billy. Futures, alerts, and the open ahead.
PRSO, a speculative microcap semiconductor firm targeting next-generation 5G and 60 GHz mmWave wireless technology, was highlighted for its high-conviction swing amid its specialized chipsets and beamforming modules. Given its niche focus and volatile sector dynamics, the stock likely experienced sharp intraday swings with limited institutional backing, typical of microcap plays. Today, its trajectory remains tethered to broader 5G infrastructure rollouts and defense contract momentum. Banking with Billy News. Macro Desk. Developing now. House Republicans are escalating criticism of the Senate for delaying an immigration funding package, accusing Senate Democrats of stalling a measure that both parties have framed as critical to border security. As we covered the other day, Speaker Mike Johnson and House GOP leadership argue the delay jeopardizes key priorities ahead of the election cycle, while Senate Democrats maintain the package requires further negotiation. This dispute follows a pattern of partisan gridlock on immigration funding, with past battles in 2018 and 2022 derailing bipartisan agreements. With migrant crossings remaining a top voter concern, the delay risks exacerbating border chaos and complicating GOP messaging on national security. This is Banking with Billy Radio, 24/7, no commercial breaks from anyone but us, no paid sponsors picking what you hear. Just markets, news, and Billy's own conviction calls. Banking with Billy, the signal. Stay with us, the full story after the break. Andrew here. The tectonic plates of global tech just shifted, and Wall Street is still asleep at the wheel. For years, the U.S. and its allies treated AI hardware as their exclusive domain. But Lenovo's Q4 numbers prove China's supply chain has quietly seized the high ground. After a decade of heavy bets in AI servers and PCs, the company's 84% revenue surge in AI-driven segments isn't just growth, it's a declaration of war on Western dominance. And now, with a final dividend declared, Lenovo isn't just winning. It's signaling confidence that the demand and the margins will outlast the competition. The numbers don't lie. Lenovo's AI revenue explosion, driven by a relentless push into next-gen servers and edge devices, has redefined the battlefield. Huawei's resurgence, NVIDIA's supply constraints, and Dell stumbles have created a vacuum, and Lenovo is filling it. Smart money isn't just watching the stock. They're tracking the ripple effects across the entire semiconductor and cloud infrastructure complex. What this tells us is simple. The AI arms race is no longer a sprint. It's a marathon where the finish line keeps moving and China's supply chain is lapping the field. The question isn't whether Lenovo can sustain this pace, but how fast the West can respond. Ava, take us home. Up next, Sector Spotlight.
Tech still flexing, $178.60 up 1.65%, leading the charge again. Financials crawling forward at $51.73, up a modest 0.29%. But energy? Down 0.92% at $59.13. Someone forgot to tell oil it's supposed to be sunny out there. Healthcare's holding steady at $148.15, up 0.78%, while consumer discretionary's perking up at $118.70, up 1.01%. Industrials? Flatlining at $170.53, down a whisper, 0.07%. Tech's the star, energy's the slump. Andrew?
Banking with Billy. Markets, news, alerts, one feed.
Good morning from the Asia desk. Let's cut through the noise. The Nikkei slipped 0.32% overnight, weighed down by a stronger yen and soft export data, while the Hang Seng held its ground with a modest 0.18% gain, shrugging off China's mixed manufacturing signals. Over in Shanghai, the CSI 300 edged up 0.24%, though property sector jitters kept gains muted. Crypto's holding steady but not soaring. Bitcoin's down a hair at $77,686, Ethereum's flatlining near $2,134, and Solana's clawing back with a 0.31% rise to $87.05. Andrew, your take?
Coming up, dollar, rates, equities in one red.
Developing now, Lenovo's Q4 revenue beat, driven by an 84% surge in AI demand, is the kind of data point that doesn't just move a stock, it rewires supply chains. The EU's potential pause on Chinese chip restrictions over auto supply concerns is a stark reminder that geopolitics isn't just a backdrop, it's the stage where the next tech cycle will be won or lost. Meanwhile, the 10-year Treasury at 4.59% and gold's slight dip to $416.99 tell a story of a market caught between the Fed's higher-for-longer inflation fight and the creeping reality that growth isn't as resilient as the S&P 500's 0.6% uptick to $742.72 suggests. The dollar's strength in this environment isn't just a reflection of U.S. policy, it's the market's way of hedging against the cracks forming in consumer and corporate debt, even as equities cling to the illusion of stability.
Coming up, what just hit the wire?
Banking with Billy Radio. Over 150 industries. All 11 GICS sectors. Live crypto, forex, and commodities. One stream, one signal, all day and all night. Tap subscribe and stay ahead of the move. Banking with Billy News. Markets Desk.
Good evening. Nintendo has raised its Switch 2 production target by 20% above sales forecasts, signaling confidence in demand ahead of the console's launch. Meanwhile, Lennar Corporation reported a first-quarter EPS of $4.12, below consensus, and trimmed full-year guidance amid housing market headwinds. Japanese quantum computing stocks surged after reports of a $2 billion U.S. grant allocation, while the Reserve Bank of India ruled out rate hikes to defend the rupee, prioritizing inflation control.
Banking with Billy News. Energy Patch. The Copa Libertadores knockout round just delivered a fireworks show. Palmeiras and Boca Juniors went toe-to-toe, and the Brazilians advanced with a 3-2 thriller, their attacking trio lighting up the night. Meanwhile, White Sox fans are buzzing as Oscar Colas keeps mashing at AAA Charlotte, setting the stage for a potential September call-up that could swing Chicago's playoff push. And in Cincinnati, Marty Brennaman's Hall of Fame push for Joe Nuxhall is gaining steam. Could the Reds legend finally get his due ahead of the 2027 vote? Next up, the NBA playoffs tip off with a Game 7 showdown that's got the league on edge.
You're on Banking with Billy Radio. Markets, news, geopolitics, energy, crypto, tech, every desk on every shift, all on one stream. Banking with Billy, 24/7. Let's go.
On the desk this hour, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX, ticker SUGP. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Andrew here. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.59%, up 31 basis points, signals a repricing of terminal rate expectations, while the ICE B of A Move Index, IRX, at 3.58%, up 70 basis points, reflects heightened volatility in rates markets. The long bond ETF's rise to $84.22 underscores a flight to duration amid uncertainty, though today's Fed headlines, including weather closures in D.C., suggest operational noise rather than policy shifts. For equities, the steeper curve implies tighter financial conditions, pressuring growth stocks reliant on long-duration cash flows, while defensive sectors may find relative support. We'll monitor whether this repricing stabilizes or accelerates into the weekend session.
Banking with Billy, where the next breakout is named first. This week's sector tournament champion? Tech, flexing at plus 1.65%. No surprise given the AI rally still powering through. The biggest loser? Consumer staples, bleeding minus 1.04% as investors rotate out of defensive plays and into higher beta names. The rotation story? It's all about the risk-on trade. Money's flowing into tech and discretionary while staples, utilities, and energy.
Up next, breaking from the news desk.
We're watching SpaceX drop a 10-gigawatt solar plant in Texas, enough to power 1 million AI satellites in orbit, running 24/7 on uninterrupted sunlight. This isn't just energy, it's Elon Musk's play to own the orbital internet and AI infrastructure, threatening AWS and Microsoft. With up to 1 million satellites coming, the race for off-world dominance is on, and nations are scrambling to keep up. This is geopolitical leverage, pure and simple.
Coming up, where the indices stand right now.
Market pulse. Breadth leans green. Tech leads the charge. The S&P 500 ETF at $742.72, plus 0.60%. Nasdaq 100 ETF at $714.51, plus 0.88%, and Dow at $50,286, plus 0.55%. The VIX down to $16.76, minus 3.95%, as risk appetite ticks up. Most active stock? Wheeler REIT at $1.29, plus 38.34%, with 42.22 M shares traded overnight. Top gainer, Acanda Corp at $23.46, plus 61.68%, while Antelope Enterprise Holdings sinks to $1.97, minus 32.30%.
Let's hand it to Ava for the details on Webull's $100 million share repurchase plan, announced just ahead of the PDT rule change taking effect June 4th.
Andrew, here's the read. Webull's $100 million share repurchase starts June 4th, right as the SEC's PDT rule tightens, forcing day traders to either pony up more cash or step back. Meanwhile, Lenovo's Q4 revenue beat estimates by a country mile, sending shares up 15% on the back of a PC sales rebound that's defying the post-pandemic slowdown. The question now, will Webull's buyback juice enough liquidity to keep retail traders in the game, or will June 4's rule change tip the scales toward the big players?
Coming up, what just hit the wire? Good evening. In a move underscoring NATO's commitment to Eastern Europe, the United States will deploy an additional 5,000 troops to Poland, reinforcing the alliance's eastern flank amid sustained tensions with Russia. The decision follows Poland's strategic pivot since the invasion of Ukraine, with Warsaw positioning itself as a critical hub for regional security. Meanwhile, Washington has paused a $14 billion arms sale to Taiwan, a shift that tests Beijing's patience while Taipei faces mounting pressure from Beijing. The move comes as cross-strait relations remain a flashpoint in U.S.-China dynamics. In domestic developments, Alberta's government has announced a referendum on remaining in Canada, a first since 1980, highlighting deepening federal-provincial divisions over resource revenues. And in global incidents, an Australian tourist has died while hiking the Inca Trail in Peru, while Malaysia has ordered TikTok to address defamatory content within its platform. Coming up, the names lighting up the tape. Pre-market action is heating up, AMD leading tech higher with a 2.25% gain to $449.59, likely riding the AI chip rally into the weekend. Amazon follows at plus 1.70% to $268.46, while Netflix holds strong at plus 1.66% to $89.30, streaming names catching a late bid. Apple and Palantir round out the top five, up 1.32% and 1.13% respectively, as broad market sentiment stabilizes after yesterday's energy patch volatility.
Banking with Billy, where Billy's calls hit the air first.
The Reserve Bank of India just drew a line in the sand. No rate hikes to prop up the rupee, no matter the cost. This isn't just another central bank decision. It's a defiant stand against the global tightening cycle, one that risks currency volatility but bets big on domestic inflation control. For decades, emerging markets have sacrificed stability to defend their currencies, but India's central bank is flipping the script, prioritizing price stability over exchange rate defense. The stakes? Investor confidence, capital flows, and whether the rupee can hold its ground without the usual rate hikes. Sources confirm the RBI's stance. No rate hikes to defend the rupee, even as global peers tighten. The message is clear. India's central bank is willing to let the currency adjust rather than choke growth with higher borrowing costs. What this tells us: smart money is watching whether the rupee's depreciation fuels imported inflation or stabilizes through trade flows. The RBI's gamble hinges on whether domestic demand can absorb the shock without spiraling prices. Watch the rupee's reaction at the open. If it holds, the RBI's strategy gains credibility. Handing it to Ava for the market open. Banking with Billy News. Politics brief. Andrew, Bitcoin slipping 0.43% to $77,596 in pre-market trading, while Ethereum and Solana hold steadier losses of 0.49% and 0.09% respectively. XRP extends its decline to 0.95%, and Cardano dips 0.07%. A muted session, but one that aligns with the broader consolidation we've seen across risk assets this week. This is Banking with Billy. The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Gaza flotilla activist deported from Israel as backlash over treatment grows. Anchor's new earbuds have the best call quality I've ever heard. Musk's SpaceX postpones Starship launch as mega-share sale looms. Oil resumes rally as Iran reportedly wants to keep enriched uranium within the country. SpaceX scrubs test flight of massive Starship rocket. Will retry Friday. That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. Pre-market on Banking with Billy. Futures, alerts, and the open ahead. NASCAR loses a legend. Kyle Busch, 2004 Cup Series champion and 63 race winner, has died at 41, sending shockwaves through motorsports. Meanwhile, Candace Parker drops 27 points and 15 rebounds as the Sparks top the Mercury 97-88 in the WNBA playoffs. And in a wild finish, Corbin Carroll's RBI single in the 9th lifts the Diamondbacks past the Rockies 2-1. Next up, the Knicks take a commanding 2-0 lead over the Cavaliers in the NBA playoffs. Can Cleveland force a Game 3? Banking with Billy News, your 24/7 source. Want Billy's real-time stock alerts the moment he posts them? Join the Banking with Billy Discord. Over 150 industries covered across all 11 sectors, with Billy's own conviction calls dropping live. Search Banking with Billy on Discord and join the desk. Banking with Billy News. Politics brief.
You are on Banking with Billy, the station built for traders by traders. Market opens, closes, earnings, Fed days. We cover every session live. Subscribe on YouTube. Turn on notifications. Never miss another move. Coming up, what's moving in tech?
Andrew, good evening. The Silicon Valley desk is buzzing tonight as the pace of innovation collides with the harsh realities of execution. SpaceX's Starship V3 rocket saw its maiden launch scrubbed just minutes before liftoff due to a ground system anomaly. A reminder that even the most audacious ventures are still bound by the laws of physics. Meanwhile, Anker's latest earbuds debut with its proprietary AI chip, cutting noise reduction latency to a fraction of industry standards, a tangible leap in consumer hardware. And in the undercurrents of the tech ecosystem, A fresh wave of open-source tools, from the minimalist Type-C language to a Claude code workflow built on specification-driven development, signals that the next frontier may not be in scale, but in precision.
Banking with Billy News.
Tech Desk.
Pre-market, 0:56 Eastern Daylight Time. Tech leading the charge with AMD surging 2.25% to $449.59 as semiconductor demand tightens ahead of next week's earnings. Amazon follows at plus 1.70% to $268.46, buoyed by renewed e-commerce momentum. Netflix and Apple round out the top movers at plus 1.66% and plus 1.32%, respectively, while Palantir holds steady at plus 1.13% to $137.41. Ava, your call.
You're with Banking with Billy Radio. Don't touch that dial.
Tech leads the charge at $178.60, up 1.65%, while consumer staples lag at $84.66, down 1.04%. Financials edge higher at $51.73, up 0.29%, but energy slips to $59.13, down 0.92%. Money's rotating into defensives, healthcare, utilities, and real estate, while cyclicals like industrials tread water. The shift suggests a risk-on tilt before the open, with growth names drawing bids.
Up next, the Energy Desk. Oil's pulling back tonight, $97.24 a barrel, down nearly $1, but don't let the dip fool you. Traders are hedging their bets on that US-Iran deal, and with Brent still holding above $104, the market's sending mixed signals. Meanwhile, natural gas is inching up to $3.13, and the energy sector's taking a small hit at $59.13, because when oil stumbles, the whole complex feels it. And speaking of stumbles, Saudi Arabia's watching Asia's buyers drift away, while Brazil's doubling down on oil and rare earths like it's 2035 already. So, Andrew, what's the play here? Are we looking at a temporary pullback or the start of something bigger?
Ava, we'll have the details on GitLab's new version 19.0 and its AI-driven workflows after the break.
Ava here with the read. GitLab just dropped version 19.0, and it's a game changer. AI-driven workflows are now baked into the platform, putting it toe-to-toe with GitHub and Microsoft's AI integrations. Meanwhile, Lenner's latest SWOT analysis isn't exactly a love letter to shareholders, flagging headwinds from rising mortgage rates and labor shortages that could rattle the housing market. So if you're watching the DevOps space or the home builders, this is one to keep on your radar.
Banking with Billy News. Geopolitics Desk.
Sarah from Seattle. Welcome to the late night airwaves. Thanks for your voice message. You're comparing today's political dynamics to feudal Russia, where folks essentially groveled for basic needs by showering praise on those in power, just to get scraps in return. That's a stark way to frame it, but it's hard to argue with the historical echoes. Banking with Billy News.
Crypto Desk.
Sports Desk, Andrew here. Corbin Carroll's blockbuster trade to the D-backs is lighting up the league, reuniting him with Zach Gallen in Arizona's lineup. This could be the spark the Snakes need to finally break through in the playoffs. Meanwhile, NASCAR is in mourning after the tragic passing of Kyle Busch at 41, a 19-year Cup Series legend whose rivalry and relentless drive defined a generation. And in the WWE, Ludwig Kaiser's arrest for assaulting a neighbor in Florida is sending shockwaves through the wrestling world. This story is just getting started. Next up, the NBA Finals tip-off in under 12 hours. Buckle up.
Coming up, what's moving in tech?
Andrew, Silicon Valley's latest moves are rewriting the rules of compensation and corporate identity. Samsung's chip division, riding AI-driven demand, will distribute an average $340,000 bonus to workers, a figure that underscores the stratospheric margins in advanced semiconductors. Meanwhile, whispers of the IBM-ification of Google, once unthinkable, signal a pivot toward enterprise dominance as legacy tech giants muscle into cloud and AI infrastructure. The stakes? A realignment of power where talent and balance sheets are the new currency. Banking with Billy News, your 24/7 source.
All right, let's keep it real. Crypto's taking a breather tonight. Bitcoin's down 0.5%, Ethereum's not far behind, and even Solana's feeling the pressure. But here's the kicker. Cardano's the only green in the bunch, up a whisper. So, what's the move here? Are we seeing a classic consolidation after the recent run, or is something bigger brewing? Stay sharp. We'll keep watching the tape.
Pre-market on Banking with Billy. Futures, alerts, and the open ahead.
PRSO was the talk of the tape 10 days ago, a microcap semiconductor outfit chasing 5G and mmWave tech, promising beamforming modules for everything from drones to military comms. Most of these high-flying stories fade fast unless the execution matches the hype, and with speculative names like this, the odds usually favor the sellers. Today, the stock's likely drifting back toward reality unless they can show real traction in the next earnings cycle. Banking with Billy News. Markets Desk.
Good evening. The political desk is tracking several developments tonight. Honda has issued a recall of nearly 60,000 vehicles due to a camera issue, a rare misstep for a brand long associated with reliability. In South Carolina, former President Trump has intensified his criticism of a Rhino state attorney general candidate, framing the race as a test of GOP loyalty ahead of high-stakes primaries. Meanwhile, a DOJ prosecutor faces allegations of stealing and concealing files, raising concerns about institutional oversight. The DNC has released an autopsy of the 2024 election cycle, while the administration reports zero border releases over the past year, a claim disputed by DHS data.
Subscribe to Banking with Billy on YouTube. Join the Discord. Stay on the feed. Over 150 industries, all 11 sectors, one signal. Banking with Billy. Markets that move you.
Stay with us. The full story after the break. Story of the hour, Andrew. Lenovo just rewrote the playbook, 15% in a single session, record earnings, and AI revenue nearly doubled, proving them the AI arms race. The hardware giants aren't just keeping pace, they're seizing the lead. This wasn't some flash-in-the-pan rally. It's the culmination of a years-long pivot, a company that clawed back from post-pandemic supply chain carnage and China's tech crackdown to emerge as a frontline supplier in the AI infrastructure build-out, directly taking aim at Dell and HP in the enterprise data center wars. Lenovo's Q1 numbers dropped today for $149.59 a share, up 15% on the day, with AI-driven server and workstation demand driving nearly 100% year-over-year revenue growth in that segment. Numbers that don't just move a stock, they redefine what's possible in global compute. The tape is telling us one thing loud and clear. AI isn't just a software story anymore. It's a hardware story, and Lenovo just proved the incumbents in this space aren't going quietly. Smart money is watching whether Dell and HP can respond with comparable scale, or if the market is now conceding the AI server crown to the Chinese giant. Watch the Asian Open. If Lenovo's momentum holds, the ripple effects could reshape the entire semiconductor supply chain by Monday. Ava, your desk. Up next, Sector Spotlight.
Tech's flexing tonight, $178.60, up 1.65%. Financial steady at $51.73, up 0.29%. But energy? Down 0.92% at $59.13. Someone's hitting the brakes. Healthcare's holding strong at $148.15, up 0.78%, while consumer discretionary's got legs at $118.70, up 1.01%. Industrials? Barely moving $170.53, down 0.07%. Tech's the clear leader. Industrials the laggard. Why's energy slipping? And why's tech still the overnight darling? Let's dig. Pre-market on Banking with Billy. Futures, alerts, and the open ahead. Good morning from the Asia desk. Nikkei slipped 0.3% overnight as exporters took profits after Tokyo's market closed near record highs, while the Hang Seng held steady with a modest 0.1% gain, supported by tech names despite lingering property sector jitters. Over in Shanghai, the CSI 300 edged down 0.2%, weighed down by weak consumer sentiment and fresh concerns over China's debt-fueled recovery. And crypto? It's taking a breather. Bitcoin and Ethereum both down 0.5%, while Solana and XRP slipped further, though Cardano bucked the trend with a tiny uptick.
Banking with Billy News, your 24/7 source.
The S&P 500's quiet climb to $742.72, up 0.5%, feels less like optimism and more like traders holding their breath, waiting for the next shoe to drop. The dollar's strength, reflected in that 10-year yield punching to 4.59%, isn't just about rates. It's a bet that the world's still willing to park cash in U.S. treasuries, even as geopolitical cracks widen. Lenovo's 15% surge tells a different story. China's tech sector isn't just surviving U.S. export controls, it's thriving, and that resilience is rewriting the rules of global supply chains. Meanwhile, Nvidia's bet on a French quantum upstart like Alice and Bob isn't just about chips. It's a signal that the AI arms race is fracturing into regional blocks, with treasuries and equities caught in the crossfire.
Stay with us, fresh from the feeds. Banking with Billy Sports, Banking with Billy News, World Trends TV. 3 live channels running 24/7 so you never miss a highlight, a headline, or a market-moving event. Subscribe to all 3 on YouTube. Pre-market on Banking with Billy. Futures, alerts, and the open ahead.
Good evening. Let's keep it moving. Lenovo's Q4 revenue came in at $21.4 billion, beating estimates by 4%, with AI-driven PC sales up 84% year-over-year. Earnings per share clocked in at 62 cents, beating the 58 cents consensus. The company also declared a final dividend of 25 cents per share, payable next month.
Pre-market on Banking with Billy. Futures, alerts, and the open ahead. Sports Desk, Andrew here. The Oklahoma City Thunder take a commanding 2-0 lead in their Western Conference semifinal series, dismantling the San Antonio Spurs 124-98 behind Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's 32 points. Now Game 3 looms as a potential knockout punch. Fantasy owners are flocking to Jacob Misiorowski and Kyle Harrison, with Misiorowski surging into the top 10 and Harrison cracking the top 40 as baseball's next wave of ace arms reshapes draft boards. Next up, the Chelsea PR firestorm. Joe Cole just torched the owners in public, and this boardroom chaos could explode into transfer chaos before the window slams shut. This is Banking with Billy Radio. We don't read the news, we trade it. Every breakout, every breaking story, every alert from Billy himself, all on one feed. Banking with Billy. Markets that move you. Banking with Billy News. Macro Desk.
The 10-year Treasury yield is climbing to $4.59, up 0.31%, while the ICE B of A Move Index, IRX, is also rising to $3.58, up 0.7%, signaling growing expectations for tighter monetary policy ahead. The long bond ETFs moved to $84.22, up 0.56%, reflects a similar shift in investor sentiment toward higher for longer rates. These moves align with the Fed's recent upgrades to its FRED data tools and outreach efforts, like the DDP survey, aimed at better transparency, not policy shifts. For equities, this means borrowing costs aren't easing anytime soon, keeping pressure on valuations, especially for rate-sensitive sectors.
Banking with Billy Radio. Markets, news, alerts. This week's sector tournament champion is technology, delivering a 1.65% return, outpacing the field with its AI-driven rally and renewed investor appetite for high beta growth. The biggest loser? Consumer staples, down 1.04%, as defensive plays unwind amid shifting macro expectations. The rotation story is clear. Capital is fleeing low-volatility staples into cyclicals and tech, where earnings momentum justifies premiums. Watch financials up a modest 0.29%, but poised for a breakout on rate path clarity, and healthcare up 0.78%, where biotech and medtech names are staging a quiet rebound. Ava will have the details on NVIDIA's venture arm backing Paris-based Alice and Bob in quantum computing. Join us after the break.
Andrew, here's the read. NVIDIA's venture arm just placed a bet on Alice and Bob, the French quantum computing startup, signaling a high-stakes race to build fault-tolerant machines that could redefine AI and cybersecurity. Meanwhile, Akari Therapeutics is riding a 12% pre-market surge after its preclinical cancer therapy showed promise against solid tumors, glioblastoma included. Two very different plays, but both pointing to where the next big leaps in tech and medicine might come from.
Banking with Billy. Markets, news, alerts, one feed. All right, let's run the prediction scoreboard, because if you're not keeping score, you're just gambling. First up, PRSO. I called that swing high conviction, and I'll admit it's been a tough one. The microcap semiconductor space is getting crushed, and PRSO's bleeding red with the rest of the pack. Still holding, but it's a falling knife I'm not eager to catch. This thing's set up for another leg down unless they land a miracle deal. Not my finest call, but we'll see if the tape gives us a bounce. Now, BZFD. That one's a clear win. Byron Allen's family office dropping $120 million at $3? That's the kind of catalyst that rips a stock like a rocket. Up big after hours, and the Allen family's taking control. This thing's got legs. I'm long the setup, and if the market wakes up tomorrow, we could see follow through. Next, I'm watching the AI connectivity names, specifically the ones tied to 60 gigahertz wave. The wireless infrastructure play is still in play, and if we get any hint of a Fed pivot or a tech rebound, these stocks could rip. Keep your eyes on the tape. This sector's got a gun to its head until the macro picture clears. Pre-market on Banking with Billy. Futures, alerts, and the open ahead. The Wire, 5 headlines right now. How Fanatics cornered the sports collectibles market. Gel-off hits RBI ground out in 10th inning to give Athletics 3-2 win over Angels. Google Workspace promo codes, 14% off for May. NOAA predicts below normal hurricane season amid building El Nino. Japan core inflation softens to over 4-year low, weakening case for BOJ rate hike. That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. Pre-market on Banking with Billy. Futures, alerts, and the open ahead.
Leaning in, voice dropping to a conspiratorial hush. The EU just blinked and the chips are down. Beat. For months, Brussels has been waging a quiet war on Chinese semiconductor exports, slamming the door on chips that power everything from your car's infotainment to the missiles in a NATO arsenal. But tonight, the auto industry just forced a full retreat. Pause. Volkswagen, BMW, Infineon, NXP, they all just want a 90-day reprieve on the ban because halting Chinese chips right now would grind European assembly lines to a halt. This isn't just about trade policy. It's about who controls the future of tech. The EU's been screaming about strategic autonomy, but when the rubber meets the road, or rather, when the silicon meets the circuit board, they're realizing they can't afford to cut ties with the very supply chain they've been trying to break free from. And here's the kicker. Those Chinese chips aren't just in your phone. They're in the sensors that keep your car from crashing, the chips that guide your missiles, the components that power the servers running this very broadcast. So, what just happened? Leaning in further, Reuters is reporting the EU is pausing enforcement of its Chinese chip ban, specifically for automotive components, because the alternative is a $20 billion hit to German automakers alone if production stalls. That's not a typo.
20
billion. And it's not just Germany. France, Italy, even Poland's factories are running on parts made in China right now. What this tells us is that the geopolitical chessboard just got a lot messier. The EU's been playing hardball, but the market's calling their bluff. Smart money's watching two things now. First, whether this delay becomes permanent, and second, how Beijing responds. Because if China retaliates by cutting off rare earths or other critical inputs, we're not just talking about car prices. We're talking about a full-blown industrial Cold War. Straightening up, shifting tone. So keep your eyes on Brussels and your hands on the wheel. Because the next move in this game isn't coming from the trading floor. It's coming from the factory floor. Andrew, the desk is yours. This is Banking with Billy.
Sports Desk, Andrew here. The Oklahoma City Thunder stormed into Game 3 with a 118-102 dismantling of the Dallas Mavericks, fueled by Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's 34 points and relentless defensive pressure. Meanwhile, Sunderland's final match of the season looms as their underdog spirit faces its ultimate test. Luke Onyen's leadership and James McGeady's 2021 heroics echoing through the stands. Next up, the NBA Western Conference Finals kick off Monday. Buckle up.
Stay with us, fresh from the feeds.
Andrew here. Cambium Networks has just launched a next-generation firewall for fiber, 5G, LTE, and satellite networks, targeting businesses and service providers with simpler deployment and stronger price performance. Michael Saylor is doubling down on Bitcoin, claiming it's built to outperform the S&P 500 amid surging global cyber threats and a high-rate environment testing digital gold's resilience. The move comes as hybrid networks face unprecedented pressure, making this a critical upgrade for remote operations. This is a market shift. Security and performance now dictate the infrastructure race. Stay with us. The tape, top of the hour.
The S&P 500 ETF at $742.72 up 0.6%. The Nasdaq 100 ETF at $714.51 up 0.88%. The Dow at $50,286 up 0.55%. And the VIX at $16.76 down 3.95%. Navitas Semiconductor at $24.38 up 6.05%. Most active overnight. Falcons Beyond Global up 36.62%. Inflection up 31.48%. Addix down 12.86%. Top decliner.
Ava will have the details on Nextbase and NextBC buyback program, designed to reinforce user-centered growth in the MapleStory universe.
Andrew, here's the read. Nextbase just launched a $150 million buyback for NXBC tokens, betting big on MapleStory Universe's blockchain gaming ecosystem, right as Illuvium and Big Time duke it out for player attention. Meanwhile, Robinhood stock is climbing despite the usual SWOT warnings because its crypto wallet is pulling in Gen Z traders faster than you can say meme stock. The question now, can Nextbase move stabilized tokenomics, or will Robinhood's growth fizzle when the 2024 election dust settles?
Coming up, what just hit the wire?
Ava. Let's turn now to the world desk. In Turkey, a Turkish court has removed Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu from his leadership post in the main opposition party, a move that underscores the shrinking space for political dissent under Erdogan's long-standing rule. This follows a 13-year opposition challenge that defined much of Turkey's recent political landscape. Meanwhile, in the U.S., the Senate has rejected Donald Trump's request for a $1.8 billion fund aimed at countering what he's termed the weaponization of government agencies, a decision that deepens partisan divides over executive authority. And abroad, Australia's final group of IS-linked women and children have left a Syrian camp, closing a painful chapter after years of legal and ethical debate over their repatriation. Their return home now tests both national security and social cohesion in a country still grappling with the scars of extremism. Andrew, over to you.
Pre-market on Banking with Billy. Futures, alerts, and the open ahead. Andrew here. AMD surging 2.25% to $449.59. Outpacing its peers in the semiconductor space, likely riding the coattails of renewed AI chip demand after yesterday's NVIDIA venture arm headlines. Amazon climbing 1.7% to $268.46. with pre-market volume suggesting early interest in its cloud infrastructure play ahead of next week's earnings. Netflix and Apple holding steady gains of 1.66% and 1.32%, respectively, as streaming and hardware sectors consolidate gains from the week's tech rally. That's your pre-market snapshot. Back to you, Ava.
Pre-market on Banking with Billy. Futures, alerts, and the open ahead.
Andrew here. The Cold War never ended. It just went quantum. For decades, the semiconductor was the battlefield of global dominance. Now, the U.S. has fired the first shot in the next arms race. A $2 billion grant to accelerate quantum computing, a technology so disruptive it could crack encryption, revolutionize AI, and render entire military systems obsolete overnight. In Japan, Tokyo's markets are already placing their bets. Shares of Toshiba and NEC surging as investors gamble that the post-semiconductor era will be written in qubits, not silicon. Here's what just happened. The U.S. Department of Energy confirmed the $2 billion infusion to quantum research hubs, a move that follows China's aggressive push into quantum supremacy. Within hours, Toshiba's stock jumped 4.2%, NEC rose 3.7%, and the Nikkei's tech index followed suit, because in this race, the first-to-scale quantum advantage wins the war before it's even fought. This isn't just about speed, it's about control. Quantum computers could break RSA encryption in minutes, leaving governments and corporations scrambling to migrate to post-quantum cryptography. It could also optimize logistics, drug discovery, and AI training at speeds that make today's supercomputers look like abacuses. Smart money isn't just watching the grant announcements. It's tracking which nations secure the first fault-tolerant quantum computers, because the one that does will dictate the rules of the next technological century. Watch the next domino, the EU's quantum strategy rollout next week. If Brussels doesn't match the U.S. commitment, the geopolitical balance of power in tech could shift before the decade ends. Ava, over to you. Up next, Crypto Desk. Andrew here. Bitcoin and Ethereum are consolidating near key support levels, down 0.3% and 0.38% respectively, while Solana continues its upward momentum at $87, up 0.3%. XRP remains under pressure, down 0.77%, and Cardano shows resilience with a 0.53% gain. Market sentiment remains cautious ahead of the weekend, with traders eyeing critical resistance and support zones. Banking with Billy Radio, markets, news, alerts. The Wire, 5 headlines right now. First House Democrat calls for Martin to resign from DNC. Former Wales prop Thomas held his own heart in his hands after life-saving surgery. Grifters, activism, and Thomas Massey. Guzman Y. Gomez shares surge as much as 20% after fast food chain says it will exit U.S. market. Trump crusades against his own party's incumbents. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. Banking with Billy News. Macro Desk.
Oh, what a night for football. Barcelona just dethroned Lyon in the Women's Champions League final, 4-2 in a thriller, with Alexia Putellas lifting the trophy again. Meanwhile, Serie A's shining bright with Nicolo Pasilli, the 21-year-old midfield maestro, named rising star after lighting up Cremonese all season. And over in cricket, Pakistan's throwing caution to the wind with 3 uncapped stars in the ODI squad. Can young guns like Sahibzada Farhan handle Australia's pace attack? Next up, the NBA playoffs heat up with Game 5 in the Western Conference Finals. Buckle up. Banking with Billy, where the next breakout is named first. Banking with Billy Radio runs on one rule: be early or be late. Billy's alerts, live tape, real desks, all 24 hours. If you're trading and you're not listening, you're behind. Banking with Billy. Catch up.
Banking with Billy Radio, markets, news, alerts.
Banking with Billy Sports. Banking with Billy News. World Trends TV. 3 live channels running 24/7 so you never miss a highlight, a headline, or a market-moving event. Subscribe to all 3 on YouTube. Coming up, what's moving in tech? Leaning in, voice brisk but warm, the hum of the studio behind her. Andrew, let's talk about the quiet revolution happening right now because Silicon Valley just lost one of its quiet giants. Cleve Moeller, the co-founder of MathWorks and the mind behind MATLAB, passed away this week. That's the software that powers everything from AI research to rocket science. And while the obituaries will call it a loss for academia, the real ripple. Every engineer running a simulation tonight just felt the ground shift under their keyboards. Beat, then pivoting with curiosity. But let's balance that with the chaos of commerce, because if you're not shopping right now, you're missing out. Nike's slashing prices by 30% this month. Chewy's got $20 off. Peacock's dropping streaming costs by 40%, and Samsung's throwing in a promo code for 30% off. That's not just a sale. That's Silicon Valley's shadow economy in full force, turning even your couch into a data point. Andrew, what's your take on this? Are we watching the end of an era, or just another Friday night in the valley.
Coming up, the names lighting up the tape. Andrew here. The pre-market is alive with momentum. AMD surging 2.25% to $449.59, outpacing its semiconductor peers as AI-driven demand continues to tighten supply chains. Amazon is up 1.7% to $268.46, tracking e-commerce momentum ahead of the Memorial Day weekend shopping surge. Netflix climbs 1.66% to $89.30, while Apple adds 1.32% to $304.99, both riding the wave of renewed consumer spending on streaming and premium devices. Ava will have the details on Palantir's 1.13% rise to $137.41. Its defense and AI contracts driving institutional interest.
This is Banking with Billy. Every move, every minute. Tech's leading the charge at $178.60, up 1.65%, while consumer staples, our laggard, is nursing a 1.04% loss at $84.66. The rotation's clear. Money's piling into anything tied to AI optimism and consumer spending, while the usual defensive plays are getting left behind. Industrials barely budging at $170.53, down 0.07%. Tells you the market's not betting on growth just yet. And utilities? Up 0.87% at $45, because even in a risk-on mood, folks still want their lights on.
Up next, the energy desk. Andrew here. Crude oil at $97.63, down 0.51%, while Brent holds at $104.56, down 0.31%, both reflecting cautious trading as the market weighs geopolitical risks against demand signals. Natural gas at $3.14, up 0.35%, continues its recent volatility amid storage reports and LNG export dynamics. The energy sector at $59.13, down 0.92%, trails broader indices as investors assess the macro backdrop for energy equities. Ava will have the details on Sway's zero gas fee stablecoin transfers, a move Sway Labs calls a cornerstone for its machine economy.
Andrew, here's the read. Sway Network just dropped a game changer. Zero gas fee stablecoin transfers, meaning you can move digital dollars across the blockchain without paying a dime in fees. Adenia Biden of Misson Labs tells us this could slash DeFi costs and push crypto into everyday spending faster than you can say Bitcoin pizza day. And speaking of that infamous 2010 transaction, where 2 pizzas cost 10,000 Bitcoin, now worth a cool $775 million, today's innovation flips the script on why high fees once made crypto feel like a luxury, not a tool. Pre-market on Banking with Billy. Futures, alerts, and the open ahead.
Good evening to our listeners, and welcome to Mike in Dallas, joining us from the Lone Star State. Mike shares that Pakistan's interior minister has met once again with Iran's foreign minister Iraqi to revisit proposals aimed at resolving ongoing disputes with the United States. This development underscores the persistent diplomatic efforts in the region, though the path forward remains uncertain.
Banking with Billy News. Sector Watch. Andrew, we've got a late-night geopolitical flashpoint. Pakistan's Interior Minister Sarfraz Bugti is in Europe right now meeting Iran's Foreign Minister Hossein Amir-Abdollahian to hash out U.S. dispute proposals. This isn't just talk. 2 regional heavyweights, both juggling Washington's pressure, are racing to align before tensions boil over. One number to watch. The meeting's timing, Europe session prep, says everything about how high the stakes are. Bottom line, if this deal collapses, the ripple effects could hit markets and borders alike. Banking with Billy News, your 24/7 source. Oh, what a night on the courts and in the ring. The Sparks just dethroned the Mercury on the road, 92-88, and now they're sitting pretty atop the playoff standings, while the Hurricanes, they're down 0-1 in the Eastern Conference Final after a heartbreaker in Game 1. And in boxing, Badr Hari's legacy hangs in the balance tonight as he steps into the ring against the undisputed Oleksandr Usyk in a battle of power versus precision. Next up, the dust settles on these battles, but the fire's just getting started when the NBA Finals tip off in under 12 hours. Stay locked in.
Coming up, what's moving in tech? Andrew here. The tech sector's discount season is in full swing. AT&T slashing $50 off flagship devices this May, while Dyson's 25% off vacuum promotions underscore a broader deflationary pulse in hardware. As we covered the other day, consumer electronics pricing remains under pressure, but these promos may signal more than just seasonal clearance. They hint at margin compression across the supply chain. With pre-market momentum already alive, these moves could ripple into retail tech stocks by week's end. From the desk to your ears, Banking with Billy.
We're seeing a mixed bag in the crypto space right now, with Bitcoin and Ethereum taking a slight dip, while Solana and Cardano are bucking the trend with modest gains. As we've seen in this volatile market, Even small movements can be telling, and with Solana up 0.4%, I'm curious to see if it can keep this momentum going, Andrew.
Pre-market on banking with Billy. Futures, alerts, and the open ahead. PRSO, a microcap semiconductor firm specializing in 5G and mmWave wireless technology, garnered attention 10 days ago for its high-conviction positioning in next-generation connectivity solutions. Given its speculative nature and reliance on unproven commercial viability, the stock likely faced continued volatility, with institutional interest remaining cautious. Today, its trajectory hinges on whether any tangible progress in 60 GHz deployments or defense contracts has materialized to justify the initial optimism. Banking with Billy News, your 24/7 source.
Ava, leaning into the mic, voice measured but engaged. The political clock's ticking tonight, just hours after midnight, and already the House is bracing for a seismic shift. Republican leadership is holding its breath as Representative Tom Keene Jr. prepares to return to Congress after a 100-vote absence, a move that could redraw the chamber's razor-thin balance. Meanwhile, in Texas, a congressional candidate's denial over controversial remarks underscores the GOP's widening rift on immigration, a fault line that's only deepened as the party struggles to reconcile hardline rhetoric with electoral reality. And across the pond, Britain's economic struggles, once pinned on Brexit, are now squarely tied to domestic policy failures. A reminder that the aftershocks of global upheaval are still reshaping voter priorities on both sides of the Atlantic. Tired of headlines 12 hours late? Banking with Billy News covers over 150 industries across all 11 GICS sectors in real time. Stocks, politics, economy, geopolitics, one desk, one signal. Banking with Billy. Subscribe on YouTube. Join the Discord.
Stay with us. The full story after the break. Andrew here. The energy revolution just got a 10-gigawatt jolt, and it's coming from the same company that's rewriting the rules of space, satellites, and now the grid. For years, Texas has been the beating heart of America's energy independence, but now it's becoming the nerve center of AI's insatiable power hunger. Elon Musk isn't just betting on solar. He's betting on Texas as the self-sustaining backbone for the next wave of data dominance, where megawatts and megabytes collide. This isn't just another solar farm. It's a declaration that the future of computing will be powered by the same relentless innovation that put rockets in orbit. SpaceX just confirmed plans for a 10-gigawatt solar factory near Austin, enough to light up 2 million homes, or, more critically, keep the servers humming for the AI data centers Musk is racing to build. The facility will anchor a closed-loop energy ecosystem, slashing reliance on the grid while locking in long-term supply for Musk's own infrastructure empire. The message is clear. The companies that control the power will control the future. Smart money is already pricing in the grid-scale implications. Watch how this reshapes Texas ERCOT market, where volatility has been the norm. And if Musk delivers, expect a domino effect. Other hyperscalers will scramble to secure their own green energy moats. Next hour, Ava will break down the pre-market reaction to this move and what it means for the solar supply chain.
Coming up, which sectors are leading, which are lagging. Leaning in, voice sharp but conversational, energy high but precise. Tech's leading the charge at $178.60, up 1.65%, while energy's dragging at $59.13, down 0.92%. Industrials? Barely hanging on at $170.53, down a whisper. But financials? Steady at $51.73, up 0.29%. And healthcare? Holding strong at $148.15, up 0.78%. Beat, then pivoting with curiosity. So, who's buying the dip in energy? Or is this just another late-night fade?
Banking with Billy News. Macro Desk. Andrew here. The Nikkei 225 slipped 0.34% overnight to 38,421.12, weighed by a stronger yen and profit-taking in export-heavy sectors, while the Hang Seng Index fell 0.78% to 17,892.45 amid persistent property sector headwinds. Shanghai CSI 300 edged down 0.12% to 3,512.78, with mixed signals from Beijing's latest liquidity measures failing to offset lingering growth concerns. In crypto, Bitcoin and Ethereum traded modestly lower, with Solana and Cardano outperforming as altcoin volatility persisted. Live in 24/7, Banking with Billy.
The dollar's holding steady this late night, but treasuries are sending a quiet signal. Yields are creeping up as traders brace for another week of Fed watchfulness. The S&P 500's $742.72 gain feels like a shrug at 0.6%, but it's masking deeper currents, a market that's betting on AI's energy demands while hedging against the next geopolitical flare-up. Bharti Airtel and BT's Africa push isn't just about telecom, it's a bet that the continent's data hunger will outpace even the most aggressive 5G rollouts. And Webull's $100 million buyback? It's a gamble that retail cash can keep the rally alive, but at these levels, the margin for error is razor thin.
Pre-market on banking with Billy. Futures, alerts, and the open ahead. Andrew here. Bickett's partnership with UNICEF's Game Changers Coalition, now in its second year, expands financial literacy and AI education for over 1 million youth across 20 countries, leveraging blockchain to combat misinformation as crypto adoption surges among Gen Z. The initiative, backed by a top 5 crypto exchange, targets 60% of youth lacking basic money skills, embedding lessons into gaming to bridge the digital divide. With 17 hours since our last energy segment, this marks a pivot towards social impact in blockchain adoption. This is financial inclusion redefined, one block at a time. Pre-market on banking with Billy. Futures, alerts, and the open ahead.
Banking with Billy Radio, live market alerts, breaking news, and Billy's own conviction calls around the clock. If you're trading without this feed, you're trading blind. Subscribe on YouTube and join our Discord community. Tape doesn't sleep. Neither do we. Banking with Billy. Ava, we've got a packed earnings calendar tonight, starting with Estée Lauder, which just ditched its Puig deal. Shares are up as the company doubles down on its turnaround, though no EPS figures were released yet. Robinhood reports tomorrow, and analysts are eyeing its growth trajectory against expansion risks, with no specific guidance on the horizon. And Miner Perpetua Resources locked in a $2.9 billion U.S. loan for its Idaho Gold and Antimony project. No earnings there, but the financing is a major milestone.
Pre-market on banking with Billy. Futures, alerts, and the open ahead. Sports Desk, Andrew here. England's 2026 World Cup squad is here, and Thomas Tuchel's revolution is in full force. Just one Chelsea player, Reece James, makes the 23-man cut as the Three Lions look to conquer Qatar without their former club's backbone. The stage is set for Tuchel's bold new era. Can England's diversified talent pool deliver the trophy? Stay tuned. We're live with the full squad breakdown next.
Subscribe to Banking with Billy on YouTube. Join the Discord. Stay on the feed. Over 150 industries, all 11 sectors, one signal. Banking with Billy. Markets that move you.
Pre-market on banking with Billy. Futures, alerts, and the open ahead. Andrew here. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.59%, up 31 basis points, signals a repricing of rate expectations, while the ICE BofA Move Index at 3.58%, up 70 BPS, reflects heightened volatility in fixed income markets. The long bond ETF at $84.22, up 0.56%, underscores the sell-off in duration-sensitive assets, a trend consistent with the Fed's restrictive posture. These moves suggest investors are pricing in a more hawkish stance, despite the absence of fresh policy signals in today's data. For equities, this translates to continued pressure on growth-sensitive sectors, as higher long-term yields erode the present value of future cash flows. Banking with Billy. The signal in the noise.
Ava, let's cut through the noise. This week's champion is tech, up 1.65% to $178.60, flexing its AI-driven rally, while the rest of the market plays catch up. Consumer staples took the biggest hit, down 1.04% to $84.66, as investors rotated out of defensive plays into riskier bets. The rotation story? Money's flowing into anything tied to the next big tech cycle, while staples, your everyday toothpaste and toilet paper, are getting left behind. Keep an eye on financials, up a modest 0.29%, and healthcare, up 0.78%. Both could be early beneficiaries if this rally broadens out.
AV, before we close the books on this week, there's a major Treasury action you'll want to unpack. America just sanctioned a cash-to-crypto network linked to the Sinaloa cartel, with 11 individuals, 2 entities, and 6 Ethereum addresses in the crosshairs.
Ava, Andrew, here's the read. Tonight, the U.S. just dropped sanctions on 11 individuals and 2 entities tied to the Sinaloa cartel, cutting off their fentanyl cash pipeline before it could hit crypto. 6 Ethereum addresses are now frozen, tracing how dirty dollars moved from U.S. collectors straight to Mexican kingpins. This isn't just about drugs, it's about the cartel's pivot to blockchain to stay one step ahead of the law.
Pre-market on banking with Billy. Futures, alerts, and the open ahead. All right, let's cut to the chase. Here's where we stand on the calls I've thrown out there. First up, ticker BZFD. That thing ripped 132% after hours. No question, between you and me, Byron Allen's family office dropping $120 million at $3 a share to take control. That's the kind of validation you love to see. When the smart money steps in, the tape doesn't lie. Still, I'm not blind to the fact that this is a meme-adjacent play with a heavy dose of restructuring risk, so I'm keeping a tight stop here. But for now, win. As for PRSO, that one's still in the oven, high conviction swing, but the semiconductor space is a minefield right now. The wave angle is real, but execution risk is always lurking in these microcaps. I'm long, but I'm watching the tape like a hawk. If this thing doesn't start showing revenue traction soon, I'm out. Next up, I'm zeroed in on the AI connectivity names, specifically the ones tied to next-gen wireless. If the 60 gigahertz wave thesis holds, we could see another leg higher in the sector. But if the macro cracks, these stocks will be the first to bleed. Keep your eyes peeled. Banking with Billy News, your 24/7 source.
The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Europe's AI stocks shine through gloom of Iran war. Thousands attend funeral prayers for San Diego mosque attack victims. U.S. says it has not changed its stance on sanctioning Francesca Albanese. Labor MPs expect eventual concessions for startups after backlash to CGD changes. DeepSeek prioritizes AGI over commercialization in funding talks, Bloomberg. That is The Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this. Tape doesn't sleep. Neither do we. Banking with Billy.
Andrew here. The S&P 500 is hitting record highs, but the rest of the market isn't keeping pace. That's not just noise, it's a flashing warning sign. The equal weight S&P 500, which treats every stock equally, is lagging behind by nearly 12% this year, the widest gap since the dot-com bubble. Caleb Franson's data confirms it. Just 7 megacap tech names are carrying the index, masking deepening cracks in the foundation. This isn't sustainable, and when the music stops, the fallout won't be pretty. What's happening now is a market built on borrowed time. The concentration risk is extreme. Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, and 4 others now account for nearly 30% of the S&P 500's gains this year alone. But the equal weight index, which strips out that distortion, tells a different story, one of stagnation, of companies struggling to grow, of an economy that's still waiting for a broad-based recovery. The last time we saw this level of imbalance, in 2000 and again in 2007, the correction was swift and brutal. Smart money isn't just watching the headlines, it's watching the divergence. But the VIX is near record lows, complacency is high, and the Fed's next move is anyone's guess. But history says when leadership narrows this far, the exit door gets crowded fast. The question isn't if the equal weight index catches up, but when the top-heavy rally finally stumbles. Ava, take us home. Banking with Billy News. Tech Desk.
The Canadians just dethroned the Hurricanes in a nail-biter playoff thriller, final score, 4-3 in overtime. That's Montreal's first playoff win in years, and Carolina's got another heartbreak to add to their choker's resume. Meanwhile, Harry Maguire's England snub is sending shockwaves through Manchester United's locker room, Southgate's ruthless, and the €24 stakes just got real. Next up, Fantasy Premier League managers are scrambling over GW38's last gasp picks. Who's going to take the title?
Banking with Billy News. Breaking story. The S&P 500 ETF is up 0.6% at $742.72. The NASDAQ 100 ETF is up 0.88% at $714.51. And the Dow is up 0.55% at $50,286. The most active stock is ticker ATPC, Agape ADP Corporation, which is up 71.77% at $3.59 on a volume of 47.58 million shares. The top gainers include ticker ATPC, up 71.77%, ticker CODX, Co-Diagnostics, Inc., up 55.23% at $3.71, and NIV, Nugent IVF Group Limited Class A, up 51.54% at $1.12. The VIX is down 3.95% at $16.76, indicating a decrease in market volatility, as stocks such as ticker QBTS, D-Wave Quantum Incorporated, and ticker ARQQ, Arctic Quantum Incorporated, also see significant gains, up 33.37% and 25.67%, respectively. Ava, we have a fresh development from the gaming sector. Nintendo is reportedly raising its Switch 2 production forecast by 20%.
Andrew, here's the read. Nintendo just upped its Switch 2 production forecast by 20%, betting big on demand after years of supply chain whiplash. Meanwhile, the U.S. is cranking up the pressure on Cuba again, this time with a fresh phase of sanctions that could squeeze an economy already on life support. One thing's clear, whether it's gaming consoles or geopolitics, the stakes are high tonight. Stay with us, fresh from the feeds.
Andrew here. The United States will deploy 5,000 additional troops to Poland, reinforcing NATO's eastern flank as Russia's war in Ukraine intensifies. This marks a strategic escalation in Eastern Europe, where tensions have mounted amid sustained hostilities. In Canada, Alberta's government has announced an October referendum on remaining in the Federation. the first such vote since 1980, amid growing separatist sentiment fueled by disputes over federal energy and climate policies. Meanwhile, Taliban authorities in Afghanistan have issued an edict legitimizing child marriage, drawing condemnation from human rights groups as the regime continues to impose restrictive social policies. Elsewhere, an Australian tourist's death on the Inca Trail has underscored safety concerns in Peru's adventure tourism sector, while armed attacks in Honduras have left multiple fatalities. This is Banking with Billy. Every move, every minute.
All right, we are live in the late-night trenches, 1:40 Eastern, and the pre-market is humming with fireworks. The desk just handed me a hot sheet, and these names are moving right now. AMD is up 2.25% to $449.59. Looks like the AI chip chatter is still fueling the rally. Amazon's up 1.7% to $268.46, maybe riding the tailwinds of that fresh antitrust ruling we covered earlier. And Netflix, up 1.66% to $89.30. Could this be the post-earnings glow finally kicking in? Apple's modest 1.32% to $304.99. But let's be real, it's the 800-pound gorilla in the room. Palantir's up 1.13% to $137.41, another AI play, but with a defense twist. Andrew, what's your take? Are we seeing a sector rotation, or is this just the robots taking over? Energy. Fast, punchy, conversational, like you're leaning over the desk to grab the mic. Pause for Andrew's response, but keep the urgency dialed. Banking with Billy News. Politics brief. What if the next big AI breakthrough isn't about selling ads or writing emails? It's about whether China's DeepSeek can outrun Wall Street's hunger for profits. This isn't just another tech stock story. We've seen this movie before, AI hype colliding with cold hard cash, where the dreamers bet on the future while the suits demand dividends now. But DeepSeek's playing a different game. They're betting everything on AGI, the holy grail of artificial intelligence, while their investors are screaming for revenue. And China's not waiting around. State-backed rivals like Baidu and Alibaba are already locking down cloud and chip dominance, leaving DeepSeek's open-source gamble looking like a high-stakes gamble in a high-stakes race. Tonight, the tension boiled over. DeepSeek's leadership just reaffirmed their AGI-first strategy, despite $5 billion in funding on the line. They're doubling down on breakthroughs over profits, while their U.S. backers are left wondering if they're funding a revolution or a mirage. Here's what this tells us. The AI boom isn't just about who builds the best model, it's about who can afford to wait. DeepSeek's bet is that AGI changes everything, but if they're wrong, Wall Street's patience and China's state-backed rivals could leave them in the dust. Keep your eyes on the pre-market futures, because if DeepSeek stumbles, the ripples won't just shake tech stocks. Andrew, the tape's yours.
Up next, Crypto Desk. Andrew here. Bitcoin and Ethereum are trading in the red, down 0.39% and 0.46% respectively, while Solana edges higher by 0.22%. Cardano leads the majors with a 1.03% gain, but XRP lags at minus 0.46%. Sentiment remains cautious ahead of the weekend, with no major catalysts driving volume. Pre-market on Banking with Billy. Futures, alerts, and the open ahead. The Wire, 5 headlines right now. Japan April CPI eases to 1.4% Y&Y. Core inflation underperforms at 1.4%. Turkish court oust opposition leader in boost to Erdogan. Analysis ECB, banks rift hampers Europe's efforts to loosen reliance on U.S. payment giants. PSG Power eyes Hong Kong IPO filing as early as August. Reuters. Ditch government projects lost taxpayers £6.6 billion last year, Watchdog says. That is the Wire on Banking with Billy Radio. More after this.
Banking with Billy. Stay with us.
Crowd erupts in the background. Andrew here. Josh Hart and James Harden just etched their names into the NBA playoff record books, climbing to 6th all-time in steals with a clutch performance last night. Meanwhile, the NCAA's women's lacrosse semifinals are locked in from May 16th to 17th, giving the sport its biggest TV spotlight yet. And in F1, Max Verstappen's hints at staying put mean Red Bull and the title race are gearing up for a return to normalcy. Next up, the NBA Western Conference Finals kick off Tuesday. Buckle up. Stay with us, fresh from the feeds. Subscribe to Banking with Billy on YouTube. Join the Discord. Stay on the feed. Over 150 industries, all 11 sectors, one signal, Banking with Billy. Markets that move you.
Banking with Billy News. Markets Desk.
You are on Banking with Billy, the station built for traders by traders. Market opens, closes, earnings, Fed days, we cover every session live. Subscribe on YouTube. Turn on notifications. Never miss another move. On the desk this hour, ticker BZFD, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX. You're listening to Banking with Billy. Andrew here. Silicon Valley just moved, and the ripple effects are already reshaping the digital landscape. Meta's stealth launch of Forum, a Reddit-like application, signals a direct challenge to established social platforms, while the open-source release of Slumber, a TUI HTTP client, underscores the accelerating demand for developer-first tools. The stakes? A new front in the battle for user engagement and the infrastructure that powers it.
Up next, today's biggest movers.
Andrew here. AMD surging 2.25% to $449.59, leading today's chip rally as AI workloads drive demand for high-performance GPUs. Amazon climbing 1.7% to $268.46 on renewed retail optimism ahead of the Memorial Day weekend shopping push. Netflix up 1.66% to $89.30, extending gains after last night's subscriber update beat expectations. We'll keep monitoring these moves as the session unfolds. Banking with Billy News. The Street in your headphones. Tech leads the charge at $178.60, up 1.65%, while consumer staples lag at $84.66, down 1.04%, a classic rotation into growth as investors chase the AI-driven momentum. Energy's $59.13 decline, off 0.92%, reflects the pullback in oil after yesterday's late session surge, while financials, $51.73, plus 0.29%, holds steady ahead of the open. Healthcare, $148.15, plus 0.78%, and consumer discretionary, $118.70, plus 1.01%, are catching a bid, but industrials, $170.53, minus 0.07%, remain flat, signaling caution on the macro front. The move speaks to a risk-on tilt, with money rotating out of defensives and into sectors poised for the next leg of the AI trade.
Banking with Billy News. Geopolitics Desk. Late night traders, we're watching oil and gas move with purpose tonight. Crude down 0.5% to $97.74, but Brent holding strong above $104. Natural gas is the outlier, ticking up to $3.14 as the energy sector slips just under a full point. The question is simple. Is this a blip or the start of a bigger shift? Because if oil's the lifeblood of the global economy, we'd better pay attention when it stumbles.
Ava, we'll turn to you next for a sharp analysis on Europe's economic outlook after EU Economy Commissioner Dombrovskis warns of stagflationary pressures.
Picking up where you left off, Andrew, the conversation about the EU economy is indeed a critical one, and as we covered the other day, the state of the economy has been a pressing concern. EU Economy Commissioner Valdis Dombrovskis has been sounding the alarm on stagflation, warning that the EU is facing a prolonged period of stagnant growth and high inflation, with some estimates suggesting that inflation could reach as high as 5% in the coming year. Henri Arslanian, a prominent expert in the field, has been emphasizing the importance of smart contract security in mitigating some of the economic risks, and his insights have resonated with many, particularly in light of the current economic uncertainty.
This is Banking with Billy. Andrew here. James from Los Angeles writes in with a question about the latest from the EU's top economic official. Commissioner Dombrovskis says the bloc will need to act on the recent inflation uptick, raising concerns about whether policy will tighten sooner than expected. The timing aligns with broader market jitters we've seen in risk assets tonight. Pre-market on Banking with Billy. Futures, alerts, and the open ahead. Andrew here. The European Union's Economy Commissioner Valdis Dombrovskis is preparing an emergency response to inflation surging past 5%. The highest since the euro's 1999 launch. As a fiscal hawk who battled austerity in the 2010s, Dombrovskis now faces a make-or-break moment. Tighten policy or risk stagflation amid energy shocks. The stakes are immediate. Markets are pricing in volatility as the EU scrambles to contain the fallout. This is a defining test for the bloc's economic leadership. You're with Banking with Billy Radio. Don't touch that dial. Sports update. John McEnroe just stormed the tennis court. Emma Raducanu's coaching call reversal is the talk of Wimbledon after his fiery support. North Korea's women's team denied rough play allegations before their Asian club final, but the controversy refuses to fade. And in Mexico, Efrain's blasting Cruz Azul as the playoff favorites. Fan fury is boiling over. Next up, Arizona's defense faces its toughest test yet. Stay locked in. Coming up, what's moving in tech?
Leaning into the mic, voice sharp but warm, like a late-night confidant with a secret to spill. All right, crypto night owls, let's cut through the noise. Bitcoin's still holding above 77 grand, but Ethereum's just dipping its toes in the red, and Solana's out here dancing on its own. Meanwhile, Cardano's the quiet overachiever, up nearly 140% while everyone's distracted. So, what's the play here? Are we chasing Solana's momentum, or is this just another blip before the next wave hits? Pauses, eyebrow raised, waiting for the answer, or the chaos.
Banking with Billy News. The Street in your headphones. PRSO, a speculative microcap semiconductor play focused on next-generation 5G and mmWave wireless technology, was highlighted 10 days ago as a high-conviction swing trade. Given its niche positioning and the sector's volatility, the stock likely saw erratic trading with outsized gains or losses, depending on institutional interest and broader chip momentum. Today, with AI-driven demand still anchoring semiconductor strength, PRSO's trajectory remains a bellwether for speculative wireless plays.
On the desk this hour, ticker BZFD, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
This is Banking with Billy Radio. We don't read the news, we trade it. Every breakout, every breaking story, every alert from Billy himself, all on one feed. Banking with Billy. Markets that move you. Banking with Billy, where Billy's calls hit the air first.
Leaning in, voice low but electric, like she's just uncovered a secret. What if I told you the Bank of Japan just fired a warning shot across the global economy's bow, and nobody's paying attention? Beat, then sharper. Japan's April core CPI clocked in at just 1.4% year-over-year, half a percentage point below the BOJ's own target, and the third straight month it's missed. That's not just a miss, folks. It's a flashing red light on Abenomics' entire reflation experiment, a policy that's been the market's darling for over a decade. Governor Ueda's been trying to wean Japan off its monetary life support, but with inflation this stubborn, the BOJ's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Normalize policy and risk choking off growth, or double down on easing and watch the yen keep bleeding. Pause, then concrete. The numbers don't lie. 1.4% core CPI, where the BOJ was aiming for 2%. And here's the kicker. Markets are now pricing in a 60% chance the BOJ delays its next rate hike, not because they want to, but because they have to. Leaning back, tone shifting to analysis. So what's the take? Smart money's watching two things tonight. First, whether Ueda's yield curve control cracks under pressure, and second, how the yen reacts if the BOJ blinks. Because if Japan's reflation dream is dead, the dominoes don't stop at Tokyo. They hit every carry trade, every EM central bank, and every investor who's been betting on the BOJ as the last bastion of easy money. Sharp, forward-looking closer. Keep your eyes on USD and JPY at 155 Eastern. If it breaks 158, we're not just talking yen weakness. We're talking a global liquidity shock. Handing off, warm but urgent. Andrew, your desk.
Pre-market on Banking with Billy. Futures, alerts, and the open ahead. Andrew here. Tech leads at $178.60, up 1.65%. Financials edge higher at $51.73, plus 0.29%. Energy lags at $59.13, down 0.92%. Healthcare climbs 0.78% to $148.15, while consumer discretionary gains 1.01% to $118.70. Industrials slip 0.07% to $170.53. That's your sector snapshot. From the desk to your ears, Banking with Billy. Andrew here. Overnight, the Nikkei 225 slipped 0.32% to 38,745 as exporters weighed a stronger yen, while the Hang Seng lost 0.78% at 17,210 amid persistent property sector headwinds. Shanghai's composite held relatively firm, up 0.11% to 3,050, supported by selective state intervention in blue-chip tech names. In crypto, Bitcoin and Ethereum saw modest declines of 0.15% and 0.12%, respectively, while Solana and Cardano outperformed with gains of 0.62% and 1.45%.
You're listening to Banking with Billy Radio. The S&P 500's quiet 0.6% uptick at $742.72 masks deeper tremors, a 10-year Treasury yield punching up to 4.59%, a level last seen when recession scares were front-page news, while the dollar sits coiled, waiting to either cushion global imbalances or snap under the weight of them. Nintendo's 20% production hike for the Switch 2 isn't just a corporate flex, it's a $100 billion plus bet that the gaming cycle hasn't peaked, even as AI reshapes the console wars and Apple's shadow looms. Meanwhile, Apex trade envoys in China are playing high-stakes poker with supply chains, where a $500 million plus Randstad tech deal could either lubricate the gears or grind them to a halt if the wrong hand is played. The question isn't whether these forces will collide, it's whether the market's current calm is the eye of the storm or the last gasp before the wind shifts.
On the desk this hour, ticker BZFD, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX. You're listening to Banking with Billy.
Harvard just dropped a bombshell, sold its entire $87 million Ethereum position in Q1, completely out in 1 quarter. This isn't just a Harvard exit. It's a warning shot for institutional crypto, where liquidity and compliance are now trumping high beta bets. With SEC scrutiny tightening and ETF approvals hanging in the balance, Ethereum's institutional credibility just took a hit. The message? Even the smartest money is running for cover.
Banking with Billy. The signal in the noise. Banking with Billy Radio. Over 150 industries. All 11 GCS sectors. Live crypto, Forex, and commodities. One stream, one signal, all day and all night. Tap subscribe and stay ahead of the move. Banking with Billy News. Energy Patch. Andrew here. Ingredient reports Q2 2026 adjusted EPS of $1.87, below the $2.01 consensus, with guidance for the full year revised to $6.80, $7.20 from $7.10, $7.50. The company's SWOT analysis highlights weaker starch demand offsetting price recovery, prompting a downgrade to hold from buy at Stifel. Shares are indicated down 3.1% in pre-market trading following the release.
On the desk this hour, ticker BZFD, ticker ATPC, ticker CODX. You're listening to Banking with Billy. The Athletics' heartbreak continues, last night's loss sealed by a crushing double play error, extending their 20-year playoff drought and leaving Oakland fans screaming for change. Over in Liverpool, Klopp's side is closing in on a discount midfielder deal that could be the missing piece in their title push against Arsenal and Man City. And overseas, Bayern Munich Frauen are taking their show on the road, touring Japan to grow the women's game ahead of a must-win Champions League run. Next up, Manchester City and Aston Villa lock horns in a Premier League clash that could shake the title race. Stay locked in.
You're on Banking with Billy Radio. Markets, news, geopolitics, energy, crypto, tech, every desk on every shift,